Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell here with you for the next 3 hours on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get going. Oh, are you upset because you said you didn't want the Rockets to make any trades, and they did?
Well, it's trade deadline day. We don't know.
No, they already did.
No, I mean, I know they made that big trade.
Yeah,
the guy
they made
who
a
plays,
huge trade.
The guy who plays 5.4 minutes a game.
Yeah, but he's got like 6 steals a game.
I know they talked about the Rockets tighten up their defense. Like, who's he playing? Where's he playing?
I don't know where he's
They just added another guy.
Yeah,
that was kind of I don't know what that one's about, but I don't know. Maybe that's preparing for something in the future.
Well, maybe they just really have always liked that guy.
Yeah,
Ime loves his defense, right?
He's just he's a guy that'll be in your 10-man rotation. Maybe I don't know. That's fine. You swap second-round picks or whatever. It's a nothing move. Who cares?
Yeah.
Well, actually, it is. The Rockets took on salary. So the reason this trade took place is this is a salary dump by Boston. They're trying to keep getting lower. Yeah. I think they now have $15 million left. So the Rockets actually they swapped picks, and I think they got another second or something like that. And the Rockets took on salary that they could take on. And so now the Celtics have more cap space, but the Rockets. The Rockets just, let's get a defensive guy. I don't know that it'll have any impact this year. Maybe he'll start playing this guy the last minute of games.
Maybe
Amen's out and this guy's in.
Wow.
Well, who had that?
So disrespectful.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to ask you a question. I just want to, just a yes, no. Who was it that turned the ball over in the last 34 seconds against the Nets?
That would be Ahmed.
Not the Nets. I'm sorry. The Knicks.
The Knicks.
Yeah. Who was it who had that sweet inbounds pass in the last game? It's just such a terrible pass.
I know,
and I love Ahmed, but he's got to take the braids out. The braids are a problem.
Oh, he had a triple-double.
He had a triple-double and a loss on the braids.
Yeah.
They haven't won since he put the braids in. When did he put the braids in? Nets. Yeah. They're 0-3 with braids.
That's true. Kind of true.
I'm just telling. All I'm doing is keeping stats. Stats don't lie.
No,
numbers don't lie.
Dell.
Numbers don't lie.
Dell, have you looked up hair stats before? Where do you find hair stats?
You know what I found out about you in the last couple of days? If you ran a high school or like a elementary school as an administrator, you definitely suspend black kids for their hair.
Yeah. I would not be the guy who suspends black kids for their hair. We see a story about that every 2 years.
We're gonna
where
need
somebody had to cut their dreadlocks off or something, or they've got a hairstyle, and I'm like, oh, Mr. Principal, this is not going to go well for you. You're going to have to catch a lawsuit and a lot of public publicity. No, I'm just running the numbers. And since he got his hair braided, where we didn't know, where we were like, who's this guy? Oh, that's Ahmed Thompson. Ever since then, they're 0-3. Here's the thing about braids. You just take them out and you're back. You're good. You're back. You wouldn't know, Dell.
Should he?
You don't have braids.
You've
never worn braids.
Okay.
You're not a braid guy.
Well, you're gonna go in there and tell Sam how she should wear her hair today?
If we catch a losing streak.
What? Wow.
You can wear your hair any way you want. Fromber went to a World Series when he put extensions in. I'm like, let that man cook.
Okay.
We won a World Series with that. But if you start jerking with mojo and we lose, and this is hair, but it could also be if you're wearing an arm sleeve, if you're wearing a headband, if you're, it could be any number of things where if you try to change the mojo when it's going good, I'm highly superstitious.
Harris County,
I'm going to call you out.
Harris County Administrator Lance Zerline has been suspended without pay for telling a young African-American boy that his hair was
I tell a white guy
incorrect.
Too if they had any on the Rockets.
I haven't heard any
DEI hire Reed Shepherd.
I haven't heard you go after Reed Shepherd's hair, so
I can only go. DEI hire.
I can only go by the evidence.
He's a protected class,
and all I know is you're telling a young African-American man to change
I'm
his
telling
hairstyle.
a basketball player to stop messing with the mojo is what I'm telling him. You change something and now they're 0-3. What's the difference between that and somebody wearing a some type of, I don't care, a neck roll? If a linebacker started wearing a neck roll, Azeez Al-Shaair wore a neck roll and the Texans lost 4 in a row. I'd say get that stupid neck roll off. It could be causing losses.
I'd say same old Texans. That's just what we do.
Well, I'm superstitious.
Are you?
So y'all need to recognize that.
Yeah, well,
and all I know is that
All I know
0-3
is
since he changed his hairstyle.
all I know is you're telling young black men how to wear their hair.
No, I'm saying I found something that they changed, and
I
now they're
mean,
0-3.
That's all.
Sure.
0-3.
You can position it any way you like, but we know what it sounds like.
You know what else I hated? Reed Shepherd's dumb mustache.
Mm.
But you don't care about that because he's DEI.
I didn't hear you talking about it.
He's
till
protected class because he never played.
now. Well,
He had no impacts on wins and losses. If you mess with my wins and losses, then if it's good, keep doing it. If it's bad, stop doing it.
He
It's
had
real
49
simple. It's real simple.
And for the Vipers, and they lost.
Yeah, and then he thought
Did
he
you
was
say
playing for
anything
the
about that?
Yeah, he thought he was playing for the Vipers too. Yeah, I don't care. I said, that's Vipers. Dad, Reed Shepherd had 49. I said, he had 34 shots in 33 minutes, Mason. It says here in this box score. He shot a shot a minute. No one does that except Cam Whitmore.
Well,
Only Cam, and Cam can do that on a pro level.
yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Which is why he comes and sit next to me here. You come sit right here. Sit.
Yeah, but you know what? It's good having a Cam on your team.
Oh, it's real
Because
good.
he can go get points.
Immediately.
Like he is a guy who can get his own
What do you
shot
think about
and
his hair?
score.
Have you
He hasn't changed.
examined that?
Yeah,
Oh.
I love his hair. You know why? They're number 3 in the West, and he's never messed with it this year.
No,
He didn't do anything, and then all of a sudden they start losing. Because if he did, or if he caught a win streak, I'd say do the exact same thing with whatever you're doing right now, Cam. Keep doing it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's a real simple core. It's called the corollary of when you are of superstition, and I've got it written out, and I can show it to you. It's a very simple. Simple. If you do something different and you start to have a different result that is not favorable, stop doing that different thing.
Okay.
I did it in baseball. This guy, Albert Melendez, almost got his ass kicked in high school because I had voodoo set up in the dugout in baseball. The bats were set a certain way, baseball, and he tripped. He was kind of a clumsy guy. He tripped over it, knocked it down, and we started to go bad. And this other guy, I can't remember his name. He didn't play around. He was kind of a little bit of a mean guy. That guy got so mad that there wouldn't have been a fight. Albert would have just taken a bunch of punches. We had to say, whoa.
Because he tripped?
Because he knocked down the voodoo and we started losing. Don't mess with voodoo.
Oh my God.
It's real simple. You'll get an ass.
All right. So the Rockets solved their problem, made a big trade, brought in Springer.
Yeah.
Going to help them to stop teams from scoring 47 points in the fourth quarter. And the Astros solved their outfield problem, too.
Player off waivers. One of their old players, Ben Gamel.
Oh, back.
Dubs.
What?
Dubs for the front office.
What? Okay.
Dana's putting in work.
I know.
If it's not Gamel, if it's not Polanco, we can't get Polanco, then damn it. Let's shift to Gamel. And then let's see if we can play him at second and get Altuve out of there.
He can play second, actually.
Well, maybe that's why he's an Astro.
Maybe you think he's going to move in.
Click would never sign Gamel.
Oh, man. Oh, Frank. Charlie said you look really bored today, Del. My granddaughter.
I would tell Charlie you're very observant.
She would tell Charlie, that's every day, girl.
Yeah, and also it's every day.
Every day.
She's right, and it's every day.
And I'm bored until you get to 10 o'clock.
Well, that's just me surviving till lunch. That's all that's about.
So you didn't want us to play a video yesterday?
Which video?
Marcus Jordan?
Oh, no, I didn't say you shouldn't play it.
No, you didn't?
He said he's got it embargoed.
He wanted
I
you had
embargoed
it
it.
embargoed
It was
for your
embargoed
show.
for
I
his
had embargoed it till 11:45. Yes.
And you played it yesterday?
Of course.
And what was the gist of it?
He just pretty much said, "Hey, man, I'm not impaired, and I'm Michael Jordan's son. Can we get?"
He said, "I haven't had enough drinks." And the guy goes, "What's enough?" He goes, "I hadn't had enough drinks to be impaired." He goes, "What's the number?" And the officer said, "What's the number?" And first of all, he didn't sound super mega coherent, by the way.
No.
He did sound like he was slurring a little bit.
Yeah,
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
His car
And
was
he
on the
hit the-
track.
But he's Michael Jordan's son, so why should he get a ticket? Or
Well,
why
that
should
was
he
his
get
thought.
a DUI?
Well,
Has
that was
Frankie ever
definitely
used
his
that with
thought.
I'm John Granado's daughter?
No,
Texas
never.
Radio Hall of Fame.
But now
knows-
she might be able to.
What if she said
in
he
New
knows-
York? I'm sure they'd be like, "Wow, we're gonna let you go."
Do you know who Dana is?
You know who doesn't have a
Dana's
car?
been to my house drinking. And they'd say, "What does that have to do with anything?"
Do you know who? She doesn't have a car, so she can.
Well, she's in New York.
Right. Nobody has a car.
Who has a car there?
Everybody.
In New York?
No one has a car, and yet it's the worst traffic in the
Oh,
world.
yeah, that's true.
Yet no one has
What's
a
all
car.
taxis and Ubers, I
Well,
guess.
Or, whatever it is, it's the worst.
It's always
not
been
as
like
bad
that,
as
so
LA.
I don't
I
know,
can tell you that. I can tell you it's not. And I went through Houston traffic yesterday, and I was like, it's good to be back. It's really good to be back because it's not nearly
As bad
as bad as it.
It hasn't lately.
Here's what
It hasn't been as bad lately, except certain times when you head 59 north.
We have more accidents here. In LA, it's just congestion, and it just stops. Here, it's more accidents that create the problems. Had one yesterday on a 45 that was a nightmare going up.
Did you just call it the 45?
No.
Yes.
Did I say that?
You said had one here on the 45. That's the worst thing you've ever said.
On 45, I said.
Dell, what do you think his Dodgers are going to do this year? I like them.
I think they're going to be pretty good.
I do too.
The Lakers made another big trade.
Dodgers, okay.
Your Lakers made a trade for a center last night.
There is zero chance I will ever.
So I've got to go Friday. I got to hit the 10 and head out to Katy.
You do?
Off the 10, yeah.
Off the 10. Well,
I'm going to take the 10 to the 10 all the way out to the
Santa Monica
to the 99.
Oh, to the 99.
I got to go from 10 to the 99.
Well, I see. Well, it's actually the 10
to the Grand
is the Santa Monica Freeway. If you want to know the truth,
yeah.
That's what it is.
Is that
You're
what
taking the Santa Monica?
Oh yeah, it is technically.
it is
all the way across.
It goes all the way. Yeah, it actually does. Anyway, Dell is bored, and we have got to move on. Whatever you want to talk about, you will
National Night. We're not going to talk about the National Nightmare being over. Jimmy Butler traded. We finally stop hearing about this nonsense.
And
now
a big popcorn fart. Who cares?
Wait, there's talk about two guys. Okay, did you see the deleted tweet?
I didn't.
Did you see Giannis's deleted tweet?
Oh no, I saw his interview. Giannis's
deleted tweet had a red circle, a white circle, and a finger to the mouth, thinking and then he deleted, and everyone's like, "Rockets, Rockets," and it was deleted. Then yesterday he was ruled out for the game and did not play. Kevin Durant turned down the Warriors as a trade, then did not play. So now the scuttlebutt is, are either one of these guys potentially moving?
Giannis. I didn't realize he was Middleton's teammate for 12 years.
Wait, Giannis has been in the league 12 years?
That's what I said.
No, that's not true.
It's not true. It can't be true.
Probably 8, maybe.
It said he was his teammate.
Who said that?
Said it was his teammate for 12 years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He's been in the league 12 years.
Oh my God.
That was my initial reaction was, what?
How old is Giannis?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. You want him? You want to trade for Alpi?
Devin Booker's been here about damn near as long.
Giannis turned 30 in December.
Is a different deal.
No, he's not. Giannis is only.
Giannis
came into the league at 18.
Didn't he date a Jenner?
Yes. Giannis came league in 13.
In 13. Yeah.
Wow, he is 19 years
old. Did
old.
Devin Booker date a Jenner?
The quote unquote good one.
Good one.
Kindle, yes.
The thicker one, right?
No, not for
good
you,
ones.
good one.
Those are all the dirty ones. This one's still clean.
I wouldn't call them dirty or clean, but that's aggressive from you.
I like the thicker one.
Yes,
yeah, so does everybody.
But the one who looks, oh my God.
Get in line. Get in line, pal.
Well, she's not as thick as she used to be.
Well, you can't do that.
Why can't I?
Video.
I don't care. Behind the you
can see. It's too late. You can still see your hand, but it's too late.
And we can hear it.
Yeah, that
like Dell said, the good one.
No, you said. Oh, I did say the good.
You did say the good.
People say the good one because she's less like the Kardashians, but Kendall.
She's less likely to be in a Cardi B WAP video.
Oh, what?
Which the other one was.
She was.
Kendall.
Yeah, she was in the.
Chalamet. Kendall is the one Devin Booker dated. Kylie.
Wait, Booker.
Booker dated Kendall Jenner. Kylie is dating Timothy Chalamet.
That's not.
Kylie,
I mean,
Kylie's the one.
You know what that is? That's to throw us off the scent. There's no way that's real.
Oh, they've been apparently.
She'll break his little ass in half.
She's dropped. She doesn't look.
She's gonna blow his back out.
She doesn't look like her sisters anymore. People might suggest that she maybe remove some of the things she put in.
Oh, really?
What?
Yes.
So she's trying to change her brand. She's trying to rebrand Timothy Chalamet, the waif, Get out of here.
He's like
I'm not buying
5'11",
into any of
6
that
feet tall, isn't
nonsense.
he?
You know, he's a big sports fan, too.
Yeah. Yeah, he knows his stuff.
Yeah.
When he picked, he did the picks.
No. He actually would be a pretty decent dude. I once again said, so Mason, somebody brought up Penn Badgley, my daughter did, and I told my wife, and we were talking about Penn Badgley, and I said, that's who you should think is handsome. Penn Badgley, you'd probably think is handsome. And she didn't watch any TV show, so she doesn't know what You is or any of the other shows. And I said, that would be a reasonable person for you to think is, a cutie, as she says. Not Timothy Chalamet.
You know, he's almost 30.
Like he stinks.
What? He looks like he stinks.
Yeah, he looks like one of these people who
this is pure hate.
You know what he looks like?
This is hate.
Well, but here's what he looks like: somebody who goes camping in the woods.
He
looks like somebody
Matthew
who would
McConaughey, who doesn't shower or doesn't use deodorant.
Who stinks?
Have you seen Chalamet? No, he doesn't.
He looks like somebody who would be a hiker. Yeah, they're lithe little wafy little.
Yeah, not some stinky hiker. I wouldn't say that either. He's well, no, he isn't, because he pulls quite a bit, and not the guys, or he pulls women, I would say, as opposed to what you're suggesting.
Yes. Okay.
Let's see if he wasn't a star.
We have got.
Well, he's pretty handsome, so I'm sure it would probably work out for him.
We have to break away from this conversation to bring you Jim Fiume and How About Greatness, and how about 30 plus years, going on 40 years of windows in the city of Houston, and the Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau, which means the best in service, product, everything about it. It just doesn't get any better. Customer first philosophy, customized replacement windows and exterior doors that are second to none. It doesn't matter. I mean, I'm telling you, no matter where you need a door or what door whatever you need, if you need them to put in a door or, extend your windows, whatever it is, the installation and the product there's no better. It just doesn't get any better. And that's how you win the Pinnacle Award. That's how you get in service to whatever needs the customer has. They won't leave until the windows are perfect for you. 713-849-5454. Doors, French doors, sliding doors, storm doors, wood-clad doors, fiberglass, entry doors, whatever it is that you're looking for. And all the windows that you could need as well. But they're the best. So you're looking for replacement windows, 713-849-5454 or GulfCoastWindows.com.
Underdog Fantasy wants you to be ready for the big game. It's coming up this Sunday. Are you ready? Are you going to watch the game? You are. Do you have a big brain? Yes, you do. Do you follow sports? Do you have big sports opinions? Can you analyze games? Well, you can, or you think you can. Why don't you prove it by playing Underdog Fantasy? You have a chance to download the app. On your first deposit, use promo code Lance, and you'll have up to $1,000 in bonus cash. Here's what you do. They're going to offer statistics for Jalen Hurts, Xavier Worthy, Saquon Barkley, Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes. All these players are going to have so many statistics available. And on those statistics, they're going to say higher or lower. Statistics right now for Travis Kelce, his total catches is 6.5. Are you going higher than that or lower? I think they're going to make a concerted effort to take him out of the game. So I said lower on Travis Kelce. Then I think it's going to be a big offensive fireworks for the Eagles. So I went higher on Saquon Barkley's yardage, and then so on and so forth, added some more to it with a chance to win. For me, it was 34 times my original play, but you can get up to 1,000 times depending on how aggressive you want to get. Underdog Fantasy, even when you lose, you can win with their flex or double flex option, and they have rescue where if one of your players gets injured and your pick loses, then they will refund you and give you a bonus on top of it. It's Underdog Fantasy, the smart way to play along with the games you're watching and win real money. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
No. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So you still want Giannis at 12 years in?
I mean, he shows no signs of age.
What are you giving up?
Well, I don't want KD, the human Achilles tear.
No.
I don't want Kevin Durant.
No, Kevin Durant.
I didn't want Jimmy Butler. I don't give. See, here's the thing.
Giannis and Booker are different.
Does it shock you that Giannis is 12 years in the league? Me too, because
I was
he shows
shocked.
No signs of slowing down.
No.
None.
Well, not only that, but, man, we're getting old in a hurry. Good Lord. Giannis is 12 years in the league? Man, oh, man, oh, man. Do they win a – okay, what do you got to give up for? What do you got to give up for Giannis?
You know what? To put that in perspective, when did Hakeem Olajuwon finish his career? About 2000?
99.
Was it about 2000? No. It was like 2000.
2000, all right.
Somewhere around there. 2000, 2001. The Toronto year was 01, 02. So I guess he did play 18 years in the league.
Well, he only got 6 left. And you're giving up Alpy for it?
The difference is he started when he was 22.
You giving up Alpy for it?
He started, oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, for Giannis? Oh, yeah.
For 6 years?
Giannis is better. Yeah. Ain't nothing guaranteed after 6 years.
Yeah. Alpy and Jalen?
I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I don't know. I mean, I don't think Jalen is some kind of magic beans. I like him fine, but like the discussion came up on Twitter yesterday in some thread I was reading about, is Devin Booker really, and actually somebody made a pretty good point, is Devin Booker really substantially better than Jalen Green? Like, yes, he's going to score this many points a game, and this is what Jalen can do. He said, and the point was, Devin Booker is better than Jalen Green. Yes. Is he give up all of your picks better and take on this much money better? Well, to get him, it's going to cost. They're not doing a heads-up swap.
No.
You're going to have to give up a lot. Is he better, and is he good enough to give up a bunch of draft picks? Because really, you're probably going to have to give all your draft picks back to the Suns and Jalen and another player. So all those draft picks they gave you, is he that much better?
Well, I don't think they're interested much in draft picks anymore.
Yes, they are, because they're going tank. They're tank city. They want their picks back.
No. The Rockets.
Oh no, not the Rockets.
Yeah, the Rockets
no, the Rockets. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So they could do that. They're still commodities because listen, your picks are really valuable now because the Suns are potentially going to stink if they move. Well, if they started trading off players. If KD
if they keep Bradley Beal, they're going to stink. I mean,
well, the thing is, if they're trading you, those picks are going to suck if they give up KD and those picks are going to be great if they give up KD and Devin Booker.
Are you more worried about 10 years in the league for Devin Booker or 12 years for Giannis?
10 for Book.
Yeah, because
But I'm not that worried about 10 for Book. All I'm worried about is a 4 to 5 year run max. I'm not worried after this money is so high that you can't start thinking 6 and 7 years anymore. You have to think 3 and 4 year windows because you can end up wearing a huge, terrible contract.
He's a career 35.6% 3-point shooter.
That's not great.
87% free throw shooter. He averages 24. He's a career 46% field goal percentage, which isn't great. But
you know what he is? He's steady. Like, here's why I would probably do that. I thought it was a good argument to make. Like, is he that much better than Jalen? It's not about a statistic to me. It's about how are you playing in key moments to win big games. Would he be a guy who could win games for you in the postseason when it turns into a half-court game? And the answer to me would be yes, he's clearly a better half-court player than Jalen. Jalen's more explosive. Jalen still has a lot of upside. Jalen's turning into a good player. He's just still a little inconsistent.
He's very inconsistent.
And I'm not sure that that's ever going to change.
No, very inconsistent. And you can't have that, especially in big games or in postseason games. But we don't know what Jalen's going to be like in a postseason game. We haven't seen it. But he's better. His field goal percentage early in his career is 42, 42, 43. And lately he's been 49, 44, 45 this year. 49, 49, 46, 48, 48. So he's gotten better as his career is going along as far as field goal percentage goes. And points per game. So I don't know. I'm a big Devin Booker guy. I think you give up. They don't need those draft picks. You know what? You can have them back, Suns. The Rockets don't need those. Don't want them picks. They've had enough picks over these years. They got their team together, and Devin Booker would make you a better team.
Think about this. When's the last championship caliber team that had, erratic players on it as a core? I was thinking about this. It wasn't the Warriors. The Warriors were steady Eddie as it got. It wasn't
other than
Draymond.
The
Spurs. No, that's mental. His game was steady.
Oh, yeah.
His game was steady. I'm talking about the way they play.
Oh, they play.
And plus, you could fade him with all the leaders they had. It's not the Celtics. Celtics are steady. Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Talking about the key players.
Well, I don't think if you're erratic, you win titles.
Well, that's what I mean.
Right.
If you're erratic, you don't win.
Right.
That's my point. Is you want to get to a level of stability where you can win 7-game series, where you can win when games bog down in the fourth quarter and you got to get half-court sets, where you can win when there's 3 on the shot clock and you got to get to a good action so you can get a good shot off, where you're not turning it over in key moments. This is my whole point. Consistent players, a team of consistent players. I went all the way back to the Rockets, and I'm like, okay, Rockets knew their role. You knew what you're getting every day from Dream, Carl Herrera, Otis Thorpe. Well, Maxwell was the erratic one.
Yeah.
Vernon's game was erratic. He was off the court, but even on the court, he was erratic. But you can fade it if most of the guys are, and let's face it, your best player wasn't. Hakeem Olajuwon wasn't. The most erratic player on the team is Jalen Green.
Yeah.
That's because he can go really high, but then he can have really bad games. I would argue Fred VanVleet right now is pretty erratic.
Dylan Brooks is erratic. Yeah, you have a lot of them. I'd say Jabari's steady, but he's steady but unspectacular. Yeah.
He won't do the spectacular. But that's okay. He's steady. You know who he is. Alperin is steady for the most part. Amen Thompson is steady. The problem is you got a lot of erratic players.
Cam?
He's an erratic one too.
Well, we don't know because we don't know enough. He doesn't get consistent minutes. That's for sure.
Cam loves you.
He doesn't get consistent minutes.
Well, but he's not a core. I'm talking about one of your core
three. I think
3.
he either is a big part of a trade, or he's going to be a core player here. One of the two.
I was talking about one of your 3 best. You can't have one of your 3 most important players be an erratic player.
I would argue that Cam Whitmore has a chance to be one of your 3 most important players.
Well, that's if you deal Jalen.
Yeah, you got to deal Jalen.
And then do you see him and he may, I don't think he has any chance. I'll tell you why. I don't think
Booker comes, where's he going to play?
Yeah, I don't.
If Giannis comes, then he's going to play.
If it was any of these trades, Cam has to be part of it because he has value.
Yeah.
He's a scorer. Cam is a talented player. But to me, if you have a Booker, you get one of those steady guys.
Yeah, but all these teams passed on Cam. He was 22nd pick. There's a reason.
Yeah.
And he hasn't changed Hey,
and we
those
see
spots haven't changed. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure that he's as big a piece, as valuable a piece as you might be indicating.
No, I don't think he is, as you are indicating. You're the one talking about him being a
I'm
core.
saying he can be a core guy here, but I'm not sure anybody is going to go, well,
he's a core
I need this. I need Cam in my trade.
Well, I mean, being in an 8-man rotation is not, to me, that's fine. He could be in an 8-man rotation.
If you're trading for, if you're the Bucks, you would want LB and Jalen, not Cam Whitmore.
No, Cam, you take Cam. Cam is talented. Cam would be one of your scorers. You need score. Look, it's not in a perfect. You're not getting a bunch of dogs all the time. You're going to have to take some. This is the NBA. It's filled with a bunch of guys who have some issues. Cam is super talented offensively. He just pouts sometimes. But usually the pouting is for what? Lack of playing time. If he were to go, they just moved Chris Middleton, and I don't think they're dealing for Giannis. But if you're Milwaukee and you've got older Dame Lillard and you're aging, you lost Holiday, if you were to you moved on from Middleton, like you're in a reset. You need guys who can score. It doesn't mean Cam Whitmore can score. He can score quickly. He's an explosive scorer. He's talented. I think you got to have guys score somewhere. There's lots of teams who aren't winning championships that need guys that can score. But for me, he'd be a fantastic 6-man for the Rockets. I just don't think he wants that for himself.
Yeah.
He hates that for Cam Whitmore.
Well,
I love that for Cam Whitmore.
The good news is
6-man.
The Bucks he was drafted 20th, and the Bucks never passed on him because they didn't have a pick. So
you think he's got a list?
I think that the Bucks might still, because if the Bucks had a chance at him at 17, 18, they don't want Cam Whitmore now. I mean, it's the same guy. Why would I want him now? But they didn't have a chance at him.
Well, I don't think the Rockets are making a big trade today. But there is a chance that they could move on from a player potentially to free up minutes. I don't know. Like I think they'll just do nothing. The odds are they do nothing.
Yeah, but
when's the last big?
I would not be shocked at all if it wasn't a huge name like Giannis. That's the only way they do anything.
Yeah, right. I hope not KD.
No, I don't think KD. I don't think they'd do that.
Now, if they got KD without giving up to, if they moved Jabari Smith, if it was like a Barkley deal where you moved Jabari, start playing the role of Robert Horry, and you moved him, but see, the problem is you have to find a way to match salaries, and that's going to be really hard without giving up some good players.
Yeah. Well, they just took on some Springer money. Go ahead. See you. Time to talk about Chastang Ford. And you don't need much money when you go. Well, here's the deal. It's just that they got a lot of deals with nothing down. I mean, they've got some incredible deals on leases with nothing down. You can put $1,000 down and get those monthlies lower, but you can also go with nothing down. And I'm telling you, I just love what they do at Chastang Ford. I just love the way that they go about it, and you will too. If you're looking for that new or used vehicle, that pre-owned vehicle, I mean, they have got, if they're gold certified, you get great financing on these things. And they've got gold certified on the lot right now. They have got a deal that with the Sport Big Bend, it's awesome. The STX F-150, awesome. The hybrid, the Escape hybrid, beautiful. And they got great deals on them and leases or buying right now at Chastang Ford. They got to get these 2024s off the lot because it's 2025, and they need to make deals. And they're going to do it without add-ons or markups. This is a promise every single time at Chastang Ford. They do not mark up. They do not add on. They're not going to try to upsell you. That just isn't the way they go do business. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
737 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Yeah, Jason asked me if I went to the Grammys. I didn't, but my wife did. I don't know if she saw Will Smith's son there. She didn't see Kanye's girl. Is that his wife now? That's his wife, right? I never asked my wife to wear something like that in public. Did you see the dress?
I don't think Kanye asked. I think he told her to wear that.
He told her to wear that.
I don't think there was a ask at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the relationship. I don't know. Maybe she's the one that said, "I'm going to wear it. I'm going to give you a fresh one." I don't know. I don't know how that goes.
You're right. I don't know. Your setup there, your probability, I feel, is low. That was the situation that she. Yeah. Hey,
Some
Kanye.
Things in low probability happen though.
It's true. Like the Rockets losing to the Nets, that was a low probability until it happened.
For those of you that didn't see her dress, it was completely see-through and she was completely naked.
Yes, she came in with the coat.
Right, it's below.
Called the choo-choo.
No one calls it that but you.
Right.
At least no adult calls
it's
that.
It's a good word because you can get away with it.
We think.
And everyone knows.
So she came in with the coat.
Yeah, a mink coat.
And under that was a completely transparent dress.
Right.
Completely.
I think he got kicked out of it.
It was like a mesh. It was, I don't even know.
It wasn't even a mesh. It was just clear. It was just clear. And it wasn't clear plastic. It was just clear. I don't know.
I don't know what it was. It looked like one of those cloaks of invisibility where you don't get invisible. You can just see the tube.
Now it's been shortened.
Now it's shortened.
Well,
pretty soon it's going to be the ch. You can see the ch.
I feel better if he did that actually than what he does do right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bianca Censori, I guess.
Yeah, I think they got kicked out.
They were, yeah, there's some debate about did he do it voluntarily? Did they ask him out? Either way, they left and they got the news they needed to get.
I'm sure they didn't want them staying there.
Well, I'm talking about, I don't know if you kick out Kanye. I'm not sure how that works.
Well, that's hard.
At the Grammys. But they got the attention they wanted. It worked out for them.
Yeah. Well, I guess he just wanted that attention. Did he just wanted everybody to see her? That's all he wanted?
Well, she does that quite a bit. Attention. Not to this level, but she's always walking around in something that's showing off.
Kanye the Nazi needs attention, everybody. He doesn't get enough attention.
Well, what about Will Smith's son? Did he get enough attention?
This is what happens when you have rich kids who they don't have to be aspirational. They don't have to work a day in their life. So what do they got to figure out, how can I be famous? I know. I will literally put a house as a hat.
That's a hat. It's over his whole. All was coming out. He had a house on his head, and his face was all that showed.
Well, yeah,
but it was a giant house.
Had to be like a chin strap or something.
When he left, do you think his mom went, "That looks good"?
Yeah, she's like, just let him. And I guarantee you, Will Smith didn't like it. And she's just like, let him be. He's trying to find himself.
Trying to find himself in a house?
You had all those movies, 6 Degrees of Separation, where you were just
you were lucky.
No, you did Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. You did 6 Degrees of Separation, which is a great movie. Young Will Smith did a fantastic job in it. You had music.
What does your son have?
Yeah, he had all these things. Yeah, well, he just kept going up and up and up. I'm talking about when he was young. Yeah. When he was young. Yeah. What does your son have? Nothing. He's got house on the head. Let him be house on the head at the Grammys.
Well, he's put out music that's not terrible. I don't know why he decided to go house on head.
LeAngelo Ball music though. He's not that good.
Well, he had I don't know what classifies as a hit anymore, but he's put out an album that I think people like. But now
the problem that I have with the house on the head.
But then don't do this. Don't do house on the head. Put out another banger. Their daughter rocks hard.
They do? She does?
Yeah. You know their daughter, right?
Yeah, Willow.
Yeah, Willow is like, she goes hard. Yeah, she's metal.
So the problem I have with the house on the head is the door, his face isn't really centered. It's kind of off on it's not centered in the middle of the house.
Probably that's the shot.
I mean, but if you're going to put it, make it centered so that you're not leaning.
Well, he's probably moving around, and that's where they just caught it. I don't think it's snug to the face, to the head. Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
How much time did it take to make that? Did he make it? I'm guessing he didn't make. Look, if you made that, I have respect for it. My guess is he had it made for him by somebody poor. Well, like, sir, make my house, please.
I'll bet it cost. I don't know. I'll bet this cost quite a bit.
No, it probably
in LA.
Did.
Okay, you're gonna design. This designer is gonna design me something.
The designer made money. The workers, are poverty stricken.
So they.
You think somebody wealthy made that? No.
Well, no.
They bullied people who don't have money into making it.
No. Absolutely.
And they said, I can't possibly afford to pay you.
Well, unless it came in from China, and now you can't get it.
That thing probably cost $12,000.
Oh, yeah, probably. Okay.
Probably cost $12,000.
That's a good number.
The workers made $46, and somebody else pocketed the rest.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but unless it came in from China, now that makes it about 15 to 20,000.
You better get it. No, it cost $3 to make.
Now you can't get anything,
and it took 7 months for it to come in.
Well, I know, but it still cost 12. Yeah.
No, not
now it's going to be
China.
15.
Now it will be more expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, for them to pay.
Right.
It's not going to cost any more to
make it. No, it's a lot.
My sons, you know how I know? Because my sons buy clothing from Chinese companies all the time.
Not anymore, they don't.
It costs. Oh yeah, they do.
No, it's been shut down. I don't know if you heard.
Temu.
No. It's been shut down. No more China stuff. That's it. We're not trading. We're not getting anything.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't know if you heard.
Let me tell you how it works. You pay $30 for about 50 things of 50 types of, shoes, shirts, all this stuff. And then it costs you $260 to get it shipped over. And then it gets here in about 7 months. It's sweet. I told my son, I said, I swear to God, if you ever pull this crap again, we're never ordering this Chinese crap ever again. It's cheap. And then once we pay for shipping, it's expensive. He ordered something for Christmas. It got here it took 3 months to get here. What are we doing?
Well, not anymore. We're not. I don't know if you heard.
No, we weren't doing it before. I don't care about tariffs. We're not doing this stupid ass.
It's not even
anymore.
tariffs. We can't trade anymore.
I don't care about China. I'm not trading with them anyway. I need all their electronics.
Your kids?
No, my kids are out. No, I got the money. They're not doing anything. It's my money. They don't do anything I say.
Sending all the China
snacks. What are we talking about? I got a son who's staying at home because he's suspended. So we don't even have to. I don't have to worry about him buying anything. Take your suspended ass home and stay in your bed.
Wow.
How about that?
Wow.
Oh, only 2 suspensions in 2 years. That's not bad for him.
Wow.
26 tardies and 5 detentions.
Did he get suspended for an accumulation of tardies like he's Draymond?
No, this is not. This is like something for real.
Okay.
This isn't like
No.
Breakfast Club where he got to go and he got to.
Yeah, he's like Judd Nelson's character is what he is.
He is?
Yeah, he's not Emilio. He's not Emilio Estevez. He's not Anthony Michael Hall.
Asses.
He's Judd Nelson.
He's not the nerd like Anthony Michael Hall.
No, he's not. He's
not
trouble.
the jock that
he's
that
the
takes
guy
people's
who.
butts.
No, he's the jujitsu guy who will try to choke you out in the middle of a lunchroom.
Hey, does he get Molly Ringwald at the end?
No, he didn't get anybody. He gets suspensions.
He doesn't get Molly.
That's what he
Ringwald?
does. He gets suspensions.
That was the prize.
I don't know. We're not the end of. We're not done with school. I just know that I'm in a really good mood because of that stuff. That my wife calls me. I'm just not sure I was even cut out for any of this. I'm like, what is this? It's one scene. Move to a different scene. It's the end of the movie. What was that character?
It was
what did he do?
Oh, he got his. Oh, do you put cigarettes on his arms? That's what his dad does.
That's a good idea. You're giving me ideas now.
Judd Nelson had a reason for acting the way he does. He had a poor home life.
Yeah, maybe that's why Snacks is like that.
I'm at work.
That's right.
I'm at work writing up players.
Okay. Absentee dad?
Yeah, Dad.
Where are you, Dad? I never see you.
Because of you.
That's what kids need. More way. How can I blame someone else for what I do? Is there any way I can take less accountability? I know what. I'll blame it on my dad.
They ask your kid,
take your punk ass home.
How's your relationship with your father? I don't know. I never see him.
He sees me all the time. I don't know. He buys me Chinese clothes and then he gets here in 5 months. And shipping costs $200. Well, actually, I buy it and I don't tell him. And then at the very end, after I bought it, I say, oh, well, I got to have this much to ship it too. What? Yeah. This is what you want. And he wanted that for Christmas. Like, okay, you want this for Christmas? Then he told me what shipping was after I'd already given him the go ahead. I don't even want to talk about any of this.
You know, Art brings up a good point. LZ has a kid that has a bunch of tardies. Wonder where he got that from.
No. I'm actually not that bad. My wife is terrible.
It's a genetic thing.
My wife is
nature and nurture.
Yeah. I saw a thing that said when your wife tells you, "Oh yeah, I'll be ready in 5 minutes," that's like 5 minutes left in the game, and both teams have all their timeouts.
It's perfect.
That's what it is.
That's exactly what it is.
That is what.
Today I'm trying to get out of the house. She goes, okay, so hold on. I need to ask you about something. I said, okay, what? I gotta get going. I'll do it in real time. She starts looking for the phone. Okay, so Mason. Let's see. So we gave him gas money on. Okay, but what do you? I said, what are you asking? Can I go in the car? You can just call me in the car. She goes, no. It's real quick.
This is real time.
Mason. Okay, so we gave him $25 for gas. I'm looking at my Venmo. Let's see. Do you want to just call me in the car? I mean, I can drive to work, and you can just tell me. No, I just hold on a second, and then fast forward 2.5 minutes because we gotta get to a break. Right. Fast forward 2.5 minutes, and it basically was just, can I give him more gas money today? Yes. Next, go. I buy Chinese clothes, of course. Just give him money. Doesn't matter. I have no control in this house anyway.
Okay. Can you sue?
I got kids buying who don't want real clothes. They have to go get other people's clothes at thrift shops. I'm like, well, but I can buy you. Mason's like, no, I'd rather have this in China, these Birkenstocks. Like, I'm doing a terrible job.
Did Mason give you any of the money back? Maybe you can sue. John Daspit can sue him.
If I could sue my own kids, I would. They got nothing.
John Daspit to do it.
They are injuring me. They are injuring my mental health. And there's pain and suffering happening in my home, and it's me. And Sebastian's about to have some pain and suffering. So, yeah, I better not get John Daspit involved. I knew John Daspit helps people who have been injured in wrecks. He helps people who have been, hurt at workplace, refinery blast. He's done some major cases. That Astroworld case with the concert that was out of control and people lost lives. They were badly injured. It was just, a nightmare. You remember it from a few years back. John Daspit is still working on those cases because he's got a lot of clients there, and they do all the depositions that need to be done. They go through every step necessary to make sure that every hospital bill, every physical therapy bill, everything that needs to be done is done, and it's not coming out of your pocket. They'll make sure that you're properly compensated for your pain and suffering as well. And so that is going to take time, but he is going to get big settlements for the people who were injured in that. And that's the way it should be, because someone else was negligent in how they went about their business. John Daspit, that's the name you need to know. It's the Daspit Law Firm. You can go to daspitlaw.com or daspitlawfirm.com, or you can call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Time to talk about GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com. You're looking for the best way to get rid of that car. My man John Clay Wolf takes care of you, bro. All right? He is going to hook a brother up with the best way, with the most money for your vehicle. There's one way to sell your car. Listen, there's other ways to sell your car. And sometimes John Clay Wolf gets beat. My boy Michael beat him, out of 100, out of a Hyundai. He just sent him a Hyundai. He said, John Clay Wolf, I wanted to sell my Jeep, and John Clay Wolf offered me this, and CarMax offered this, told him what CarMax is offering, and said, okay, I'm going to send you $100. That happens, okay? So here's the deal, is you're guaranteed the highest price. You're guaranteed the highest price when you go to GiveMeTheVin.com, because John Clay Wolf is so certain that he is going to beat their prices or give you the best deal on it, that he is going to send you $100. So you're looking for the best way to sell your car. One place that you have to go every single time. GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. 713-780-3776. We got a football question from Mark here. Hey, Mark.
Hey, good morning, guys. I love the fact that Gruden joined Barstool. I don't know if y'all have actually watched any of this stuff.
Some of it, yeah, it's good.
That he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. He did a breakdown on the Super Bowl. It was about an hour, and us football nerds, that hour goes by really quick, and you get so into it. He breaks down so much stuff, and he basically said the Chiefs win fairly easily based off of a lot of the matchups, the numbers, the statistics, and just the game plans that these teams both have. And I guess my question is have you watched it? Do you guys watch Gruden, and do you guys enjoy his stuff?
I think Gruden's awesome. I've always thought that. Like, the quarterback camp stuff was great. I think John Gruden's one of the most interesting football people to listen to. I haven't seen a lot of the Barstool stuff unless it pops up on my timeline. I just don't seek out it's not that I don't like it. I just don't seek out content as much as I used to, like that kind of stuff. But when it's there, I watch it. I guess probably because it's all readily available, so you don't have to go looking as hard. But Gruden stuff is I have seen some of his breakdown stuff with Barstool, and it's great. Any breakdown stuff he does is really, really good. It's so much fun watching him because he's got that person, like, he's not boring, Yeah, I'm looking right here. How in the world is Kansas City going to be able to get to a defensive action to stop Saquon Barkley? This guy is unbelievable, man. Saquon Barkley? You kidding me? How'd the Giants not get more out of this guy, man? That's unbelievable. He's all of a sudden, and you get so excited watching Gruden because he gets you excited about football. He's always been like that. He's always been like that. And maybe this is his lane. Maybe it's a new lane that he's found, and it's going to be a new lane because we see there's a lot of, Shannon Sharp. Well, and Shannon had stopped playing for a while, but traditional media is not like Shannon Sharp. I watched. Oh my God. Did you see James Harrison and Chad Johnson yesterday?
No.
I suggest watching that. That was a train wreck. So, Chad Johnson and Shannon Sharp do a podcast together.
Yeah, I know that.
And I don't know who was.
James Harrison was on it?
James Harrison was on it. And apparently he and Chad Johnson are going to fight. Like, they're going to fight. And Chad was getting so mad.
Chad Johnson will get killed.
Chad trains. Chad is so mad. Oh, really? Because he's putting an extra $12,000 on the line. He goes, if you beat me, I'll give you another $12,000. He said he's going to slap the out of James Harrison. He's going to beat the. Like, Chad was getting mad. He threatened to punch somebody else in the mouth on the set if he said one more time that he wasn't going to. Chad is super. And James Harrison looks exactly the same way he did when he played. Looks terrifying. He said, "You're big ass. You think you're big ass. I can read you. You think you're tough behind all those muscles, but I will beat the out of you." And he goes, "I swear to God, let's do it right now."
Wow.
And so they're setting up a fight. I think it's going to happen in August. Shannon's trying to get it in August. We're going to meet in an octagon. And they're going to have an MMA fight. Punches, kicks, whatever. And now, this is the thing, though. If Chad is like a serious trainer, I don't care how big you are, he gets you on the ground. If he's a jiu-jitsu guy, he gets you on the ground, you're cooked. if he knows what he's doing. But if it's just stand up, now he also says he thinks James Harrison will gas. I'm just saying, Chad better be really well schooled.
Better not let him get you.
Yeah, you better get his paws on you clean, because how are you getting off the ground with a guy who has a 60-pound weight? Chad claims he's 205, which, he doesn't look 205, but he claims he's 205. Well, James Harrison is a minimum 250 of all muscles. But if you watch this video, I'll turn it on for you. But to get to my point, that's the thing is, Shannon Sharp with his club Shay, he's got like 3 different things. He's making more money than he ever made playing football. John Gruden with Barstool could probably end up making a lot of money. I don't know if he's making coaching money, but that direction is going to keep getting, all it's just going to do is get bigger and bigger. The Kelce's Jason Kelce will may end up making more money outside of football than he makes inside.
Kelce's,
He may have enough time to do it.
Yep. Well, Travis, that's all he has to do is marry her, and he's made more money than he ever get in football. That's all Travis has.
Well,
Jason,
is Wendy's money your money?
You get half. I get half. Well, no, not what she's made already, but from what she makes going forward.
You only get half if she didn't have to give you any of it right now.
Trust me, she didn't have any money, so I get half of everything she has.
If you break up,
yeah.
Do you get it right now?
No.
Well, that's right. Travis Kelce can get married. He didn't get what she has.
No.
She's going to say, "What? You got money?"
No. She just better watch her attitude. That's all I'm saying to Wendy. Watch your attitude.
Oh, well.
Because I get half.
Do you think Taylor Swift would get a see, you don't have a prenup.
No.
Do you think that?
Well, we didn't have anything. Neither of us had anything.
That's what I'm saying. But
no,
do you
absolutely she has a prenup.
Travis would be like, I think love is love and we don't need a prenup. And she'll be like, no.
No. We need a prenup.
We need a prenup.
We need a prenup.
We need a prenup.
Absolutely.
You're Travis.
Because you ain't bringing nothing to this party.
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm bringing everything to it.
I've got Amazon money coming. I don't care. I owned Amazon. Yeah. I got Bezos money.
Yeah, she absolutely does. 8 o'clock, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Well, what did you think of Gruden, though? You got the exact opposite. He thinks Kansas City's going to kick their ass.
Nah, he's wrong.
Okay, see? He knows. Oh, yeah, he's great. This guy knows everything about football.
Man, look at this guy. Here's a guy's son is suspended from school. All right, and he's going to tell me who's going to win a Super Bowl. I won a Super Bowl. I won a Super Bowl for the Raiders. How do you win for the Raiders? Oh, no, I won for the Bucks. Yeah, I played the Raiders, and then I went to the Raiders.
Or no, he came from the Raiders.
Well, the trade was from the Raiders to the Bucks?
To the Bucks.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
They traded for him, but then he went back to the Raiders.
Yeah. Yep. And then
he hired Mike Mayock.
And then he had an email.
And then
he had an email.
And then he used email.
And he had an email too.
And now he's at Barstool.
That's right. And now, and you know what happened? What had happened? The NFL said, call HR.
HRP.
Call HRP. Hurry. I wish the NFL would look into HRP instead of the way they do it, because they'd be better off. More people might keep their jobs over there. Okay. Bottom line might be a lot better off at the NFL if they had HRP. I know ours is. I know everybody who's dealing with HRP, their bottom line is better. I've talked about this before. I set it up that they would go to a business and they would, and do an evaluation. They said, and it's a small place. They got 35 people. It's not like a huge business. We'll save you about $150,000 a year. $150,000 is a lot of money to save to the bottom line. Why don't you find out how much they can save you on your bottom line? I don't know how big your business is. If you're the CFO or the CEO of a business, and you may be just doing it wrong, man, or this admin company that you got may be jacking you up. Why do you think they have all those commercials at golf tournaments? Because they're making a lot of money. You won't see HRP doing on CBS Sports doing golf tournaments. I'm telling you here and now, because they ain't making that much. HRP.net, 281-880-6525. Just ask them. They'll give you a free consultation. HRP.net. Hey, time to talk about Nico Nico's. That's my peeps over there. I love what Nico Nico's does, and you will love what Nico Nico's does too. Listen, the game is Sunday. You're going to have people over? I highly, highly, highly recommend you get the cheeseburgers, the gyros, the shish kebab. It is so good. I'm telling you, I love their food. Their food is awesome. If you haven't been to Nico Nico's lately, it's fantastic. The pasticcio is excellent. You know, that might be the way to cater this thing, people. I mean, I don't care if you're having just two of you are watching the game or 8,000 of you are watching the game. Nico Nico's is here for you. Catering, go to niconicos.com/catering, niconicos.com/catering, or you can order it on your app, Opa. Okay, you can do DoorDash or whatever you want to do. They can deliver it too. If you do it with Opa, you're going to get rewards where you can get free food. That's the best way to go about it. But if you, I'm telling you, the big game is here, and we need to eat good Greek, and it is good. You can get the hummus, you can get the tzatziki, you can get all baklava, cheesecake, mini baklava, lucamates, gelato, whatever it is. I mean, everything they could possibly have. But the burgers, I'm telling you, it's as good a burger as you're going to taste. All at niconicos.com. niconicos.com/catering. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm surprised James Harrison didn't just get up and punch him in the face.
Oh, it gets worse.
Oh, it does?
Oh, I'm going to show you the whole thing. You got to see this.
It's bad.
Chad Johnson, I'm not calling him Ocho Cinco, so sorry. He's dead serious. He's really serious, and he was getting mad that anyone thought he wasn't going to win. Like, he wants to fight James Harrison. It's just not a fight. Some people are just built a little different. That's something I would never want to fight. James Harrison is probably one of the scariest people on the planet.
Yeah. Yeah.
He calls himself the Silverback. He calls himself that. His teammates call him that. His power is legendary. He is completely built of muscle. And that does, and that look, I've watched enough MMA and jiu-jitsu and stuff like that over the years to know that's not, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. There's muscular guys who are not the guys who don't look anything, well-trained guys beat muscular guys. They beat them all the time. But there's weight classes for a reason. He's got to be at least 50 pounds over his weight class, at least.
More. Oh, yeah.
Muscle weighs more than fat. James Harrison might. And now James Harrison, I've stood next to James Harrison. He's maybe 6 feet. Maybe 6 feet.
That's it?
Yeah, he's short. And short by NFL standards. And he may be less than 6 feet, but he's at least 260 pounds of muscle and still 260 pounds of muscle. So, I mean, will I watch it? Yes, I will watch it if it's on TV, because this is where we are. I hate that society's become these streamers just can do anything they want. And yet there I was watching Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, but at least I was watching Jake Paul has fought guys and beat
I ain't
guys.
doing that again. I can tell you that.
I am never doing that.
Never doing that again. Mike Tyson threw that fight. He absolutely threw. He had chances to throw punches and he didn't. I mean, I can't try. And I told you before when he bit off a Holyfield's ear. I said I ain't ever watching another fight, and I said no. I want to watch. No, what a dumbass. That was terrible. And I wish it would refresh one more time. I wish it would buffer one more time.
Oh, yeah, perfect. The Netflix. Oh, yeah, I didn't even watch on Netflix. I had to watch on crack streams. One of my son's illegal. I'm sure Snacks will get arrested for that. That's next up.
You think Snacks is going to get arrested?
I think they took down crack streams and meth streams.
Well, if it's,
How did I find out about it? Because I guarantee you, all of your kids, if they're in high school, they know illegal streams. They know all the illegal streams to watch.
Yeah.
They 100% do.
And Rahil's.
And Rahil does. Well, yeah, but here, I don't know if Rahil's as up on it as he used to be. Now that he's,
I'm sure
now that he's gone legitimate.
Dell knows how to get all the illegal streams too. I mean, right, Dell? You know how to get.
I feel like a narc when I look for. I've been able to watch something up here because my computer, like, I don't know, there was something blocking. For some reason, I was geo-fenced, or I can't remember what it was. And so I'm like, how do I find an illegal stream to watch this game? And you feel like a narc going on the internet. Where can I find the Astros illegal stream? Search. That's not how it works. You can't. And I said, how do you find? I asked somebody else, how do you find it? He goes, just go to a subreddit page. I'm like, what? I don't know what that. What does that mean? Just tell me where to go. Isn't there just a place where I can go get an illegal stream where 14 pop-ups come up with advertisements like in the old days? No, it doesn't work like that. You got to go find a link from a subreddit page. I'm like, well, that means I'm not watching it. I'm just not watching it then. Like, let me Google it again. Illegal streams for it's not, no. You're never going to be able to Google illegal streams and have something good happen.
No.
If something bad's going to happen to your computer.
That's why you need to show people so that you don't go Google illegal streams because Lance will tell you that doesn't work.
No.
Because Lance tried it.
Yeah, but crack streams and meth streams do. Huh. At least they did. And Trump may have shut it down because Dana White doesn't want it out there. Mm-hmm. And if Dana tells Trump to do something, it's happening. If Trump tells Dana to do something, it's happening.
Yeah.
Because nobody hates these illegal streaming sites more than Dana White. Because that's how my son watches all the UFC. Oh, I'm just joking. He doesn't.
Oops. What are you? Why are you so snitching? You are snitching. You're self-snitching. Man, you're gonna get your kid.
I said, Sebastian, how did you watch that fight? You better not have put it on my pay-per-view. Oh, don't worry, kids don't pay for anything except stupid Chinese clothes that take 7 months to get in. But not anymore. We've done all of the business. Coming back here.
You're damn right it is. You're damn right it is.
Unless I get a good deal from China.
Apparently we've got so Matthew Berry talked about the Kaylee. There's nothing but positives.
Matthew
and I think
Berry,
you're right.
Fantasy football guy?
The fantasy football guy. Apparently I have seen nothing but great stuff about Nick Caley. And I think you're right. It's because we don't know anything about Nick Caley. Yeah. So, but everybody loves Nick Caley. We'll see how Nick Caley does when Nick Caley has to call plays in the last minute of a game, of a tie game, and we'll see how good he is and what it's like when the pressure is on. We'll see that. Nick Caley appears to be ready for it. Everybody around him feels like he is awesome. Everybody. I have not seen one negative thing about a Nick Caley. And Matthew Berry says, hey, all you need, that's all CJ needed was Nick Caley. No? Oh, you don't have it? Oh, it's not playing. Okay.
He's saving it for his show.
You see how
he's saving Matthew Berry for his show.
He's
stretch.
Yeah.
He said.
I see him saying stretch. But I mean,
really, we don't know anything about him.
Really?
But we don't know anything about.
I talked and talked about Nick Caley and how great he was.
Perhaps you come to me during the break and go, hey, have this ready.
Well, no, perhaps you had plenty of time. It's sitting in. There's only 2 pieces of audio.
But you didn't tell me when you wanted it.
Only one. There's only 2 choices.
Here's some logistics. I can't download the audio, so I have to wait for it to buffer. So that's why I said if you would have told me, I would have had it ready.
What are we, Netflix now? Is that what we are? We have to wait for it to buffer?
I wish we were Netflix.
Is that what? You think people are getting paid at Netflix?
Look at John. John's acting like our station, like the signal's always great.
Yes.
John's like, whoa, wait, Netflix? You got to wait for Dale to play sound that comes out clearly?
Well, all right. Here's what we'll do. When we come back, we'll hear from Matthew Berry and where you're going to draft C.J. Stroud next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. There may be a reason I'm a little bit maybe hungover because I had a lot of Coors Lights yesterday. I'm telling you. And quite frankly, the day before, and quite frankly, the day before that. Ever since I've been back, I've been really enjoying cold, clean, crisp. I'm more refreshed, I think, than I've ever been, if you want to know the truth. And I love that about me. I love that I'm refreshed with my cold.
I love
clean,
that for
crisp.
you, John.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
that Coors Light has me refreshed.
Super excited that our golf tournament's going to be on Fat Tuesday.
Fat Tuesday.
Super excited.
It's going to be awesome. We are going to be. Are you kidding? Do you know how many Coors Lights are going to be flying at our golf tournament? Now, Coors Light's going to be very sad for the next 6 weeks because sales are going way down because I'm not going to be drinking. But here's the deal. I'm going to fill up, and I'm going to be totally refreshed throughout Lent because I'm going to make sure that I take care of my business from now until then with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. I hope you do too.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome. Nah. Who cares about those two teams? Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92. Come here. Sit over here, Melissa.
Come here. You have 2 minutes. Hurry. We know your schedule. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah. She has 2 minutes.
Okay. So is this the mic, Dale? Yeah, it's this one.
Hold on.
Let's make sure we got.
Hold on. We got to slow down again because we have to turn a mic on. Okay. You didn't tell him that you were going to have to turn the mic on.
No, you didn't tell me.
You didn't tell him that
get her on video because people want to see her.
She has 1 minute. So you asked us if we were excited about the Super Bowl. Do you watch Super Bowl?
Yes. Well, I mean, it's an American thing, right? Like,
right.
For people in here, even if you don't know about football, everyone is into
like
it because they party and.
Are you rooting for Taylor Swift?
I don't care about Taylor Swift.
You don't? No.
I'm not a fan of.
Do you ever play her music on your show?
No, really. We play a lot of like tropical music, salsa, merengue, bachata.
That's not her.
But I really like the Chiefs for some reason.
You like the Chiefs?
Yeah.
The Chiefs?
They're
So
good. We're tired of them.
80% of America doesn't like.
So you know how, like, you're in music. Do you know how about 3 years ago everyone got tired of Pitbull because you saw him all the time, everywhere, constantly? Maybe it's 4 years ago.
So you're tired about the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're tired. We're tired.
That's what you want to let me know?
They're the Pitbull of all the commercials because he was on everything. I got so tired of seeing Pitbull.
But this guy Mohammed is so talented. Why you don't, like?
Yeah, Mahomes is talented, but so what? We're tired of seeing
we're
him.
tired of him.
We're done.
So you're both rooting for Eagles? That's what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Their fans are jerks. I'm not rooting for either team.
Their fans
you
are
don't,
bad.
So you don't care,
bad.
but you're not gonna watch it because they talk about it all the time.
Oh yeah. We're gonna watch it, but I don't care who wins. I don't care if Taylor Swift wins. I don't care if
Taylor Swift's not playing. She's not gonna win.
Or if the terrible Eagle fans win. I don't care. No, they win.
I gotta go. Guys.
Okay, bye.
Okay, I'm gonna be fired because of you too.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for getting fired for us. So
she's scared now because they got a new Mexicana on the show.
They do.
So she can't be playing around.
No. They just added
another girl on El Cheto show, and it's like, I gotta go.
Yeah.
I got competition now.
Yes, you can wear. Jason is wearing the ugliest overalls and Irish hat that you've ever seen, and he says, "Can I wear it to the?" And by the way, y'all, the golf tournament is coming up March 5th, and we want you to go to ESPN 975.com. March 4th or 5th?
It's 4th, Fat Tuesday.
Oh, the 4th.
I had to look it up. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, see, I say March 5th because that's when Lent starts.
No,
it's March 4th.
I wish we were having it on the 5th.
No, I don't. March 4th. There's a reason we're having it on March 4th. Okay, it's the last day to drink. Okay, for everybody in the world. So this is what you get. March 4th, ESPN975.com. Is that our website? ESPN975.com?
Yeah.
ESPN975.com. You go there, sign up for the golf tournament. We got beer, we got food, we got golf. And if you go early bird, it's $97.50. Let's go. We're raising money for charities, and we're going to have a big time. And it's going to be March 4th at Wildcat Golf Club, and we want you there. Yes, Elmer says you can wear those, okay? Go ahead, Jason. Bring those. Bring that. And if you do bring that, we'll all laugh at you and talk about you behind your back. But do it, please. 713-780-3776. So, did you have enough time to get this now? Are we okay?
Oh, sorry. You're actually want to do a show? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Okay. So
you are feisty today.
You are today. He is.
You are really on one.
No.
One of your podcasts say something you didn't like.
Oh, I'm the one who's on one. You've been cursing out your kids all show long.
Yeah, that's just called being a good dad.
That's
if they do something bad, you yell at them.
You kind of have been. But here's the deal. Here is Matthew Berry, and I don't know. CJ was a bad pick last year in fantasy football, but Nick Caley says, watch out this year.
Well, all these offensive coordinators are guys going into OC jobs. They're looking for launching pads into head coaching jobs. Because now they've seen it with Liam Cohen, Ben Johnson, Brian Schottenheimer, and Kellen Moore. So I think he was very strategic about the job he took, and I think this speaks volumes about what he thinks of C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and I'd be buying C.J. Stroud stock now. I think it was probably too high coming into this year, where I think most people would have said, he came into this the previous season as the fourth favorite for MVP, behind only Mahomes, Allen, and Burrow. That's how high his stock was then. Obviously, it's a tough year for Stroud. It's weird to say, though, that he had a tough year. Like, it was his second year. They won the division. They won another playoff game, and they played the Chiefs tight in the divisional round. But it was a down year relative to expectations. Obviously, from a fantasy perspective, It was a disaster, and that was reflected in just his inability to put up stats. But I think in the combination of slow play calling, extremely conservative, and the O-line just melting, I think it just kind of got in his head a little bit, and he had a lot of injuries.
Yeah, it's super weird to me, though, because, you think about it, like 2 years ago, Houston Texans win the AFC South, they win 10 games, and they play against a team that's better than them, but they hang tough. They do better than expected in a playoff game before losing. And, this year, they win 10 games, they win the AFC South, and they go into a playoff game where they play tougher than, anyone gives them credit for, ultimately lose. It's entirely about expectations, because 2 years ago, no one expected anything in the Texans. They come out of nowhere.
This year,
Commanders.
That's what they were. 2 years ago, they were this year's Commanders.
Correct.
Well, wait a minute. Who was he just talking to?
Well, first of all, one guy had talked
I'm not
funny.
listening to somebody Australian talk about my quarterback.
Right.
Honestly, I'm not.
Well, he blames Bullock for everything.
I can't take an Australian
Is it
guy
Pro
seriously.
Football Focus from Ireland?
Yeah.
This is Roto World,
Roto
which
World?
Matthew Berry's a part of.
No, but Matthew Berry was the guy who Matthew Berry. He
talks second.
Yeah,
or third.
At first, who's this Australian telling us our business about our quarterback?
Well, maybe we should trust him over you, considering how much you praise CJ and he played poorly. So maybe I'll trust the foreigner with a more unbiased approach.
You just said all year long, CJ's great. Stop talking, everybody. CJ's great.
It took about to week 4 when I was like, hey, has anyone else noticing he's a little off?
He's not that good.
Something's not quite right about him, but I'm sure it will fix.
Okay, and then the other guy sounded like he had a cold or he was doing a lot of blow or something.
That's Matthew Berry.
That was Matthew Berry?
Yeah.
Well, we had the intro, then we had the Australian funny talker, and then we had Matthew Berry.
Matthew Berry sounds like he's got a bad cold or
Matthew
doing a lot
Berry.
of coke.
So, okay, somebody on Twitch said something that made me look into it, and they were wrong, but there's some. Matthew Berry started off as a writer in Hollywood. He worked on the George Carlin Show. During his writing tenure, he worked on such movies as Crocodile Dundee and the final year of TV show Married with Children.
That's when Ted, the guy across the street, ruined the whole show.
Berry gained further attention for Crocodile Dundee in Los Angeles after Paul Hogan filed a lawsuit against Berry and the Writers Guild of America because Berry and his partner Eric Abrams were credited as writers while Hogan insisted that he was the only one who wrote it. And then he turned into a fantasy football writer, and now he's got Australian people coming on denigrating our quarterback and our former offensive
he didn't coordinator. The quarterback. He's buying stock in Stroud.
Well, I know, but he badmouthed Bobby Stroud.
Bobby Slowick. Well, he's just like every other Houstonian.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
so he's more like us than you think.
But I'm just not listening to an Australian talk about football.
You talk about soccer all the time.
Yeah, but they don't listen to me. Do you think anyone English listens to me talk about Everton?
Well, no one who speaks English.
I like the way. So one of the things I like is they have a good, like one of their setups, the 1-3-4-1 or 1-4-3
or whatever,
is they're able to get up the field and make a lot of disruptive plays happen. Do you think they take that seriously? They shouldn't.
Not from you.
They shouldn't.
You don't
and I don't
like
take Australians seriously when they talk about American football.
Well, he sounded like he knew what he was talking about. You never do. There's a difference there.
I could fake it till I make it.
No. He actually did sound like he knew what he was talking about.
And he's big upping our quarterback, saying, get ready for a big year.
He could have said they're winning a Super Bowl. He's Australian. I'm not listening. I'm out on that. There's certain people I don't listen to. Am I going to listen to a Canadian tell me about, I shouldn't say Canadian. Am I going to listen to somebody from France with a thick French accent tell me about baseball? Would you?
If he was telling me about Dubon.
Would you? But he's Venezuelan, right? No.
Yeah, but he sounds French.
Is he Venezuelan?
Or he's
Cuban,
he's
from
right? He's the only player ever
Honduran?
from this country.
He's Honduran.
Yeah.
Learn the team.
Yeah.
We got
Ben Gamble now.
Let me tell you something. We got a lot of flags flying when it comes to time
Ben
for
Gamble
the World Baseball Classic.
Ben Gamble sounds Australian.
Delete him too.
What do you mean?
Delete him too.
1.2.
Are you listening to somebody French tell you about baseball?
Okay. Mon ami Pepe La Pew.
I believe that if they are able to get a better, if they can get a better outfield, there would be a chance for the Houston Astros to. And you'd say,
"Yeah,
shut up."
No, I kind of like it. I
feel like the Dodgers are going to be the team to always beat them for a long time.
Like that. All right.
I take the Frenchman over Carl Ravitch calling a game. What do I care?
Me, Carl Ravitch is Americana.
Carl Ravitch has a great hairpiece.
Wow. No, he doesn't. The fact that you're pointing out it's a hairpiece means it's not great. You know why? Because he stayed with it for so long.
It's the same.
It's like we already knew. We've been knowing this for like 24 years. KR?
Come on, Carl.
Ain't no way you can jump off that train now. You're pot committed. He's pot committed. I can't get out. He's got to keep. You know how much he'd love to just go to Turkey or go to Linville and just get a bunch of move his hair from here to here. But he's a pot committed now. He's like, I'd love to get out of this thing, but I can't.
So let's break. 713-780-3776 is the number. You know where I'm going right after the show. As a matter of fact, I'm going over to Game Day Men's Health over in Willowbrook. Big ups to the new one in Friendswood. Our guys are over there, Kyle and Stephanie, doing a great job. Come on, keep it up. But there's a new one. And, of course, you go see Jarrett over in Edo. Listen, there's 11 open up right now. There's 20 or 20 more on the way. Okay. It's going to be huge. It's going to dominate the city. And one of the reasons it's going to dominate the city in testosterone replacement is because of the way they do it. And the other ones don't have labs. The other ones charge you to get an evaluation. At Game Day Men's Health, it's absolutely free. And they have the labs right there on site, which the other guys don't. Okay. So you find out right away exactly what you need. Well, I'm going to get tested. I'm going to get all kinds of great stuff done today. Peptides. Listen, not only can you get pellets, okay, which will release over time, you can get weekly shots, or you can get pills now. What? Yeah, that's right. You can get pills now. So this is what we're doing. We're figuring out a way for me to make it as easy as possible. And they're going to put all that time into me, just like they will put all that time into you to make sure that you feel great. If you're looking for a great way to get that testosterone replacement, I've been doing it for years, and it's much better here at GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Let's talk about Taqueria around us, and I need to call Saul. I actually need to call him after the show. Or if you're listening, Saul, we got to get breakfast tomorrow. Remember, we talked about it. We want to get it in here. We need to bring in these breakfast tacos because breakfast at Taqueria Saranda should be a Friday tradition, not just for us, but for everybody. It could be bringing breakfast tacos to the office. You could be having them cater your meetings. Maybe you have a meeting in the morning. Call Taqueria Saranda, have them come out there and bring all their sweets from the bakery that they have, and their pastries and the variety of breakfast tacos they have from Taqueria Saranda, and they'll bring it out there and they'll cater for you. But you'd be the hero if you brought it into your office, or just get some for yourself. Screw everyone else. Get your coffee, get a couple breakfast tacos, eat in the car if you want. I'm not going to judge you, but just make sure it's Taqueria Saranda for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner, for any time. And I'm going to try to make sure we get our breakfast tacos tomorrow from Taqueria Saranda.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.
Would you listen to a German tell you about human rights?
No.
Okay. I'm not listening to Australian
When
tell me
was the
about
German
American
born?
football. When was the German born?
Because maybe
the ones who are born during Germany's terrible run
I would
are
say
probably all gone.
I would say Germans born since like 1984 probably are fairly sensitive to human rights issues.
Oh, go to Germany. They're locked in. Yeah. Well, they got their crew out there.
Issues. Every country has
every country has a far.
Every country has a German crew.
Yeah. Every country now has.
We have our own.
Yeah, we have our own.
Yeah,
we have our own
marches. Sometimes.
We used to just make fun of them on Jerry Springer. Like they were like, look at these idiots. They're just beating each other up on Geraldo. And then all of a sudden it's like, hey, kind of got mainstream. The hell did this happen? Where'd they grab some footing? I remember we used to just laugh at them and make fun of them on Donahue and Geraldo and Jerry Springer and whatever. Now all of a sudden these guys have some juice. This isn't
Speaking of juice, what's the name of the ballpark now?
The Icebox.
What's the name of the company?
Daikon.
Is that how you pronounce it?
Daikon. Yeah.
Daikon? Daikon?
I don't know.
No.
Maybe. Daikon? I don't know. I don't know if the A comes.
Wait a minute.
Well, it's not a German, so if it's German, it's
Daikon.
What's the second?
Daikon part.
It's Daikon. If it is German, it's the second vowel is the long.
Right, but if it's not?
I don't know.
Then it could be Daikon.
That's why we call it the Icebox.
It could be Daikon.
It's the Icebox.
Yeah, that's why we say the Icebox. It's going to be awfully difficult not to say Minute Maid.
I just want them to actually turn.
It wasn't
the AC
hard to
on
not
so
say Enron.
Let me tell you something. You can't be owned by an air conditioning company and have that hot ass upper deck where people are literally sweating to death. We can't do that anymore. That's a bad for your brand.
Yeah.
I sat up there on the first row upper deck. They're actually really good seats behind home plate, and it is a sweat factory up there.
Yeah.
Like, hey man, can y'all cut the AC off?
Daikon Comfort Technologies.
So it's Daikon?
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I don't care how they want to pronounce it. That's how I'm saying it. I see Daikon. That's what I'm going to say. I'm in America. Okay. We're not going to pronounce it like we're in Germany. Okay. We're all of those people trying to kill you. We're in America saying Daikon. I think. I'm not sure. We'll have to call him. Well, you want to call the number, the toll-free number, and ask him how to pronounce it?
Or I could just listen to a news report.
Well, yeah, but we could call him on the air and say, hey, how do you pronounce this?
Is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Call a customer service rep just to find out.
1-866-588.
No, don't do this. Well, I mean, actually, I would like to know.
We need to know.
One of our listeners knows. One of them probably works for him.
What? Okay.
It's actually
not we informative?
No.
Okay. Is it not important?
I'm not going to argue with you. You're right.
Right.
You're actually right. I'm guessing, though, that probably somebody on one of these lines will tell us how it's
Well, how can we trust them?
Because maybe they work
Twitter.
There.
And you get ball sacked by Paul right here. You don't know.
Okay.
Let's hear Paul.
Well, let's hear.
Paul, how do you pronounce it?
I don't have any idea, and that's kind of the problem.
That's right.
It's interesting. I listen to a lot of sports radio overnight at a lot of the national shows, and the Astros' reputation is really still very tarnished from years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if the fact that, a well-known national company is not sponsoring the field, if they had to go like way outside to the B ring and the C ring and the D ring to find a sponsor, just because the Astros team is still tarnished. I'm curious about that.
Well, I've never heard of this company before. It's funny that they have enough money to put their name on a building.
They got cheddar for them to have naming rights.
Yeah.
They got money.
Unless he had to go, I don't know, maybe Paul is right. Did he have to go bargain basement because nobody would put their name on it? And go, well,
No. You think Jim Crane went bargain basement on naming rights for a stadium?
Well, I'm hoping not, but
No.
you know what? He's right because
I'm sure he's fine.
We got a tarnished team here. Okay.
No, they're not tarnished locally. These are local naming rights.
No, I know. Minute Maid made a ton. You know how many times Minute Maid was on national television because of the Astros being in the postseason?
They got 3 locations here in the Houston area.
They do?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Does anybody know how to pronounce it? Dakin. Is it Dakin Park?
It's
Dakin
company
Park.
manufactures. It's Dicon, isn't it? Yeah.
What is it?
We had someone call up who
That's
deals
what I
with
said,
them
Dicon.
for their business, and he said it's Daikin.
They manufacture heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems for residential, commercial. So what they are is they're providing it to all these other companies. They're the big company.
Oh,
You're getting their stuff. You may not hear their names, but in the AC world, they're
so
big.
it's the brand. That's the brand of the air conditioner, Daikin. I just think that's too sexual. I think they should go.
No,
Daikin.
you don't want to go there.
No.
Not with Wendy having a big job in Los Angeles. You don't
Just
want to go
saying.
there.
I don't want to say Daikin.
That's one you want to stop with. What else do you want to talk about? I'm just going to save her job. It would be nice to have you back here full time, though, because you ain't living there. She's not working there.
No, we'd be
You'll
able
be
to
on the streets.
keep our house. By the way, if anybody wants to buy a house in Houston, just give me a call.
Well, let's not sell it just yet. Let's see if she makes it. Let's see what you do over the next 6 months. If I were you, I'd rent it. I don't think I'd sell it. I'd see if somebody wants to rent a nice house.
I know. I don't want
Let's
anybody.
not sell it yet.
I don't want
Keep
anybody.
that safety
Would
net
you
up.
rent your house out? Would you?
I thought about it. I'm getting close to paying my house off, and I thought, well, maybe
No.
if I don't want to live
want
there, but I
anybody
want
living in my
somebody else
house.
to pay.
Oh,
Well,
nobody-
it depends. It depends. Like, I don't know. Maybe if I'm living somewhere else, yeah, it's a source of course, we have to pay our property taxes.
But
basically.
then you got to clean it after they, nah. No,
well,
thank
okay. Would you do this? Would you rent yours to? You know what you should look into doing? Seriously, it's like big executives. They look for executive housing. That would be a good thing for you to throw people in there. Executive housing, where the CEO of a company gets to live in your home and he's here for 1 year or whatever. That's what you ought to look at.
Yeah,
we could have this conversation off the air too, but
yeah,
probably 0%.
There's a lot of people with money I don't want in my house, though.
Really?
Yeah.
Because you think they're you.
I don't want. Well, right.
Like you're thinking
That's
of you
exactly
and your
right.
friends.
I would not want
There's
me
actually people who don't live on Coors Light drip, an IV drip. There's people who are actually regular people who don't tear things up and didn't rip up the grass
But
at
some
LSU
do.
Stadium or
Some do.
pee under a table at like Florida game.
Well, that's if you had to see, that's the problem. People are like me, and I don't want them in my house.
A lot of people are not like you,
A
though.
lot of people are though, and I don't want them. Okay.
I'd say you're on the spectrum. You're all far on the problematic spectrum. You got to remember,
I've been
there's
told
people,
I've been on the spectrum before.
Well, it's not the spectrum I was talking about, but still.
Okay. I've been told that before. My mom used to tell me
Daikin
that.
is one of the largest manufacturing
My mom goes,
facilities in
"What,
the.
Are you?
Yeah. She didn't know that back then.
She didn't know you couldn't
well,
say
that was a different word.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah.
Back when you could say
100
that.
years of
But
operation.
now again, you can say it. Apparently, did you see President Trump signed a bill?
That wasn't a real one.
It wasn't real?
That was AI.
And you can use
You can't. No, that was an AI.
White people can use the N-word
That
once
was
a month?
an AI.
Oh.
Don't fall into
I
it.
thought he signed that bill.
Listen, this is our new thing. This is our new stadium. 20,000 employees in North America. 100 years of operation globally. One of the largest manufacturing facilities in the United States. They got cheese.
Yeah.
Jim Crane, don't worry. Jim Crane didn't have to take a deep discount with some discount AC company like you and that caller. I wonder if he had to take a discount. What does he get? Like, what is he? A turkey leg hut stadium?
It's going to be hard to call it Daikin Stadium, Daikin Park.
It's not hard to call it anything.
Daikin Field.
It's the
Daikin
ice
Park.
box.
It's Daikin Park, right?
Daikin Field.
Park.
It's Daikin
It's
Field.
Park?
It's Park. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the
Chronicle
ice
has
box.
Daikin Field.
That's what I saw.
Park. But no, the Chronicle has Daikin Park.
I know somebody who works there.
Daikin Park.
I play basketball with him 3 days a week. Well, that didn't tell me anything. Oh, it is Daikin, 100%.
Yeah.
It's Daikin.
So it's a German company?
So I was right.
Can we trust them?
They're not German. They're Japanese.
Japanese.
Oh.
No. Wendy, we're moving back. I can't wait to get back and see all my friends all the time.
They're not German, but they were allies.
Ooh, it was an axis of evil at one point.
Well, I don't think they just said the axis. Yes, from our point of view, they were the axis of evil.
Oh.
There was a bad run.
Do I have to say now every time
Three
I say
people had a
Daikin
really
Park?
bad
No,
run?
you don't actually have to make that noise every time you say it.
But that's what I have to do now.
Like
every
I
time?
said, once again, rent, don't sell. Hey, guys, don't call about John's house. It's off the market.
Dr. Dre wants to talk about Daikin. What do you say, Dr. Dre?
Hey, double rods, fellas.
Double rods.
It's much like the granddaughter of Dr. Codsslaughter. It's Dyke in the fields, and also these guys. I do a lot of work with them, or used to, but they produce the Goodman manufacturing of the AC product. Goodman.
Yeah, so that's
like, what they pump out.
They're a legit company if they're putting their name on a stadium.
Yeah,
that's big cheese, and I don't know how many years it lasts, but Minute Maid took over pretty quick for Enron, so they had a run of, over 20 years, right? Probably 22 years. Minute Maid.
When did Enron go down? 404?
Maybe no, earlier than that. I don't know that Enron lasted more than 2 years.
Okay. Whatever. It's 20. It was 20.
Oh
plus
my
years.
God!
What?
All Systems Go has Minute Maid Park in it. It's finally dated. It had no players' names in it. It could be used anytime. And now it says, "Welcome to Minute Maid Park."
Well, now we'll just have to go.
All systems go.
Let's hear.
Feels like it's Friday.
Where does it come up?
We love our Astros.
Well, it's in the middle when he's doing, "Ladies and gentlemen." Yeah.
Welcome
to Minute Maid Park.
Daikin Park.
No.
We'll have to put it in there.
You should not.
No.
Yes. Well, what?
You should not put that in the song.
In Trump's America, John is on a heater. Like he's shooting from.
Thinks he can
he's
just
pulling
say
up from. He's shooting logo threes on a daily
Hey, Ray
basis.
Shepard,
now.
run the clock out. He's just firing.
Yeah,
He's just firing.
John just from anywhere on the court. Heat check. Like, I'm not coming out of this game.
Like Wendy's accepting of you wanting to work. She just wants you to run the clock out. You're out on the floor. Just run the clock out.
He's like,
listen, I'm trying to get back home.
4 corners.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get back home.
Method to that madness.
Okay. All right. That's what I'm trying to do. And I'm trying to get you to go to MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Okay. The national anthem. How long is it going to last? Bet on it. And, you can get a lot of information about that, by the way, the day before the game. You can get, because they practice and they, and people
Didn't you
time
have
the
it one
practice.
day?
I did.
Last year you had it.
Yeah.
How'd you get that?
I did. I won. What do you mean?
How'd you get it?
Because somebody timed it when she was practicing.
Somebody you knew or somebody who's somebody
no,
knew?
No. It came on it was on the interwebs.
Oh, you saw it on the
internet?
internet.
Yeah. Okay, you got all kinds of exotic props. There's one way to watch the game and having great How about boosted parlays? Okay, every extra leg in your parlay means a bigger payout. Automatically boosted with no rollover requirements, which means you get paid on that bet. Okay, money bag. It's like a slot machine. Crazy odds on props, parlays, and futures. It's fun. It's a great time. You want to bet? You want to get in on squares. You want to get in on tiered bonuses. Okay, the bigger the deposit, the bigger the bonus. Okay, crypto deposits can score up to 100%, and credit deposits get to 50%. Look, and don't sleep on sports jackpots either. It's a chance to turn $1 into a massive payday. So they got everything you could possibly need. If you want to bet on the big game, there's one way to go. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
After an entire segment trying to figure out how to tell you what the Astros' old building and what its new name is, I'm going to give you a chance to go to a place that hasn't changed its name in a while. George R. Brown Convention Center, February 12th to the 16th. It is time for the 50th annual fishing show. Everything for the fishermen, all the new rods, reels, and lures. Factory reps, guys from Alaska to South America, dozens of fully rigged boats and hundreds of kayaks, plus continuous clinics by expert fishermen covering salt and fresh water, and a kids clinic on Saturday and Sunday with giveaways. If you love the fish or you just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 50th annual fishing show. Check out HoustonFishing.com. We're giving away a pair of tickets right now to caller 4-713-780-3776 to the 50th annual fishing show at George R. Brown Convention Center, February 12th through the 16th. Caller 4.
Guan. What about how Mariko knew all this English easily? Like, she spoke perfect English in Shogun. Convenient.
She didn't speak perfect English.
She did.
She spoke Portuguese to the English dude. He knew Portuguese.
Oh, because is that what it was?
Because watch the show.
Mariko.
Oh yeah, because it's all in subtitles. But that's right. Are you sure she wasn't speaking English?
No,
ever?
the Portuguese had been in that community for a while. She was speaking Portuguese to the English guy.
Yes,
but he would speak English. Wait, to the Anjan?
No, we were hearing English to make it easier for us.
Yeah,
but he was speaking Portuguese.
But they just didn't do it?
Yeah, because
what kind of stupid stuff is that?
Because they didn't want to make the whole show non-English.
Well, then she didn't speak Portuguese. I heard her speaking English. That's what I'm saying.
In the context of the show, she was not speaking English.
I don't care. It came out English.
Well,
I don't like the nick. See what you've done with the nicknames for the park? You are never sitting in
Icebox. It's the Icebox is what it is.
Not what they're saying now.
What are they saying now?
Terrible things.
Oh, that's ugly.
Things that are going to get you out of the Diamond Club.
I'm in it.
We need to get him up out of here. Things that they do not want to be associated with.
713-780. Oh, you're giving away tickets. Honestly, that's why everybody's calling. Don't call. Don't call right now. But here's the number, 713-780-3776. All right, so Rockets tonight. Boy, they really need a win. They play Minnesota tonight.
Is this it finally?
I don't know. I don't know because of the way they fall apart in the fourth quarter. They're so talented and they're so good, and then they just fall apart in the fourth quarter, finding a way to lose. They were finding a way to win, and then all of a sudden, I guess it just you come back to, it always finds its level.
Homeostasis.
Yeah, right.
Or regression to the mean. Those are the two words.
Yeah.
And some of that's true. And look, you can't have they have been in position. That was an incredible loss the other day. It took a long three, and then it took a bad turnover, and that's how you lost. But you're in position to win every single. They're not playing bad basketball. They're just effing up in the last quarter, and it's frankly in the late stages.
You play well in the
right,
most important time.
But what I'm saying is, it's a 4-game losing streak, but not because they're playing lousy basketball. They're just not playing winning basketball when it counts. But they're not like previous Rocket
giving
teams.
Up 47 and 46 in the fourth
it's
quarter
a bad
is
quarter,
losing basketball.
Well, but you're winning the first 3 quarters.
Well, that's okay, but you're playing losing basketball when you're giving up.
I know, but you're not playing bad basketball.
And the Nets, you wouldn't say they played well against the Nets either time.
No, that's one. Well, no, but they had the Nets.
They had the lead.
The Nets are bad, and they weren't even playing their best players.
Right.
And still were in both games.
Well, the Rockets weren't playing 2 starters either.
The Rockets are better. The Nets are bad and weren't playing their best players. Rockets are good and we're missing a couple.
Yeah, but my point is they still are in position
where
good
enough to win.
Most of the times they should have won. They're not getting
won.
beat by 17 and 22 like old Rocket teams.
Double digits to the Nets, and
that was a bad one.
Yeah.
I'll give you that one. That was the stinker. The rest of these have been screw ups late in games. Oh, you got to win. You really need to win today. You cannot let this start getting to 5 games.
No,
I mean, you
no,
can't, not before the All-Star.
No, this is kind of a big deal. How come? Okay, you always give Lance the business eating on the show.
Yeah.
Did you see ESPN?
I don't have
all
that
of their
on.
hosts were eating.
Po' boy, gumbo,
right on the set while they were talking.
Jambalaya.
I guess that's professional now. And
Who's-
apparently, you need to stop telling Lance not to eat.
When did I ever say what they do is good?
But that's a national show.
So doesn't mean
that's the standard.
Doesn't mean it's good.
The listeners like when we eat on the show. They're like, they're just like us. They're like normal people.
Never heard anyone say they like hearing you eat.
That's probably what they're thinking.
Yeah. Twitch loves it.
Maybe, but the people who come at me about it go, oh, could you tell those guys to stop? Particularly Lance. He's the worst of the bunch.
Oh, yeah, no, he's.
By worst, you mean best.
No,
worst.
Does
it the most.
This
That's
isn't
what he means.
This isn't like the 90s when I say bad, I mean cool. No. Worst means the worst.
Yeah. Well, that started happening in the 70s.
Well, I can't go back that far.
Yeah. That's when that started happening. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, we can eat on the show now, Lance. That's good. It's good.
I always could. Well, what I wasn't going to?
What? What's somebody going to do now?
Oh, now I finally can. Thanks.
John Chill next to tell us what the props are.
John Chill live from Dicom Park. Can we get him sponsored next year? John Chill and the Golden Nugget brought to you by Dicom Park. Chill.
Well,
they're AC.
John Chill. Yeah, but I think of him as Coors Light, cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing.
Oh, yeah.
They're keeping Lake Charles chill.
Okay.
Keeping the Nugget chill.
Yeah, and Dicon's not spending money with us.
Right. No.
They got a lot of publicity.
Daikin.
Not all great.
I think it's Daikin.
Not all great.
No. Not Dicon. Daikin. I think they'd like you to.
O-N usually sounds like in.
It's I-N.
It's not Daikin. It's Daikin.
Daikin.
Daikin. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not Daikin.
Well, you say Daikon. You've been saying Daikon.
I say Daikon. Because there's an O-N.
No, it's an I-N.
How else is... Oh, yeah, it is I-N.
Yeah.
I misspelled it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is Daikin. Oh, actually, it is in.
It is in.
It is Daikin.
Because
it
it's
literally
Daikin
is Daikin Park. Because that's how it's spelled.
That's how it's spelled.
Now that I think about it, you're right.
Yeah.
It is actually spelled with an I-N.
So let's call it Daikin Park.
What a waste of a show.
And let's call John Chill next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, let's talk about Robin and call her at Houston Powder Coaters. And let's get the info on whether or not we can powder coat whatever it is that we need powder coating, okay? Whatever metal that you have that is rusting out or your patio furniture seems to be falling apart. I mean, there's stuff that they can't save, but there's a lot of stuff that they can save. And if it's got some sentimental value to you, if it's got some, well, it might be just better, period, because it's better metal than you can get right now. But mostly sentimental. And a lot of times, like old refrigerators. How cool are those, right? That old Frigidaires. You want to save that because it's really, really cool. And you know what? Someday, collector's item. But here's the deal. Not if it's all old and rusty. Well, guess what? Houston Powder Coaters can save the day. Houston Powder Coaters. I just went through downtown yesterday, as a matter of fact, and saw the big Ferris wheel. You know who did that? The Houston Powder Coaters. You know who did the Woodlands Waterway? Houston Powder Coaters. You know who did the benches at NRG? Houston Powder Coaters. You will see Houston Powder Coaters all over this city. Their mark is all over this city. If it still looks nice, it's because probably Houston Powder Coaters was there. They can pick up and deliver absolutely free to you. If you need to save something metal, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Going back out to the Nugget where we were. And we have a good time this past couple of Monday and Tuesday. Going to see John Chill, our good friend out at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Great to see him and Gregory and to have a big time. I love the place. And I am sure you will too if you get on out there. John is rejoining the show to talk about what's going on betting-wise at the DraftKings Sportsbook. John, welcome back in. What's going on?
All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me again. Yeah, we're starting to see, starting to see Kansas City money, but it's starting to fade to Philly here a little bit. So definitely, I would not be shocked if we get to even by the time it's kickoff. So, just hearing from the national trends and what we're seeing here a little bit, but a lot of early action on Kansas City, but it's starting to trend to Philly a little bit. So be an interesting dynamic with kickoff. Like I said, if you want to take Philly, I think now's the time to get in, and I think we might see it at even. I wouldn't be shocked. So that's kind of where the trends are. We're seeing a lot of props on Barkley, a lot of the anytime touchdown at -190. We're seeing over 110 yards is -120 as well. So we're seeing action on Barkley a lot. Hopkins is starting to get some love. I think we talked a little bit about it earlier this week. Over 2 receptions is +119 and 15 yards, which is basically one catch is, plus money at +114. So those are kind of the big props. As far as, even if you're not into each game, just looking at all the prop bets that are out there, from the coin toss, they lowered it down to even money. It was -110 last week. So the coin toss went to even money. One I was looking at, and get your guys' thoughts, total 4th down conversions over 2.5 is +150. I think this game's just going to be, they're going to grind it out. I think there's going to be a lot of, 4th down decisions, and I think, they'll go for it.
Anything short, they'll do a tush push.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so, I'm kind of with you, John. If it gets to
2.5,
because sometimes they'll play a 3rd and 3 like that, where they'll just they know they have 2 yards to get 3.
Yeah.
Right.
And so they're not afraid to get to 4th.
Yeah, because they know they're going to get 1 to 2 yards every time they do that. So I kind of like that prop. Here's one it hardly ever hits, but it just looks so fun to play. Each team to score a touchdown and a field goal each half is 11-1. I've played this many times and it never comes through, but it's 11-1, and it's crazy. Maybe it's just the weeks I play it.
But think about that. That's
in each half.
That's a minimum.
Each half.
Each team has to.
No, each quarter, or each half.
Each half.
Each half. Yep. Each half. Each
yeah.
team to score a touchdown and a field goal.
Yeah. That seems wow.
That's 20 points right there.
A touchdown each half and a field goal each half.
By both teams, though.
Yeah, that's the tough part.
Yeah.
I could see that, and it never comes through, right?
No. So I quit playing that one. It seems easier than what it is, but like I said, all kinds of prop bets out there. DraftKings put out the Swifty bets. There's probably 20, 30. They did a Swifty theme of different bets out there. I think one was Hurts and Mahomes. I forget what they called it. They attached it to some Swifty song. 15 passing yards in each quarter is even money. And then there was another one. Here's the one I like too: is will both teams make a 33-yard field goal, and that's +115.
You mean 33 or more?
33 or more.
Yeah, okay. 33 or more. So
I like that. Joey Elliott and Butker, they got 2 field goal kickers. Not like anybody can make those, but the question is the defense good enough to force a team to bog down? And I think it is.
Yeah.
I think
both defenses.
I think both defenses are good enough to get you to bog down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they'll move it to the red zone, and I think both defenses are able to to slow them down once you get in the red zone and kick those field goals.
Now I've been on over on. I think the Eagles. I just kind of had a revelation that the Eagles are going to they're just too athletic for Kansas City, and this is not even going to be. I think under 25 points is a really good play for Kansas City. Play under 25 for them. But the more I was thinking about this, is there a chance that Steve Spagnuolo says you're just not going to beat us with Barkley? And if that's the case, can Barkley get to that number? Is he going to be able to get to over? I'd love to play it. He always gets there. He's going to get a lot of carries. But the problem is there a chance that Steve Spagnuolo, because he's such a good defensive coordinator, says, look, if Jalen Hurts wants to be the MVP of this game and win this game throwing the football, go ahead, but we're not letting Barkley beat us. And then if you do make that comment and that statement, are you able to follow through and actually slow him down? There's a lot to consider in that one, I think.
No, I'm with you on that. I think they're going to try to stop Barkley, and I think A.J. Brown becomes into play then too. I think Philly might throw early. I kind of like Philly in the first half.
I like that.
I like that more than Philly for the game. Take Philly early, and Brown's 80 yards. He's plus 122, and anytime score, he's plus 165. So I think that that might happen here early in the game, and you go back to the basics. I think Philly's O-line and D-line is just better than Kansas City's. And another prop out there is Jalen Carter's plus 127 to get a sack. I think his matchup is definitely favoring him to get a sack as well. But I'm with you. Go back to the basics. I think they'll try to stop Barkley. I think Hurts, might be able to throw it and at the end. But I still think that it'll be. I think like 70% of the money's on the over right now. I kind of like the under. I'm leaning under in this game and go from there. But it'll be interesting to see what transpires there in the first quarter. But definitely I like Philly in the first half.
So how much? 70% of the money's on the over.
Yeah,
but the public always bets the over. Where's and by the way, where is that? Where do you think that sharp money is? Where do you think the sharp money is with Kansas City or Philadelphia right now?
I'm thinking Philly. I think we're going to see some late money on Philly. I think it's interesting this game since it's so close. I think handle was kind of slow the first week, and I think part of it is the line. If you had a number that was 6 or 4, you would see more handle earlier in the week, but you're starting to see some money come in towards Philly, I think, and at the end here. So, but it's basically even, with the 1.5. I saw it go down to 1 and it went back up to 1.5, but I think, like I said, we're going to get some late Philly money here. So,
John Chill with us here, Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got UFC this weekend with the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we got UFC 312. We got Phoenix Open. We got all kinds of events going. We got Aaron Lewis Saturday night. One of our better shows. He does this country and some acoustic from his old Stain days. So to me, that's one of our better shows. But UFC will be on. I think they're in Australia, and I think the main event's at 10 instead of 11:30. But I like Strickland there. It's going to be a dog weekend for me. I'm going to go Strickland plus 190, and I'm going Zhang even money. So the dogs have been hitting this year, so I'm gonna stay with that trend and see what happens there. We got the Phoenix Open. I was there last year. That's the best. That's one of the best events. That was a blast when I went there last year. But Scheffler's a huge favorite.
You didn't get wait, John. You didn't get arrested or kicked out of there, did you?
No, I was able to run. I was able to go right instead of left. So.
So who's a big favorite? Who's everybody betting on?
Scheffler. Everybody.
Yeah.
He's, plus 275 and then minus 165 for the top 5. So I'm going to play some dog. I like Siwoo Kim plus 400 in the top 10 and Minwoo Lee 5-1.
Who do you like, John?
Nick Taylor finished first and second the last 2 years.
There,
so you better put a little something
you
on
like
him. He loves that
Taylor?
course. Yeah, at Phoenix, he finished first and second. So Nick Taylor loves that course.
Yeah, he's plus 850 top 5 and 4-1 on top 10. I will do that for you, John.
A little something, a little Nick Taylor top 5 would be good.
Good. So busy weekend Saturday. If sports aren't your thing, the golf course is open. I think we're going to hit 80 degrees here in Lake Charles, so the pool will be ready to rock. Sunday Super Bowl. We got a DJ noon to 5 out in front of Blue and DraftKings, so we're going to make it a party out there. We still have reservations for Blue. That's kind of the hidden gem for restaurants. They have a full menu, burgers, wings, nachos. So it's a good time in there. And then that video wall that's behind the band, that becomes one big TV. So it's a huge viewing area for us. So it's a hidden gem in there. So, and then you got Cadillac. So we're ready to go. It's going to be a big weekend for us and all kinds of stuff.
I forget which. I watched a game in the Blue Martini before. It was nice. It was good. It was
really
good.
Yeah. It's really nice. Yeah.
It's really good. It's good. It's cool. So and make your plans for the NCAA tournament as well, the March Madness, because
March Madness is right
going
up.
to fill up, and it is a great place to be with the windows right there, and every game coming up. I mean, 16 games a day. How much fun is that? That is great fun. So if you're looking for a great way to do that, or this weekend, you can still get into Cadillac with kids, or you can get over to the Blue Martini as well. With just adults. So if you're looking for a great place to get your game on this weekend, come on, let's get on over there. And Aaron Lewis as well. So you got all that going on. And the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. That's John Chill joining us every week right here. John, as always, man, we appreciate you.
All right, appreciate it. All right, good luck to you guys.
All right, there's John Chill. Every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and we're talking about that Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We're talking about just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. We're talking about not going all the way to Vegas and spending all that money on all that time getting there and getting back and having to take a red eye back. No, just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road right here from the city of Houston. Easy. And what does it cost you? Gas, not plane tickets, especially if you got 2, 3, 4 people that you're bringing. No, get on over. Just go over to Lake Charles and you got everything right there. You got 12 different restaurants. You got beautiful hotel. You got the swimming pool. You got the golf course. What more could you want? You got it all the amenities that you could have, plus a beautiful, save a little money and then go eat at Vic and Anthony's, right? You save a little money on airfare and hotel, and you use it on Vic and Anthony's and have yourself a great, great, great meal. It's the way to go. I'm telling you, if you're looking for a great place to get your game on, whatever game it is that you like to play, they got it at goldennuggetlc.com, goldennuggetlc.com. Yeah. No, Tom Kim's too good. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And it's time for me to talk right now about the show. You want me to do Aqueduct right now, Del? Well, thank you. I will do Aqueduct. Lance and I will both do Aqueduct because you know why? Because we like to talk about Billy. We love to talk about Billy. We love to talk about what Billy does for the people. Okay? He will take the Brown down.
That's not bad. That's a new one. makes the brown go down, but I like takes the brown down.
He'll take the brown down.
It's smaller on a T-shirt.
Yeah. Billy's got to make T-shirts like that. We'll take the brown down.
He didn't seem to like it as much, but we don't care. It's
make the brown go down.
Well, make the brown go down. 5. Take the brown down. 4.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? It fits better on the T-shirt.
Right.
And it's a little.
Well, and he's Billy Brown. I mean, it all works out.
And this little hanky.
Right. He's paying for this, so we got to talk about it. We got to do better. We got to be better at this than this.
We got to be as good as he is at repiping houses where they dig and tunnel under your home to get to the pipes, where they're able to move your gas lines when you're doing construction, where they are able to fix a leaky faucet that's causing problems, when they're able to work on your water pressure because you don't know what the hell's going on. All these things, John. Yeah. This is who you call.
Well, my buddy he couldn't get hot water. It was just a mess, and Billy came and they figured it out, and they got him his hot water. And it doesn't matter what it is, what issue, especially if you're having water that's not coming out all that hard. Maybe you need to get your water heater cleaned out. They do that as well. Do some preventative stuff, or just call them whenever you need them. 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So the show does not move on until Dell apologizes to the listeners. Okay. There weren't 2 spots in that one. You made 2 spots in there. Okay. You messed it up, and now you should apologize to the listeners because this has been a perfectly clean show until now.
I'm going to apologize for something that happened during a break.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because you're in charge of the breaks. You're the producer.
This show had been a clean sheet.
Clean sheet until now.
Okay. Sure.
It's been perfect. It was the perfect show. Now we got to restart it, redo the whole thing.
Instead of me doing that, and maybe you want to refuse to do the show, can we play the Dyken or Dakin segment over again and let people decide how clean the show actually was?
Let's move on.
Oh, okay.
You Rockets
actually want to do
tonight.
Some stuff. Okay, cool.
Rockets play tonight. Trade deadline.
Oh, look at that.
Trade deadlines today.
We found out how. I thought it was a perfect segment. Okay, we informed. Okay, we informed the public and entertained, like Charlie used to say. We will inform and entertain along the way.
How will you say the new name of the Astros ballpark going forward? Oh, you want to replay that? How many times you did that in that segment?
You have to say it like that.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Astros have said you can't come in unless you say it like that.
I saw a lot of news coverage yesterday, and no one said it that way.
Dyken Park.
No, they just said Dyken Park, not the way you're putting it.
Okay, that's how you say it. I'm sorry that I'm grammatically correct.
If I asked you how a character in Shogun would say it, then you can get away with that.
Why would you do that, Del?
But I didn't ask you to do that, so don't do that.
They would just sound like they're doing it in Portuguese. You told me.
No, it sound like English or English with a broken accent, but
that guy had it so good.
They did have one guy that just really go, oh.
See?
Yeah, he did. So is that racist? No.
I don't know if anything you're doing is particularly racist.
Thank you.
It's stereotypical.
Nope. I'm trying to give some texture to the name. Okay.
So how would you say Minute Maid Park?
Minute Maid Park?
How would you say Dyken Park?
Dyken Park.
Okay, there it is. Look, see how easy that is?
I almost did it.
I know.
Cowboy Trev is here. Cowboy Trev, what's up?
Yeah, what's up? How y'all doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
I'm pretty good, man. Hey, I was just calling to see if y'all heard after HBCU part ways with Hartman, and if y'all heard of any of the kind of controversial stuff that was going on in the locker rooms and behind the scenes. I don't want to get too much detail about players, because then they'll kind of call out who it was. But from my understanding, he was a really, really big a-hole, and didn't want to start the players that even were ready to start because of favoritism and the kids just weren't liking it, and they were just leaving, which I heard is why he left.
Yeah.
How long has he been gone now?
He's been gone a while now. I don't know any details about that.
It's kind of a mess over there. Do you know that their football coaches, I found out their football coach just left to go to Campbell and took his whole staff because they're like, no facilities here, there's no money here.
Yeah.
Like my friend of mine had a kid who signed to go play over there, and poof, they were all gone. And so they had to, that was in December and of last year, and they had to like hire high school coaches here who had to just put a staff together real fast to field a team.
No, well,
it's kind of a mess over there. I think
Lance put a lot of his own money into it. I don't know any of the
probably
details.
why he was. If he was feisty, that's probably why. Man, I got my own money in here, and these guys won't even try.
Well, not only that, but he raised money which other people couldn't for other sports. And when he did raise the money, the athletic director said, "Yeah, it has to go to all the teams, not just yours." He said, "Well, I raised that money. They're giving it to me."
Man, that would not have.
Yeah, no, and so
good. I would.
He
not
could
have
never
liked
get the light. No, I think they got the lights.
So it hasn't even been a year. It was May. It was May 24th.
I don't know. I don't know any details.
Was 3 years there. Yeah, I mean that doesn't.
Yeah, whatever Cowboy Trev may or may not know behind the scenes, none of that stuff has been reported from what I can tell.
So I'm not gonna.
No. I can't
listen to speculation unless you want to put your real name on it and put
Cowboy Trev. That's his real name.
You want to put your real name and get somebody who knows stuff. I haven't heard any. If you're going to tell me what you heard is that he was mean to players or players didn't like him.
No. Well, it's
I mean, if players didn't like him,
blood.
You know.
Well, no, I have a blood brother who pitched for. He got a full ride to Arkansas for rotator cuff. Came back home. My dad got stage 4 cancer, so he stayed here in the city for his rotator cuff. They already had scouts looking at him when he was a freshman, and even in 8th grade, he was just throwing fire. And Burton, he kept telling Burton, "Hey man, something's not right. Something else going on." Threw him in a couple more times. That's it. Career over.
Yeah, so that's kind of a personal thing then.
Yeah, it was a personal thing, but it was other kids saying it, and I don't want to. He's a great man. He had my brother over for a baptism, invited us over.
Yeah, I get it.
It was just, I guess it all becomes. I guess that's the thing with sports, you know.
I get it. I mean, look, when there's injuries, I appreciate the call. When there's injuries and stuff to blood relatives, I get it. I get people. It's a personal thing and all that, and you know, having the medical stuff to go take a look at shoulders. Or I don't know. I don't know the specifics, so I can't comment on it. I get it, but I don't know that I want to feel like you're just trying to denigrate the entire program when it was maybe a little bit more about a personal thing that you had, which is totally understandable. So I don't know. I mean, we know Lance a little bit on the show. We used to have him on the show all the time. We don't really talk to him anymore, but he was there 3 years, didn't work out. I don't think HBU, now known as HCU, Houston Christian University, I don't know that they're fully pot committed on this whole sports thing. It doesn't feel like they. Do you know, little trivia, that HBU had a really good basketball team back in the day? Back when I was a kid, HBU's basketball team, I knew some of the coaches. Tommy Jones was there.
Colin Montgomery was on that team.
They were. Well, you mean? No, Colin was a. Wait,
the golfer.
He was at U of H. I thought.
No, he was at HBU.
You sure?
Yeah. Colin Montgomery went to HBU.
I can tell you this: their basketball team almost beat LSU. They got to the tournament. Like their basketball team, they were the first ones to start getting African players in. They had a guy named Bruno Congawan who was drafted by the Bucks. Another one, Freddie Gapuro, was a guard who was really good. Aniset Lavadrama, who went to the Washington at that time Bullets.
Aniset Lavadrama, what a great name!
I know. Aniset Lavadrama, Freddie Gapuro, and these are guys who would have played like at University of Houston. These would have been guys who played at major universities, only no one had the pipelines going. And somebody at HBU, it was a guy named Chris. He was the same guy. I think he was the same guy that brought Dream to U of H. But there was a guy who had a pipeline, and he started bringing African players to HBU because he was just ahead of the game. And these guys who would have played at major universities were at HBU, and they were getting to the NCAA tournament. Have you ever been to their gym?
No.
It's like a high school gym, and not a good one. We would go to these games and you got maybe 6 or 7 rows of stands, like the wooden stands you pull out from the wall.
Yeah.
That's what we would go watch these games. And we're watching this high level basketball where no one wants to come play HBU. HBU got beat by Leonard Mitchell at a tip in at the buzzer I think it was in Baton Rouge. LSU survived against them. Like, it was just a weird little moment before everyone else got their hands on international players. HBU had these 3 drafted pros on one team here in Houston. And it was at the time of Phi Slama Jama, so no one, like, a lot of people didn't pay attention, but we would go to those games because our good friend Mac Jones, who we grew up with, his dad was one of the coaches there. His dad also coached at Rice, and he coached at University of Houston under Pat Foster. But yeah, it was just kind of a weird time in Houston where you had Dream, and then you had these really good African players at HBU, and then everyone's figured out, hey, we need to get African players. And Georgetown said, wait a minute, we're going to go get Dikembe Mutombo so you don't go to HBU.
Did that happen?
Well,
was it around the same time?
I was just joking. Oh, yeah. I mean, Dikembe was a little after, but yeah, I don't know if he wouldn't have gone to HBU, but you know how Georgetown went and got Dikembe?
Mm-hmm.
Before you know it, international players were going to now international players I don't even know if they come anymore. They're just like, I'll play internationally and then just go pro. I play pro internationally.
Yeah. And well, now you play pro here in college.
Well, yeah.
Now you get paid.
Yeah, now we have pro college players.
Yeah, right. 928 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. A little Zadok here, a little Zadok there.
Little Zadok is Zadok jeweler for over 40 years here in the Houston area. They are the name that you need to know when it comes to the very best in jewelry. 28,000 square feet, really, truly an incredible space. When I go in, it's absolutely beautiful. And you have the confidence that their staff is going to be able to help you find something really, really special for Valentine's Day. Because Valentine's Day is a chance for you to be a hero. And you need some help. You need somebody to help you with what the latest trends and styles are, who the best designers are. And they've got them for you there with Bulgari, Chopard, Mikimoto, Cartier, to name a few. They've got diamond bracelets. They've got the tennis bracelets. They've got diamond earrings, the hoop earrings, the huggy earrings, the statement rings. They'll tell you what is in right now, what's really hot, what is timeless, and they will work with your budget as well to find something that's going to make you the hero. Give her something that she will absolutely love for Valentine's Day. That's the Zadok difference. Go to Zadok.com or stop in today and shop before Valentine's Day at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcoming in Ciara, our new intern.
Are you sure that's her name? Or is it Soraya?
Soraya. Yeah.
She said Ciara.
I just heard it from here.
You said Ciara at first.
Yeah,
well,
Soraya.
Close
enough.
No,
you can't welcome in someone.
What is it again?
Soraya.
Soraya.
Say the name right. Say the name right.
Soraya.
Jane.
You welcome her to the show.
Welcoming her.
Giving the wrong
Soraya.
name. She's
Soraya. That's
she had to just correct you. Literally.
No, I just said it right.
Soraya, welcome to the show.
Soraya, welcome to the show.
And welcome to John.
No, listen. How long was Abigail Annabelle?
Well, you did that on purpose.
No, not really.
This time, you just screwed it up.
No.
Soraya, just know, the rest of us know how to say your name. John's not going to care.
Soraya. I know how to say it.
We're all little people to John.
I just said it perfectly.
After being wrong, dead wrong the first time.
Well, it was close enough.
See, Soraya, don't take John to heart.
Soraya,
don't worry about it.
Soraya, be better journalistically than I am.
This is not journalism. Just remember someone's name.
No, she majored in
Yeah, but what
journalism.
you just did has nothing to do
telling
with
you
bad
you're not
journalism.
You said be better than
I
me.
said be better than me.
That's not
You're
hard.
not a journalist.
Yeah, you're not a journalist
I
at all.
kind of am.
No,
you're not.
there's
A little
nothing
bit.
about you that's journalistic.
That's what you use as your defense when you just say random, insane
Kind
stuff.
of am.
I'm not a
I
journalist.
can't.
Yeah, I know. That's his little safeguard.
Yeah, I'm not a journalist. I'll say whatever
That
I
is kind of
want.
true. I'm not. Just so you know, Soraya. Okay.
Don't learn anything from him.
Don't learn. Well, learn from Dell.
No.
He's the best in the business.
Don't learn anything from me.
Yeah.
The one thing you can learn from me is.
Oh, you don't want to help young people?
No, hey, I got something
to get
for
better,
Hold on.
better
Hold on.
themselves?
I got something for Soraya. This is what you take away from this show and from me. Pick a different profession.
Oh, my God.
That's honesty.
That's terrible.
That's honesty.
She's got a dream.
Not in journalism.
She's got a dream.
There are multiple
and
things.
you're just destroying it.
No,
there are
she's saying
multiple
radio.
things you can do in journalism. Radio should be one of them.
Oh.
That's all I'm
Radio is
saying.
a great industry, Soraya.
No, it's
Don't
not.
listen to him. He's a bad person.
We can
I mean,
count.
destroying dreams one at a time.
Soraya, we
Nice.
can count ourselves fortunate because we do this show in a great city like Houston. Doesn't mean at some point someone's going to call you from Fort Wayne, Indiana, and ask if you want to come work there.
Well, that's how you start in this business.
This is what I'm saying. I've been very lucky. Maybe don't do it for radio, Soraya. Do it for a writing job, but don't go to Fort Wayne for radio.
Soraya, just take your career wherever it takes you. Okay.
Not Indiana.
It could be Indiana. It could be anywhere.
Not for if she wants to write for.
I was in the worst place in the world, Green Bay.
She shouldn't. Well, she shouldn't. You were in a city at least with a major team, and you were a sports guy. I don't know what she wants to do specifically, but don't go to Fort Wayne for radio. Is all I'm saying.
No.
Man,
Not
Fort Wayne's
anymore.
a great city. No, actually, it's not.
Thank you. Point made.
My ex-wife was from there. Don't go there. Don't go there. It's terrible. It's not a great place. He's right about Fort Wayne, but nowhere else. Okay.
I only mentioned Fort Wayne.
I know you did. Why? I don't know why you picked that one
I just picked
specifically.
some random place in Indiana.
It
that I've
really
heard of.
is. It really, really is. Anyway, did we miss anything today? This is our last segment before
News of the Weird.
News of the
We
Weird.
talked
comes
about the great Ben Gamble returning.
Not really, but
yeah, we kind of did.
The Astros got themselves an outfielder.
no, they didn't.
They got an outfielder.
1.2 million. We're kind of saving money now, aren't we? 1.2. Let's bring more guys in.
We didn't really talk about Butler to the Warriors and how that
John called it a
affects.
popcorn fart.
Yeah, what? They're in our conference. They're in our. They're ahead of us in the.
How did the players find
Potentially
out
now.
that Jimmy Butler was traded?
They were waiting on a plane for him to get there for 5 hours, and then eventually.
That's actually not a true
No,
story.
that was.
I know. I read it wasn't true, but it was better.
It's a better story.
Yeah.
Well, they were in Philly for a game. Of course, Jimmy wasn't there. He was in the middle of his indefinite suspension. I think the trade happened either late in the second quarter or in the third. And because it's the world we live in, technology plays a part. So they weren't informed by Eric Spoelstra. They weren't informed by Heat Security. They were informed by a fan sitting courtside.
No way.
Oh, you can listen to it. The guys who this fan are talking to are Tyler Hero, Jaime Jaquez, or as we say, Juan Wick, and Kevin Love. And here's the interaction.
Got Kyle Anderson, Dennis Schroeder, and Andrew Wiggins. We robbed them. First round pick, protected.
Okay, I'm gonna look at it right now and then make sure.
No, they didn't give out the year. No.
He was responding to Kevin Love asking him what year the first round pick was. So the three guys, two of them in the rotation, Kevin Love doesn't really play. They found out from a fan sitting.
So wait a minute. Play that again. And that was Kevin Love asking that question?
You can't hear him.
Can't even hear him.
You can't. You can only
But
see
it
the.
sounded like a woman.
There's a
Yeah,
woman
she's
sitting
just
next
squawking.
to him. But I'm telling you.
Oh,
here it is.
Oh my
I'm explaining why the guy was offering those comments because Kevin Love asked them about the first round pick. But once again, it's Jaime Jaquez, Tyler Hero, and Kevin Love, and the guy is informing them, just a fan, telling them what happened.
Got Kyle Anderson, Dennis Schroeder, and Andrew Wiggins. We robbed them. First round pick, protected.
Okay, I'm gonna look at it right now and then make sure.
No, they didn't give out the year. No.
They didn't give out the year was in response to Kevin Love asking about the year.
So that woman was just squawking, Lance. What was she doing?
She's like, like, shut up. Trying to talk to these players and tell them their teammate got traded. Nobody trying to listen to all this yapping.
You're not trying to listen to yapping. That's what you don't want to
watch
listen
the
to.
game.
What? Why can't she
use this as a
why
chance
can't
to
she
get dressed up in booty clothes and go get hammered?
You don't know what she was dressed in.
I can picture it. If he's sitting close enough to the action.
But she might have been.
Oh, let's see. He's in Miami.
It's in Philly. It wasn't in Miami.
Doesn't matter. Then she can fight then. But she's dressed in booty clothes and getting drunk. That's how
you don't know
yeah,
that.
you sit close enough to the.
Wow.
If you sit
Talk
close
about
enough to the
stereotyping.
How old was he? Was he in his early 30s?
He was probably in his 20s.
Okay. She's out there trying to get a husband.
Maybe she was wearing a Bam Adebayo jersey. She's a Heat fan. You don't know.
Trying to get you at work.
She's trying to find a baby daddy?
Well, Bam's got Asia Wilson, so too late for her. He's dating Asia Wilson.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. But I think you are harsh to this woman.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, you are.
I'm just guessing.
Just because she's squawking in the background?
She's got, what does he say beyond his awful impression of her? She's dressed up in booty shorts.
Booty clothes.
Booty clothes.
That just opens it wide open.
Okay, booty clothes.
Any amount of.
See, Soraya, don't pick radio. Booty clothes.
I'm just guessing.
And she's trying to get that work, is what he said.
That's just me being bad. That's from because I sit next to the problem. Now that you reminded me of the Soraya's out there, I feel bad. Like I can't do this. God dang it! I totally forgot that Soraya's out there.
What do you mean? You gotta walk by her.
Like when Alan was there, I didn't care.
What?
When Alan was there, I'm like, I can say anything. Alan will keep it. Alan knows the code.
She doesn't have to snitch on you because everyone hears
I know.
this.
It's so bad that this is not who I am. I'm a good person.
No, this is exactly who you are.
I'm not this person.
You made fun of that woman.
I'm not this person. I was doing.
Do your
it's called.
Do your impression again.
Yeah.
First of all,
You're always
it's called.
talking about choo-choos
No.
and
Well, that's because I like. You know why? Because
booty
I like.
clothes.
Because I like people. You know why? Because I want people like Soraya, a college graduate, to not have to live to these standards of thinking they have to do this and that.
That's why you
her
said choo-choo?
No,
That's
because
why you say that?
Well, yeah. Whenever I see people acting a fool, acting an ass, I call it out. I'm sorry. I'm a cultural commentator that's trying to clean stuff up for my daughter.
Oh wow.
Is that so?
Yeah, and my
Your
daughter will
listen to you talking about booty clothes.
My daughter won't even have anything to do with
Suggesting
anything like
a
that.
woman you don't even know is offering herself.
My
to
daughter,
NBA
when
players?
she was 3, was used
Just
to.
because she's sitting courtside.
My daughter, when she
No
was 3,
good people
called
sit
a woman
courtside?
trashy because she had a tattoo.
Well, she learned that from you. Learned
She
it
said,
from watching you, Dad.
Wow.
That's trashy.
Wow.
And I said, well,
She say that
she's
to
right.
Abigail,
And you didn't correct her
Did
either.
she say
You just
that?
said that's right.
I said, well, Mighty, she probably is trashy.
What?
See?
Wait a minute. And so all women who sit courtside are wearing booty clothes trying to get some.
No, not
baby
all
daddy.
women. Not all women.
What? Okay.
But
Just
this
some,
one.
but that one sounded like it.
Wow.
They're sitting
Wow.
close
Talk
to the
about
players.
What does that mean?
stereotypes.
I'm just going off of what I see at Rocket games. When I'm at Rocket games, I'm like, booty player, booty girl. It's me yes. Okay. Am I generalizing? Yes.
Well, yes.
Obviously. Is it the right thing to do? Is it the right thing to do? No. I'm self-aware, I know, but I also know that if I do a show with John, there's nothing I can do about it. He brings out the bad.
It's just like you're just like Trump. You just say whatever you think.
It's called osmosis.
There's no consequences.
It's called osmosis.
You're blaming John for your
and
bad.
it's never this bad when he's at LA. I don't say these kind of things, but when he's here, it's osmosis.
You're an influencer, John. A bad influencer.
He is a bad influencer. He's a bad influencer is what he should be called.
Yeah. We were trying to talk about things we missed. Brandon Ingram, who doesn't ever play, got traded to Toronto.
Why isn't Brandon Ingram playing anymore?
He hurt his really bad ankle sprain. He's been out. Pelicans don't particularly care if he comes back because they didn't want to be good anyway. So they dumped him for Olynyk, Bruce Brown, and a first-round pick.
Wait a minute. I wouldn't mind Brandon Ingram.
If he plays.
Kelly Olynyk. And
why are we fighting for guys who don't play?
He's got an expiring contract, so the Pelicans.
Kelly Olynyk was a baller for the Rockets 3 years ago.
Yeah, or 12. How long has Kelly Olynyk been around?
He's 33. Big deal.
Big deal anyway.
When's the last time he played for Houston?
Well, speaking of big deal,
it was
anyway.
2021. It was a little while.
It's a little late for this, but is Gilbert still there?
Also De'Aaron Fox had a really good game yesterday.
They beat the Hawks by 1 in his debut.
I think it makes the NBA more interesting to have him with Wemby. I don't really look at it as, now the West is starting to consolidate power a little bit. Butler going to the Warriors is a problem potentially for our Houston Rockets this year. De'Aaron Fox, I'm not worried. San Antonio's not in striking distance, but maybe down the road it will be a thing. But I think Jimmy Butler
it's
going
good for him just to be able to you actually watch him play a game as opposed to.
But Jimmy Butler said he wouldn't sign an extension. I guess the Warriors said that's cool. We don't care.
No, they gave him an extension.
Oh, so he did sign an extension?
2 years. The numbers differ, but Bobby Marks is saying it's like 2 years, 111, 112. So he rips up the final year of his deal next year, and then they gave him 2 years. I think what happened was they came to an agreement on a trade, and then they gave the Warriors permission to talk to Jimmy, and Jimmy goes, "Are you going to pay me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we'll pay you." He goes, "Okay, I'll go there. Cool. Suns, whatever. As long as I get my money."
Mark Williams.
And he's on a good team.
They're an okay team.
Well, with him, they're going to be a better team.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Mark Williams,
are they better than the top 6 in the West? Probably not.
No, probably not.
We'll see.
Overnight, Charlotte dealt Mark Williams a big he's pretty good big. Sent him to the Lakers for Dalton Connect and Cam Reddish in a first rounder in 2031. They did.
Dalton Connect?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I mean, Mark Williams can play.
Well, Reddick did not like all. Did you see this?
Well, Dalton Connect had a moment and then he kind of went away.
Yeah.
But he had a moment where he was balling like for 2 weeks.
He's a rookie.
I actually think he's going to be a pretty good player.
Said,
he's going to be a good
player. I need a lob threat. I need a rim runner. And the Lakers were like, "Okay, we got you." And they made the trade for him. He told them in one of their first sit downs, "What helped me? You know that Derek Lively guy I was playing with? I need someone like that."
Yeah.
And it's smart. I mean, listen, this is your star of the future. Go surround him with people that he knows what works with him. Go surround him with those kind of players. It makes perfect sense. Dalton Connect had that moment in December. He averaged 13.6 points a game in December, shot 46% from 3, 50% from the field, grabbed 4 rebounds a game. He did. No, I'm sorry. That was November, not December. And then since then, it's just been okay. But he had a moment where he was playing pretty good. I think that's a pretty good deal for the Hornets.
Yeah, I do too. He's going to be a good player.
Although you have to wait till 31 to get a draft pick, first round pick from the Lakers.
Yeah, because
by then, it's going to be Bronny and
they've given away
Luka.
all their first round picks.
Bronny and Luka will be running the West by then. I kind of feel bad for Bronny. I wonder if there's times where he goes, "You know what, Dad? I could have just had your money when you retire. I didn't have to be put through all this embarrassment. I didn't have to be made fun of."
Once I saw
he had, but people make memes of him. People,
awful.
Anytime he does anything that's a turnover, it's like Bronny needs to look at his dad and say, "You know what, Dad? I could have just played overseas, had fun in Europe somewhere, and gotten all that money when you die.
Can I get away with you?
And now I have to. And now, is this how you're making me come up the hard way? Like, I need you to learn the hard way. Life is tough, so we're going to let the internet make fun of you for several years."
Hey, life is tough when you're renting. Call Kent Jones if you're a first-time home buyer. He has got a plan for first. He knows how to do this, okay? You don't know how to do this. especially if you're out there thinking right now, hey, maybe we've got enough money. We're making enough money now. Maybe we can buy a home. Stop already renting, because that's not how you gain wealth in this country. How you gain wealth is owning real estate, and you can own your own first home. And listen, Kent Jones has got a plan for it. He's seen first-time home buyers, and he knows the government is trying to help you get that first home. He knows how to get those government dollars. Over 1,400 career closings. This dude just knows the game. He knows everything about the mortgage game. You don't know anything. I wish I had Kent Jones on my side when I bought my houses. This dude knows it all, and I can't say he will. I can say he has in the past saved thousands and thousands of dollars, not just at closing, but for the life of the deal. And that's each deal, okay? Thousands. So you want to save thousands when you're buying a home, or you want to get, if he can give you a loan over the phone, he could give you a quote over the phone, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
Underdog fantasy is what you listen. This is what you got to do for the big game. You've got this is the best. There's going to be so many statistics for every player. They got kicker statistics. They got Justin Reed tackle statistics. I think Justin Reed's going to go higher than 6.5 tackles. I think he goes higher than that. I think that I'm liking lower on the catches, but I'm moving it from 6.5 to 7.5 catches on Travis Kelce and going lower. So you can move statistics as well, and it either lessens the payout or increases the payout depending on the level of difficulty. So there's really, it's really a great way for you to pick the statistics you feel are a little soft, and then maybe attack and win even more on statistics that you think are going to be much higher or lower than expected, because you can move those statistics and change your payout number. You pair between 2 and like up to 6 or 7 players where you go higher or lower on the statistics, and your payout can go as high as 1,000 times your original play. Now, I can also tell you, if you use promo code Lance when you make your first deposit, you will get up to $1,000 in bonus cash. So what are you waiting for? You're watching a game, play along with the game with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
That's the smart thing. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for news of the weird. Did you see this? Russia's biggest oil firm has been accused of putting call girls on retainer. Do you feel like an oil firm should be able to have call girls on retainer?
Yeah. That seems like news of normal.
Yes.
Oh, really? Some big money company has probably, what did you say is in Russia?
It's in Russia. Really?
Why are you wait? This is an interesting story. It's not weird. Huh. They want beautiful girls on call for this.
Well, and it's
high
better
dollar
than paying
company.
a la carte, right?
I'm not making comments on that. I think it's I think it's all reprehensible. Okay, let's just get that straight. I'm against it.
Okay.
However, from a business standpoint, it seems
like that would be
from just a purely
It's
on a macroeconomic level.
Yeah.
Yes, on a macro level, it seems like it's a smart strategy.
What is the highest growing occupation here in this country?
I got things I could say that I'm not going to say.
Well, the one that is growing and it's not even legally is ice.
Well, I would have won.
Ice.
I would have won that selection. Yes, because 3 people have now been arrested for pretending to be ICE agents.
Yes, impersonating ICE.
The guy in South Carolina was the worst. I was like, ooh, this guy's a
Which
really
one is
bad
the South
guy.
Carolina
On
guy?
the left.
On
the one who
left,
looks
the
like
other
a
way on the
total
left.
peckerwood.
Yeah, well, he's got a lot of acne, too.
He's 33 years old, and the way he treated that guy in his car, I was like, dude, this is terrible.
You know what?
I hated watching it.
He should be. I mean,
He got arrested.
I never thought, who wants to be an ICE guy? But now it seems like everybody does.
People who want to, yeah. Can you stay in your lane, sir? We got a country full of people who can't stay in their own lanes.
Well, a doctor
just sit around, watch Netflix, eat, write up draft prospects, and mind your business. Everyone should do that.
A doctor at the Lebechi Hospital in Owerri, Imo State. Unfortunately, things didn't go well as he was watching a tutorial on YouTube of how to carry out a surgery. It didn't end well. Do you want your doctor learning on the go with a YouTube video?
Nope. And I saw that. Did you see this? This is news. Where did you see the story at LSU? That guy Greg Brooks, the safety.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Where they had a lawyer. There's a doctor. They're suing because they said that doctor was not qualified for the brain surgery, and it caused him to be permanently disabled. And they said Brian Kelly never called to check up on the kid. It's a really bad story.
Bad.
Now
That's
Brian
bad.
Kelly denies it, but what you were saying made me think about, that's what they're accusing this other doctor of, basically learning on the fly.
It didn't end well for that woman he was operating on, just by the way.
You mean the YouTube video doctor?
Yeah. I never want my doctor to be watching a YouTube video of how to operate on me.
Hold on 1 second. I got to wait for this ad to play through. I'm going to hit skip it. I got it 12 more seconds.
Yeah.
See, the doctor can't even get a great ad blocker, so he didn't have to deal with it, or pay for YouTube Premium.
What about if Wi-Fi wasn't great and it was buffering? Well, wait.
That's a Netflix thing.
Other things buffer too. Quebec officials have asked the public to not boo American Pee Wee hockey players. Apparently, we're not as popular as popular.
Canada's not really feeling us right now.
Canada's a little pissed.
From what I heard, I saw there was a traveler who was overseas, not a traveler like a bare knuckle fighter from Ireland, but a traveler, also formerly known as gypsies, but a traveler like somebody who was just traveling abroad, who was in Ontario, or it was somewhere it was a little rougher, and they found out this guy was American, and they like almost
really
beat him up in a bar. Yeah, and he's like, "Hey, I haven't done anything, sir. I just want to have some
tariffs.
I just want some curds, some cheese
and
curds,
syrup,
and some beer. That's all I'm here for. Maple syrup, cheese curds, moose blood, and beer."
There was a hockey announcer I think he was for Vancouver. They might have been playing Detroit, and a Vancouver player got called for a 2-minute minor. He goes, "Well, I guess it's going to be 2 minutes and 25 seconds because they impose tariffs on everything."
2:25.
Oh, Apparently now drones are now launching drones to attack other drones in the Ukraine. You know what war is going to be? It's going to be just all these drones flying around.
Video games.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be. It pretty much is now anyway.
Yeah.
But it's going to be even now. It's just going to be drone warfare. That's what we're going to have.
I guess if we have to fight people, maybe we don't murder as many people in a war. I don't know. It's technology.
Seems like drone strikes
They
are
still kill
killing a lot
people
of
anyway.
people.
Yeah, but can it just be drone on drone? The best drone wins.
Can't we just do like where you have those nerds who build the robots and do battle bots?
That's what.
Can't we just do battle bots? And
Make
if you
it battle
lose,
bots.
and if you lose, you have to give up like we give up North Dakota or something.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that way people don't lose their lives. You just have like, all right, fine, we get this canal. All right, you got to stop, doing that stuff to those people.
Fine. You can name the Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America. You won.
Yeah.
You won battle bots.
You won battle bots.
Battle bots.
And then we
That'll
got
be
our
a great
brightest
war.
And then the Gen Z have something that they can actually do. Although really that was really more of a millennial thing. I think battle bots.
Maybe even older than that. Battle bots been around a long.
Yeah, battle bots been.
It's more your generation battle bots.
No, we couldn't build that kind of stuff.
Gen Z wasn't.
Gen X wasn't building that kind of
Millennials
stuff.
weren't building battle bots. Battle bots came before millennials were kids when battle bots was
No,
going
but
on.
these high school teams that go and they build robots to fight each other.
That's from the
that's from the 2000s.
late 90s.
That's from the 2000s.
I don't.
It's
I
not
don't remember
Gen
any
X
of that.
wasn't doing this. We just complained about stuff, but we also weren't bothered. You could say whatever you wanted around us, and it was fine. But we didn't build stuff. For what?
So you guys complain about stuff, but didn't do anything about it. Is what you're saying?
What we do is we talk about how physical NBA basketball was. This is what we do. We talk about how physical NBA basketball was. We pick either Michael Jackson or Prince. You picked one. And then we just let you say whatever thing and just said, he's just joking.
Now you got to hold this one. BattleBots first premiered in August 23rd, 2000. That's your generation.
No, that's not my generation.
You guys, I was a kid, so
that's when it premiered. It was getting hot in the. Are you an elder millennial?
Yes. So I wasn't.
Okay,
doing,
y'all were buying them. Kids in school were making these. I wasn't in high school.
Lance,
no, not
kids.
high school. He wasn't.
No, high school.
I'm saying
He's a grown ass
no,
man.
high school. Yeah,
college kids and older.
I had a kid. Bro, you ain't putting battle bots on me. I already know my people don't build robots. That's on y'all.
Elder millennials are about 16 or 17 was going on, so it was older than us.
That's when y'all started building stuff.
Okay.
Don't put it on us.
All right. This is the worst. All right. Soraya, this is how not to do it.
This is why you don't do this.
This is why. This is how you don't do it. Okay.
No, you do this stuff here.
Yeah, but this news of the weird
well,
is so much less offensive than it usually is.
So much. We did it for Soraya. That's how we did it. You know what we're doing right now is we're talking about Billy again. We're talking about Billy Brown. Billy Brown is awesome. Billy Brown is our guy. We love Billy Brown. We love what Billy Brown has done for us in our homes. And you, my friends, will also have Billy Brown on your side when you need him. If you need Billy Brown, okay, if you need Billy Brown, he is here for you. 281-488-6238. If you have any issues plumbing-wise, Billy Brown is the guy to call. Aqueduct Plumbing Company is the company to call. They will come to your home absolutely free, and they will check it out, and then they will give you a great quote. They will give you a fair quote for whatever work they have to do.
Yeah, and you can trust them, and they do great work. I mean, at the end of the day, you want to trust somebody. You want them to have fair prices, and you want them to do really good work. You don't want someone to have to come up and clean up the mess after a plumber screws up, which is what I've had to have them do at my home on a repipe. So make sure that you get it right the first time with aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Welcome to the show. And, to start this month, Adam Silver, he hit us with the downer. He wanted to go to 4 10-minute quarters. People like, get out of my face, Commissioner. David Stern would never. But this week, and despite Steve Kerr wanting to push the trade deadline to the All-Star break so guys don't get ripped from their teams during the middle of games, he'd like it to be something where everyone's off so it doesn't become this big logistical thing and everyone's sitting at home when it happens. I got to give the NBA something this week. They snatched the chain of the Super Bowl. Sure, the Super Bowl will take that chain back Sunday afternoon, but the news cycle, all the news is NBA stuff. And maybe it's simply because it's Chiefs versus Eagles, but all the things are happening in the NBA. And of course, you can start with the improbable trade of Luka Doncic to the Lakers, but you've got De'Aaron Fox, who played his first game for the Spurs. I don't like it. I don't like De'Aaron Fox in San Antonio. It may not be a problem this year it likely won't be a problem this year for the Rockets. But the De'Aaron Fox Wemby combo, not great. Don't pair Wemby with an accomplished, at least at this point, number 2. Wemby will be and will continue to be the number 1. I would have preferred him out of the division, but that's the reality. De'Aaron Fox is Wemby's running mate, and they won a game last night over the Spurs where Wemby missed a free throw on purpose and almost came back to bite him. But they have Stephon Castle they got to keep. De'Aaron Fox, Vassell, Spurs coming up a little bit. And, of course, the trade that happened in the middle of the first round of NBA games, at least the ones that started on the East Coast, was Jimmy Butler to the Warriors. Pretty simple. The Warriors couldn't get Kevin Durant because he said, "Nah, I'm good." We talked about it yesterday, whether that could happen, whether all the things that happened that drove Kevin Durant away could be pushed aside for him to come back. The Warriors pushed. Kevin Durant was like, "Nah, why would I join a worse version of a team that no one gave me credit for helping win the last time around? Why would I do that again? I'm good." So Phoenix looks really bad. For 2 months, they've been chasing Jimmy Butler because they had fooled themselves into thinking they could get rid of Bradley Beal. And they were under the assumption they could convince Bradley Beal to go someplace. He was like, actually, no. Things aren't going well for me right now. In fact, I think he got banged up a little bit last night. People are yelling at my wife, but I'd rather stay. Now, the question is, Sean, do we think those Suns fans who were yelling at Bradley Beal were planted by the Suns? Did they pay those fans?
That's what I would do if I was Matt Ishbia. Are you kidding me?
Pay those fans to get Bradley Beal out here. But Bradley Beal has a stronger constitution than we thought. He goes, "I don't care if you guys hate me. I don't care if you want me gone. You can bench me too. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not effing leaving. I'm not going anywhere."
You absolutely. I mean, yeah. Bradley Beal has a very strong constitution when it comes to this thing. I mean, this is a man that willingly played for the Wizards for a decade
and had to be convinced to leave.
So like he you can't be like, isn't it going to be terrible? Aren't we going to just be mediocre? And don't you want to start over, start fresh somewhere else? He's like, no, not really. This is better than the Wizards.
Yeah, it said, I know. Trust me.
Love the weather.
What did Bane say? Bradley Beal's just quoting Bane about being born into the darkness.
Molded
by it.
Well, are you sure? Because we're only a play-in team. It's like,
and we don't want you here.
Yeah, the Wizards, when I was on the Wizards, we owned the play-in.
You kidding me? At one point, Kyle Kuzma was my best teammate. What are you talking about?
We would kill for the play-in back in my day.
Yeah, so there it is. Bradley Beal's not going anywhere, which means they could not get Jimmy Butler, which means they decided to pivot to potentially trading Kevin Durant in the three-way to get Jimmy Butler, and then maybe trade straight up for Jimmy Butler plus an asset. It turns out the Suns do nothing except tell the world that they were willing to trade Kevin Durant, and Kevin Durant knows it too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So a misplay
by
the Suns.
Those chickens won't come home to roost.
There won't be. We won't hear in the offseason where Kevin Durant's asking out. We won't. That won't happen.
And then Kevin Durant, because they were trying to trade me.
Yeah, and now he can say, "I didn't want to leave. They wanted me to leave, and the plan here isn't working. So trade me someplace else," which of course will excite maybe some Rocket fans, maybe less so. We did talk about the Devin Booker stuff because that popped up where the Rockets would only trade for a Devin Booker. and we will hear about one of the guys who probably won't be in any trade, Amen Thompson. There is a podcast, because there's always one, but Tom Haberstroh, formerly of ESPN, now of Yahoo, has a podcast, and they spoke glowingly of Amen Thompson, to the point where we're talking about holding him in the regard of guys you would never trade. So we'll hear from that podcast a little bit later. But the gist of the final reckoning for the Suns is they don't get Butler, they can't move Beal, and they pissed off Durant, and Butler's now a Golden State Warrior. The Warriors were desperate. While they did not give up any of their future besides the first round pick, Wiggins is a guy they love. Steve Kerr talked about him glowingly after the game that they blew against the Utah Jazz, where they were up big under 3 minutes ago and wound up losing. No, only one first rounder, no Kuminga, no Pods, none of those guys go. So the plan for the Warriors, at least from Steph and Draymond, was not to mortgage their future for an older star. The question is, how good can Jimmy Butler make the Warriors? And really, it's more in context of, does it make the Western Conference that much tougher for a team like the Rockets this season? Because the Rockets are clearly in a higher tier right now than the Warriors. The Warriors would tell you, just get us in the playoffs and we'll see what that's about. And that there may be some validity to that, because the Rockets have never done it together. But they're a 3 seed. They got the Wolves tonight, another team that they've been better than this year, but they're trying to stop their 5-game losing streak. And the West is now better. How much better? We'll see how locked in Jimmy Butler is, how he can fit. I'm not particularly afraid of that Warriors team as they're presently constituted, even if they somehow did match up against the Rockets, except for the fact that the Rockets never beat the Warriors at home. They never beat the Warriors. This tenure, this era of the Rockets, this new one, the past ones, and even before, the history we know. So history would be my only concern about facing them.
They're 1-0 in their last one.
They didn't win the last one. I know.
Don't ask about the 15 before that.
Yeah, the 15 before that don't matter, because the streak is over.
I mean, they didn't have Jimmy Butler,
which makes it more likely they would lose to the who the Warriors or the Rockets?
The Warriors.
Oh, okay. Jimmy Butler's going to make the Warriors worse when they play the Rockets.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wiggins, I mean, it's killer.
Well, Wiggins as a complimentary piece is fine. I mean, he's having a good year, his best year since that fake All-Star appearance he made. I mean, he was there, but I mean, I wouldn't.
Real.
It happened.
I saw him on my TV.
I mean, it happened, but I wouldn't have said that season Andrew Wiggins was an All-Star.
Like an All-Star.
No, but he made the All-Star team, and of course, he did have a big 2022 run as they won their title. So, Jimmy better player. Will he be a better fit for the Warriors? They think so. And they're just going to be an old basketball team hanging on.
Yeah.
I'd rather be the Rockets, clearly. But if I had my choice, I wouldn't pick the Warriors as a potential first-round opponent if it came to it. I don't want to see them. Too much history, too much disappointment. Keep them away. Let's have the Kings go on a run with Zach LaVine to make the playoffs and face the Rockets in a 2-7 or a 3-6. I'd rather have that happen than the Warriors getting themselves together and being a tough 3-6 matchup, because you know what would happen. The conversation would be about who's most likely to lose in the first round, and the Rockets would be the choice for everyone if they had to see the Warriors, because I don't want to see it. It's fine, right? It's fine. And we got a long time between then and now. The matchups are going to fluctuate over the course of the next 30 plus games or so, but the one that's most important is tonight. The Wolves. The Wolves are one of those teams that are, as I said, are having a worse season than the Rockets, but they believe, because of their run last year, despite switching the entire team around, it felt like at least one of the major pieces, that they can compete. And when you have Anthony Edwards, who I would say Jalen Green is like his best possible outcome is Anthony Edwards. If we're talking about what Jalen Green can become, and it's funny to say that, what's Anthony Edwards, like a year older, 2 years older than Jalen Green?
I mean, he was in the draft ahead of him, so.
I know he's older. I just don't know.
Well, now what I'm saying is that they're drafted 1 year apart.
1 year ahead. Okay.
And we view them completely differently.
Yes. They are like a year plus as far as the age difference. Anthony Edwards 23, Jalen Green will turn 23 in a matter of days. So actually, I take it back. It's like, it's right around a year or so, a little bit less than that. But because Anthony Edwards returned 24 this year. But we see them tonight. Winnable game. The Wolves aren't great, but the Rockets aren't playing great basketball. They haven't played really good basketball since. Now, that pause
Boston game
telling you that it's been longer than it should be. Even the Boston game, they didn't play great for 3 quarters. They came back in the fourth and won it. But yeah, that win, you throw in the Cavs. The Cavs, they once again, that was a game that seesawed in the fourth. They played great for 3 quarters and let the Cavs back in it. So it's been a little bit, though. You just get clouded by losing to Brooklyn twice. Those games are highly unfortunate, but they got a chance to get back on track. We'll hear about what the national basketball world, the NBA world, thinks about Amen Thompson when we come back. And if you've heard the talk leading up to today, they think pretty highly of him. But this is in a tier that I didn't think anyone would put him in, at least right now, considering he was a bench player like 4 weeks ago. But things have changed. The opinions have changed. And we'll hear from Tom Habistro about Amen Thompson when we come back. If you want to get in, you can, 713-780-3776. We've got an official new name for what we used to call Minute Maid Park. A lot of people were not upset about it, but mournful about the fact that Minute Maid Park no longer exists. The Astros made a move to get themselves an outfielder. And mostly, I think, I'll tell you why I'm thanking them, because it saved me from watching or looking at a lot of jokes on Twitter. So just getting started here on the show. We'll talk more NBA. We didn't even get into the Brandon Ingram trade. The Lakers made a trade. Chet Holmgren's coming back too. He's going to be back on Friday, so the Thunder just get even better as they whooped up on the Suns last night. So we have a giveaway to do. If you like fishing, stay tuned for that. We got fishing show tickets giveaway. Sean and I will walk you through to noon. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So Tom Habastro is one of the hosts on The Big Number. It's a podcast from Yahoo Sports. He was talking to Dan Devine, both guys who do a lot in the NBA Twitter space. And the subject of untouchable players came up because now that Luka's traded, who could possibly be considered untouchable? Do the Rockets have an untouchable player? I don't think they would hold anyone out of a Devin Booker trade except for maybe one guy at this point. And this guy's had a giant rise since, let's say, the middle of December. Here are the guys, Habastro and Devine, discussing the Rockets' maybe one untouchable player.
It's a short list ahead of Amen Thompson, but how many players would you say are more untouchable than Amen Thompson right now, playing as a 22-year-old for the Houston Rockets and doing the things that you've been seeing recently?
There's an
ad. If you're starting from the position of like your supermax guys who've been the best player on a championship team, right? Like it's going to start with Jokic and Giannis. You are going with Wembanyama as, the sort of vanguard. If you are talking about somebody below like supermax player, and I mean SGA in that framework, below that, and like the non-Wembanyama division, I don't know that there is one. There are, because you're talking about for multiple things. There's the component of he is on a rookie contract and under team control for the foreseeable future, and so he, you whatever Amen Thompson turns into, you get to be the one, reaping the benefits of that for years to come. So that's incredibly valuable, obviously. Also, as you're saying, he's basically growing in real time where you have no idea the trend line is just basically going straight up right now. It is a rocket launching, and you're saying, what could this be? A 6'7" primary ball handler who's also an elite point of attack defender who can play all five positions, who can kind of do not everything, and we'll talk about it, almost everything there is to do on a basketball court, and who just keeps getting better and better, and who has very clearly already earned like complete or near complete trust from somebody in Ime Udoka, who is not necessarily quick to grant trust, right? You need to earn that from him. And he's got it completely. He's playing 37, 38 minutes a game. And as you said, being the top creator and the top defender, this level of production for a guy who's still figuring it out, when you can already do everything at like a good to great level, again, with one major exception that we'll get to, the sky is the limit for that. I don't even know.
There's Tom Habastro and Dan Devine. Is Amen Thompson good enough where we can believe 3 years from now he's capable of, you can just get out of his way and let him be the top initiator, the primary ball handler, the do everything player, the Luka, the prime Harden, the SGA, because this is what they're talking about with him. Not just this, he fills in all the gaps, he can be a stat sheet stuffer, he can go get you 20 without ever running a play for him. The discussion right now, at least that discussion, is maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but the ascent that they're seeing suggests that maybe sooner than we ever would have thought, he is a number one on a title contender. And all that entails, but they're talking two-way number one, not Luka, who is a clear negative on defense. We're talking Kawhi. I can't think of recent guys in their prime that would fit that profile of
LeBron James.
Well, he's been around so damn long. I don't even want to put. Yeah, you've done this bit before.
He was recently in his prime.
I didn't want to go best player of all time comps. I wanted to go, hey, best players in the NBA right now, not best players who ever play NBA basketball. When I talk about Amen Thompson, because I feel like that's a step too far. I know you don't. You think it's you think it's actually an insult not to put him there right now. But he's in the untouchable class, at least according to two guys.
Jason Tatum.
Okay, let's go there. Jason Tatum.
I feel like that's someone who no one's going to be like, how dare you compare him to Jason Tatum?
That's not a bad pull. It's funny. I was thinking about his running mate, Jaylen Brown, and going, why would I insult Amen Thompson by calling him Jaylen Brown?
Finals MVP? I think he can win a Finals MVP.
I just know he can dribble with his left. That's why I think it's insulting.
Yeah.
So Jason Tatum, is that something to aspire to? Clearly, yes. If Amen Thompson is the clear number one, the supermax player on a title contender, a perennial title contender, obviously you'd love that. Can you see that right now?
You can see like the very early, like, sparks of it. It's not a full raging fire yet, but you can see like I could see how it works. I can see the way it all happens. So I don't think it's like completely ridiculous. I mean, it's not like we're sitting here saying like, so Tari Eason can become
you mean Kawhi?
Yeah.
The one that his coach said could be Kawhi?
Yeah, but we're not putting him in the like, how many players are untouchable ahead of Tari Eason? It is like, okay, so
but we're doing it after about a month of starting.
Yeah.
It's not ridiculous to do it for Amen after about a month when he was a clear super role player up until the last month or so.
Because he's played way better.
I don't know. I would say things.
You don't know?
I would say
you don't know he's played well.
No, I would say I don't know about putting him in that category. You can talk about what you could potentially think he can be, which is what we're doing, but the untouchable stuff seems nuts to me because if Giannis became available, is Amen Thompson untouchable?
That's the untouchable thing is so stupid.
Yeah.
Luka literally got traded. But
that was the point of their conversation. Since Luka got traded, can we even do this? And they proceeded to do it.
Yeah, like, hey, this is San Antonio Spurs here. Victor Wembanyama for Amen Thompson. Nothing else. That's it.
Well, they did.
Who says no?
They did mention Victor Wembanyama would be untouchable, so they put him in a category where he could never.
They
get
also
traded.
mentioned Shea. They also mentioned, like, my whole thing is like, if the Spurs wanted to trade Victor for Giannis, would the Bucks go, no, we're good?
See, the thing with that is clearly, you got the younger player, more time with them, but the franchise icon thing plays a part, except if you're the Mavericks. Apparently that doesn't matter that much.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
but for most teams, trading the franchise icon is a no-go, no matter what the deal is. Like Steph, no matter what is offered, everyone feels like he's never getting traded because yes, it would be beneficial if you drugged another team and they decided they're going to trade their young superstar for Steph Curry for whatever reason. But the impact of having that guy in another uniform and the emotional hit that it would be is enough to say we would never consider it, even though clearly it would be better for our team. The Mavs and their trade is unique in many ways, and that's another reason that they disregarded all of that to make the move. So I don't think Giannis gets traded unless he asks to get traded. No matter what happens the rest of the way, the Bucks won't even really consider it because of what he means to them unless he goes, get me out of here.
Okay, so this is why the untouchable thing is silly to me, because by that same token, Bradley Beal is also untouchable.
For different reasons.
It is all the best players in the league,
but he's like,
Bradley Beal.
But that one's more because he has like leprosy as opposed to...
No, because he cannot be traded unless he wants to.
No, this is what I'm saying. He's untouchable because, first of all, no one really wants to touch him.
Bradley Beal is more untouchable than Amen Thompson.
Yes, he is.
That's why the who's untouchable thing is stupid.
Yes, the definitions are the same, but the reasons that they have the label are very, very different. But I am not disagreeing that it's dumb because there's always a price. And as I said, if the Bucks are like, this Giannis guy, we're tired of him. The Rockets are like, okay,
yeah,
Amen's no longer untouchable.
Yeah, exactly.
But they're trying to live in a world where, and as I said before, it's funny that they're trying to live in a world where the best players in the world would never get traded, considering the whole topic of the conversation started because one of the best players in the world got traded. But they're trying to like.
Not everyone is Nico Harrison.
Yeah, much like Bill O'Brien traded 2 firsts and a second for Larry Tunsil. That's not the value of a player like him, even though he's a great one. They're trying to push that aside because these are outliers.
Okay.
Yes.
Again,
in the world where Nico Harrison doesn't exist,
This is the world they're trying to live in.
Okay. A world of 5 days ago.
Yes. Well, he always existed. He was always ready to make that trade.
He didn't pull off the mask.
Exactly.
Who he really was. Yeah. I mean, because then you just start talking about like the last, go back to second straight day of mentioning Tim Duncan, lifetime Spur. The year before Tim Duncan retired, if someone was like, "Hey, Spurs, we'll trade you LeBron James for Tim Duncan,
prime LeBron for Tim Duncan,"
they would be like, "No, he's an untouchable." Because he's a franchise that's the whole thing. It's like if you add in the no, he's a franchise icon, we can't trade him, then this list immediately means nothing, because that means you wouldn't trade 40-year-old Dirk for again, prime LeBron back in the day.
And I think because of the lunacy of the team trading for 40-year-old Dirk, trading LeBron, people don't really get into these conversations. But I think it would come up. It would come up. Can we possibly do this? Can we possibly trade Dirk, who has worn the emotional plus of him only wearing a Maverick uniform and the eventual statue that they knew was coming and all those things, and his profile of him shooting the fadeaway that's now on the court, all those things play a part in whether you make one of these trades.
But you could
always do it anyway later.
Yeah, no, there's only 4 guys recently that are actually one team guys. It's the 2 that we mentioned and Steph.
True.
For as far as upper echelon
in recent
guys,
in recent history, yes.
So for Dwayne Wade got a statue. No one's like, well, he did play for the Cavs. People forget that.
And
no,
the Bulls.
Everyone's good with that. You can move on. And again, both these are way different than trying to get 25-year-old.
Yeah, Dwayne Wade was at the end, and yes, Luka is, you would think, just in the beginning of what could be 12 years or so, the next 12 years until he's actually washed of being one of the best players in the NBA. And apparently at this point, he's going to do it for the Lakers. All right. Dream Shake, I saw your tweet. We'll get to that. Your thoughts on Amen Thompson and what you think he can become. The word's out. Everyone thinks he can be great. And now he's gotten the untouchable tag. When a month ago, it was just a cute story that they had a nickname of the Terror Twins. But now one has elevated themselves much higher than the other, because the other one plays half the games.
At what point does it stop being the Terror Twins? Well, at what point does Beyonce go solo is what I'm asking.
Tari's one of the Pips.
Yeah, Kelly Rowland. I'm not saying he's bad. It's just, one's Beyonce.
Yeah, I mean, someone has to be Chris Kirkpatrick. Someone has to be Justin Timberlake. It happens. It does happen.
Someone has to be Chris Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, in this case, Tari's like, hey, I'll be JC Chazé, all right? I mean, JC had a voice at least.
Jay Sean Tate, that's Chris Kirkpatrick.
I mean, Joey Fatone was on Broadway. I could do that. I could at least be that. All right, we'll continue to have discussions about that. We'll get into the minor things, I would say, that happened around the Astros yesterday, because none of it is as big of a deal as people are making it, but people care. So we'll talk about that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So we will get into the Astro stuff, but the NBA still snatching the chain of everyone. And we're at a point with fan interactions and players and social media and technology where the fans themselves can inform players that a trade has happened in the middle of a game. So the setup is this. The Heat were in Philadelphia last night for a game against the Sixers. No Joel Embiid, but Paul George came back and played poorly. So credit to him for showing up. But they win the game, but in the middle of it, Jimmy Butler gets traded to the Warriors for a lot of players. So you can hear a lot of players mentioned as part of the package, and the fan has an opinion of the Heat front office. You'll hear that and what they got from the Warriors. Of course, no trade is finalized for hours, and it feels like in the NBA anymore. So the package that you're going to hear isn't the one the Heat take, but this is what he told Tyler Hero, Jaime Jaquez, and Kevin Love just minutes after the trade was announced.
Got Kyle Anderson, Dennis Schroeder, and Andrew Wiggins.
Okay.
We robbed them. First round pick, protected.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up right now. Like, make sure.
No, they didn't give out the year. No.
Looking it up. Wait, are you kidding?
I swear to God.
We didn't get that. They didn't give out the year was in response to Kevin Love, who was asking about
what year
that draft pick was, because
the protected pick that they're getting. What year, by the way?
Kevin Love didn't ask anyone, or maybe we didn't hear beforehand. Maybe it was already said. Kevin Love didn't ask if only Jimmy Butler got traded. By the way, he wasn't. Josh Richardson left as well, but he hasn't played all year really. So, and he wasn't with the team at the time. So it's not like it's not like they had to pull him off the sidelines to say, "Hey, get out of here." But Jaime Jaquez, Tyler Hero, and Kevin Love got their information about the trade from a fan. Tyler Hero seemed pretty pleased for whatever reason. He's like, "Oh, look at that! Look what we did." Hey, it's my team now. Apparently, what he was thinking. And by the way, Dennis Schroeder won't play for the Heat. Kyle Anderson, right now, is a member of the Heat, and but Andrew Wiggins is the primary piece of that deal. And another trade just went down to complicate that trade further. PJ Tucker, former Rocket, who has been sitting in mothballs in a couple places this year, will go sit in mothballs in Canada, because after the Raptors traded for Brandon Ingram, which kind of got in the way of a Heat trade because they wanted to give Kyle Anderson to the Raptors. Davion Mitchell, former Baylor Bear, former national champion. We saw what that team did to the Cougs in the Final Four.
Yeah.
He is going to Miami for PJ Tucker and some second rounders. That's more like a cost-cutting move. Now, they need a backup point, but that's more of a cost-cutting move, much like what the Rockets were involved in yesterday when the Celtics traded Jaden Springer and saved like $20 million in tax savings.
The missing piece for the Rockets.
Sure.
Yeah.
Jaden Springer, missing piece, sure. Terry Trio, now we can call him. But
come on.
Missing piece, but doesn't get a nickname?
Nah.
Maybe that is his nickname, the missing piece.
Maybe he gets a nickname with Reed Shepherd. All right.
Okay. Undersized backcourt guys. I don't know. But technology, fans, right around the players.
Hey, by the way, your teammates got traded. What's the protection on the pick?
That's a real vet thing that Kevin Love didn't even really care about. He knew Jimmy was going. Probably didn't care if Josh Richardson was going or not. But what do we get back? What are the protections on that? And what year is it? Oh, it'll probably convey this year, Kevin, 2025.
Yeah, make the playoffs and we're good. Do you think that Kevin Love at that moment was like, man, I wish I was by my phone to get off an Instagram post or a funny tweet about this? Because that's really been his role in the Jimmy trade saga, is a witty response to whatever the news of the day is. He's like, damn it, I have to sit here for the next hour and a half while everyone else gets all the good ideas.
I think the fact that a game was being played at the time is his biggest disappointment, that he couldn't go into the meme library and post on Instagram. But
this is just like that scene in Wolf of Wall Street. Damn.
He's had a good time. He's become a star of this, trying to keep everything light. But that is over. He can go back to not playing and being the vet leadership that they kept him around for. I can't imagine Pat Riley was thrilled with Kevin Love's approach. But what are you gonna do?
No, I think I would be thrilled that a 36-year-old, 35-year-old, backup big is going, by the way, what's the protections on those picks for a guy that I'll maybe play with? I guess he'll play with them, but a guy who's 18 right now, give protections. What year?
No, I think they are likely grooming him for a front office spot. That appears to be the vibe.
Yeah,
but
so Riley was like, all right, guy's got his
not the asking of the protected, not the asking of the protections. All the Instagram posts, I think, is what Pat Riley
yeah, no, he probably doesn't love that.
Yeah, probably doesn't love that.
Even though, no, I guess they were supportive of Jimmy in a weird way.
Yeah, some of them were, and some of them weren't.
But we're just making light of
but for the most part, in a situation where the front office can't stand what's going on,
seething, I would say. Yes.
One of the players has decided to turn it into at least a humorous situation for him and the people on social media. Probably not what they're looking for, but hey, it's all over.
Pat Riley, now he can just focus on what he needs to do to have the Chiefs win the Super Bowl so he can make money on three-peat merch.
Yeah, I'm worried about Riley's money, but if you missed it, he does have that to look forward to on Sunday.
Trademark three-peat 40 years ago. Didn't actually three-peat himself.
No, but
he trademarked it.
He set it up just in case. He never got it done. But now he may be able to take advantage of it with the Chiefs. Because he's got to deal with the NFL for them to use
the
three-peat.
NFL. Yeah. He's going to get millions for, again, never three-peating. And then he fleeced the Warriors by getting Andrew Wiggins for a guy who didn't want to play there.
And a first-round pick. And gets under the luxury tax stuff.
Most importantly, gets under the luxury tax. Wow. I'm surprised Love didn't ask that. So what's our apron? Are we under the first apron still? Okay.
Look, man, Kyle Anderson and PJ Tucker should not be reasons why you're paying an extra $20-something million.
Dell always looking out for the owners.
I am not.
Mickey Harrison's mouthpiece, Dell Olaleye.
I'm not the mouthpiece for Harrison or Tillman or Jim Crane, but I understand. It's like, in my world, extra rice shouldn't cost me $2 extra at Chipotle.
I was gonna say, I knew that. I was wondering which ingredient of a Chipotle burrito it would be.
Like
guac. Guac?
I would love extra rice. I will request it. But if it ever becomes a thing where they're charging me extra, I'm not asking for extra rice. I don't need that.
PJ Tucker's definitely extra rice.
And it's
a lot of carbs.
And it's not even the rice that's fresh. It's when it's 9:30 and they're scraping at the bottom.
It's low at the.
They're scraping at the bottom to get you the rice that you requested because they're about to shut it down and they're not going to bring out any more rice.
I've seen the commercials. I know you have more back there.
No, that's what PJ Tucker is. He's that scraped rice at the bottom of the container.
Vet leadership.
Now he can go to Toronto and celebrate there.
I don't think he's going to play for Toronto.
Yeah, they'll probably just say stay home.
I
PJ.
think, or they'll buy him out or something.
Yeah, they'll probably just
play for a contender. Come back to the Rockets. Back up big. Now we're talking.
I think they've got enough as long as Steven Adams and Alpern and Landell are okay and healthy. I think they'll be fine. But hey, PJ Tucker's at a point of his career where getting paid $11 million to do nothing, just fine with it. That shoe collection's great. He probably never left LA. Did he even make an appearance in Utah before they traded him? Did he ever step foot in Salt Lake City? Probably not, right?
To this day, he hasn't.
I don't know if there's footage of PJ practicing or anything in Utah, but now he doesn't go to Miami. Likely won't spend any time in Toronto. Not a bad life unless he actually wants to play basketball.
I feel like Utah leads the league in guys get traded here and never actually play for them.
Yeah, Danny Ainge just collects a couple picks, second rounders, and he's good.
And then we'll cut you, and then you can go to your
whatever you want to do. Fine, we just get our picks. We don't even actually want you around. We appreciate your efforts.
We're playing the 2028 second round pick game. All right, that's really what we're focused on.
Yeah.
Winning basketball games?
The mistake they made last night was beating the Warriors. That's not going to help the Cooper Flag stuff.
By the way, I watched that game. The Warriors did almost a flawless recreation of what the Rockets did against Brooklyn. It was like they're up. I think they're up 7 with 1:10 left.
Yeah,
and then Steph Curry, much like the 2016 Finals, ill-advised, I'll say, pass that led to an immediate bucket on a turnover. Where he just passed it like straight to Davion Mitchell, who was guarding, or not Davion Mitchell. I forgot which which player it was, but he threw it to a guy who Keontae George, who was just like standing in front of Draymond Green. He just threw it straight to him. It was crazy. And then obviously they then went on like a 9-1 run to beat the Warriors.
Yeah, so the Warriors on a night where they traded away Wiggins as a best asset, but guys like Lindy Waters who they like he's been a hard luck story, fought his way out of the mud to become an NBA player. Steve Kerr had a very emotional talk with this team as that trade was being maybe not finalized, but at least officially announced. And they go down to Utah, but they'll get Jimmy Butler, and we'll see if they become a nuisance in the West. Okay, we'll get to the Astro stuff when we come back. A new official name of the ballpark. They made an acquisition. Making moves, but not the one everyone's been talking about for months now. That one appears very unlikely, but we'll talk about the Astros when we come back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And the big game, it's right around the corner. Now's the time to get in. You still have the offer out there for Patrick Mahomes to throw for, you can decide if he's going to throw for more than 1/2 of a passing yard on Sunday. I like the more on that one. You add that to a lineup, and now you're cooking. So you can do an Eagles centric one and then throw on Patrick Mahomes as basically a multiplier. You can do a Chiefs centric one or a Rockets centric one. That's right. You don't have to just do the teams playing in the game on Sunday. You can throw in the Patrick Mahomes free score tonight if you want, and know that on Sunday you will be making some money. If you want to get in on some Rockets playing the Timberwolves on the second night of a back-to-back, do you think that Jalen Green will hit his more? Do you think maybe it's going to be a Alperen Şengün game against Rudy Gobert? Choice is yours on Prize Picks. They have college basketball, they have darts, they have soccer, they have anything you want on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES and get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Officially Dyken Park now. The signage is up. Learn how to say it. Maybe you just want to call it the Icebox. Someone said something very funny. They said with what the signage looks like, now the building just looks like some warehouse in Waller.
It really does.
Yeah.
It really does.
It's not a great logo. It doesn't have the personality of Minute Maid.
Swaggerless.
Yeah, the train is being reworked, so the train's not going anywhere. I don't know what they're going to put in the compartments. Don't think they're going to have replica AC units. I'm not sure what they're going to do.
Cool. Be cool.
Ice cubes, maybe?
Probably ice cubes.
Maybe ice cubes.
Plastic ice cubes, of course.
Yeah, they'll melt out there. It's hot. It's hot.
Or they can get the AC running, maybe.
Will they actually rework the AC?
Or it's like a cooler in the train. It's just going to be giant plastic ice cubes or something.
Yeah, probably. But
Dyken Park.
It's not a great name. We're going to learn how to say it. So
it is Dyken, right?
It is Dyken. Okay. Yes, I've heard from people calling who work with the company as far as they do business with them. They don't actually work for them. That it's called Dyken Park.
Okay.
And that's the place where Jose Altuve will be playing left field. They did sign another outfielder though. So it's great because if this guy would have wound up someplace on a minor league deal, we would have seen people inevitably tweet, "What was your favorite Ben Gamel moment as an Astro?" Well, I don't have to see those jokes. See, Sean, think of it. I don't have to see those jokes because he's not going anywhere. Ben Gamel remains an Astro.
Yes.
Fist pump.
It's the legacy of his late August, early September 2024 lives on. Nice.
He will.
You know what, Altuve, we're good. Get back to second.
If only this was a precursor to that move. But if they feel like they really want to do that, and they have a bad outfield as it stands now, as far as traditional outfielders, of course, you throw Altuve out there, and it's like, okay, he's likely going to be awful defensively, but there is a bat in the outfield. But as far as the guys, tried and true outfielders, and if we remove Yordan, despite being the best left field in baseball according to MLB Network, as we talked about, it's a weak unit. Ben Gamel fits the profile because he's not a great player. Is he even a good player? He's there.
He was good for a stretch.
Well, what about now?
He did break his leg in between the good stretch and now, so I don't know. I imagine that had some adverse effects.
Yeah, he was a good player. He is just a name as far as a body more than that. Not a name. A name would suggest people would know who he was.
Jason Hayward.
That's a name. That is definitely a name. Ben Gamel's a body. It's going to be we got Trammell out there, Gamel, and then we've got the likes of Chaz and Jake. And then, of course, however they decide to distribute starts between Altuve and Yordan.
I was going to say, that's those guys and then the two best players on the team.
Yes, who neither one's a natural left fielder. But, hey, this is where we are.
I mean, Yordan is a naturally bad outfielder.
Yes, he is an outfielder if he has to play a position.
There's no other place you would put him.
You wouldn't put him anyplace else but left field, I guess. He's just not great out there, and we don't know about Altuve. The biggest positive is we don't know. We don't know that he will be awful. We're just assuming because all of his traits suggest he should be spending no time out there. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But hey, you want to keep his bat in the lineup. You want to give Yordan some less time in the outfield. This is what you do. You don't get an actually good outfielder.
No.
You move Altuve out there.
The other two guys, Chaz and Jake, like they're
fine. They're fine.
Jake,
we're used to Jake.
Jake is a good center fielder with his glove.
The other thing is the thing that bothers us.
Altuve.
So you're looking
he's good with the bat. The glove is.
So you're looking for designated fielders.
Yeah.
If Jake could be a designated fielder, it'd be okay.
If Jake could field for Altuve and Altuve would hit for Jake.
Yes.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about nonsense.
We're talking about ring number 3. That's what we're talking about.
You're guaranteeing a ring.
Manfred, change the rules.
Hasn't he done enough?
No.
You want more. Speeding up the game, Universal DH,
Yeah.
Ghost Runner, not enough.
Magic at bat next, please.
Magic at bat. Didn't we talk about that? Like a golden, the bat would have to be golden.
Yeah,
Yes, gold. Yes.
Oh, golden at bat, not magic.
Yeah, not magic. Golden at bat.
That's magic's ridiculous.
Like a wand. You want a wand out there?
I was imagining like smoke coming out. Like
yeah,
like who's up to bat? Oh, it's Jose Altuve.
Or it's a regular bat, but you have to wear a Wizards hat. Not a Washington Wizards hat, an actual Wizards hat.
No, because you still need to wear the helmet for safety.
It could be reinforced.
You have to wear robes. You take that at bat with a robe over.
Is that going to affect your swing? The robe? I mean, it could be a hat like Chaperone was wearing at the Grammys, but it's enforced around your head. You could put a bill on it too.
That would throw off your. I mean, it would fall off immediately when you started hitting and running.
I like the Carlos Gomez effect. I don't mind it. That was fun. That's the best part of Carlos Gomez was that helmet falling off of his head. The only fun part about the experience. Okay. Dyken Park, official. Ben Gamel, back as an Astro. Cool. I'll get to some of your tweets. Dream Shake talked about, at least he expressed how he feels about Amin Thompson. We played sound earlier in the show. Amin Thompson in the category of untouchable. That's still to be decided. He'll get another chance to prove some of that tonight as the Rockets go against the Wolves. In a game the Rockets need to win. 4 in a row is bad. A fifth, then you start to get a little apprehensive about what's going on. You'd never like a long losing streak, particularly for a team who hasn't really dealt with this type of adversity all year long. You like to stop it. It ain't a great place to stop it. Now, I mentioned yesterday that they do have the rest advantage because Minnesota played last night. The Rockets have been off since Tuesday. Minnesota got a win over Chicago, so they didn't have to travel, but they did play. So we'll see the Rockets tonight in Minnesota, and we'll see you in hour 2. Sean, did you start to compile a list of celebrities who you'd let their kids get away with stuff if you knew that was their kid? This is in reference to Marcus Jordan telling cops he was the son of Michael Jordan
and it did not
it did not work. Or I don't know if a kid could get it done. It would have to be the actual star themselves in the position. If I was a law enforcement
that's really where
or officer,
I kind of land. The more I've thought about it, which
didn't think much.
Probably not. Yeah, probably not as much as you think, but definitely more than it deserves. Yeah, I have a tough time thinking about a famous person that I respect so much that their son could get away with. Also that their 30-year-old son could get away. You're
not
a
even
grown-ass
17.
Man,
You're in your 30s dating Larsa Pippen. I'm gonna let you get away. Get out of here, beat it. I'm gonna let you get away with it because Michael Jordan pushed off against Utah. I didn't even root for that team.
Yeah, so it's tough to be like, I don't know. And I don't really know the fatherhood status or motherhood status of a lot of these people, where it's like I'm just having to do a hypothetical. Like, I guess Vin Diesel's hypothetical son could get away with something.
Your Fast and the Furious love got you there, huh?
I was thinking Paul Walker's daughter.
Yeah, there's an emotional thing there that you're like, yeah, you know what? I loved your father's the heart of these movies. Go on, beat it, kid. Don't let me catch you doing it again.
Yeah, get out of here.
And of course, me letting you get away with it, it's guaranteed you're going to do this again. But hey, I understand the consequences. But I love your pops.
Too Fast, Too Furious was awesome. Say what's up to Tyrese for me later.
She goes, he's as big of a jerk as you think he is.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
Believe it or not, I don't talk to Tyrese.
Yeah, believe it or not.
He's more my dad's friend.
Yeah. Think of imagine that. I don't even know how old she is, maybe a teenager. Doesn't want to hang out with her dad's friends.
I think she's like 20. She was in one of them as like a flight attendant.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, this is your deep research of that series.
Deep research. I just know that. She comes on screen. I'm like, that's Paul Walker's daughter.
Secondhand
orphan daughter.
She's the Jim Fiume of the franchise.
She wishes.
She gets less mentions than Jim Fiume does. And that orphanship. Although that's not a word, but it gets mentioned quite a bit when John is talking about, is it Gulf Coast windows? I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't gotten to my list yet. I haven't gotten to my full list. I do not believe the kid could get away with it. That's where I've landed.
Yeah.
The actual star could. Dwayne Wade. All right, man.
Zaire Wade?
You're good. You're good, Doc.
Okay.
You're good, Dwayne. I don't. That's the only like athlete that I'd let get away with something. Denzel.
You'd let John David Washington get away with something?
No, I let Denzel get away with it.
Oh, okay. I might let John David Washington.
I like Tenet's still confusing. I know you didn't. I know you're not the actual creator of that, but it's still a little confusing to me. If you can explain Tenet to me in 5 minutes,
yes, because that's
I'll let you off.
Also, a version of a field sobriety test.
Yeah, if you can coherently explain the plot of Tenet and whether Robert Pattinson is alive in that movie or is that an older version of him, explain that to me in 5 minutes. It proves that you're sober. You can get out of here. I like it.
Alive in the movie. They're just moving in different directions.
Yeah, I know, but the bit is it's too confusing for me, and maybe it's too confusing for him if he's not sober.
Too confusing for me.
Yeah,
I just know that part.
Yeah, and if he's not,
I can just do this with my hands.
Yeah,
where you bring them together. That's basically the entire.
But if he's not sober, he can't explain it, and that proves that I can't let you go. That's part of the test.
Yeah, I like that. What about the other Washington son? The fact I don't know his name probably.
I probably wouldn't recognize him.
Yeah.
So he can say whatever he wants. Denzel Washington, whatever.
No, you're PJ Washington's cousin or something.
Either way, that Washington name doesn't go far here. All right. So we were talking about Amen Thompson and also icons and whether they're untouchable even later in their careers. Dream Shake does think Amen can be that guy. Just needs experience, and I think that's where plenty of people fall. Will he get those opportunities to be that guy, considering what the Rockets have in their backcourt? I don't think Jalen Green's a progress stopper. I mean, you could probably call Fred VanVleet one in terms of he's older. You don't really think he's going to be at the core of a title team, but the Rockets seem to like him. The reporting last week or maybe the week before was that Fred VanVleet is a guy that may not get the $44 million team option. They may rip that up and extend his deal at less per year. That's how much they think of him. Does that get in the way of Amen Thompson as a primary ball handler and growing? Probably. I don't think they would hand the team over to Amen Thompson, and maybe just not ready for it anyway, in the next year or two.
Yeah.
If Fred VanVleet's still around.
Yeah. It's like we're talking about like time. I mean, there's people that are still like, we got to give Jalen Green time, and this is year 4 for him.
Yes.
And he had the most open runway for the first 2 years.
He had years
of
to just figure it out, man. We're going to let you ball.
There's zero progress stoppers. There's arguably no progress helpers.
True.
Actually, inarguably, there's no progress helpers.
Yeah, none at all.
So if we're doing that, like, I think of Min Thompson, like, yeah, I'll give him more than a month starting before I say he can't do that, especially because he's in his 1 month starting. He's shown just about as many flashes as Jalen Green has. He's shown more in the month, definitely, than Jalen Green. Jalen Green, remember January Jalen? That kind of tailed off. When's the last good Jalen Green game, if you remember?
Yeah, because even when he'll get his numbers as far as counting stats, we're talking now taking 20 shots to do it.
Yeah, it was the first 7 games of the 7 games of the month, and then.
So we did say maybe an improvement even in your bad games. We have seen that.
Yeah.
The 4 for 16 for 11 points, those are few and far between, although he did go 5 for 14 for 13 points in the last one. But, against the Knicks, took 22 shots to get to 21. That's not great as far as efficiency is concerned, because he was 1 for 8 for 3. The 3-point shooting has tailed off quite a bit. In the game before, 29 points and 24 shots, 3 of 11 for 3. Those numbers don't pop out, but as I said, the tour date stuff where you're 4 for 16, 12 points, that stuff has subsided. So even if we're not getting the spectacular efficient, he can't be stopped. We got to put 2 on the ball to keep him from wrecking our game. Even if that stuff is gone away because he's not playing as well, we're still getting a level of not spectacular that is much better than what we've seen before. So I'll take that. Of course, you want more consistency, you want more efficiency, but at least even the not good games are better than what they were.
That is true, but can I get a good game every once in a while?
Of course, yes.
I'm just saying, can the good games not be wholly dependent on you shooting 75% from 3?
Something that has not been, first, obviously not sustainable, but even as we've seen him go throughout his career, he has not been a big time shooter. So does it have to be your lights out from 3 for you to be super efficient
for 4 straight games?
Yeah, or maybe you go 2 for 6 and still find your way into 28 points on 17 shots because you get to the line more. You're better inside the arc. That's just what we're asking for. That's a lot, but I believe the potential is there. And maybe we don't see that 5 games in a row. Maybe we see it 1 out of 3 where you get to that point, because depending on a non-knockdown shooter to be a knockdown shooter to be super efficient is not the way to go about it.
I guess what I'm asking is, like, can we get to whatever 33%, 32%, or 34%?
He's a 35% shooter right now.
Okay, 35. Can we get to 35, but without it having to be 65 for 5 games and then 25 for 5 games?
The giant fluctuations.
Or no, it has to be less than 25.
Yeah.
Like 15. Like, can we get just a couple of days or a couple games of, this is actually just 35% for the.
You mean
here's 3 for 9
instead of 3 for 11, 1 for 8? You'd rather have that 3 for 9. Of course, it was coupled with going 2 of 5 from the floor, from inside the arc, and only scoring 13 points. So either way, it wasn't a good game. But 3 for 9 seems more reasonable than 7 of 10 and then going 1 for 8 the next night.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, that's what we're looking for. You to be consistently mid from 3-point range. Can we get that?
Not consistent, but just like, can we get a couple of those mixed in? It doesn't have to be boom or bust.
Yeah, if he was a flat line 35% shooter from 3 over the course of his seasons, where him shooting so poorly wasn't killing the team and himself in a game, I would take that. Even if he's going to top out as a 35%, 36% shooter overall.
Just, hey, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. That's what we're asking.
Yeah, let's play hardball Michigan ball when it comes to your shooting. That worked out. I mean, there was some cheating involved. And I don't know how you get that done in the middle of shooting, but whatever works.
Figure that out.
Whatever works.
Allegedly.
That's ugly.
It's a different kind of
cheating. No, I get it.
Okay.
I know. The knee along thing. Understood.
Different kind of, but it's the same word.
Yes. Much like untouchable. We had that discussion. Same word, but for different ways you get there when it comes to Bradley Beal and other players. Before we go to break, we also had this from Dream Shake about icons. He doesn't believe the icon thing. The right price, everyone is not untouchable, or in this case, everyone could be traded. I don't agree. There are some players that franchises will hold in such a regard that they would never trade him unless the player okays it. Like the Warriors aren't trading Steph without his permission. So maybe you consider that not being untouchable, but I would disagree. If Steph says, I don't want to go anywhere, they're never trading him.
Yeah, because that's the thing with the Luka thing is that we all thought he was untouchable, but they were sick of it.
Yeah.
So like they had a lower opinion of the guy than the rest of the world does. And so that's how that happens. So it has to be a situation like that where the franchise is sick of it with this franchise icon, which like that's very rare for that to happen.
Like LeBron has moved plenty, but never because the team wanted him to move.
Yeah.
The Cavs would have never traded him, even in his back and forth with Riley, even during that final offseason where LeBron didn't really take their meeting seriously. Riley was trying to make moves to make LeBron's job easier. That was a plan this offseason. LeBron didn't tell him that he was really going to go to Cleveland. And of course, Cleveland lost him again. And the Lakers wouldn't trade LeBron unless he said, okay. Now, there was a Warriors discussion. Was it last year? The story came out about the Warriors and the Lakers talking about it seriously. But you know who they talked to as well? LeBron's representation to make sure he was okay with it. And when they got the word that he didn't really want to go, okay, not doing it. So, yes, I got some guys, not everyone, because Luka proves the point. Some guys don't get moved if they don't want to. Whether you want to call that untouchable, that's just one word for it. Okay, we will talk about a hire in the division, the AFC South. A guy that the Texans wanted, or at least wanted to interview, is moving to Jacksonville. They have a new OC, and it's really just an excuse to play a sounder. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
The Jags hire a former OC candidate for the Texans, and Grant Yadinsky. He was with the Vikings. Texans brought him in for an interview. We know they decided to go with Nick Caley. Nick Caley, if we believe fantasy football is a predictor of what will happen as far as team success, you should be happy about Nick Caley. I was listening to something with Matthew Berry, and his people, his co-hosts, were talking about how Nick Caley is going to help CJ Stroud's fantasy numbers, saying, buy your CJ Stroud stock now.
I love that.
Buy it now. Of course, we've never seen Nick Caley call a play before, but buy the stock now for CJ Stroud.
Shroud up, Stroud!
And that's not even the sounder I was referencing. But yes.
That one's for free.
That one. Take that one with you.
Came up naturally.
Take that one with you. As have hope, Texans fans. The OC you've never seen call a play and only know that he's related to, at least he's on the family tree or coaching tree of Sean McVay. Just know CJ Stroud's up for a big year. Forget about that offensive line stuff.
Yeah.
You got Cole Popovich for that. Don't worry about it. Forget about those guys and not being able to pick up a stuff. That stuff will be solved.
Coach Pop can do. Coach Pop is one of the best coaches in league history.
Yeah.
Different league, different guy.
That bit won't get old. The Coach Pop thing. Pop? Can we just call him Pop?
Pop.
Yeah. Just call him Pop.
Oh, you know what he should do? When I actually, he probably never will talk to the media. Strasser never did, except that one time, and no one was allowed to film him. But he should just give really
which
short.
Which is one of the weirder things that happened this year.
Yeah, but Pop should just give really short a-hole answers to people.
You think
like that? Isn't it funny?
You think he goes out of his way to not be like that? Just to say, we're not all like that.
No,
we're not all Greg.
He can get away with it because of the 5 championships.
Yeah, I don't think helps. Pop was always like that. I don't remember him being. Maybe it was. I don't remember him being when he took over for RC Buford. When he took over, came down out of the.
Yeah, when he shivved his coach and became the coach himself. Once they got Tim Duncan.
You mean the Riley way? Although he did it before Riley in that case.
The Popovich.
It's actually the Popovich way. When he decided to let RC Buford handle all the front office stuff and came down out of the executive suite to come coach a team, was he always this type of guy? I don't remember. It's a long time ago. I was a little kid.
Yeah, I also was trying to think, like, what was his demeanor like in the 05 final? I have no clue. No way of remembering that.
No effing clue. No effing clue. But either way, let's hope that Cole is on the friendlier side of the Popovich tree. If he ever gets to speak. He'll talk early, like in training camp and mini camp stuff. He'll probably talk then.
Maybe, yeah.
But as far as, because someone's going to request to be able to talk to Cole Popovich.
Honestly, it'd be great if no one ever requested him. Because people didn't request Chris Strasser.
Until it got bad.
Yeah.
He spoke in the off season. He didn't have to speak in the season until things were going poorly. So Grant Yadinsky, is the new Jags OC. He won't call plays because that goes to Liam Cohen. And what does Liam Cohen think about Jacksonville?
Duval.
That's right. Duval. Can he never speak except to say that? Or can it be like Russell Wilson had
Broncos country?
Broncos country. Let's ride. Can that be how Liam Cohen ends all his pressers? Like
Duval.
Like this is the quote. I'm sure it's from a press release that ESPN pulled from the Jag site. Grant will bring a wealth of knowledge, energy, and winning mindset to help lead our offense here in Jacksonville. He's a rising star in the league that has been a pillar of success for the Vikings organization, and we can't wait to have him lead our offense. And then
Duval.
I thought that was part of the quote was the and then.
No. He finishes everything he says with
a sign off.
Yes, of course. Only thing that's going to make anything about them interesting. I don't care about Trevor Lawrence. I don't care about Tank Bigsby. That's all I care about with the Jags.
Hey, Coach O had Go Tigers. So
exactly.
He ends his little sideline. Hey, what'd you like from what you saw out of Trevor Lawrence in the first time? Well, he's playing on time, not getting overwhelmed by the rush. We gotta help run the ball, take a little off his plate. All right, thanks, coach.
Duval.
That's how it goes?
Yes.
Okay.
That's how it goes. No matter what. That's if we ever even play an actual audio clip from Liam Cohen during the season, I want that attached at the end.
Yeah. I don't know if this show will ever play a Liam Cohen.
It's unlikely. Your next show might.
We will. Yeah.
I
would actually say it's very likely.
During Jags week, it's a likely thing.
And we also do a South Side segment with the AFC South. Where we just go through what's the biggest stories from each of these teams. So,
what was the biggest story from Jacksonville most weeks?
Laughing at them.
Oh, okay.
Doug Peterson. Oh my God, how is this guy not fired? And giving ornery press conferences.
And then he got fired.
But at the end of it, he got to finish it out.
Yeah. So what?
In October,
Shot Khan's not gonna pay you not to work.
That is true.
Hey, we
Costco guys.
We stink. Just finish out the year. I'll figure this out after you. I don't want to pay you. Do you have to upgrade the interim coach's salary for the rest of the year too? Like if he's an OC, do they get a little bonus to be the head coach? I don't want to have to give him any extra money. Let's play this thing out. What's the difference?
Yeah, I get, and hey, listen, I gotta save up. Transfer windows opening up. Fulham, we could use. They didn't use a right back.
They didn't do much. All they did was bring back Willian, who was a free agent. So people are not thrilled with them. They got a chance at Europe, not like the Champions League or Europa League, like Conference League or something. Didn't do enough according to people. Dream Shakes. We're still talking about the untouchable thing. Yes, yes. In some cases, untouchable doesn't mean untouchable. He's talking about how if everyone can just say they don't want to go someplace, that means everyone is untouchable. No, that's not the case.
Jimmy Butler can say he doesn't want to go somewhere.
Yeah, just because Jimmy Butler can do it, and eventually he did go someplace he didn't want to go until he did want to go because they paid him. There are levels to this. Stars can dictate terms, but can Tari Eason tell the Rockets, don't trade me to Milwaukee because I don't want to go there? No. That's why the icon thing means something. There are some guys who can dictate. There are other guys who won't even dare because they're just going to know, are you kidding?
Yeah.
We're not going to listen to you.
I mean, PJ Tucker.
Yeah.
PJ Tucker has wanted to get traded for like a year.
Yeah.
And they're just like, shut up, go home.
And when we trade you, it'll be a place you don't want to go and where you won't play. That's how it works. Steph can do it. KD can tell the Suns, yeah, I don't want to go to Golden State. You know what happened? He didn't go to Golden State. The Suns desperate to make a move. Listen to KD in a dead-end season. He's not even a franchise icon, by the way.
Yeah.
And he told them, don't trade me. And they said, okay, we won't trade you.
And I mean, part of it is because he's not a franchise icon, so he doesn't have that pull in Phoenix. But the receiving team, once they're made aware that oh, Kevin Durant doesn't want to play for us, maybe we shouldn't trade for him. So that's why I take the stance of you don't take that into account at all, because then you have to start worrying about well, is Trae Young a icon guy for Atlanta? There's no way in hell he should be untouchable, but they might think that. And so I don't want to have to try to crawl in the minds of these people, because again, until Saturday night, I would have thought Luka was one of those guys.
Luka has changed the paradigm of all this. You could just imagine that. And even the players mentioned it, maybe even half jokingly. Like Anthony Edwards said, don't trade me, whatever. But even the players acknowledge Devin Booker, one of those guys you think wouldn't get traded unless he gave the Suns permission. He was like, just tells you that anyone can get it. Now, I don't believe that's actually true. This was a special circumstance, a ridiculously special circumstance, considering the Mavericks and where their position and what the fan base thinks of Luka. That one, I don't think is a predictor of things to come.
No, but I do wonder, do you think there was a trade made the last week or since the Luka trade that either would not have happened or would not have happened to that team if not for the Luka trade? Because I do think the Jimmy Butler trade, he probably doesn't go to Golden State if Luka doesn't get traded.
Possibly.
Because of the timing of the leaks of how aggressive the Warriors were to get a star, there's a report that they called on literally every all-star in the league. And I think that is because Joe Lacob was like, wait, they got Luka for that? Come on.
Let's go.
We have to make a move now. We have to just make something happen. And I think that's what and then they ended up caving on the contract for Jimmy Butler.
And by the way, Jimmy Butler wouldn't have been traded until he said he wanted to go. The franchise was willing to ride with this and let this play out into free agency and see where it took him. He didn't want to because he wanted his money. He said, I'm okay being traded. So the Heat go, okay, I guess we'll trade you. But they weren't going to trade Jimmy Butler until he said, I'm fine with it. This is what I'm talking about. Even the likes of Jimmy Butler, great for Miami for his time there. Expected to cause problems because that's what he always does.
Yeah.
But even a guy like him wasn't going to go anywhere until he was like, you know what? Okay.
Yeah, like a guy who's definitely outside the top 10.
Yeah.
And maybe outside the top 15 of guys in the league. Like, this is what we're talking about, where he got to decide, am I going or not?
Yeah, so sure, you could generally go, okay, anyone who doesn't get permission won't get traded. We know that's not the case. Guys get dealt. Does Trae Young fit that profile? No, I don't know why he would. But Atlanta, that might be more like, we've got nothing to attract anyone here.
The Atlanta freaking
that might not be about, hey, he's untouchable. It's just like, we ain't got no one that anyone cares about, so that's why we're not going to trade him. Yeah. Okay, we can talk more about that or anything else you want. 73780-3776. Before we go to break, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. In fact, we're going to talk to those people today. The guys over there got a meeting scheduled. We'll talk about the newest things they have to offer. But what they always have to offer is great service and a price that doesn't change once you see it on the website. No hidden fees, no upcharges. You go to monumentchevrolet.com and check out what they have to offer. You're going to see the same prices once you go out there. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And whether it's pre-owned or new or something for your business, all the cars are great and the service matches it as well. They want to welcome you to the family. And I say family for a reason. They've been in business for 50 years, just celebrated their 50-year anniversary last year. And they want you to be a generational customer where you buy a car from them and then your son or daughter buys a car from them. And then maybe a grandkid buys. That's what they're about. If you're in business that long, you can kind of plan out an entire generations of families coming out there and getting great cars from Monument Chevrolet. So check them out at monumentchevrolet.com. And remember, if you get a pre-owned vehicle right now, they have a 6-month, 6,000-mile warranty. Comfort you, because I know some people can be apprehensive about buying a pre-owned car. They have something to kind of square you away to know that even if something does go wrong, they got you protected. So monumentchevrolet.com is a website. They're in Pasadena, Beltway 8 and 225. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Let's do this here. Do you guys like fishing? Do you guys like going to fishing shows? Well, you got your chance now. February 12th through the 16th at George R. Brown Convention Center. We have the 50th annual fishing show, and we're giving away two tickets now. 713-780-3776. Caller 3 wins a pair of tickets to the 50th annual fishing show. You got everything you need for a fisherman, from new rods, reels, lures. Factory reps will be there to walk you through some things. Guides from Alaska to South America, dozens of fully rigged boats, and hundreds of kayaks, plus continuous clinics by expert fishermen covering salt and freshwater fishing, and a kids clinic on Saturday and Sunday with giveaways. If you love the fish or you just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 50th annual fishing show. Check out HoustonFishingShow.com. Pair of tickets right now. We're going to be giving away tickets throughout the week. Well, the week's not long, not long left. We'll give away tickets tomorrow. At least the station will. We'll also have tickets on Monday as well. So February 12th to the 16th. Of course, if you don't get tickets from us, you can go to HoustonFishingShow.com. Out at George R. Brown Convention Center. That name ain't changing. We got Dyken Park. George R. Brown remains the same. You can go out there and check out the fishing show. So yesterday, or maybe it was Tuesday, I think I was still in Lake Charles, talked about Matt Rule canceling the spring game because he was upset or worried about more players being poached after it. Transfer portal, NIL, Wild West. He doesn't want to open up his roster to prying eyes, so that's why he's going to cancel a long-standing tradition at Nebraska. They've been doing that spring game or some form of it for the better part of 75 years. He's done with it because he's concerned about a couple players possibly leaving. Well, Billy Napier has a different approach. Billy, who had a renaissance late last year, Sunbelt Billy, we felt like was in trouble. Before the year, we talked about how difficult that schedule was. Well, everyone did. Turns out the schedule wasn't as bad as we thought. Florida State stunk, and they took care of them late. They had a big win at home against Ole Miss. Billy Napier kept his job, and while he is on stronger ground or more secure ground than he was before the season, he's not doing anything to piss off the fans. That spring game, despite worries about players getting taken away, immediately afterwards, he's not canceling it. He said this: to each his own. I'm either going to have coaches tampering with my players, or I'm going to have a fan base that's pissed off at not having a spring game. It's pick your poison. So Billy Napier, he'd rather deal with the possibility of some team coming in and stealing one of his guys than dealing with the fan base who expects to take part in a spring game. And we talked about it before. The spring game isn't just about that practice. It's a glorified practice. It doesn't mean that much. Anything they've done in the spring has already been done. Anything that's important that's already been done. They did it in all the practices leading up to it. This is for the fans. It's a community event. Fans come out whether they're in the college town or they've graduated and they no longer live in a town. They come back for the spring game. It's also a recruiting tool. It's also a fundraising tool. It's not just about that practice on the field with ESPN3 broadcasting. Billy Napier seems to understand that, and he also understands I don't want to piss off my fan base, so we're going to play this blue-orange game no matter what. Matt Rule, the guy who has lost 13 games over the last 2 seasons, has decided all those important Nebraska players he can't bear to lose, so he's going to cancel the spring game.
It does feel a little bit like the difference between losing all those games your first 2, or in Billy Napier's case, 3 years, although they were pretty good last year.
Yeah, they bounced back late.
But that's it. They bounced back late. This seems like the difference between arrow pointing up and arrow pointing down, or at least arrow pointing neutral or less up, where Florida, it's like, no, please come look at us. Like, this is a good way to win back the fans, because guess what we're going to do? We're going to call up a easy play for DJ Lagway to bomb it down the field and have that be on Sports Center. Like that, it's just an easy PR win for Florida because they're like, yeah, let's get the momentum going. Let's keep the juice flowing from how we finished the year, where it feels like Matt Rule, it's more of the like, oh God, we better effing win this year or else. I don't know.
I'm in real trouble.
Yeah, I might not be here.
They are two coaches in different spots. I mean, I think Nebraska is a place you go to get fired. Now you go to get a big deal, but
you get paid well.
Yes, but since Tom Osborne, you generally get fired pretty quickly. Now Frank Solich wasn't bad. He just wasn't Tom Osborne, so they got sick of him. But
Bo Pelini also wasn't bad, but wasn't Tom Osborne, and they got sick of him.
Nebraska,
and then they've been worse ever since.
Really, since they joined the Big Ten, it's gotten worse. In Nebraska, at a time, 4 losses was unacceptable, and that's why Bo Pelini had to go. Now, the expectations, because you've been beaten down, they've changed. Now, if you can make a bowl game, that's progress, and that's what they did last year. They won the Pinstripe Bowl.
They went 6-6 and made a bowl game and won it. And so I had to change it from arrow pointing down to arrow pointing less up than Florida. And that should show you where Nebraska is. Where, I guess they have made a bowl game. So I can't say that this is not looking good. That's actually an improvement for them.
Hey,
poverty program.
As disrespectful as that may be, at some point geography plays a part, and there is no natural recruiting ground for them. They were able to overcome that in Tom Osborne's time, but investment in the program isn't at the level it would need to be. It appears to match the big boys in college football, which is what Nebraska was, and kids in California, which they grabbed quite a bit, Texas as well. The appeal for Nebraska has changed, and by that I mean it's lessened. And they're not going to get the types that they used to get. They are no longer a national program, which is what they were during Tom Osborne's time. They're a Midwest program, and they're not even the best team in the Midwest. They're scrapping and clawing to get up to Iowa's level right now, and that's why Matt Rule, I guess, is so concerned about losing some potential players from the transfer portal or into the transfer portal with programs tampering. Mike, I see you. Yeah, you know what? We're already way past. We'll combine. We'll get to Mike here. I'll get to one other thing, and then we'll go because Gallant and George are coming up here shortly. Let's get to Mike. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Dale. Hey, really quick, going back to the whole NBA trade, like, not being like conspiratorial, but how much of it do you think that like the NBA and Adam Silver has like their hand in kind of controlling like the big names going in? Like the Luka trade made no sense to me. The Mavs made comments that they hated Luka and they didn't think that he was like, always going to be on the court. But they got Anthony Davis, who's made out of fine china. So I don't know where that makes sense. And then, like, do you think they have to go to like a board and just like approve everything? Because I mean, I never understood why like some of the superstars. Honestly, they're not even superstars. I remember when Victor Oladipo sat out for the Rockets. Like he's trash. So I never understood why they were able to sit out and there was like no repercussions, things like that. I know that Butler was getting fined, but that's I guess more of a rare case that they actually try to discipline someone to play. And then last thing, hey, have you seen the video? There's a video circulating of Ryan Day. Like, I guess the football team was like doing a friendly scrimmage against the girls softball team, and he like gets a hit, and then he runs down the first base, and he looks like an unathletic cartoon character. It's I don't know why they would ever post it. He looks so bad. Anyways, that was it. Thanks, Bill.
I haven't. I'll take a look. Social media teams sometimes whiff. The Miami Dolphins social media team showcased Tua throwing the ball to Tyreek in one of their first practices together. Not really practicing because they were in bucket hats and he underthrew it, and that became a viral sensation. I don't know if the Ryan Day thing will get to that level, but sometimes there's a whiff there. Why teams allow players to sit out? They come to an agreement. Victor Oladipo sat out because the Rockets were fine with it. In Jimmy Butler's case, the Heat didn't want him to sit out. They wanted him to play, but they felt that even when he was on the court, he was partaking in conduct detrimental. And then when he was off the court, he was a pain in the ass too. So they found a way to suspend him several times, and now he's in Golden State. As far as conspiracies. Kevin McHale traded Kevin Garnett to the Celtics for Al Jefferson. It was a fine player, but it wasn't enough for, look, a franchise icon. We've been talking about that all show. But Kevin Garnett was fine with going there because he didn't want to be in Minnesota because he knew they weren't going to be able to win anything. Was that a conspiracy or just Kevin McHale doing his former franchise a favor? What we've learned from the Luka thing is that Nico and Rob Pelinka are buddies. And they had conversations. Some of this is how, and some of that is how it all goes down. Two front offices who have a good working relationship together are more willing to make trades than two who have a combative one. This one was a little bit more friendly than Mavs fans would have liked, to the point that the Lakers still had a first-round pick to give away or to trade, and that's why they have Mark Williams. I don't think it's conspiratorial. The only time I remember trade being vetoed beyond the fact that the numbers didn't work was when the NBA owned or were taking control of the Hornets. So they're like, the Chris Paul trade, we don't like it.
Yeah, it literally leaked out before the owner could approve it, and the owner was the league.
Yeah, and the league said, no, we're not letting you do this. But other than that, lopsided trades go down. We remember a time maybe where Daryl Morey was a king of duping people into trading him guys. Beyond the James Harden one, he was known as a guy who got over on dumb franchises. No one stepped in or called that a conspiracy. We know why this is a problem. The Lakers got Luka. If for some reason Rob Pelinka was the general manager of the Kings and Luka loves Sacramento, while it would be surprising that he got traded, no one would be as upset. Oh, look at that. The Kings got Luka. And the Kings traded Anthony Davis to the Mavericks. This is about the location of the franchise. No one wants to see LA win.
No one was like, and you only get this when the established player goes to the team. When that's the fleecing direction.
Yeah.
No one was like, I can't believe Sam Presti really pulled one over on the Clippers.
Yeah, it was like, look how much there was a lot of, wow, they got a lot, but the offshoot.
No one was like, this is rigged for OKC.
Yeah, but the offshoot was the other side of it was, well, they had to do it because Kawhi wanted a running mate. So we understand why the Clippers did what they did. Hey, Shea was a good young player, but no one was going MVP. No one was talking about Shea like they're talking about Amen. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
So it was a good young player, Gallinari, and a lot of picks. It wasn't conspiratorial. It was, we know the Clippers are desperate. They had to secure Kawhi, so they went and did what they had to do to get Paul George. And boy, has that worked out for one team and not the other. And it's funny because the guy who got traded last night was the guy that Kawhi actually wanted first.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted Jimmy Butler first, and he could not get that done, so they moved to Paul George. So maybe Kawhi is a good talent evaluator because at least Jimmy in the playoffs is a lot better than Paul George in the playoffs.
I think things would have gone a little bit better for the Clippers if he was that good of a talent evaluator.
Well,
it feels like, you know what, I really like this. He could find some diamonds in the rough. It wouldn't have taken this long for Norm Powell to break out.
I can't speak to that. I think it would have gone better for Clippers if his knees would have held up.
Well, that too.
Yeah.
That too.
Yeah.
Probably the biggest.
I think that's a bigger issue than
than
his general manager stuff.
He probably couldn't have found a better player to play with other than himself. Like, that was the best discovery that they're going to make is Kawhi Leonard. He's good.
Sure. And the Clippers, as much as we want to bury them, they're a good basketball team. They're not a great one, which is what the whole plan was, but they have kept their head above water, and James is an all-star, and they'll be in the playoffs. Don't really consider them a threat. They'll probably just be annoying to whoever they play because they might have Kawhi. I can't guarantee that.
I mean, they'll have Kawhi for 2 games that season.
Yeah, he'll
get hurt. Like, every year, Kawhi does not finish playoff series.
He'll be on a roster, whether he's active in the deciding game, probably unlikely.
Kawhi Leonard is physically incapable of finishing a playoff series. So when we talk about the Clippers in the playoffs, I will never mention Kawhi Leonard because it's like, I don't know, he could be there for 3 games and then he can't handle the wear and tear of it.
And yet they gave him an extension because they built a new building and
untouchable.
And they needed star power. Okay. I hope you guys are all untouchable in your lives. You can take that however you like. We are done for the day. Gallant George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. But before I do that and say goodbye, I do want to talk about this. MyBookie. MyBookie is a place you go to if you think the Eagles are untouchable and they're going to beat the Chiefs in the big game. Maybe you don't want to focus strictly on the game. You care more about the props outside the game, like which commercial is going to run first, an Amazon one or a Netflix one. Do you think the president's going to tweet during the game? What is the color of the Gatorade that's going to be doused on either Sirianni or Reed? Those are the things you can do because it is the big game, and we know props are a big deal. So focus on that at mybookie.ag. But there are other things. So the game it ain't playing today. You can bet on the Rockets tonight if you like them against Minnesota in their losing streak. Maybe you like international soccer. College basketball still going on. It's all there for you at MyBookie. Use that promo code BET975 and take advantage of everything they have to offer, from the live casino to the fact that they match 50% up. They have a 50% match up to $1,000. So simply means you bet 1,000 or you put in 1,000, you got another 500 to spend. MyBookie wants you to have a good time on the website. And from basketball to the NFL to UFC is all there for you because of this. They want you to bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Thursday, February 6th, 2025. The NBA trade deadline is this afternoon at 2 o'clock Central Time. We'll keep you posted if anything else happens. And we are just a few days away from Super Bowl licks. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George, who is wearing a Chicago Bears hat today. Any reason to wear said Chicago Bears hat, Joe?
No. Smiling a lot, too.
Wow.
No, because you guys are making me try to seem like a terrible person.
No,
Like,
we're
I
not.
knew
Oh, wait, what do you mean? Hang
not
on.
you.
What do you mean?
You, Mr. Mapes.
Ooh, what's going on?
He's trying to say, I knew that a 102-year-old woman died today.
Wait a second. Hang
Virginia
on.
McCaskey, the owner of the Bears.
Okay.
She died.
And he was over there popping champagne
Whoa.
before the show.
Whoa. You didn't give me any?
No, he's just been grinning a lot.
Am I excited that Jeff Bezos can buy the Bears now? Maybe a little bit.
That's right.
Because they're going to get sold.
You would think that based off of inheritance tax laws in the United States of America, that it'll be very difficult for the McCaskey spawn.
Well, there's 5 kids and 3 of them don't want the team.
To continue to own the team. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a big day for the Chicago Bears. It's a new horizon.
And a very sad day for the McCaskey family.
She's
God rest her soul.
You guys are mean.
I haven't said anything. This is between Sean and Joe.
I'm trying to mourn Virginia McCaskey, and I'm somehow the mean person because I'm not having as much fun as you are.
I'm not having any fun. I'm being attacked here.
I'm not attacking. This is a conversation that you guys were having, and I just want it to continue.
Being attacked.
I haven't attacked you once. I mean, listen, we all go at some point. Living 102 years, pretty cool.
It's great life.
But I bet after a while, you're sort of like, I don't know
Honestly,
anymore.
I don't want to make it to 102.
Yeah.
Cap me at like 85.
I was going to say like 82, I think.
Yeah. Maybe 90.
Nah.
Depends on what I'm feeling like.
I'd be cool with 75.
So, yeah, you know what?
Until I realize that I'm 35 and I'm nearly halfway there.
Yeah, it does change the perspective a little bit.
But anyway, listen. Virginia McCaskey.
God rest her soul.
Rest in peace.
This episode of Gallant George is in memory of Virginia McCaskey. Can we agree on that?
Sure.
I will remember you. Joe, want to join in? No,
I'm okay.
Will you remember me? Don't you let your love pass you by. 102 is a long time. The memory. Nothing new for the Houston Rockets at the trade deadline. They did go and get a classic Ime Udoka player yesterday, Jaden Springer. As far as the rest of the NBA, Tom Ball's own Jimmy Butler is now a member of the Golden State Warriors. There nearly was a 3-team trade that would have sent Jimmy Butler to the Suns and Kevin Durant to the Warriors. Kevin stepped in the way of that, said, hell no, I'm not doing that. That's really the biggest splash that's taken place over the last 24 hours. And let's be honest, it doesn't do much when it comes to the grand scheme of the NBA. Jimmy Butler on the Warriors is fun. Does Jimmy Butler on the Warriors make the Warriors again? No. Now, maybe it makes them a more difficult opponent should they get their act together and make the playoffs and play the Rockets. But that's really the only way I'm looking at it. It's fun. It's nice to see Jimmy Butler with the Warriors. You got to wonder if he and Draymond Green are going to work out well together. I feel like he and Steph will gel at the very least. But that's it. It's fun.
Yeah, it doesn't do much for me. They will probably not be the 11th seed as they currently stand today.
That's crazy.
They will make the play-in tournament at a minimum. Will they catch the Clippers or the Lakers to not have to play in the play-in tournament? I don't know. Jimmy Butler, he's been good this year. If you look at some of like the more advanced stuff, he's been a little more overrated. The free throw numbers have helped him out a lot. Steph Curry's been kind of tough this year at times. So it'll be interesting to see what the new look Warriors are. I would have been way more intrigued if Kevin Durant accepted that trade and would have gone to Golden State. And like Steph Curry and Kevin Durant, one last, swan song for them at a much older age. That to me is way more intriguing than Jimmy Butler. I mean, now I just want to know like what's our over under on when Jimmy and Draymond fight?
Good question.
I mean, Jimmy got paid $121 million for the next 2 years.
Who'd win that fight?
That's a great question.
I'd take Draymond. Draymond's going to kick him in the nuts.
He got punked by Jordan Poole. think I'm taking Jimmy.
I thought that Draymond punched Jordan.
Yeah,
Poole.
Draymond threw the punch.
Oh, that's right. You're right. I got my punches thrown back.
Yeah, you're thinking about Dak Prescott.
Yes, you're right.
Leader of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes, I am.
I do think that some of it is like Draymond's a little bit bigger, and there's the chance of strike first, and don't let your enemy be able to strike first. Sun Tzu. I think Draymond Green has studied Sun Tzu, Art of War.
Or I don't know. I feel like he's more likely, and this is not meant to be demeaning because the television show is very good. I think he's more likely to have watched Cobra Kai, the TV show, based off of the Karate Kid. And yeah, that's the mantra of Cobra Kai: strike first.
Yeah, I would think Draymond would throw the first punch, but I think I'm taking Jimmy still. I know there's a size mismatch. I think Draymond's kind of fake tough guy. So I'll take Jimmy Butler in a fight.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
I wish we were on Radio Row so we could say, hey, Joe, there's Draymond right there.
He's
fake tough guy.
Is he there?
There he is.
Draymond Green should not be at Radio Row. They played a game last night.
Podcasting
He's there
D.
today?
No, there's no way. He should be. The Draymond Green Show has a podcast.
Podcast D, yeah. I mean, he's got to promote it, talking about the NFL with Jordan Schultz. That's a real podcast that he does.
It's something.
Incredibly. Again, nothing new for the Houston Rockets. I do want to offer some thoughts and prayers. Joe, I know you were strong-armed into offering some thoughts and prayers for Virginia McCaskey, owner of the Chicago Bears, who passed away at 102 years old, wearing a Bears hat. Very interesting day to choose that. I know that you choose your hat randomly when you walk out the door very often.
Or
so
maybe I knew something.
maybe you do something. But I want to offer some thoughts and prayers to Dennis Schroeder.
Oh, you're right.
I mean, Dennis Schroeder, who yesterday, before the NBA's trade deadline, which again is 2 p.m. Central today, said that the NBA trade deadline is like modern slavery. He experienced modern slavery not once, but twice yesterday. First off, he got traded to the Miami Heat. Got to say, if you're on the Warriors, you get traded to the Miami Heat. It's pretty awesome. Not from the perspective, are you more likely to win? More from the perspective of where would you rather live, the Bay Area or Miami in 2025?
Miami's the 6th seed right now. Same record, but Miami's the 6th seed.
Yeah, you're in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Some playoff game checks or bonuses, perhaps. But then he got traded to the Utah Jazz.
Oh.
I mean, being traded to Utah, I think Vernon Maxwell would also agree that is low-key like slavery.
Yeah, if he would have said this after being traded to Utah, we might all have a different perspective on his quote.
At the very least, Vernon Maxwell would have. But, man, what a ridiculous quote that was yesterday.
But now he's a Utah Jazz.
He's a member of the Utah Jazz. So that's pretty much it. The Lakers got Mark Williams. I guess he's good, and Charlotte didn't get all that much for him, I guess, except for Dalton Connect. Is that going to make them better? I don't know. I feel like this year with the Lakers, there's certainly a possibility that LeBron and Luka figure it out down the stretch, but I'm not holding my breath. And then on top of that, Brandon Ingram's with the Raptors. Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That one felt inevitable. Like they've been talking about trading him for like a calendar year. So it finally feels like, I mean, look, this is a kind of a, in terms of like star power being traded. I mean, Luka, Butler, Brandon Ingram's a good player. Like we nearly saw Kevin Durant get traded. It's one of the more interesting trade deadlines of recent memory because they've gotten pretty boring in most recent years. Like we're not seeing these big moves. So at least we're seeing a bunch of big moves happen. I think we're done though. I don't think there's gonna be a big move today. I think that the moves yesterday were the last big dominoes to fall.
Dang.
I hope not. But one more like big splash breaking news sounder would be fun during the show.
Nick Vucevic getting traded.
No, that's possible.
He probably is
I'll be
the
a
biggest,
Warrior.
Biggest domino realistically that could get traded.
Yeah, unless something weird happened with Kevin Durant in the last 12 hours.
Hey, you guys were going to trade me.
And he's like, okay, now I want out.
But not to Golden State.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I think that is like a fast forward to June. That's probably the conversation we're having is Kevin Durant requesting a trade 3 days later, being on a podcast and explaining it as, well, they were going to shop me. So I'm breaking up with you before you break up with me.
Let's time capsule this from a Rockets perspective. If they don't make another move by 2 p.m., how are you feeling? Because, Joe, I know you want them to get something, but I don't think you're dying for them to get that something.
Yeah, I want them to get a backup point guard, just basically someone that can help cover for Fred VanVleet when he's hurt or when he's out of the game, because they don't have that on their roster. Like, they need a depth piece. But not trading for Kevin Durant if they don't do that in the next 2 hours, or if somehow Phoenix decided to blow it up in the next 2 hours, which they won't be doing. I'm okay with that because I do think that having a firm stance and sticking to a plan is a good idea for a front office. Like I do appreciate that Rafael Stone and all the reporting is that, yes, they could be interested in people, but then immediately it's followed by, no, they're pretty hell-bent on keeping this roster intact. So I think they could improve their team still. Yes, but I'll be okay if they don't make a splash move today.
I'm with you there. They're winning right now. It's very cool to see them winning, but sort of in opposition to you, I don't think that they need to get that backup point guard because much like Jabari Smith paved the way, his injury for Amen Thompson getting playing time, Fred VanVleet being banged up opens the way for Reed Shepherd to get more playing time. And when VanVleet comes back, I'm already here. I want Reed Shepherd in over Aaron Holiday. And I get it. There's this idea that, hey, you might not be as good of a team as you possibly can if you got the young kid coming in instead of the veteran for VanVleet. But I think you're at a point right now where, yes, of course, you're trying to win a championship. You also got to develop your players. And if this lends itself to Reed Shepherd getting more minutes, especially after what we saw from him Tuesday night against Brooklyn, I am all for it.
Yeah, to your point, if they're not going to trade guys and they're not going to make a big splash move, and their reasoning behind it is seeing what this core group of players has, Reed Shepherd's a huge part of that because Fred VanVleet can opt out of his contract. That's a player option for next year.
Team option
for next year. So you have to make a decision yourself. So it's not just about the now. It's about next year and the years going forward with Reed because he is logically the starting point guard for this team or where you drafted him. So if you are going to take this opportunity to play him more, my real question will be, will Ime have the patience for a rookie? Like that's where I don't know. Like, yeah, he might start tonight. I'm curious if he'll be in the starting lineup. My kind of gut tells me he will be with Fred being out after the way he played
against Minnesota.
Yeah. But like when he takes a bad shot again, is he just going to sit on the bench the rest of the game? Because
that's definitely possible.
Yeah.
4 losses in a row. I mean, the priority tonight is to get a win. So maybe Reed Shepherd in the starting lineup tonight is low on the probability chart, but truly, I don't know, and we'll find out probably fairly soon. Trade deadlines today at 2. Rockets T-Wolves tonight at Toyota Center. Gary has a thought. He wants to weigh in on Jimmy Butler versus Draymond Green. Hell yeah. 713-780-3776. Gary, what's up, dude?
Hey guys, couple of things, topics. Jimmy Butler all day over Draymond. I mean, Jimmy from this Houston area and his real stuff, he would do it. Draymond's a little softy, but he ain't a bully. He's on people shorter and smaller than him. Secondly, I think this is a great point. Nobody's talking about if what's his name that got transferred from the Lakers and went to Dallas, and if they
Anthony
win,
Davis.
Yeah, if Anthony Davis, if they win and LeBron, if they win a championship, and this would further catapult Kobe, who I already think is the second best player, it shows that LeBron would not be able to win without without a great player. As of Kobe, when Shaq left, Kobe was still able to win one. So I think it would tank, although LeBron James top 5 ever, but I think it would take a hit if Anthony Davis went over and won, and then LeBron didn't because he had Kyrie. Everywhere he went, he had the great with him.
Dwayne Wade.
And finally, even though Kobe had Kukoc, it is what it is. He wasn't. I mean, not Kukoc. Paul Gasol. He still wasn't Shaq. But anyway, and finally, not you guys, but it's all over. I hear the word during Black History Month. I hear that word slavery jokingly or being thrown around a lot, coincidentally during Black History Month. And I was just bringing that to the forefront. Now, I'm not saying you guys, but I'm hearing it all over now. Slavery, modern day slavery, this is slavery, this is coincidentally during Black History Month. I'm like, wow. But anyway,
it's a good point. Appreciate the phone call as always, Gary. Always takes us down some interesting rabbit holes.
Yeah.
First off, I'm always a fan of anyone trying to submarine LeBron's legacy.
He's right.
If right. I mean, like Stephen A. Smith is definitely going to run with that take if AD wins the championship this year in
Skip
Dallas. You don't think Stephen A. Smith would do the same thing?
Does I don't think Stephen A. is a LeBron hater, right?
He's not a LeBron hater, but he calls it how it is.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, Skip doesn't have a platform anymore.
That's true. Skip got canceled.
But Skip would definitely do it.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't familiar with Stephen A's game. Sorry, Joe.
It'd also be bad for Luka. Luka's legacy.
Oh, it's actually really bad for Luka's legacy.
Dude, it would be so bad. No, you ain't kidding. And look, this is a realization that I came to, and we haven't talked about it since. I so badly wanted to work out for Dallas, and not because I hate the Lakers. It's not that. It really is.
Although you do hate the Lakers.
There is something to what a petulant child Luka Doncic is. There is something to it. I mean, Brian Windhorst flamed his ass after that game in the finals where he was being a bitch up and down the court, and he was. I stopped liking Luka in the finals, and now that the finals are removed, my vitriol towards him has tempered down a little bit. But I so badly would like teams that prioritize a culture to win and for individuals to fail. And I understand that the NBA has gone in a way where everyone glorifies stars. But one of the most frustrating things about watching the James Harden era Rockets wasn't even the James Harden side of it, because I know some people appreciate him. I'm not even going to argue with you on this. It's that Daryl Morey was so obsessed with creating a culture that was all about, let's just get the best players. Chemistry be damned. And now you've got this kind of mindset across the league. And look, it is a team game. Sacrifices are supposed to be made. You can't have everybody being a bunch of glory boys across the league, you know? So I would love for this to work out for Dallas, not because I want to see Dallas succeed either, more so because as a whole, I'd like the NBA to get back to a team being built slowly over time, becoming an awesome team. Because guess what? What do we have in our backyard? A team that has the potential to do that in the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, you look at the Warriors, the way they were built until they added Kevin Durant, the way that Boston's being built Good now, point. Oklahoma City. Like, these teams have been built through the draft, through a process, like, without saying the process, because that was annoying.
Those guys didn't work.
Yeah, they did not work in Philadelphia. But I'm with you. Like, I would rather see, like, these trades are fun, yes, but I would rather see these trades be happening because, you know, the Rockets are so exciting to play with that Giannis wants to be in Houston. Like, that's the final piece to make you like a real championship team. When LeBron went to Miami, that for me is what killed a lot of my love for the NBA at the time, which is because it just felt like everything there. And obviously they did not win every championship they could have.
Not one, not two, not three, not four.
Yeah, they won two.
Yeah,
two.
It was two.
But like, because even like Boston was different. Like, they had Paul Pierce, they acquired Kevin Garnett, and they acquired Ray Allen.
They acquired a couple of guys who were close to the end and desperate to win. And that's not to say LeBron wasn't desperate to win, but LeBron hadn't been in the league that long.
He was in his prime.
Right.
Yeah, he was 26.
26, 25, 27, something like that. Right. So it was a little different. And also, I hated the optics of the whole thing. I mean, like, poor Cleveland, who welcomed you back with open arms only for you to leave them again. Soft. Sports Town, Cleveland. But LeBron in that situation, announcing it like that publicly, like saying, like, I'm getting with somebody else. I'm getting engaged to somebody else, like in front of Cleveland. And also, more importantly, doing it at the Boys and Girls Club of Greenwich, Connecticut, median income of like $200,000. F off with that. All those kids are spoiled.
Yeah, because he thought it was going to save as the public perception. That, like, as he was sitting there in a Boys and Girls Club,
Could have picked literally every other Boys and Girls Club in the United States of America, and it would have been more plausible than, for those who don't know, Greenwich, Connecticut is like the richest place in the Northeast.
I also thought it was going to be a Chicago Bull for a while, so that's part of the reason why.
I think that probably hurt a
when
little
Chris
bit.
Broussard went on TV and said Dwayne Wade and LeBron were joining Derek in Chicago, I was like, ooh, and then it didn't happen.
Going back to Paul, you rooting for the Dallas Mavericks for the rest of your life now?
Just for the idea of team to work and for Luka to fail while the Mavericks do better without.
It is funny that, like, to do that, Kyrie Irving would have to be the best or second best player on the team. And you're like, this is what I want the NBA to be more like. Kyrie Irving.
But I got to say,
he's changed.
To his credit, he was insufferable in New York for all the reasons.
And Boston.
Boston, true.
Still hasn't beaten the Celtics since he saged the arena.
But it's not about that. Like, he has actually, like, embraced the idea of, oh yeah, teamwork. Now, is he still going to do it with Anthony Davis and without Luka? I don't know.
Yeah,
I really don't. But he has adapted the kind of mindset that I would like more players in the NBA to have, as opposed to, constantly whining about their situation or comparing the trade deadline to modern day slavery.
But we are like 18 months away from Kyrie Irving being the biggest example ever of that. That's what I'm saying is funny.
Yeah.
Is that we're not that far away from Kyrie Irving, and he has no reason to complain because they just made the finals.
That's fair.
Things are going well for him, except for Luka Doncic being fat, so they had to trade him.
What do you think about the? I don't know. Did you listen to Russillo's podcast with Will Kane?
I did, yeah.
What do you think about Will Kane? If you don't know, is from Dallas, massive Mavericks fan.
Now he's on Fox News. Used to be at ESPN.
Yeah. What do you think about him saying that like they could win like 2 championships and it wouldn't get over the hurt of Luka being
dumb.
traded?
That's dumb.
I think that's crazy.
I mean,
like, and we're seeing it from Mavs fans all over social media who are like, even if they win a title, I'm not going to get over this. I'm like, what are you talking about?
They like watching Luka play. And there is an idea of, hey, I like to go to watch a game to watch specifically Luka play. Like, I think this was laid out by Bomani Jones, H-Town guy, that there's a very few players in the league that you pay money to watch. I mean, he's one of them.
And he's our guy. Thing.
Exactly. You drafted him when everyone doubted him.
I will say that, if you're a Dallas fan, it's like, sweet. Now we have Anthony Davis. Like that. I understand why the excitement balloon gets deflated, where it's like, so it's Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving instead of the guy that was our guy.
Yes. And on top of all of that, they're not going to win. That's not me saying that's going to happen.
We were being very nice to everyone that was.
I want it to happen. I just want it to happen because Luka being a child in those finals, to me, still rubs me the wrong way. And I had to take a step back from just how effing crazy that trade was on Saturday night, the way that it dropped, what it was actually in exchange for, to sit back and think to myself, yeah, F Luka. I hope the Mavs do well with this, even though I know that there's no chance in hell that they will.
I can't say that.
That they have what?
That they have no chance in hell. I mean, Kyrie and AD, if they're healthy, they're going to be the one of the best 2 sets of players in the NBA finals or in the NBA playoffs. It's hard to wrap my mind around, but like, I do love Anthony Davis and I have a lot of respect for Kyrie, the basketball player still. I won't rule out a crazy run for them.
Davis is a great player. He is the availability. I am not sold it will be in the playoffs. Yes. That's what I'm, I guess, looking at and saying this is not going to happen. But we'll see, okay? I mean, honestly, things have not been going great for the Mavericks this season, considering they were just in the NBA Finals. And Luka wasn't playing. So there's that too.
They're in the play-in right now. I think they're like 7 or 8 seeds, somewhere in there.
Okay.
And yeah, I think, their core, it's like, of the Western Conference teams, like, yeah, I could see that. I could see them losing the Western Conference Finals. I can see them maybe even making the finals. It's just that they were already limited last year on offense because they had only 2 guys that could create a shot, Luka and Kyrie. They got rid of the best guy who could create a shot for Anthony Davis, who can score, has had big scoring games recently, but he's not a shot creator type. He's not someone that, you feel good about handing the reins of the offense over to. Look at LeBron James, who is 40 years old and hasn't been able to hand the reins over to him. And now he's going to do that with Luka.
We'll see what happens on that front. We'll see what happens the rest of the NBA trade deadline. It is coming up in now an hour and about 36 minutes. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Both of us, Joe and I, were both of the mindset that it's not that big of a deal if the Rockets don't do anything at the trade deadline, but maybe you feel otherwise. Maybe you need that guy on this team. If you want that, you can weigh in. Up next, we want your sports conspiracy theories. We got a Super Bowl that's coming up on Sunday. So put on your tinfoil hat if you got something on that front. And there's something that concerns me a little bit about the National Football League. I am going to put on a tinfoil hat and tell you what that is. Stay put for Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Stick around, Gallant George.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Let the good times roll. Take the day off work and play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station at the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Occasional Invitational. It benefits kids' meals. This year's tournament takes place Fat Tuesday, March 4th at noon at the Wildcat Golf Club. Love that place. Each golfer will receive beverages from Carbach Brewing Company, lunch and dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, another favorite of ours, 18 holes of golf too. Register now, ESPN975.com under the promotions tab. Use code EARLYBIRD. I don't know if it needs to be in all caps, but I wanted to yell it because it was written in all caps for a $97.50 registration for a limited time.
I think it's all caps. I don't know.
Okay.
I like the way you yelled it though.
Yeah. When I see something in all caps, I'm assuming
You're
it's
gonna
yelling.
scream.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I realized that sometimes when I do that in text form, people don't think it's funny. There's people who know me think it's funny when I'm angry and I yell, but people who don't know me are like,
I could see why you'd be like a little surprised. Like you'd be a little caught off guard.
I went on a little mini rant at the first flag football game that we played this week, and people were taken aback. And I have been overthinking about this for 2 days now.
Just when you get to practice on Saturday,
so someone asked me about a certain someone, and I just went on a rant. And then I was like, "Oh wow, that was a little aggressive. These people don't know you." DJ laughed, so that was nice, but that was it. Anyway, guys, it's time. Take your tinfoil hat out, place it upon your head, because today is a tinfoil hat Thursday. So let's start off with the first one, and this one came out on Saturday night. Do you guys buy into the idea that the reason the Dallas Mavericks are moving on from Luka Doncic and apparently doing another trade that people were looking at Nico Harrison with the side eye for, they are stripping parts for a potential move to Las Vegas?
I do not believe it.
The new ownership group wants gambling. Texas, it's not legal yet. I'm not so sure it ever will be. I know a lot of people in Texas government are saying it will. I don't know.
Because I think it might get through the first two phases. I'm not sure what happens when it goes to a vote. Like I'm not sure if we, the people of Texas, vote it through. So that's where I'm not sure. But I do think we will vote on it this year.
I also agree that I'm not sure if that was the primary impetus for this trade. However, I also did love the movie Major League, which is the plot to Major League. Or no, not Major League. No, Major League.
Yeah, you're Major League. You're right.
Yeah, okay.
Where the former stripper owner wants to move the Cleveland Indians to Miami.
I got that confused with Any Given Sunday.
No, that's just Cameron Diaz.
Two sports movies with a hot woman owner.
Cameron Diaz is
most unrealistic thing.
Whoa! She's a strong, independent woman. That's not. That's very unfair.
Normally they look like Amy Adams Strunk or Virginia McCaskey.
But
God rest her soul.
There could be some.
What about Hannah?
Well, but Hannah married into the rich family.
Gotcha.
From what I remember about Any Given Sunday, Cameron Diaz is the daughter of the former owner of the team. So she is the heiress, right? So in Major League, a former stripper turned owner. No, it's fine. I'm just explaining it for everybody. She inherits the team because she married the old owner who croaks, like Virginia McCaskey did, R.I.P. And then she takes it over and she tries to move the team to Miami. So that idea is an intriguing one to Sean.
Yes, but I don't know. Thank you, Paul. I don't think that that's what's happening with the Dallas Mavericks, because it just doesn't make sense to move out of Dallas, like the fifth biggest city in America, to do that. I say that. However, yesterday, Governor Greg Abbott came out and said he'd be shocked if it wasn't passed at some point, and he supports the sports gambling in Texas.
Okay.
And they
also interesting timing.
Yeah. They also they no longer own the Venetian. I think a lot of people still assume that the Adelson family owns the Venetian. They got rid of that.
The hotel in Vegas.
The hotel in Vegas. Yes. So I don't think that's, so I'm a no on this one.
It's like, I can see 75% of the dots. I can see why we're connecting them. I just can't get over the finish line with it.
Yeah, if it was any other market, basically, if this was San Antonio,
yeah,
you could sell me on San Antonio to Vegas. But Dallas, even though what do you think Mavs fans would want? If they were told you're getting an expansion team, but this ownership group who just traded away Luka is leaving, would they rather get a new team?
Good question.
Is it I think it comes down to it. Is the new team going to be the Mavericks still?
Yeah, like they could stay the Mavericks.
Okay.
But it's an expansion team, so you're going to suck. But this ownership group who traded Luka leaves town.
You get to keep the history. You get to keep
yeah.
Dirk.
But you
can't have an Oilers situation. That's
what
like the Sonics.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was an Oilers situation or.
I think most Mavericks fans right now would say yes.
I think they 100% would say yes. Although I don't know how much we should believe what Mavericks say right now. They're in an emotional state. I don't say that to denigrate them. That is just the facts. Because, like you mentioned, there's Mav fans that are saying that even if they won a title this year, they would still be mad at the franchise. That is false.
Okay. So this is a tinfoil hat Thursday. If you have some tinfoil hat conspiracy of your own, 713-780-3776 to call the text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. First one was, are the Mavericks stripping parts like it's the movie Major League to perhaps move? I don't know if there's anyone in Mavericks ownership who looks like the owner from Major League and or Cameron Diaz.
I don't know if
Two strong, powerful, independent women.
Miriam and Adelson. I don't know if Miriam's look like Cameron Diaz.
Okay.
In general.
Okay. So not that little extra side plot for we horny bastards. Bonk. Guess we're not as bad as Tyler Milner with Paige Spearneck last night. Good God. Hey, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm just like, listen, man.
Just late.
I like
Relax.
Tyler, too. I've never even met him.
You called him a loser, though.
Relax.
Called him a loser.
Yeah.
You're not even there in person.
Squirt bottle.
They told
That's
you
all
to
I'm
say it. They told her to say it.
Anyway, guys, let's keep on rolling here on a Tinfoil Hat Thursday. 713-780-3776. Did anyone see Joe Mixon's tweet yesterday?
Yes.
Eyeball emoji.
That's all we got.
What does that mean? He was at the Pro Bowl games this weekend. Was he on Radio Row? Did he meet up with anyone who could potentially be Houston Texans?
I have not seen him on Media Row yet.
I don't think he's there. I think it's just.
Damn. Okay.
But what does he know?
What does he know?
Was he reacting to an NBA trade?
Sean's doing Brian Windhorst
Yes,
fingers right
I
now.
feel like for this segment we should.
I agree.
Could it be Bengals related? Could it be he was hanging out with his old Bengals friends?
I like this.
They, T. Higgins, they're like, had a great time in, is it still in Orlando? Is that where the Pro Bowl is? They had a great time in Orlando.
That's hard to do.
Maybe went to Epcot.
Epcot can be fun. You can drink there.
Yes. And then when they parted ways, they were texting, and he got a reconfirmation of, what they agreed to in person. T. Higgins wants to be a Houston Texan.
Swarm. I like that.
T. Higgins texted him back, and it was like, hell yeah.
I'm
looking for places
I'm
to
in on
live.
that one, too.
I know you have $6 million in cap space. I'll sign it.
Yeah,
In.
don't care.
Don't care. Stephon Diggs?
I don't know.
I feel like the Diggs market's later.
Okay.
I agree. I think Diggs is going to be available for a while.
I don't know if we're tampering with Diggs.
And once again, Diggs, Cooper Kupp, sit back and wait. Sit back and wait. Do not be the aggressive ones when it comes to those two. But T. Higgins, I'm in. Tinfoil Hat Thursday. Here's my tinfoil hat take. So Roger Goodell at his State of the NFL address talked about a lot of different things. He says the league is exploring the possibility of establishing a professional flag football league for men and women. My tinfoil hat theory. The NFL will someday actually be the flag football we fear it is becoming.
It'll literally become flag football.
It'll literally become flag football.
In our lifetime.
I don't know if it'll happen in our lifetime, but I could 100% see it getting to that point. There's got to be another big lawsuit coming against the league.
I think if we get to McCaskey range, I think it's
402.
Yeah, maybe in the next, for me, 70-something years.
I mean, when Virginia started watching football, there wasn't a forward pass.
Yeah, no, Teddy Roosevelt had to change the rules.
When we're 102, There could be robots.
That's true.
There could be flag football.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
We could have clones. Michael Vick could be back in the league.
Patrick McClones. I think I kind of believe you that at some point tackle football, full-on tackle football, will probably be outlawed at some point.
Or it'll be done by robots.
I'd be down for that.
Is tackle football?
I don't want robots.
Yeah. No, but then they could play like it's NFL Blitz because they're not human beings.
Good point. Like the iRobot?
Yeah, they could just murder each other because they're robots.
But they're robots. I don't really have.
It would take some of the fun out.
Like BattleBots was the furthest we got with that.
If we are getting second BattleBots mentioned of my day so far,
that's crazy.
Really? Yeah, John and Lance, they ended up talking about BattleBots.
I used to want to have a BattleBot so bad.
So bad. Honestly, if I would have seen that earlier, I might have gotten into engineering.
First question I ever asked Sean Salisbury when I met him was about being the color commentator for BattleBots.
Wait, what? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, he was like, I think it was,
damn, Sean.
I think it was on when it was on Spike. I think it was.
Yeah, it was on Spike. Yeah. Damn, Sean. I guess I just don't remember or didn't think that a former quarterback would be doing it. But no, I just gained some newfound respect for Sean Salisbury, who I haven't met, but I've always heard good things about. All right, Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. One from the 713. Rockets intentionally made Fred VanVleet get hurt so that they could get Reed Shepherd more minutes. That would be funny. So just kicked him in the shin.
Like how they do with relievers in MLB, where there's like 10-day DL, so we can get a fresh arm in.
Good
I like that. I like that. Week to week, to see how it plays out. The better Reed plays, the more weeks it is.
Yeah, and it also gives you cover with the All-Star break, so you can go like it was a 3-week injury, but we just didn't play basketball for one of those 3 weeks.
Joe, you found a conspiracy theory on Tinfoil Hat Thursday.
I've known of this one. I just want to make sure that Paul. I might have even mentioned this before, and Sean, but I want to just teach the audience about something. As on the day of the passing of Virginia McCaskey, the owner of the Bears,
God rest her soul.
God rest her soul.
I'd like to tell you a story about her brother, George Hallis Jr.
Oh yeah, this is a good story.
George Hallis Jr., his wife and 2 children had lingering doubts about the cause of his death in 1979. They thought he was killed.
Okay.
They did an autopsy after he was already buried. And when they took him out of the ground, all of his organs were gone. It was sand. His organs were taken out. So if you were going to hide poison, you would remove the organs from the body. And thus, Virginia, this is really mean to do on the day she died.
Whoa. I'm going to disavow. Disavow. Don't make any accusations, Joe.
To be clear, this is a story from the LA Times. This is a real story in which when they dug up his body, George Hallis Jr., his organs were not there.
Okay.
And his wife and children think he was killed.
Okay.
Okay.
That's enough. You don't have to speculate who did it.
I didn't say who.
Okay.
She just became the owner.
I thought you were going down that
just
slope.
Pure cause and effect.
Yeah.
Because he died under mysterious circumstances, she became owner.
Largo comments on Twitch, a murder in Chicago, not realistic.
Yeah.
Great point.
Yeah. Wait. So who took out the organs? What? Is there some sort of corruption at the funeral home?
I mean, it could be just a really terrible funeral home. It could be that.
They said his brain was gone too. Brain, heart, lung, kidneys, spleen, gallbladder, all
that
gone.
explains the Chicago Bears, am I right?
Ah.
Ew.
Yeah.
Christopher Soriano, a conspiracy theory on a Tinfoil Hat Thursday. That's a good one to bring up, Joe. Conspiracy theory, NBA owners and execs are all part of a secret fantasy basketball league that dictates trades they make in the real NBA. Their buy-in is $1, like on the movie Trading Places. I mean, that's somewhere in a simulation.
You got me at the end. You got me at the end.
I love it, though.
That would be fun.
Loser, the league has to trade their best player.
I mean, we do hear about players that have themselves in fantasy, or they're in a league and they're other people in the league hold them hostage because you know that, like, if you're an NFL player, you want yourself on fantasy. So I wouldn't be surprised if. What if this is a fantasy football punishment between Nico Harrison and his good dear friend Rob Pelinka from this past? Did Nico Harrison finish last place in fantasy football?
And Rob won the league.
So boom,
So
give me Luka.
your entry fee is your star player.
Yes, or just like a you just owe a favor, and Pelinka called in the favor.
Okay. I like that.
I would be honestly make the NBA way more fun.
One last one from the 713. Conspiracy theory. Taylor Swift will propose to Travis Kelce. It'll be Taylor Swift, not Travis Kelce. Oh, my God.
Can you get that on mybookie.ag?
My heart. My heart. Oh, my God. If that happens, I'll be so happy for that.
He has to retire if she proposes.
Settle down, be a stay-at-home dad.
Yeah.
Yeah, she whispers in his ear, you better retire, bitch.
I mean,
You're taking care of the kids. I'm still touring.
She's the moneymaker. He's not.
Right.
Yeah, at that point.
Gallant George, Tinfoil Hat Thursday, 713-780-3776 to call in and text. And if you want the Rockets to do something in the next hour and 15 minutes before the NBA's trade deadline. Up next, we continue our countdown to Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach. They made a move. Is it going to actually help them this year? Here's the thing. It might. Stay around to find out why.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Trade deadline an hour and 10 minutes away. Nothing new on the Houston Rockets front. As far as the rest of the NBA, couple of moves. DeAndre Hunter went to the Cavs. Yusuf Nurkic went to the Charlotte Hornets. And Anthony Davis, now with the Dallas Mavericks, will make his Mavericks debut against the Rockets this weekend, Saturday.
All right. So they don't want to play against Boston. They want to avoid the Kyrie curse, not make that his first game in Dallas. So AD versus the Rockets. We get to see a full look on it.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Amen Thompson guarding Anthony Davis.
Could be fun.
Şengün guarding Anthony Davis.
Could also be fun.
I know that the Rockets in recent history have had a good record against the Lakers, so it'll be interesting to see if that was Anthony Davis or on LeBron. Legacies on the line for their record in the regular season against the Houston Rockets.
Guys, we're 6 days away from the Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach. You know what time it is. Give me that bone. Dana Brown got his left-handed outfielder.
Woo!
Ben Gamble, who was on the Astros last year, for what it's worth, 259, 377, 362 slash line over 69 plate appearances. Could do worse. And that's why I said going into the break, this is someone who could help them out in the outfield because it's a low effing bar.
Yeah, I liked Ben Gamble last year when he came out of nowhere. I don't like the idea that like he's your a potential fix-it for the season. It's a minor league deal, but he did play well enough to where I would imagine like he has a very good shot of making the major league roster. It might come down to him or Taylor Trammell of who's that other guy who makes the final spot. But I like Ben Gamble. I just hope that's not the lefty bat that Dana Brown's been talking about.
It is. I bet.
I think it is too.
Yeah, he is a lefty bat.
Yep.
200,000 at signing. The other $1 million guaranteed if he makes the opening day roster. Will he make it? Yes or no?
Yes.
I'm going to say yes too.
Yeah, without looking at like the actual roster math, sure.
It does feel like that's how low the bar is at the outfield at this moment.
He can be a fourth outfielder. Yeah, sure.
Noted Astros hater Keith Law put out his rankings for farm systems across baseball. The Astros farm system, 29th, which is not last, but it's next to last. Cam Smith, aircraft carrier that he is, could not elevate the system, writes Keith Law. Trading Drew Gilbert, Joey Loperfido, Jake Bloss, and Ryan Clifford before the past two trade deadlines hasn't helped. No Astros second-round pick has produced a positive Major League B WAR since 2011. Having all those players the Astros have through 2027 lessens the immediate need for impact talent, but finding some would behoove a franchise that loathes large free agent deals. Some names that were brought up. Zach DeZenzo has a chance of making the opening day roster, so maybe he beats out Ben Gamble for that spot. Our favorite named pitcher, AJ Bluebaugh, Ryan Gusto, Colton Gordon, and Jacob Melton. These are the guys per Keith Law that are most likely to impact the 2025 team. No Bryce Matthews on that list.
Yeah, he had a down year last year, so I think some people are down on him and he didn't, when he was drafted, like he didn't like fly up the prospect rankings at the time. So, and while I understand Keith Law's points here, and I'm sure some of them are valid, this is the same guy who said Hunter Brown was a better relief pitcher than a starter. And all the Astros do is continue to bring up prospects to continually contribute to this baseball team. So they might not have a top 5 system like the Dodgers do, but they do find guys that can continually contribute. So I'll give them a little bit of a benefit of the doubt.
A little bit.
Yeah.
But not a lot of it.
I mean, they don't have like the next Kyle Tucker. Well, maybe they do with Cam Smith, but they don't have the next Correa and Bregman.
Is it even fair to call Cam Smith the next Kyle Tucker? Because isn't Kyle Tucker a 5-tool player?
Good.
Does he have to be a 5-tool player? Because I mean, he has to be a better base runner or something, or a great fielder. Like we think he's going to be a very good hitter.
Yeah, good counter.
Everything I've heard about him is like, man, his bat's awesome. Don't know where he'll play defense, but his bat's awesome.
But
so he could be an outfielder.
But the defense part of it is that there seems to be confidence in his flexibility.
Ooh.
He could play first, third, left, or right.
He's doing Pilates?
If he can do that, probably.
Like Jose Abreu did?
I mean, yeah, I was going to say if he wants to play first base, he better.
Honestly, might not want to do that given what we saw from Abreu last year
true.
after
But
his Pilates.
Maybe starting at 20 instead of 40 will help. Yeah, I have confidence that the Astros can like find guys, but I don't know if they could find like real blue chippers or if they can develop them the same way that they did in the past.
Well, they just trade him. They don't even have a chance to develop Drew Gilbert.
Yeah, Gilbert and the other guy from the Mets trade.
Oh, Clifford.
Clifford.
Yeah,
those are the two that I felt like are the high upside guys that they got rid of. No disrespect to Bloss or Loperfido, but those again just feel like guys.
Yeah, so like they just kind of move guys. I mean, who's the catcher they drafted? Like I can't remember his name. Like
Corey Lee.
Nope. There's another catcher they drafted like 2 years ago in the first round. He's not mentioned in any of these articles. Like that's someone that could get flipped. The Astros, the only player that like really matters to me is Cam Smith. The other ones, they all could get traded.
Can you say the only person that matters to you is Cam Smith, so we can clip it and send to our Cam Smith that works here?
He already knows that.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. When
Are
I
you ready
first
for Gamble in left field every day?
I mean,
him and Altuve are splitting time and left.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are my options at this point in time? Well, I was thinking about you saying it for a second. I thought you said the only Astro I care about is Cam Smith. The only Astro that matters is Cam Smith. The only Astros prospect that matters is Cam Smith. And I got to say, Dennis Schroeder's probably going to think that's modern day slavery.
Oh,
like you think all these other prospects don't matter, but you have favorites.
I do have favorites.
Hmm.
He's the favorite.
Not
right
very
now.
egalitarian of you.
No, that's true.
You have to earn that spot.
Fair.
Yeah, he just has to hit one home run in spring training.
Just one?
No, in spring training, and then I'll let Joe say, "Ooh, be infatuated." He's the new Loperfido. He's already going to be the next Loperfido, isn't he?
That's disrespectful.
No, I just mean that every time he hits a home run in Double-A, people are going to be like, "He should be in the lineup instead of Chaz."
But that's because Chaz is going to stink.
Yeah.
Like the reason why everyone wanted Loperfido is because he was raking, and the outfield was atrocious outside from Kyle Tucker. So, that's going to happen with Cam Smith this year. People are going to be begging Dana Brown to call him up immediately.
I'm already feeling that way.
Yeah.
Screw it. Just
Honestly,
put him out there.
Me too. Just put him in right.
Just for the vibes. Gallant George, he's Joe and Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call in and text. And you can weigh in on anything you might want the Houston Rockets to do. The trade deadline just about an hour away. Up next, a lot of people are talking about whether the Chiefs dynasty is about to overtake the Patriots dynasty, but I mean, they haven't even overtaken the Astros dynasty. Paul, what are you talking about? The math doesn't math. Stick around. I'll explain. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and ESPN Houston. NBA trade deadline less than an hour away. Nothing new on the Rockets front. The move that they made yesterday, the only one where they got Jaden Springer from Boston for nothing. He's a Ime Udoka disciple. Even if he perhaps has never played for Ime Udoka, I think he is exactly the kind of player that Udoka would want. But how much he'll play, we'll see. Rockets do play the Timberwolves tonight. Going to be intriguing to see what happens in that game as well. So going into the commercial break, I said that the Chiefs, they haven't even overcome the Patriots dynasty. They haven't even overcome the Astros dynasty. Here's why I say that. The Chiefs have to prove that they can win a championship when they are embroiled in scandal. Now, this is a little different than the Patriots and the Astros, where there were, at the very least, smoking guns with Spygate, Deflategate, and Trash Can Gate. But right now, everyone thinks that the Chiefs have bought off the league. And every player on the team, every coach on the team this week has been asked a whole damn lot about the idea that referees are impacting the outcome of these games. These are a couple of those very annoying interviews done at Radio Row by a guy from Boston Sports Radio. I believe this is Rich Schertenlieb. Here he is asking a very important question to Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick, for your whole career, you have had so many great people help you win. So who is your favorite ref?
All the refs are great. All the refs are great. They do the best they can. And we go out there and play the game the right way.
Is there one that you give a Christmas card to every year, possibly?
Not that I can remember. I'll have to talk to some of my teammates.
Okay. Well, I'll just give a very political answer there. I'll give him credit. That's hilarious.
He could have like gotten very fair. They're gonna ask a lot of bad questions, so I could send him be very, very annoyed with that. He handled that well, actually. I give him a little bit of credit.
As someone who's gone to the media night 3 times for the 3 Super Bowls I went to, even though the people that were there played for my favorite team growing up, including Tom Brady, every single time I went to those things, I wanted to off myself. I'm quoting Rick Pitino here, but every single time I just thought to myself, damn, I suck. Here I am, like standing in a circle, shouting, hoping that I can get a stupid question I have answered, which almost always was a question about the Houston Texans. I asked Dave Portnoy once, hey, if you were giving the Texans a pizza review, what would you give them? Not kidding.
6.2.
I don't even remember the number. I don't think it was very high, but it was with Deshaun Watson, his first year under center. They made the playoffs and they lost to the Colts that year. I've asked all sorts of like questions. And then after the fact, I thought to myself, damn, this sucks. So at least this guy's going out there and screwing around a little bit, but it's a sucky experience. And it probably sucks even more for the players. Won't go so far as to say like Dennis Schroeder, it's modern day slavery. And yeah, I will keep on beating that horse to death because it's insane that guy said that. But those players have to sit there for basically an hour just taking ridiculous questions. And honestly, the only time that it's ever had anything happen that's, I think, noteworthy is when Marshawn Lynch sat there for a very long time and I think just kept on saying, I'm just here so I don't get fined.
I liked when Brady cried.
Well,
about his dad.
Yeah, it hit home. I like that one. That's all I really remember besides that and Marshawn.
Yeah, it's rough. But to bring it back to the Chiefs and to bring it back to what the Chiefs have to do, which is prove that they can win in the midst of scandal. Travis Kelce got asked the same question by that Boston Sports Radio host.
Travis, what do you love more, Taylor Swift or phantom 15-yard roughing the passer penalties in the playoffs?
That's a good question. Anybody else?
That's all you got.
It's a good question. Anybody else?
I mean, the Chiefs are handling it well, but you got to know on the inside, they're probably thinking to themselves, damn, have we accomplished anything at all? You know, that self-doubt, that self-loathing. Everyone across the United States of America, outside of Kansas City, I say everyone with a little bit of an asterisk next to it.
Large portion.
But these people hate the Chiefs, and they want to find any reason to pull the rug out from underneath them.
Yeah, they want to find anything they can do not to
to not give them credit.
Yeah.
To
take
question
away.
just how much they've accomplished. And let's be honest, until they win a championship and overcome this, they haven't done as much as the Houston Astros did.
No, maybe it's happening. We just don't know it. It is a tinfoil hat Thursday.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe they're cheating. We just don't know it yet. We didn't know the trash cans existed in 2017.
A lot of people do think that.
Where's Jalen Carter at? He hasn't talked to the media in 2 days. Did they poison him?
Whoa.
They're not a McCaskey family.
Food poisoning?
Let's not make accusations like that.
Food, are they giving Jalen Carter food poisoning? No one's seen him in 2 days.
Getting a bad pizza like Jordan.
Yeah.
Give him a blanket like it's the 1800s. They're trying to reclaim stolen land. What? Just asking questions. We're going along the same lines as Joe here.
I don't like that in light of what their team mascot is. I don't like that comparison.
I think it's the perfect crime. It's the perfect vengeance. A perfect return. Look, ultimately, they got to prove that they could win with everyone looking at them with the side eye thinking the league's rigged for them. It won't be as difficult as the Patriots overcoming Spygate to go 16-0, but ultimately losing the Super Bowl, or as difficult as the Patriots having to deal with the Deflategate bull crap for the entirety of that week leading up to Super Bowl 49, where they beat the Seahawks. Because that was the story of that week.
Oh, yeah.
And it was so dumb.
It's been really the complete opposite of what this Super Bowl week has been, where like there hasn't really been a ton of giant storylines from this week's Super Bowl, where that week that exasperated Cy, and that was so annoying. So true, because I wasn't even working. I was still in college when that happened. I was like, this is not fun at all. I like it when it's like a fun build up or like some weird storyline. I don't like the like, well, of noble gas laws and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
blah.
This was my first year doing radio shows with Brian Straw over at the Flagship, and we were there, and we didn't really touch on it that much. I think people wanted us to, but we were both like, yeah, they beat the Colts like 50-10. Like they ran the ball. It wasn't even throwing the football that won that game. So that's what my sentiment was. But they overcame. It was distracting. They overcame that and they won. Yeah. This is a much, much different thing what the Chiefs are dealing with. But there are a lot of people questioning them, asking questions like this, wondering if anything they've accomplished is real. And people were saying the same thing about the Astros until they finally were able to get that second World Series. So, I mean, we're talking 3 years until they finally got that second one.
If the Chiefs, like, if anything happens in this game, it's going to be the number one, like, national talking point on Monday. And the referees, their union can put out whatever statements they want. Like, people are going to believe the conspiracy theory if anything goes in the Chiefs' favor this weekend. Honestly, this whole like lead up to the Super Bowl feels so boring in general. Like,
do you think that the numbers will be down? Ticket prices have gone down. Now they're more affordable. They've gone from $5,000 to $4,000.
Oh, it's for
the nosebleeds.
Oh, then you know what?
It's driving distance.
You want to drive?
Yeah, just 5 hours.
You got $8,000 because I don't got 4, so I'll drive.
That's fine. Yeah, okay, you'll drive.
I don't have $1,000. So what are we doing here?
$1,000.
Yeah, just need one. What are we talking about here?
I think the ratings might be down for this one.
Yeah.
But I mean, down, like, what are we talking about?
Exactly.
Down, like, just not the most watched Super Bowl of all time, because that's basically what down.
But
Super
then again,
Bowls
the Chiefs' numbers have been huge in the playoffs because they're now at the point where now people are hate watching.
Yeah, I mean, Chiefs Bills broke records.
Yeah, Texans Chiefs did huge numbers.
It did, and there's the Texans for God's
sake. Was it ESPN's biggest game ever?
Yeah, biggest game ever on ESPN.
Yeah, so
people are hate watching.
Yeah, this always happens with dynasties. People say that they hate dynasties, and more people watch dynasties than anything else.
Yes.
Whether it's the Warriors, whether it's the Heat, whether it's the Lakers, whether it's the Yankees, whether it's the Astros, whether it's the Chiefs, like
when people
Patriots,
say,
like it always happens.
It's like people who say that the Dodgers are now bad for baseball. You're so wrong.
No, could not be more
it's
wrong.
actually like no one else might win for the next 3 years, but you know what people are going to do? They're going to hate watch every out of the World Series.
Correct.
Now,
Yeah.
hoping the Dodgers lose.
Rangers Diamondbacks is what's bad for baseball.
Yeah.
If the Dodgers make every World Series, that's good.
Yeah, I did watch the end of it as much as I said I wasn't going to watch Dodgers Yankees. I did watch the end of it as much as
I watched that hilarious inning where the Yankees
that was
puked
awesome.
all over
That
themselves.
was great to see. At the very least, the Yankees screw themselves over. But anyway, yeah, it's a tinfoil hat Thursday, and my tinfoil hat theory that I kind of believe. I mean, the Chiefs, if they want to be viewed in the same way that we look at the Houston Astros and their run, they have to win a title while dealing with haters and doubters questioning their integrity. Patriots have done it. If the Chiefs do it, I think this actually gives them a credible argument as the best dynasty ever. But they have to overcome adversity. And I mean, this is a very low level of adversity. Still, people are doubting them.
Paul, I want you to know I'm always going to be Team Patriots here. Just so you know.
Thank you.
Patriots over Chiefs?
Patriots over Chiefs.
The thing is, they had the 20 years thing, but what they're doing from, like, I can't even deny
Brady
it.
2-0.
Well, that's Brady Mahomes.
Against Mahomes.
Yeah.
Brady and
the Patriots are 1-0 against
Brady versus Mahomes. Brady versus Mahomes. I still think Brady holds the upper hand.
But he won head-to-head.
Patriots dynasty versus Chiefs dynasty. There was a long stretch where the Patriots did not win Super Bowls.
Yeah.
And we're already at what? 3 Super Bowl wins in 4 appearances for Patrick Mahomes. And I mean, Brady did make it to 3 in a row, but it was a different vibe going into the third one because he had lost the second one.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm gonna hold a college football playoff committee. I'm gonna use the head-to-head here. Tom Brady and the
head-to-head's
Patriots,
big, but
they beat the Chiefs.
But if we're talking about the actual Chiefs themselves, like if they win this, it's better than any. It would be 4 Super Bowls in 5 years.
Yeah, that's
we're talking 49ers in the 80s and Steelers in the 70s, and I mean it stands to reason that that's going to continue. Where with those two teams, it had a bit of a shelf life. Even if the 49ers won another one a couple of years later in the 90s and stuff. Anyway, he's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean behind the glasses. Gallant and George. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. Up next, are you at all concerned that the Houston Texans have practically had 0 turnover on their coaching staff going into next year? You get to answer that. We'll also keep you posted on the NBA trade deadline. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
NBA trade deadline about 40 minutes away. Nothing new on the Houston Rockets front. Really, the big news of the last 24 hours, Jimmy Butler from the Ball got traded to the Golden State Warriors. There was a 3-team trade that might have sent Butler to Phoenix and Kevin Durant to Golden State, but ultimately that didn't happen. So anything new happens, we'll keep you posted. It does seem like the Rockets, though, are going to be as constructed heading into tonight's game against Anthony Edwards and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Bobby Slowick is out as Texans offensive coordinator. Nick Caley, the former Rams passing game coordinator and tight end coach, is their new offensive coordinator. And after that, the Texans coaching staff, for the most part, is the same. Chris Strausser, he is no longer the offensive line coach. Cole Popovich has been promoted from assistant offensive line coach to the actual offensive line coach and run game coordinator. Gerard Johnson is staying on as quarterback coach. He does not get that offensive coordinator gig. After that, barring anyone getting hired by the Philadelphia Eagles or Kansas City Chiefs after potential changes after Sunday, that's it. Is that enough? Given how disappointing, especially the offense was last year, seems like they're putting an awful lot on Nick Caley to get the most out of an offense that underachieved.
Yeah, and they hired Jerry Shaplinski. He was Tom Brady's quarterback coach with the Pats as well. So
some Patriot guys.
I don't know, man. This is an interesting direction that they're going because it feels like one of two things is happening to me. They are all in and all in agreement that Strausser and Bobby were the only problem, which I think is a narrow view. But to bring back everybody except for a new OC and a senior offensive assistant seems to me very short-sighted.
Cole Popovich, I think, is there entirely because of that, based off of what I've heard. Because I think Popovich was someone who did not like the way things were being run by specifically Bobby Slowick. And look, there's lots of things to point at with Bobby Slowick and wonder about his ability to lead, in addition to his actual knowledge of the Shanahan offense, how to best utilize it. But this is largely the same group. I've seen some wonder why Gerard Johnson didn't get promoted while Cole Popovich did. I think that's a fair question to ask. I think it was Sarge who threw that out there. Yeah, that's totally fair to wonder, why is it that he moves up? Is it entirely because he didn't like Bobby Slowick? And Gerard Johnson's in the same spot when Nick Caley has never called plays before either as offensive coordinator.
It makes me just wonder about the role of who's in charge here. And it feels to me that this looks ran by your general manager, not by your head coach. You bring in Nick Caley, who was with the Patriots. You keep Cole Popovich, who was there with Caley with the Patriots. You bring in Shaplinski, who was there with the Patriots.
Todd the Show said
Patriots.
Todd the Show said Patriots South on the Twitch.
It's
a different version of Patriots
Yes.
South, though. It's Patriots South 2, the legend of Curly's gold.
And this is these are, this is not, promoting the head coach. So I do think it's a little bit different. Like, I don't know what the track record of promoting, assistant coaches to OCs and DCs across the NFL was. We mostly just saw the head coaches fail. Those are the ones we focus in on. But it just feels like, I don't know why D'Amico would make all these hires. It just seems strange to me. Like, so I don't think D'Amico's making these decisions here.
Who's making them?
Nick Caserio. How would D'Amico, I don't know, to hire 3 guys basically from the Patriots to not promote Gerard Johnson? I think he fired Bobby, but maybe he felt more confident in letting Nick Caserio be part of this.
I bet D'Amico was pressured by Nick into moving on from Slowick. I also think that management probably pressured Nick to tell the coaching staff that some changes need to be made. And they probably looked at Bobby Slowick, given the Q rating that he did not have this past year, especially with the way that the season wrapped up offensively. And this is something that definitely trickled down from the top. But that's a fair argument to make, that Nick Caserio is still running things, though it's in a more collaborative sense than perhaps in years past, where I think many would argue that with David Culley, he was doing everything. Like, for the God's sake, he was making Culley wear a headset and talking to him on it.
Yeah.
With Lovie Smith, a little less of that, but still, I think his hands were all over it. His hands still could be all over it. Is that a problem?
Not if it works, and not if D'Amico's on board with it. I mean, if D'Amico's on, if it's a collaboration, it's not a problem.
I mean, we saw a team do this last offseason, and their head coach was farther along and more embattled, and we thought maybe the head coach would get fired, but he had to replace two coordinators that were there's no obvious ties to him with the two coordinators he hired, and it was believed that they're front office moves. It was when the Philadelphia Eagles hired Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio last season. Now they're in the Super Bowl. No one's going, what are we sure that this was a good process? Are we sure that this is okay, that they went over the head of Nick Sirianni and made him kind of kiss the ring with to Howie Roseman and let Howie Roseman? No, it's fine. They made the Super Bowl. Like, they're one game away from this working out perfectly in year one. So it really is as simple as, like, as long as it doesn't long-term harm the working relationship between Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, if they're on the same page with this, as long as these guys are good coaches, like, I don't see what the problem is.
Yeah, and if they're not on the same page with it, then one of these guys will get fired. If this doesn't work, if this does not go well,
and this is Balky and Jim Harbaugh,
and these are Caserio's moves, then Caserio will be out, and D'Amico will be the head coach and be part of hiring the GM.
How soon could that happen? Do you think it happens after next season? I feel like
it'd have to be bad next season.
I think it had to be like you have to miss the playoffs
right
pretty significantly to see any like really dramatic changes. Because Caserio still, besides the offensive line, has done a great job with this roster.
And let's be honest, that's why there weren't that many changes made to the coaching staff too. They've made it to the final 8 2 years in a row with a young quarterback and a young head coach. There was more talent on the team this year, but the schedule was more difficult. So I understand why, for the most part, the coaching staff is the same, but it is really all on Nick Caley and Cole Popovich. There's a part of me that wishes Gerard Johnson had gotten an opportunity maybe elsewhere. There's nothing against Gerard Johnson and what happened this year. I do not think that the quarterback room was the problem. I think that C.J. Stroud and the effect of the offensive line certainly took a step back because of that offensive line. I don't know that you can put the performance on the quarterback coach that much.
I don't think so.
But there is a part of me, and this is selfishly because I know Gerard. I mean, there is a part of me that wishes he had gotten an opportunity. And it's interesting that a guy who was a part of the worst unit of the team got promoted in Cole Popovich. It is bizarre.
Yeah,
if we're being frank.
And then Gerard did not get promoted. And I guess there's still a chance he could leave. Like, I guess he could get the Saints OC job or the Eagles OC job.
Would you want the Saints OC job?
Definitely not. I don't know why Kellen Moore wants the head coach job, to be honest. Like, it's probably one of the worst jobs in the NFL. They have negative $80 million in cap space. They don't have a quarterback. They have an AG running back. They don't have a lot of stars on their team.
Yeah. And
bad spot.
If it is Kellen Moore, which would make sense that the Saints job is the only one still open and 2 days before the Super Bowl. They're probably waiting for a Super Bowl guy to announce as their head coach. If you are Gerard Johnson, like, do you want to work for an offensive minded head coach who's probably going to call the plays that you've, to my mind, off the top of my head, have never worked with before? Like,
yeah, he never has.
It doesn't seem like a seamless fit.
No, yeah, it's just not totally impossible.
Yeah, I guess there is like a 5% chance. Yeah.
But then again, like, we don't really know.
Or it could not be Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore could Josh McDaniels them at the last second. He what goes to the bathroom it was Jim Irsay went to the bathroom for like an hour at Josh McDaniels' house.
Yeah. I kind of feel like Kellen Moore might do that. I would suggest it. Of don't take this job, buddy. There'll be better ones down the road.
Yo, their GM's been there since 2002.
Yeah.
And I know that Sean Payton's a large reason for how long he's been there, but this guy's firmly entrenched. And I on my live stream, I did a deep dive into one of the interviews he did. The guy's delusional. He's like, I'm comfortable being uncomfortable. And just because the results aren't good doesn't mean the process was bad. It's like, dude, yeah, it does actually.
yes.
After a certain point,
Yeah,
look
for
at your
20
salary
years.
cap.
I
you
mean,
know?
I guess not 20 years, 5 years of being bad.
But say Kellen Moore and others leave. I do think, given Gerard Johnson's had an interview with the Eagles before, it's a possibility that the Eagles perhaps bring in Gerard Johnson.
Oh yeah, it could be more of the domino effect.
Right.
Yeah.
But we'll see. For now, this is likely going to be the coaching staff for the Houston Texans going into this year. From the 281, this is anti-Italian discrimination. You can't do this. With Casario's nose, I'm sure he can sniff out the window. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't even think he has that big of a nose. I think that's just anti-Italian discrimination.
It made me laugh, though. That's a very funny joke.
He doesn't have that big of a nose. It's a nose, but it's not a huge one.
It's not massive.
It's not a schnoz. You know, he's
Yeah,
not.
no,
He's not Streisand out there.
Yeah.
This person thinks he clearly is.
This is a normal nose.
Yeah, this is very normal.
Find a
nose.
new slant.
That's
Normal nose.
That's anti-Italian discrimination. Okay, we don't do that here all the time. 713-780-3776 to call into text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Seems like there's been some shade thrown at the Houston Rockets. We've also got the 10-minute drill next. Who is the star of Radio Row? It's no one on the Chiefs or Eagles. It's a guy that used to be a quarterback not too long ago. Now he's a goofball. Stick around. Only a few days away from Super Bowl licks. should always be called that because that's what the Roman numerals spell out, not from a numerical sense, from a phonetic sense. Okay, guys, the prices of Super Bowl tickets more affordable. We touched on this earlier. Now you'll actually hear the fine details. January 27th. Imagine if you bought these tickets for nosebleeds January 27th, right after the Super Bowl was determined. They were $6,375 January 27th. Last Friday, they were $5,860. The lowest ticket right now is $4,339.
Okay. I'm looking at an app here to not be named.
Yeah.
I see.
Sponsor us if you want to be named.
4,000.
Okay.
So it's keep going down.
Hell yeah, brother. Climb on.
Paul, you've been to a Super Bowl, right?
Super Bowl 39 in Jacksonville, yes.
Okay, so that was as a fan too.
Arguably the worst per many Super Bowl location ever because they didn't have enough hotels and everyone had to stay in cruise ships.
Yikes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But as
It
far
was
as
Boston and Philadelphia, there was a ton of people.
Did you stay
there.
on a cruise ship?
No, we drove
from
St. Pete to Jacksonville and back that day. So it was a 4-hour drive there, 4-hour drive back. And I had to go to school the next day too.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got back at 4:30 and I went to school still that day. It was a long day.
But as far as the in-game watching experience, like how is a Super Bowl in-game? Because I feel like it could be, you could talk me into it's either really awesome or it's actually really overrated.
It feels just like any other game.
Huh.
It really does.
So it's not like, okay, so it is loud.
In person, I mean, look, it was interesting from my perspective. It was the first time I'd gone to a game where there were more fans of the other team than the team I was rooting for, because it was probably like 2/3 or more Eagles fans.
Mm-hmm.
And it was fun, don't get me wrong. But outside of Paul McCartney at halftime, then turning off the lights and giving everyone these little candles that you could squeeze, like these little flashlight candles, and you wave it back and forth. Outside of that, it felt like any other game. It really did.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if it's like a bucket list item or not.
Yeah, that's why I asked, is that like, should the tickets for the game be that much more expensive than a regular game? Because you're not really, the only difference is that you're going to get a halftime show, which also is built for TV and not for you in the stadium.
Being in New Orleans on top of it, that
I'm sure that's cool.
Could be a little extra, but yeah, from the experience perspective, it would make more sense for a stadium that isn't.
Yeah.
Let's be honest about the Superdome. Pretty old at best, if not a bleep hole.
Like if the Patriots, I mean, I guess the Patriots did make like 7 more after that, so never mind. I was going to say, would you ever want to go to another one? And I realized you had plenty of opportunity.
I thought about 51 here in town, but
yeah, and that one's what, 10 minutes from your house, and you still said no?
Yeah, I still said
It
no.
would have been pricey, I'm sure.
Or I could have gone and gotten a credential, but I would have had to sit in a room and I wouldn't have been able to actually
the
see
auxiliary
the
box.
Yeah, the auxiliary
I mean,
box.
I remember I was here. I remember like AJ finding out that his credential was for a tent in a parking lot.
Ah,
really?
Because there was so many credential people.
Wait,
Yeah.
for what event?
For the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl 51, Patriots Falcons.
Yeah, like you got like post game access and pre game access, but
Stop
like
right
your
there.
actual like credential
That's
did not get you into a press box or anything. It had you in a tent in the parking lot.
All that to say, I don't think it's. If you get to go, great. Don't pay top dollar for it unless your team is in it and you've never seen your team in it before.
I think I'd want to go to the second one. Like, even though you might never get that one, like I think I'd want to like watch a Super Bowl with like my dad. Like
that would be cool.
And I did, but like I was so young. But like I want to like watch with like my friends and family and stuff first. I think
that actually is what it would be for me, because I didn't see it with my dad. I saw it with my stepdad. My dad had taken me to a million Patriots games as a kid, and my stepdad took me to this. My stepdad's an Eagles fan, and it was really funny walking into the stadium. The amount of times that people with a thick Philadelphian accent ask, "Hey, what's the deal with your R-word son?" I got called R-worded, broussarded several times on the way into the stadium.
That's funny.
It was pretty funny. I laughed. I thought it was funny.
So he was wearing
He was
Eagles
wearing
stuff.
a McNabb jersey, and I was wearing a Troy Brown Patriots jersey. Yes.
Troy Brown.
Yeah.
Nice pull.
Troy Brown was my favorite player. Still kind of is. I mean, Tom Brady obviously was Tom Brady, but Tom Brady wasn't Tom Brady then. Tom Brady was like the Troy Aikman captaining the ship. Then he became. Oh. Anyway, too much Patriots porn here. Jameis Winston has been the star of Super Bowl week. Rather uneventful Super Bowl week. He works for Fox Sports now, and there's a part of me that would wonder how he'd do in the booth for the Super Bowl broadcast, especially given how many people are not a fan of Tom Brady. It would be all over the place. Definitely a Nickelodeon broadcast, I think. Hall of Famer, first ballot.
Let's start him with SpongeBob and Patrick before we put him next to Tom Brady.
People weren't sure about Joe Mixon getting interviewed. Sure, Jameis, with his history, should be on the Nickelodeon broadcast.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Just look the other way. He's funny.
Yeah, don't make the same mistakes I did, kids. Pay for your crab legs.
Is Mr. Crab going to be there?
He wasn't on the Nickelodeon broadcast.
If it was
he
Mr.
wasn't on the Texans game.
That joke would 100% be made.
Oh. Jameis and Mr. Crab doing the Nickelodeon broadcast would be
at the very least, a throwaway joke about why Mr. Krabs isn't here.
Yeah. Jameis asked Saquon Barkley who should sign him.
Hey, one more question, Saquon. One more question. In this free agency, man, I'm a free agent. I really don't got no job. Who should sign me in free agency? I think New York. Who? Okay, brother. Thank you.
He said the Jets. It's kind of insulting, right?
I could.
It's like, oh, they'll take you.
Yeah.
A little insulting.
Hey, maybe a starting spot.
More from Jameis at Super Bowl week. Here he is asking Devontae Smith a very important question.
Devonta, we know we here for the Super Bowl, baby. We know you born right down the street. There's so many stakes on this game, man, and I know you ready for it. I can look it in your eyes. But the question that we all want to know is, what's your favorite color?
Pink.
Pink. Oh my gosh, pink toes. Ooh, pink toes. Let me tell you something about pink toes, all right? Run away from the pink toes. All right, my wife's favorite color is pink toes. All right, she love them pink toenails. All right? I just want to give you your flowers, man. You earned every step of the way. You my Heisman brother, man. Let me just give you a W, brother. Can I give you a W?
Sure.
Catch this W.
You threw him a W-shaped cookie.
I appreciate you, brother. Make sure you eat that.
Okay, so
a lot to get to there.
He crazily insulted his wife there.
Yeah, it sounded like he's a little bummed out about being tied down.
He said, "Stay away from pink toes," and then he said, "My wife likes her pink toes."
I'd also take that as he's a foot guy.
You definitely him and Rex Ryan.
They got something in common.
That could have been the Jets combo.
Damn, it could have been. That would have been so good.
That someone says my favorite color is pink, and your first reaction is, "Watch out for pink toes." That's crazy.
Man, Jameis Winston and Rex Ryan. I mean, that could have been a 1% possibility.
Honestly,
I think Rob Ryan in there too.
We'll
hear from him later.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Rob Ryan in garbage time. Stay tuned.
I think I just need like a Jameis and Rex podcast now.
Jameis and anybody podcast.
Yeah.
Jameis and a microphone. That's all I need. Listen. He should be a NFL quarterback for as long as he can be, and he should be on a team next season. The second he's no longer good enough to be an NFL quarterback, he has to be working in media,
because I don't think he's a studio guy. He's too out of control to be like Fox and CBS would never put him next to like JJ. He's too out of control.
How about
it would be that is a funny pairing though, JJ Watt and Jameis Winston. That is a buddy cop comedy.
That would be funny. No, I have an idea. I mean, there's only one show without a co-host. How about Dell and Jameis? Because Dell is a Miami fan and hates Florida State.
Yeah.
Dell is so serious. Jameis is so goofy. I mean, that's actually a real buddy cop. I think that show would work.
I think it would too.
Joe, you got it in the budget? Middle management Joe?
Let's see if I can find out how much
Dell and Jameis.
Yeah.
I think Jameis has to go first.
He'd bring sponsors.
I think it has to be Jameis
and Dell.
No offense to Dell.
Ooh, that's going to be a tough sell, I think. I think that's where
it was Raheel and Dell at one point.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't Dell and Raheel. So
well, no, but now Dell's
but
now
he's established.
Has to be Dell has to be first. Jameis, he's got to earn his stripes.
It's Jameis.
Who's Batman?
Well,
who's Robin? Dell's Batman.
We need.
Who's going to drive the
It's
show?
more like Batman and the Joker.
It is Batman and the Joker. It is Batman and the Joker in more ways than one. Dell would be the driver, so it has to be Dell and Jameis.
This is Jameis Winston here for Crab Leg. Kids, don't steal them. One last one to wrap up the 10-minute drill. James Harrison and Chad Johnson were on Shannon Sharp's Nightcap. I guess online in early October, these two agreed to fight one another at some point. Yeah. They discussed this with Shannon Sharp and another person who I do not know in the room. And things got actually heated. But this line from James Harrison to Chad Johnson was my favorite moment of a 5-minute exchange where I wasn't sure if they were blustering or actually beefing.
I accepted my Lord and Savior in August of this past year, man. I was baptized.
You are?
Yeah.
Well, mine went off. I got to get baptized.
See, what you about to make me do is go totally outside what I said I was
of your character, right?
No, listen, man. I think I might. I've been trying to hold this thing inside of me for a long time because ever since I got fined by Roger Goodell for $75,000, I've been wanting to kill somebody. I think you might be the person. I think God done brought you to.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Whatever you want to do.
You know.
Matter of fact, if you beat me, I add a $75,000 to your purse. If you beat me, how about that? So you get your money back. That's how serious I am.
Oh, you gonna give me that?
I give it back.
You might as well just write that right now.
Kiss the babies. Chad, what are you doing, man? So James Harrison,
eat you.
Harrison said he's out of shape, but they also told Chad you probably need to gain some weight.
Yeah, that is the whole could
Harrison
James
isn't tall for what it's worth, but he is definitely built.
Could he last
sturdy.
more than one round without gassing out?
Yeah, and Chad Johnson has done at least celebrity boxing before. I forgot how it went for him, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But he has experience in the ring. James Harrison, I'd assume, maybe this is unfair to him, has more experience, I would say, fighting outside of a ring. But I think he has more total fighting experience, but it might have been in a parking lot or in a backyard somewhere, as opposed to Chad Johnson in a, I guess, sanctioned fight.
We shall see.
I think I'll take James if it happens.
You think I will?
Yeah,
James,
I mean, what are we talking
Well, we just
about?
don't know what kind of shape he'd show up in. We're like, Chad.
James scares me. I'm scared of James.
Yeah, I feel like he's like the Hulk, where the more you hit him, just the angrier he gets. It won't hurt him. He just gets more and more angry.
Speaking of getting angry, Dennis Schroeder.
Do you get traded again?
He's going to the Pistons.
Wait, he got traded again? Damn.
Wait, listen to this. Being rerouted per Chris Haynes.
Mid-flight?
He's catching a connecting flight.
Yeah, he's he had to act up and get the flight attendants to turn the plane around. Damn. Schroeder's been traded 3 times. I mean,
and there's still 15 minutes left. He might get traded again.
It is turning into modern
Detroit
slavery.
is acquiring Dennis Schroeder from Utah.
That is pretty funny. I mean, the timing of that quote, literally the day before.
I think he's been traded now 5 times in the last calendar year.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Because he was traded at last year's deadline.
Yeah.
Well, those Germans, you can't trust them. You can't trust them as far as you can throw them. Come on, why are you guys laughing? You can't trust a German.
You're right.
What happened? We trusted him after World War I. Whoops.
Big
Our
whoops.
bad. Hey, it's Gallant and George. He's Joe and Paul. Let's roll right through.
If we're going to roll through, then the Rockets did make a trade.
They did. Hit us.
It's a nothing burger.
Oh.
They traded for a player who hasn't played this season.
Oh.
But the Atlanta Hawks and the deals they've made today need to unload some roster spots. So the Rockets are acquiring Cody Zeller.
Oh, yeah.
And they're getting back a 2028 second-round pick that they had already given to Atlanta. So they're getting that back. But Cody Zeller has been away from the team the entire year for personal reasons.
Okay.
So
he might be retired.
Maybe he'll play for the Rockets, but this feels like they're just doing Atlanta some kind of favor here and getting a pick.
It seems like they're just acquiring picks, but that's important.
Yeah.
So we've got 12 minutes until the NBA trade deadline is official, and the 2 moves the Rockets have made: Tyler Zeller, Jaden Springer, and they've also acquired 2 second-round picks and have a pick swap now with Boston in the second round also.
Boom.
Hey, listen.
Asset management.
You can find players in the second round.
If you're a team that's willing, or not willing to spend money, has money open and available, you can get some picks at the deadline for all these teams that are either trying to cut salary or cut roster spots as these trades go on. So I'm glad Rafael Stone's phone is still working, even despite, again, 12 minutes left, not making a big deal.
We'll talk more about this at 2:00. Let's really quickly dive into what Astros GM Dana Brown had to say in a special edition of Are You Down with Dana Brown? Brown on the left. Dana Brown at the Astros media luncheon weighed in on a variety of different things. He spoke about Alex Bregman in the past tense. That was the subject of a lot of conversation on this show this week. But Dana Brown also talked about the possibility of Altuve in left field. He said he's not committing to anything with Altuve in left to open things up when he was first asked about the change possibility.
Look, we're just we're not committing to anything in terms of him playing left field. But if we can create some versatility, I think it's a good thing for the club. And the fact that he's willing to go out there and he's having fun with it is exciting.
He's having fun with it, Paul.
He's deferring more to Joe Espada. This is not Dana Brown about to speak right now, but this is what Joe Espada had to say about how Altuve looks in left field. Not going to lie, doesn't make me feel great.
I'm more excited about the feedback than what it actually looks like, which actually looks really good. But the feedback from Jose is important. We owe this to Jose, how, he's a Hall of Fame second baseman. He's a Hall of Fame player, but he wants to open the doors for us to how can we improve our team? And he's willing to go to left field for us to open the doors to ways for us to be creative and help us win. So I don't want to commit to number of games Jose in left. I don't want to commit to Jose, more than that he is being willing to do whatever it takes for us to win.
Basically, in that answer, what I heard from Joe Espada is I don't want to see him out there that much. And we appreciate Altuve and his attempt to try to help the Astros win as much as possible. But to say you're more excited about the feedback than what it actually looks like, and then clarifying, correcting yourself, saying, pretty good. I'm writing that down. I'm taking that as a note.
What if it means we know he sucks at second, and I'm glad he's excited about the idea of playing left field?
I think that's more of it. That's how I read it, is that he's happy that Altuve's at least open to this.
Yeah,
more so than whether he's good or not. He's like, I'm just glad that this is on the table.
He's a good teammate, unlike Derek Jeter, who wasn't a good shortstop anymore and refused to move to third base, even though Alex Rodriguez was the premier shortstop in every single way back in the day. People don't talk about that enough, or the fact that unanimous. Oh wait, hang on. He had one vote. He was one vote away from being unanimous Hall of Famer. The
only
unanimous
Mariano
ones.
Rivera.
Mariano Rivera, right? Who's also interesting. Mariano Rivera, some things. Ty Cobb had some things too. He didn't get unanimous Hall of Fame votes. But anyway, sorry, making it about Derek Jeter for just a moment. Nomar Garciaparra had better career numbers than Derek Jeter. People don't talk about that enough, but one vote away from unanimous in the Hall of Fame. Okay, fine. To bring it back to Jose Altuve moving to left field. Yes, being a good teammate. Here's Dana Brown talking about Jose Altuve. He has a completely different answer. He thinks it looks amazing, and he also humble brags along the way.
So I walked out one day, I saw him taking some fly balls, and me being a scout from coming out of a scouting background, I was like, look, this guy looks pretty good out there. And we all know he could run, and I just saw the fun and joy on his face like a little kid. He was out there having some fun. So that's always a good thing.
It sounds like Dana Brown did some scouting of the Texans this year.
Yeah.
Texans said, have some fun.
CJ Stroud loves that.
Astros, having some fun.
F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me. N is for anywhere, anytime at all, including at second base and in left field. Boom.
Have fun.
One last thing from Dana Brown, who called Cam Smith an aircraft carrier. The guy had so many good things to say about Cam Smith.
We see him as a guy that could really carry a team in the middle of the lineup. So he's got big-time power. He's a big human being. He's got great makeup, and he comes to play. So he loves playing baseball. And so we have really promising future with him.
And what about his makeup tells you that he's capable of leading a batting order?
Yeah, the very intense and really good aptitude. Like very, very good aptitude. Listens well, takes instructions, can follow through. Got a chance to watch him do some baseball activities down at the complex in West Palm a couple weeks ago. And very impressed to be up that close to him and just to see how big he is. He's a massive dude.
He is a big guy.
He's an aircraft carrier.
Aircraft carrier sized. Dana Brown also a smaller guy, so all relative.
I mean, but he's comping him to other baseball players.
True, that's fair.
Not to himself.
And to a device / machine that was used to transport planes.
I know. Maybe we need to do like aircraft carrier or not. Across Houston sports.
Yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, we could do that. Maybe we do that in the last hour of the show. So here is what we ask about. Are we down with what Dana Brown is saying about Altuve in left field, or are we more down with Joe Espada? And I think a little slip up there.
Yeah, I'm a little more down with Joe Espada.
I do too. I'm not expecting much.
Yeah.
I think that Todd makes a good point on the Twitch, Todd the show, saying, hey, like you could put Altuve out there when you got a ground ball pitcher throwing, so that it limits hopefully the balls that go to the outfield. And you do have a couple of those guys, but yeah, I'm not expecting a lot. I get it. Like it should be easier than second base, but it's still a totally different thing.
Yeah. So like that's when Hunter Brown, I guess, and Fromber are on the mound.
Yeah.
Like that's when Altuve isn't left.
That to me, this is all about how many games of left fielder Jose Altuve are we actually talking?
Mm-hmm.
Are we talking?
Over under 30?
Yeah, I was gonna say 40. I was just doing 20 starts for both those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think he might only do that at home.
Knowing the Astros, one of those guys will have Tommy John surgery.
Hey, don't put that on. Don't
What?
put that evil on.
What? That's the only evil we know.
Yeah.
It's like a yearly thing.
Still,
But like if Altuve's only going to play left at home when those guys are on the mound, like
then that's like 20 starts.
I still think it's the long-term plan to put him in left, and this is just the soft launch into it. But if you think Dubon's a better fielder, then maybe they'll do it more often, and he'll be out there a lot at home.
So they're soft launching Jose Altuve.
Yeah.
Okay. And the last one, are you down with Dana Brown saying Cam Smith is the truth, essentially? I'm wishfully saying yes.
Yeah, I'm going to say yes. I'm bummed he's not in Chicago, so I'm going to say yes.
Yeah. I mean, we're at this phase of the prospect journey with this guy where you just traded Kyle Tucker for this guy. You got to say he's awesome.
I mean, I've never heard aircraft carrier before as a
I haven't
term
either.
of
Now,
describing a
neither have I.
prospect.
Jeremy Booth yesterday was like, yeah, everyone says it.
Yeah,
Like,
that was my favorite.
All right.
That
But
might
for
have been
that
my
reason,
favorite part of
I
the
mean-
entire interview. Booth was awesome, but him just being like, yeah, aircraft carrier.
Like, it's a thing. It is?
Is it only with big guys?
I don't know, man.
That's what, because he made it seem like it was more about your stature in the lineup and like being a good offensive player. I also think you have to be big to be an aircraft carrier. We can talk about it more later.
Like, Altuve doesn't qualify.
No, but he's a better hitter than Cam Smith.
Yeah.
But he's not an aircraft carrier.
He's small.
He's a little guy.
That's fair.
Cam Smith, 6'3", 224 pounds.
Dana Brown listed at 5'9" from his playing days.
I don't believe that he's 5'9".
Whoa.
Playing days. Isn't he good?
He played in college.
Ooh. That's why Jim Crane hired him.
Yeah.
He isn't a nerd like James Click. He played college baseball. Gallant George, he's Joe, I'm Paul. The NBA trade deadline. It will be upon us when we return. Have the Rockets one more move left in them? Kevin Durant, Devin Booker. We're waiting with bated breath. Stick around, ESPN Houston. The NBA trade deadline has come and gone, and your Houston Rockets have not done anything since our last update, where they acquired Tyler Zeller, and yesterday, whatever,
Zeller.
same thing. They're all Zellers to me.
Get close.
I don't see color, but I do see last names.
Oh, they're brothers.
Sure, they're related.
Yeah.
It's not Tyler. It's Cody Zeller. Is Tyler Zeller good?
No. Cody Zeller's better.
Okay.
But he's also, I don't know if I'd put good on Cody Zeller.
Is there a good Zeller? That's not to say that there's bad Zellers, like there's, or asking it like, are there good Nazis? No, I'm just asking, is there a good Zeller?
I don't think so.
Not at basketball? Okay.
They definitely don't love the comparison. Cody was better at one point.
Yeah.
But neither are good anymore.
Okay. Jaden Springer's the guy the Rockets got yesterday. Kevin Durant, he stays in Phoenix. Jimmy Butler, he is a Golden State Warrior. Obviously, Luka Doncic traded on Saturday from the Mavericks to the Lakers.
Besides that, like Marcus Smart just got moved to the Wizards.
On the Wizards?
Kevin Porter Jr. was traded from the Clippers to the Milwaukee Bucks.
Wouldn't it be so funny if Kevin Porter Jr. is the reason that the Bucks figure it out? It won't be, by the way.
Yeah.
It won't be. That guy's a complete knucklehead. That's the polite way to put it.
I mean, you don't think that, like, Giannis, Dame, KPJ, and Kyle Kuzma is winning a championship?
I bet Kuzma and KPJ are going to hang out a lot.
I bet
that's my reaction to this.
Why did you say Kyle Kuzma is named after Giannis Antetokounmpo and Damian Lillard?
You're right. He was in the middle of the photo that Shams tweeted out.
No move by the Rockets. You cool with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Me
I mean,
too.
I'll be curious who gets cut next because they'll have to make some roster changes here, acquiring two guys. Brian Windhorst, apparently on ESPN, is suggesting that in the buyout market, the Rockets could be active for Ben Simmons as a potential option, which would be interesting.
Is he on a team?
Yeah, he's playing this year. He's played some basketball this year.
He has?
Yeah.
His team's 2-0 against the Rockets.
Yeah.
The Brooklyn Nets.
I had no idea he was on the Nets. I
don't
thought he wasn't playing.
I think he's out right now.
Yeah, he definitely didn't play on Monday.
He's clearly he's always out, but he has played this year.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. That's surprising. That is truly news to me. The last time I saw Ben Simmons, he was on a podcast talking about how he wishes that he had appreciated his time in Philadelphia more. It's like, oh yeah, they're never gonna love you, dude. They all think that you're a bitch. Like they always will. Because you stopped playing while making all that money. Oh, I gotta go away from my mental health. Now, we can shame certain people for claiming mental health as a reason for stepping away from a job where you're making that much money. But interesting. Ben Simmons.
33 games this year. He's averaging about 5 rebounds.
What do? You bring him in and you
7 assists.
Put him in stocks on the court.
Point guard.
So that might be a little bit Dennis Schroeder adjacent. You put him in the Rockets locker room. And you just tell Ahmed Thompson every day, don't be this guy.
Yeah. Oh, he's you know what he is? He's a lesson.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Scared straight program.
Yeah.
Ime Udoka just constantly says nice things to Ben Simmons, and then whenever Ben Simmons turns his back, he goes up to Ahmed Thompson. You want to be like this bitch?
Yeah, right.
I think the most
like
honestly,
here, am I right?
I think the most important thing for the Rockets that happens here at the deadline is Golden State got significantly better by adding Jimmy Butler. Doesn't mean they're going to be a great team, but the Spurs got better by adding De'Aaron Fox. And the Rockets own a 2025 Phoenix Suns first-round pick that is going to end up in the lottery. So, not that they need another young player, but they're going to have another lottery pick.
Even more so on the Phoenix side than the pick this year. The Phoenix Suns very openly were shopping and were looking to trade Kevin Durant.
They got nothing.
They got nothing for him. The trade didn't happen. He stepped in and said, "Don't want to go to the Warriors." And the Warriors was like, "Then we probably shouldn't trade for you." I think that what this is the kind of beginning. I guess not the beginning of the end. Beginning of the end is when they probably traded for Bradley Beal, but the beginning of the end of this Phoenix thing with Booker and at the very least Durant, where it feels like in June we're already set up for Kevin Durant felt disrespected that the Suns were looking to offload him to get Jimmy Butler, who's not a better player than him. And because of that, and the fact that they missed the playoffs or lost in the first round is why Kevin Durant has now requested a trade. And this is what it feels like this deadline moved us closer towards, I guess, as far as the Rockets go.
Right.
And it has nothing to do with the Rockets when you turn on your TV on Space City Home Network.
Great point. It's, hey, this is an off-season possibility.
This thing is crumbling.
This is a day for us to have fun on the air in June and July because we'll actually have news to talk about. If it does go down.
I mean, even then, like, you have to wonder with Devin Booker is like, how long does he want? How long does he want to be there? Because they won't trade him unless he demands a trade.
And that goes hand in hand with Durant to me. For me, that if Durant's like, "Hey, I'm out of here," that raises the possibility that Booker is out. And now Booker has been one of these loyalty guys who, earlier this week he became the all-time leading scorer for the Phoenix Suns in their second straight loss to the Portland Trailblazers, which I feel like is a notable thing to tack onto that, where they lost 2 straight games to the Trailblazers. That I get, he's the leading scorer and it's the only team he ever wants to play for. At some point, you got to look at the future in Phoenix, not just with the guys on the team, but the fact they mortgaged their future to be this bad. I don't know.
I mean, they literally traded a 2031 first-round pick to acquire draft capital that they then used today to trade away players.
Yes, to offload.
So, like, they traded away a pick that it's not for 7 more years. They could be the worst team in the NBA, and they're like, we're so bad right now with Jurkic or Nurkic.
Yusuf Nurkic.
There's
You just Jurkic.
Yeah, there's different guys.
A little dyslexia. It's dyslexia.
No, there is a Jurkic
in
the NBA.
You just contracted it.
I have that. No, I have occasionally have this happen where I will say the wrong syllable for a last name as the first syllable of a first name.
I got you.
But they're on the cusp of blowing up. Like that's what matters the most for the Rockets is like if you want Kevin Durant, you want Devin Booker, you have all your draft capital. Their pick will be a lottery pick, most likely. I think it feels like it will be.
Most likely, maybe it's 16th or something.
Yeah. So that's where they're headed, and that's all that is good for the Rockets is if they want to move on and they want a lottery pick this year, you control it.
You get better leverage this offseason for sure. So as far as Ben Simmons and the possibility, let's go back to that.
Do we have to? Okay.
Well, first off, let's just go around the room. How realistic is that? Ime Udoka and Ben Simmons? Are you kidding me?
He coached them, didn't he?
Well,
did they I think they
might have overlapped in Brooklyn for a little bit.
Yeah, they would have.
Let me.
How long has Ben Simmons been there for 4 years?
Yeah, he's been there for a while.
Is that before this year? Was that the last
he
time
was traded for Harden?
Oh yeah, God.
He played in
time flies.
So 22-23. So Ime would have already been. That was the year Ime was suspended.
Oh, okay. So they did not overlap.
No,
okay.
Right. He was in Boston.
Oh, maybe. Well, now I have to look up when Ime was in Philadelphia because I think he was with the Sixers for a while.
But I'm open to the idea of just like a flyer bench player.
If he didn't represent everything that Ime Udoka hates, I wouldn't hate it as, hey, Joe, you want that backup point guard?
Yeah.
This is a way better backup point guard. The guy's huge. And if he actually gives a damn about fixing his reputation, sure.
So Ime Udoka was an assistant coach on the 2019-2020 Philadelphia 76ers.
So they overlapped.
Yeah.
So isn't that when he started doing all the stuff that he did?
No, that was 2021.
Gotcha.
That's when he was peeing down his leg in the Atlanta series.
Maybe that's why he needed Udoka all this time.
Exactly.
But he only takes 5 shots a game right now when he's out there. So you would be bringing him in for defense, rebounding, passing.
Well, you may as well max out because that's really all you are at this point in time.
I mean, he's really like a backup center almost even at this point. Like he's not even like it's a
He's a very weird player. He's always been a weird player. Now he's just like a worse version of the weird player he already was.
No moves for the Houston Rockets at the trade deadline. 713-780-3776 to call or text in if you want to weigh in on that. On the other side, one of the biggest analysts in the NBA may have thrown shade at the Houston Rockets. Is he justified? And does that make today his take a failure? Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Get ready for Eat, Drink, HTX. Kicks off February 15th, a 2-week-long dining event to support Houston area restaurants and raise money for 2 great charities, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Meals. Every meal at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities. Eat, Drink, HTX is a sister event to the popular Houston Restaurant Weeks with the same motto, dine out and do good. Get a sneak peek at the menus right now at eatdrinkhtx.com. I don't know why. Looking at Joe George's Miss Vickers jalapeno chips in here, and I'm craving a meatball sub. How do the two link to one another? I don't know.
Potbelly, right?
Oh, yeah. Potbelly has this brand of chips, and they're Cajun. And I truly could not tell you what they are off the top of my head, but they're so good.
I know what you're talking about, though. They are very good.
I'm getting myself
I was thinking the same thing, sandwich for dinner tonight. Just be me and the little guy tonight. My wife will be at work.
No, I gotta stay off bread. I feel fat right now. I can't do it. I'm in the middle of anorexic phase. Okay, can't help it. Sucks.
Well, then just get the meatballs.
No. I'm not gonna get anything.
You're not gonna eat
clean. Yeah, I'm just not gonna eat. I'm not gonna eat tonight.
Just chicken. You can go on the Andrew Carlson diet.
Well, I already am on the Andrew Carlson diet. It's like turkey burger, chicken, and buffalo. Right. Like on the weekends, I have one cheat day. Whatever. No one cares. I'm sorry. I'm indulging.
Everyone knows Andrew Carlson. It's okay. Your food smells good. Andrew's just look bland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Carlson's on the Paul Gallant diet.
I cook healthy food, but it also tastes good.
Yes.
There's a blend that you have to do. Paul, you're white. You can't. Well, I learned from my, no offense, family.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta add seasoning to stuff.
Yeah, you do.
Not to say my mom doesn't. My mom's a great cook, but my mom didn't put a lot of seasoning in things. I have learned that it's all about the spice rack. Yes. All about the spice rack, people.
Same thing growing up.
Every man needs to have a spice rack. You need to understand what the spices do. You had the bland stuff growing up?
Yeah. Sorry, Mom.
Listen, they gave you food. That's all that matters at the end of the day. But you all should learn how to cook for yourself. And it's all about the spice rack.
Always.
You need some saffron in your life, some cumin in your life. You need some pepper, garlic powder. Like that, those, start off with that every single time. If you don't have black pepper or garlic powder in your house, I'll kill you. Now, I'm saying that by like words, not like.
Yeah, I was saying, like, is that what you tell when you go on a date? Like, hey, if I come over and I try to cook for you,
I'll
there's no
kill
black pepper,
you.
I'm
like
going full OJ.
Tim Robinson and I think you should leave. Right. No, I don't do that. I'm just saying though, you need a spice rack.
Yeah.
Speaking of spice racks, some would argue the Houston Rockets, they don't need a spice rack. They just need a backup point guard. So there's a possibility of Ben Simmons, I guess, joining the Rockets post-trade deadline. But we also heard this shade from Brian Windhorst, who says that the top of the Western Conference ain't that spicy in the eyes of the East.
There's not a lot of fear from the teams. There's not a lot of fear from the teams out there about these teams at the top of the West. Now,
oh, you mean the teams that made the deals don't fear Oklahoma City and
Houston? And maybe that's going to look like a mistake when Oklahoma City punches some giant holes in these teams.
The disrespect.
There's a lot of disrespect.
I mean, I don't respect the teams at the bottom of the Western Conference.
How about that?
Fat Luka?
Hey.
Broken Anthony Davis? Just saying. De'Aaron Fox ain't never played in a playoff game. Actually, maybe he has, but not many.
He has, but not many.
Wemby looks like he could break any minute.
I mean, Wemby, you're not get in the playoffs, buddy.
Yeah.
Get in the play-in. All right.
It's a double-edged sword because, it means the Rockets could actually do some stuff this year. But on the other side of things, it also means that if they don't do stuff, this might have been an opportunity wasted, right?
I think that's a very fair way to look at it. I think there will be Rockets fans that look at this team and say, this is an opportunity wasted.
Nathan Tope comments, it's a shame the Rockets didn't make a move for Giannis. I'd love to see a starting five of Simmons, Green, Thompson, Giannis, and Şengün. Okay. I don't know that Giannis would have forced his way out.
Who's shooting the
this
basketball
quickly.
on that team?
It's just brute force. It's football. I kind of, I would like this team. It would be aesthetically displeasing in the eyes of many. I'd kind of like it. I'd like it. It's just a physical team that can't hit any free throws between Şengün and Giannis. Yikes! That
And
would not.
Simmons.
God,
Simmons,
totally
like,
forgot about that.
and Jalen Green, not like he can really shoot the ball that well.
But you're not scoring any points on that team. You're not.
Also, who are they trading to get Giannis? Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. Whatever. Just to bring it back to this, is it a missed opportunity not getting one of these guys, given that it is open? And I mean, shoot, we saw Kawhi Leonard go to the Raptors on a rental, right? And didn't that work out for a title?
Yes. The Raptors they're a perennial playoff team that basically swapped out DeRozan for Kawhi.
And
Fred VanVleet was there.
Yeah, that's true.
He was the sixth man.
I think it's
the
also
second
not
best player.
You can't call it a missed opportunity when the players that you specifically like really want to see be members of the Rockets, Giannis, Booker, Durant, none of them were traded. So it's not like the Rockets were in the mix on these guys and didn't offer enough to get a deal done. Like they're not in on on Luka. No one was in on Luka. Like they're not in on De'Aaron Fox because it seems like he only wanted to be a Spur and they want to sign him to a long-term deal. So no, I don't think the Rockets missed out because the guys they wanted weren't available. Like that's just the reality. I mean, that's what Boston
they will
did.
be in June.
Yeah.
And they not only were they not available and they couldn't make it happen, like they didn't request trade. Like the guy, Giannis is the guy we used an example. Wasn't available. Not even really like murmured to be available. Booker, same thing. It's really Durant is the only one that's like kind of was getting shopped by his team that you didn't pull the trigger on.
And even then, like Durant, it's hard to tell like what he was really being shopped for.
Yeah,
like,
it might have just been for that deal
because like they wanted Jimmy Butler. Like
Yeah,
were they
for some
really shopping him so they could, like only get Jimmy, or like was there another move? Like did they call the Rockets? Which I'm sure we'll learn in the next like.
So it's been
12
reported that
hours.
other teams called the Suns
Yeah.
to get in on the to get on the Durant stuff.
But the Suns only wanted to have something that can help them right now, as opposed to draft picks, and perhaps they reevaluate that in June.
Yeah, Bob Myers was on the ESPN trade deadline show, and he said that the Grizzlies were one of the teams that made an approach on Durant.
That would have been pretty scary.
That would have been crazy.
Ja and Durant.
That'd be interesting.
I would have enjoyed that.
Yeah, I'm good with this deadline.
Yeah, I mean it's a little boring, but it's ultimately about continuing to develop. You know, I mean, it would be so awesome if they somehow pulled off a title this year, but that's like a 1% chance of happening. And we've been saying that for a while, but this is a very fun season. Sit back and enjoy it. They're a lot more watchable than they've ever been. And I think standing pat at the trade deadline provides opportunities for guys like Reed Shepherd to continue to play. And you have so many young players right now. I think this year, sure, to a degree, it's about, hey, can they get to the playoffs and can they advance in the playoffs? But it's also Thunderdome. It's iron sharpening iron in-house. It's at the end of this, who is Ime Udoka going to trust the most? And who is he going to say, you know what, we can probably ship you off for either future picks or package you to get the guys that we really want, Devin Booker number 1 and Kevin Durant number 2.
Yeah, and even like if Booker was available, the Rockets might not be in play right now because they wisely signed Jalen and Şengün to good contracts this offseason. You can't trade either of those guys until the summer. They're not allowed to be traded because of the collective bargaining agreement.
Oh, because modern slavery, I thought you were going to say.
Well, that's part of it.
Got it.
But like, so it's totally fine. And I think you have to look at what Boston just did. They just won a championship. It took them a while to get there, probably longer than they would have wanted, but they kept their core together and they waited and they waited and they waited. And then all of a sudden Kristaps Porzingis was available. They traded Marcus Smart. They got Kristaps and they won a championship. So like, it's all about striking when the iron's hot, when the guy is available that you want. And I still like, my guess is there is a big trade this summer happening. That's what my gut tells me.
Yeah. And I wonder if they'd had the leverage to get Booker. It seems like the Suns are like, no, we're not doing that yet. So is there some sort of inside job that can be done? Can they do anything to perhaps make Devin Booker feel a little less happy?
Do we know anyone on the Suns?
I don't know.
Any former Rockets players there we can?
Does someone try to set him up in Scottsdale?
I mean, he does have to be teammates with, Grayson Allen, so that must suck.
A lot of CIA guys getting bought out of their contracts. Tillman Fertitta, is he above, buying someone to make something happen? Or Devin Booker's like, hey, how about you force a trade to the Rockets? We'll fix it. We'll figure it all out.
We'll take care of it.
Sorry, I'm turning this into an episode of Ray Donovan, but
Hey, it's tinfoil Thursday.
Yeah, tinfoil hat Thursday. I'm just offering the possibility.
Yeah.
Listen, Tillman Fertitta has diplomatic immunity now. I think that's how it works.
Is it?
He's a diplomat to Italy.
I think it only works in Italy.
Oh, dang.
I think so.
Diplomatic immunity.
Yeah, I
do it.
was thinking of Lethal Weapon.
Yeah, Lethal Weapon 2.
I think that's how that worked.
Okay. We don't know much about much.
Although it
as
can
you
be
tell.
revoked after someone pulls a gun on you, so I don't know how good it is.
All right, Gallant George, the Rockets did nothing at the trade deadline. 713-780-3776 to call in to text, and you can join us for How Far is Too Far. Shout out to the text line for the cleanup on aisle me. The chips I was talking about, which I still really want, are the Zapp's Cajun chips. Yeah, those things rule. Up next, How Far is Too Far? And if you have any thoughts on what the Rockets didn't do at the trade deadline or the idea of Ben Simmons, you can weigh in on ESPN Houston on YouTube, at ESPN 975 on Twitch. Stay put. First, though, hey, free stuff, free stuff, free stuff. It's the free stuff time of the show. You like fishing? Well, guess what? You got to go to the 50th annual fishing show, February 12th through 16th at the George R. Brown Convention Center. It's got everything for the fishermen. Rods, reels, lures, factory reps, guides from Alaska to South America, dozens of fully rigged boats, and hundreds of kayaks, plus continuous clinics by expert fishermen, saltwater, freshwater. They help you out on that front. And there's a kids clinic on Saturday and Sunday with giveaways. If you love fishing or you just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 50th annual fishing show. Check out HoustonFishingShow.com, and we're giving away a pair of tickets right now. Caller number 3, 713-780-3776. You get a pair of tickets to the Houston Fishing Show. Huzzah!
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
No moves by the Houston Rockets. The trade deadline 30 minutes ago. At least no moves that will get you going, that are going to have you feeling like a skyrocket in flight. Whoop! Afternoon delight. Woo! And afternoon delight.
Yep. None of that made me feel that way.
Nothing.
No. I wanted to feel that way.
I wanted Kevin Durant or Devin Booker. Now I'm looking for a hooker. Skyrocket in flight. No Rockets trade deadline. Much to not my delight. Not to my delight. Okay, I'll stop.
No, keep going.
We're just improv.
What do you got next?
Here. Nothing really. So they got Jaden Springer yesterday, and they got which Zeller? Cody Zeller. Not Cody Stutes, Cody Zeller.
Cody Zeller.
They got the wrong Cody.
Now, Cody Zeller and Cody Stutes might play the same amount of minutes for the Rockets this season.
That's
0.
An actual possibility at this moment in time. So silent deadline, missed opportunity. You can weigh in on that if you want. 713-780-3776 to call, to text from the 713. Paul keeps saying the Rockets didn't do anything. Cody Zeller is quitting his job at GameStop to come to the Rockets. Damn. Is that what he's doing? Is he like a video game entrepreneur or something?
I don't think so.
It's a leave of absence for personal reasons. And I don't know what those personal reasons are. Maybe he was trying to bring back brick and mortar GameStop after the game stonk fun times that we all had together.
He wasn't the guy who got canceled, right?
No.
I think of a different white big man.
You're thinking of Miles Leonard.
That's what I'm thinking of. I feel like
all white people look the same to you, huh, Joe?
Tall white guy, yes.
Zach Collins is also like, not me, guys.
Hey, he's on the Bulls. He's not canceled.
not me.
Not canceled. All right. We do this every single Thursday. It's a little game called How Far is Too Far? Hell yeah, dude.
All right, we got prop bet questions.
Let's go.
Is it too far to bet on these kind of things? Is the question today.
Okay. So the answer from every degenerate gambler listening, you know who you are, is no, never.
So we'll start with this one, which obviously if the Houston Texans ever play in the Super Bowl, I will wager as much as I possibly can on what does Super Bowl MVP mention first. Minus 210 favorite. God.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I mean, it would be minus 1,000 with CJ Stroud.
For CJ Stroud.
Or D'Amico Ryan.
Or
D'Amico started doing that recently too.
Yeah.
Will Anderson does it. Oh yeah.
Might be 10,000.
Teammates plus 325 is second. Then family, then organization, then fans, then coach. Coach plus 2,000. Doesn't get the rub.
Shout out to Andy Reid.
Yeah, no love to Andy.
And if it's Jalen Hurts that wins, or any Eagle, but especially Jalen Hurts based off reports, I don't think Sirianni's going to be the first name out their mouth.
I got to give a lot of thanks to my brother, Jackson.
That's good.
He didn't do anything over the last year. Also, shout out to my father, who didn't have his 4th DUI this year either.
Don't forget to
these two stand-up characters really were role models for me in my life this year.
My dad was the first one to three-peat, actually.
I dramatically fell while laughing. That was fun.
All right, so is that too far to bet on what an MVP will mention first and to be able to bet on God?
It's pretty far. I don't know if it's too far, though, because at least it is somewhat.
No, that's a fun one.
It's somewhat related to the game.
All right, we're back in New Orleans for the Super Bowl. So for the first time, I think ever, you can now wager on if there will be a power outage in the Super Bowl like there was the last time. Is that too far?
No, because that stadium's a dump. I saw someone text in. They were like getting all defensive of New Orleans. The Superdome's a dump. New Orleans is great. That's why the Super Bowl's in New Orleans. They still play in a terrible stadium because New Orleans rules.
And the Superdome is like, I think they're the stadium with the most Super Bowls under their belt, which is either a good thing or a bad thing about how you want to view this. It's either bad that it's been around so long that it can host like 8 Super Bowls, or it's a good thing because, hey, it's one of the legacy, places in this league. I think if this game was in any other stadium, I'd say this is too far because, wait, what? The power's going to go out? This stadium specifically, based off what happened last time, I don't think it's too far to be able to wager on this.
So I'm gonna say yes, too far. This bet feels complicated. Prove it that it's a power outage. Like prove it that it's not just like the lights turned off.
Just someone
while
flickers them.
Yeah, while they're trashing Drake on stage. Like, how do you prove that?
What if Drake is the one that pulls the plug as they're doing Not Like Us?
So like I feel like that's a hard one to like know for sure you won.
And it's one, you're right. Also about the inside job aspect of this.
Yeah.
Just if I'm some guy,
just turn the lights off.
Well, how easy is it to knock out power at the Superdome? Do you just add another cable into like the Clark Griswold-esque wiring that probably is there?
It's out.
I hate to always like make fun of Louisianans, but like, we make jokes about certain ethnicities and their ability to turn into light bulb. I honestly do wonder about Louisianans' attention to detail when it comes to electrical wiring.
Well, they said there's no LED lights in there, so like
Oh, did they install those properly?
Great question.
Do we really believe that? Sorry, Louisiana, I just don't trust you. I like you. I don't trust you.
How do you feel about like the normal ones, like coin toss, Gatorade color? You ever want to dive into those, Paul?
Yeah.
Coin toss, I'm more open to.
Coin toss. Coin toss is psychotic.
That's the worst thing to ever bet on.
I don't bet a lot of money on it.
But they're both at minus odds.
Yep.
So there's...
That's crazy that they're both at minus odds.
Yes. It's literally a 50-50 proposition that you're not getting 50-50 odds on.
That's true.
You're getting worse than 50-50 odds.
Yeah, I do understand.
If you want to bet on a coin flip, just flip a coin in your house.
Yeah, that's true. Gatorade, too many colors. So I don't like to bet on the Gatorade. There's too many colors.
There's a lot of purple talk this year.
Yeah, a lot of purple.
I've seen that because the Chiefs normally, I think the last 2 years, obviously the Chiefs has won. I think it's been blue/purple, both of them. So,
see, that feels complicated too. That's like the lights thing. Like, how do you know what color it is? Who determines?
I don't know.
Apparently, you can also bet on will a player or coach cry during the national anthem.
Sirianni's done it before, right?
Yeah.
R.I.P. Demaryius
Chris
Thomas.
Jones?
Because Demaryius Thomas had the biggest teardrops of all time,
Yeah.
I believe, during a national anthem.
I think Chris Jones cried last week.
I think Chris Jones does it. This one's a good one because
Yeah.
I think you have one on each team that will be one of the first 5 people that they show during the anthem. Because if
it's no Sean Marino, my bad. Anyway,
if the running back on the Chiefs that has a pet crocodile, like if that guy cries, like the camera's not going to show him. You need someone that it's going to get shown that they're tearing up during the anthem. So with Jones, with Sirianni, I like this one.
Mm-hmm. There's one website that's offering a wager on, I think this is too far, on what will happen to the price of Bitcoin during the game. So, like, will it go up by a certain percentage or down by a certain percentage? You can wager on in a 2-hour time frame.
Really?
I think that's way too far.
Yeah, you got to be one of those really annoying people. I'm sorry, like crypto, bro.
The worst.
It's like I do not care what the blockchain is, and I know you can't explain it to me. So stop talking about it, please.
Everyone I know that's a pretend crypto bro lost all their money like 2 years ago. So,
dang. Yeah, Bitcoin seems to be the only one worth doing if you do it. And I'm not saying you should or you shouldn't, but that's a very weird one to bet on. And honestly, I don't want to go to like E-Trade or Robinhood to determine whether or not the stock is going up. So I could watch this and not actually watch the Super Bowl itself.
ESPN 97.5 coin coming soon.
What about the 92.5 coin?
That's next. That's the second rug pull. I mean, investment opportunity.
Taylor Swift, obviously there's a ton of different prop bets for her. I think my favorite one is the order and like of what is shown for Taylor Swift. Will she be shown in the first quarter, second quarter, third, or fourth?
First. They're going to show her
first.
every quarter.
She's minus 600.
First or second, easy.
Yeah.
Once a quarter is not too much.
It'll be more than that, though, because it'll be every time Kelsey does something.
I was going to say, I think it depends on Kelsey's
Kelsey
game.
had 4 receptions. That's an over-under to look at perhaps tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. I'm curious what his number's at. Yeah, I think she'll be first quarter. I don't think there's even a question.
Because, yeah, Kelsey.
But would you bet on her first quarter or before the game starts? Because you can also bet on her being shown like during like America the Beautiful or the national anthem.
Anthem is a good one.
So I think like if I was going to bet on this, I want my options to be Anthem
or first
America the Beautiful first quarter.
Yeah.
Like which time is she shown first? That's what it should look like.
I believe the first reception for the last 2 Chiefs playoff games, the first reception has been Travis Kelce. So he gets the ball early. So you know that first catch they're showing, or first catch that's a moderately big play, they're showing Swift. So you have to feel good about early.
Donna says they'll show her walking into the game. Does that count? Is that bettable?
I don't think that's on the broadcast, though.
Yeah. I don't think they'll show her during the national anthem. I think they'll only show players during the national anthem.
Players and coaches. Yeah.
Right.
Maybe like as it ends though, when they do the flyover,
they will have one
right
moment
after, maybe.
There will be one moment where they show all the celebrities at the game. She will be in that. So it's going to be at least one. The real question is how many times do they go back to her?
Yeah, is there a number of times
I
over
haven't
under?
seen this one.
Not enough.
Okay.
How far is too far? Continue.
Last one I got here. I'm sure we've all seen the commercials. There's this kick of destiny thing.
Yes.
That's happened between Peyton and Eli, where each one will kick a 25-yard field goal. First one makes it, and then the next one goes. You can wager on it.
On whether Peyton or Eli Manning will make a field goal?
Oh, we'll win. Like who on the winner of the kick of destiny? Like, is Eli gonna win or is Peyton gonna win a field goal kicking competition? I think that's too far.
I think it is too far. Give me Eli.
Eli minus 200 favorite.
Too many Mannings.
Eli apparently knows he's in the Hall of Fame. Hasn't told his brother yet. Scumbag. Find that out tonight.
Whoa.
Yeah, tell your brother.
Scumbag.
Dang, dog.
What's the Peyton? Is Peyton a plus sign?
Peyton's plus 150 to win the kick of destiny.
These are terrible odds. You should never bet on
Yeah, you
this.
shouldn't bet on that one.
But
Anyway.
Eli, give me Eli.
Yeah, I
Peyton,
take
stiff.
Eli too. Yeah, Peyton Manning, never a very good athlete, to be perfectly honest. 832 text in. I'm from Louisiana, live in Houston. All my neighbors knock on my door to catch the critters and fix their AC. I believe on the former. I don't believe you on the latter. I don't believe you on the latter.
What if he works for Daikin?
Ooh, yikes. Daikin Park, watch out. But we appreciate you listening. Sorry. I mean, I just don't trust the little Superdome. I just don't do it. I would bet on they black out. But all those other ones, Joe, you got to be real degen for most of those. So I would say for the most part, all of those
Too far.
Unless you're doing a parlay. And then fun.
I think that might make it even worse.
Well, if you parlay it up, it multiplies it, right?
That's true. That's
Yeah.
But yeah.
So
you know what,
parlay
Paul?
the coin toss with Taylor Swift's first appearance, with the kick of destiny, with the blackout, and you still might only still gets like a minus 200.
Gallant George. That's Joe. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call to text if you want to weigh in on the Rockets' lack of action at the trade deadline. It seems that we have all been the victims of some fake news from a team up north. What are we talking about? Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. The Rockets are getting another national TV game. Huzzah! February 21st. It was a 7 o'clock tip-off. Now it's an 8:30 tip-off on ESPN. How about that?
The respect is given. At least one time.
Just once.
We'll see that. They'll get more.
I don't know.
I mean, they'll get some more this year.
They have to stop losing.
Yeah,
They've lost 4 in a row.
But there'll still be a top team in the West. Most of the year.
That's not saying
No,
much.
not if they keep losing. They do have to stop
No,
losing.
they won't. They're not going to keep losing. They
Do
play
they
on
win
ESPN. I was not impressed with the Timberwolves last night for the most part, so I'm going to say Rockets win.
Yeah. Anthony Edwards scored too many points last night to be good against.
Yeah, he
tonight.
scored 49, so I don't know if he scores 49.
And he was trying real hard for 50.
Yeah.
Borderline disrespecting the game of basketball.
The disrespect. Also of note, it seems we have all been victims of fake news. The pictures of Luka Doncic as a Los Angeles Laker have been released. And Luka does not look as fat as the Mavericks were implying he was. Luka was asked about the leaks coming out of the Mavericks organization and said, "I'm taking the high road."
I think they really are just trying to make themselves seem better. Though.
Wait, who? The
Mavericks. They're trying to these.
There's nothing they could do. I mean, the
Yeah.
pictro of Luka, he doesn't look fat.
No, but the smear job.
Yeah.
Was it was a Boston sports smear job.
But if you do look at the jersey, it's a little baggy.
It is baggy, and I'll say
is he wearing an extra large?
The pants especially.
Yeah. I'm not totally sure.
Don't love the muscle definition or lack thereof.
Damn, guys. Damn.
But they are being very selective with how they show. I mean, the jersey is one thing, but on the sideline, getting off the plane, all those videos. Do you know what? And the videos of him in practice. Luka Doncic wearing black, all black, very slimming, trying to look as slim as possible, or they had him cut weight like a wrestler. I don't know what they did, but he definitely doesn't look as fat and out of shape as the Mavericks think he is.
And we like that. We like that because we don't like fat shaming on this show. None of us have ever done that.
No.
Never.
Among the three of us.
As a group.
Yeah. As a group, we have not done it. That's for sure. Until just now. I don't know. You guys are doing it.
No,
I'm not shaming them.
You're like,
I mean, they're saying 270. To be fair, when they said he got it to 270, they didn't say when. Right? Did they say he got to 270 this year?
I think it was this year.
Was it this year? There's no way he was ever 270.
It's hard to believe. Although he is 6'7". So 270 on him would look different.
That's true. Good point.
Than on us.
All right, guys, it is time for garbage time. Rob Ryan, brother of Rex Ryan, went on a complete tangent while at a press conference yesterday that made the rounds. Keep in mind while you hear this, Ryan gets up and is walking back and forth on the podium like a stand-up comic.
And I saw the Mayava guy. I coached his uncle. I hated that kid when I first saw him. A USC kid, a little captain. Remember, he could walk under this table right here. Little guy. We draft this little runt. I'm like, oh, man. This guy, I was all over this kid during the OTAs.
Phrasing.
Like, man, this guy, man, you got to run to cover guy. Anyway, so then I'm like, hey, guys, Sweet Live is going on vacation with the family, going out to Hawaii, going to Maui. I've never been to Maui. I run things in Oahu, but I'm like, I'm going to go to Maui. He's like, hey, Rob, you get in any kind of trouble now, you just tell him you know Kalooks. I'm like, man, yeah, I'm going to tell him I know Kalooks. Yeah, get the hell out of here. Walk out
He's walking
there.
around
He
again.
is nowhere near
Do
the
the
microphone.
usual. Got me and the wife there. Oh, we're going to have a romantic evening. Go out there. No rent-a-car. What do you mean? You never called for the rent-a-car? I told you she's Greek. I'm like, yeah, they must have lost it. So, of course, I forgot to call. Now they're out of cars. I'm in Maui. I got no car. So what do? I know Kalooks. I got a car. Oh, you know Kalooks? Swear to God, hand to God, true story. I got a van. I'm like, yeah, Kalooks, my man.
Did he have a drink before this?
Or 12?
He does sound a little intoxicated.
I mean, he sounds coherent,
but not
like
completely coherent.
But like irrational.
The way the story is flowing is not that of a sober person.
No,
but he's not like, he doesn't sound like he's not slurring or anything.
Yeah, he sounds sober, but he's not acting sober. What a bizarre.
What a tangent.
It was all basically
What
one
was the
sentence.
question?
Great question.
Was this your handwriting?
It sounds like he wasn't even done yet. Here's the thing about people when they get up there in age, they sometimes tell rambling stories.
Spin a yarn.
I'm gonna be so bad at that. I'm gonna be so bad at that when I'm older. I'm already bad at it now. One last note in garbage time follow-up to Marcus Jordan, his DUI arrest while driving onto train tracks. You heard him and on the body cam footage being, a little bit snooty with cops. Well, while in the car, he belligerently demanded officers play Mariah Carey. Can't you play some holiday music or some bleep before adding play some Mariah Carey up in this bitch? He also sang along to Eye of the Tiger by Survivor.
Oh, let's get
So they were playing music.
They were playing music in the cop car. I didn't know that was allowed.
I was gonna say I didn't think cops played music.
I guess like when you're Michael Jordan's kid, like you can't get out of jail, but I guess you get your music all the way there.
You can play that card and it's like, listen, you're still gonna have to spend a night in jail.
But if you want some Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah, but because you're Michael Jordan's kid, we will play music for you.
And on that note, guys, that's going to wrap up Gallant and George. Big thanks to our callers, texters, YouTubers, Twitchers, and everybody else listening. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass and to Joe George. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Busy show. Lee Sterling, he wants to talk some prop bets for the Super Bowl. He'll be joining us a little bit later on in the 3 o'clock hour. Astros getting set to go to West Palm Beach. Bad Take Boulevard, too. It is a Thursday, after all. The worst takes of the week. But the trade deadline has passed, Blankers. It is over. It is done. Kind of a dud, especially in the city of Houston. Not a whole lot going on today. Biggest name that got traded, Jimmy Butler, and then signs that extension with Golden State.
Yeah, no, I think that is exactly what I wanted the Rockets to do, was a whole lot of nothing, and then to get like a backup big, a serviceable kind of athletic guy that can give you some extra minutes, has a little touch around the basket in the 4-5 spot, especially until you get Jabari back, because they've been a little thin there. For the future, you know, the kid they added from Boston has got springs. He could defend, and I think that's someone that they want to see the possibility that he might be able to develop. But overall, I'm pleased with what the Rockets didn't do versus what they could have done, which I guess a lot of people that I see on social media expected them to do more, wanted them to do more. I'm not quite sure. I've seen get a veteran shooter and you know, add a wing. I just don't know where they'd play and if they're any better than what you have for the most part. So I'm good with what they did not do.
Yeah, I haven't. We follow different people. I haven't seen a whole lot of that. It feels like everybody's kind of on the same page that they weren't going to do a ton. And look, I don't think that anybody really wanted them to. Young nucleus, don't mess with that. Maybe you use some draft picks or stuff like that to add to the rotation. I don't know if they're going to keep Springer. I don't know if they're even going to keep Cody Zeller. I don't know. But it was very clear that they used what they had in terms of their money, their room financially, to use that space to acquire future draft picks, to add to their treasure chest of future picks, which ultimately maybe you can use down the road in a trade, or you just use the picks and select. So like that money's going to go away, right? Like you're not always going to be under, you know, the salary cap. You're not going to have the MLE to be able to trade from. So it's either it goes away or you use it to your benefit and you store these draft picks. Credit to Tillman Fertitta, willing to spend a little bit of money to buy these draft picks. So I think it was smart. I think it's shrewd by Rafael Stone. Nothing moves the needle here. But yeah, they use the money resources that you have to acquire future second round picks, and maybe you can use them in the future.
Yeah, look, and I think Springer's got some talent. And, you know, the Celtics, everybody's like, well, why, if he had talent, why isn't he playing more in Boston? I mean, that's such a deep, talented roster. It's tough to, crack the lineup to get any minutes at all. But I think that there's a possibility that both of those guys are going to be on this roster and that they could actually help you in short stints when you need somebody. But I think that Springer in particular is a guy they want to take a look at from what I've heard. I think the other interesting one that I want to drop on you if you haven't heard it yet, because I just kind of almost stopped the car going, what the hell are they thinking? But they said in the buyout market, the Rockets will be active. And one of the first names that came out, Jeremy, is Ben Simmons.
Yeah, I did see that. Windhorse was reporting that. I'm good with it. Like, why not? If he's in the buyout market, that means you're not paying him a whole lot of money. It's probably only for the remainder of the year. I think they're pretty thin at the backup point guard spot. And currently with Fred VanVleet out for weeks, week to week is what they're calling it. I think you can do a lot worse than Ben Simmons. I think Ben Simmons is actually a fit on this team. A perimeter player who can't shoot the three ball that can defend really well. No, I would like Ben Simmons. I have no problem with that.
I hate it. I hate it because he's afraid to shoot. And I hate it because the one thing, like you just said, I mean, they need shooting. They need guys that are going to be able to put the ball in the basket. And for me, I mean, he has been in my crosshairs for several years now he's making just boatloads of money. And even after the Philly debacle about not wanting to shoot it, like, you know, he every year after year, always going to be ready, always working out, always in all these, games and getting ready. And then every year it's the same thing. He's not playing. He's not shooting, and I just don't know how he would fit on this team. So I'm
backup point guard. Maybe your backup point guard. Like I don't know what the harm here is. Like
he can't make free throws. He doesn't want to shoot. When he does shoot, he's not good at it.
69% free throw shooter this year.
Okay, well I do not want him on this team.
What's the risk?
I understand because I'm always kick the tires guy, but like what backup point guard? I'd rather have Holiday play the backup point minutes than I would have Ben Simmons.
What?
Absolutely.
You like Holiday more than Ben Simmons?
Absolutely, because he can shoot the three. He can shoot. He can handle the basketball, and he's not going to try. He's not so like driven to be the guy that has to shoot. But when the ball gets to him and he gets an open shot, he can knock it down. I just don't rock the boat with Holiday, and I have no problem with him being a stabilizing backup point guard.
Why are you worried about rocking the boat with Aaron Holiday?
No, not with Aaron, with the rest of the guys. Like, I don't think it's going to be like, Ben Simmons, I don't know if he's going to want to play, if he's going to, that he thinks he needs to play. But at the same time, when you put him out there, do I feel like I trust him to do the things that the Rockets are going to need a guy to do playing backup point guard? I really don't. I'm sorry. Maybe Ben Simmons when he was coming out of LSU is a different story, but Ben Simmons right now, I'd rather not touch him.
I feel like you're being a little harsh with Ben Simmons. And look, he is a bust. He's making way too much money. He's been paid multiple times way too much. And the whole not playing and all the back issues, all of that. But is he immediately your best backup point guard? Absolutely. No doubt about it. His skill set is unique. I don't think so.
I think Aaron Holiday
compares to Ben Simmons. He's a better shooter, but he does nothing else better.
I think he's a better ball handler.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I don't know. Give me Ben Simmons over Aaron Holiday. I would be intrigued by it. I mean, you're adding a 6'10" point guard with, and look, I think that Ime Udoka likes to run a positionless team, quite frankly, a team that can switch at everything. I think Ben Simmons can guard really 1 through 4. I don't think he's physical enough to guard down low. He could if he really wanted to. I mean, 6'10", 240. Like he has center size with perimeter skill, except for the shooting. No, I would be very intrigued by the idea of Ben Simmons. And again, it'd be super low risk, high reward. If he's being bought out, you're not paying him any money. Right. It's not going to be a multi-year deal. No. And if he comes in, he knows that he's going to be backing up Fred VanVleet. He's going to be a backup guard. I just, for me, him jumping Aaron Holiday, I mean, we saw Reed Shepherd get a few minutes, but that's because of injury. I think he fits in. I think he's kind of like a little bit Tari Eason-like. I think he's now a poor man, unathletic Amin Thompson with all the injuries he's had. I think he fits right into this team.
Yeah, I vehemently disagree simply because of the fact that I mean, he's got a 25-letter alphabet. There's no J in it. There's never been a J in it, and he doesn't have the confidence to shoot it when it's there anyway.
But you're not bringing him in to shoot. Like, I mean, we know that he's not a shooter.
But then he's a
if you're bringing
liability
him
on the
in,
floor
you're not asking him to shoot.
Because they're going
to
lay
so is
off
Amin
of
Thompson
him.
then.
No,
like,
Amin Thompson's a way better shooter than Ben Simmons.
Ben Simmons doesn't shoot it. So, like, it doesn't hurt you because he's not shooting. Now, are they sagging off of him? Yes, but they sag off of Amin Thompson, too. They dare Amin Thompson to shoot threes. He'd be defended very similarly.
Yeah, but I don't think Ben Simmons even wants to shoot the mid-range.
Okay.
So I think Amin Thompson can shoot the mid-range, and I think he's getting better at shooting the mid-range.
Right, but you're not bringing in Ben Simmons to be your backup point guard to be a shooter. You're bringing him in to pass the ball, distribute, get rebounds, play defense. There is the last thing that you would want Ben Simmons to do is to shoot the ball.
But that's my point. So then when he's on the floor, they're gonna guard everybody else and try and make sure that he's the guy that they're going to force to shoot the ball. And I think it becomes a liability for the Rockets that they really don't have right now, because Amin can at least make the mid-range jump shot, and pretty much everybody else is capable of making their shots. You can criticize the three-point shooting if you want, but overall, I don't think that Ben Simmons is a guy that's going to help them because of that factor alone.
Yeah, now that we disagree so much on it, I really want it to happen.
I know. It'd be great.
It'd be incredibly boring if we had this, 7-minute long debate about Ben Simmons helping this team or not, and then it not happen. So because we disagree here, this needs to happen. It'd be great show content for the rest of the year. So can we at least get you to want Ben Simmons so we can argue about Ben Simmons for the rest of the year?
No, I don't want Ben Simmons.
Come on, it's great for show content, Blankers.
It is. I mean, look, for the benefit of the show,
a game.
Sure, we can watch it all play out like a train wreck, but okay.
Yeah, it'd be awesome. Texter says, really going to spend the whole opening segment talking about a Ben Simmons hypothetical situation. Would you rather talk about Springer or Zeller?
Right.
Yay. 13 minutes. This is way more exciting than the two trades the Rockets made. Yes, shrewd trades, but the Ben Simmons rumors are far more intriguing than Zeller or Springer. And they're probably gonna have to cut one of these guys too, because they have one above the roster size. So somebody's going to get cut. I don't know who it's going to be. Maybe it's somebody that they already have on the roster too.
It's the kid. What's number 0? The kid that on the end of the bench. I can't.
Yeah, they like him. He came into the game the other day. I forgot they had him.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think he could go.
But they do like him though, so I don't know. Do you think Zeller can help at all on this team if they keep him?
I do. In short stints, I think he's capable of rebounding. He's sneaky quick off the jump where he can get in the air a little bit. He can rebound. And I think that around the basket, he's got a little jump hook. He's got a decent touch to where I like him because that was one of the things. It's not Robert Williams by any stretch, but because of the fact that Alpe's been injured, because, Steven Adams isn't going to play every night, because sometimes Jock has it, sometimes he doesn't. I don't mind adding another NBA experienced big that can give you 5-6 minutes at a time that can help you kind of, improve rebounding and defensively.
You think he's better than Jock?
I do. Yeah, I do. Because I think Jock is just so hit or miss. I mean, it's like Ryan Stanek in a game. You kind of know within 2 minutes on the floor if it's going to be good Jock or bad Jock. And it's not good when it's bad Jock.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I've seen Cody Zeller play more than 5 minutes of basketball in a single game.
He's bounced around, but there's time.
I like Jock.
He's decent.
I don't think he's gonna jump Jock in the rotation. I think he's gonna be, if he's kept on this team, I think he's behind Jock. I think there's a chance he's cut.
Maybe. We'll see.
Cody Zeller. But those are the two moves that the Rocket made. They trade for Zeller today. They get a second rounder. They traded for Springer yesterday. Get a second rounder there too, just using their money. How many teams are better, you think, in the Western Conference? We saw the Warriors make a deal. Kings made a deal. Spurs made a deal. And then, of course, the Mavericks made that terrible, terrible trade when they traded Quentin Grimes to the Philadelphia 76ers. How many teams do you think got better in the West?
I think the Lakers got better. There's really, in my mind, no doubt about it, because I think that the Dallas deal getting trimmed down gave them the resources to get the big that they really desperately needed. That kind of helps them to fill the defensive side of losing an Anthony Davis type player. I think that the Mavericks, it remains to be seen, but I think there's still a lot of talent there now. With Luka having missed all those games, you got a guy that's going to come back. He's going to be ready to play pretty quick, and having him and Kyrie and Clay, and if you get like Lively back, you're going to have four guys right there, and some of the other pieces that they have that I think they're capable of making a little run. And this little rut that the Rockets is in is what you have to be careful about, because now you could easily let teams like Dallas get closer to you, teams that you've been above. I think Sacramento got better. I think Sacramento got better by a pretty good margin too. I don't know if that's enough to make a run per se, but I think they improved their front line. They've got two guys very familiar that are veterans in the backcourt in Levine and DeMar DeRozan. I think that they've got enough talent to kind of at the bottom of the West get into that play-in type. I really don't know if they'll have enough to fight for the 6, but I think that some of the bad teams got better to where you have to at least keep an eye on them. But I think some of the teams in the middle improved enough where I think the Rockets are going to really. I don't think they have a cakewalk to get that home court advantage in that top 4 seed.
I don't think they have a cakewalk to be one of the top 6 teams. Like, I still think they're going to do it, but they're only 4.5 up on Minnesota, who's in 7th, and they play Minnesota tonight.
Yep.
Favored, but they play Minnesota tonight. Wolves win tonight. All of a sudden, you're 3.5 games up on the 7th team in the Western Conference. So I don't think it's a guarantee that they even finish top 6. I would predict that they do, but it's not a layup.
That's why everybody kind of putting the cart before the horses and saying, the Rockets are going to be a top. They're going to have home court advantage, and they're a contender. I'm like, they've done a great job to this point in the season. Kind of riding the wave and winning all these games that we wondered how they could play on the road and against better opponents. All those are feathers in their cap. But at the same time, in every NBA season, you're going to have some pitfalls. And this little losing streak right now, coupled with some of the teams that got better, you got to keep an eye on it, because I'm with you. I said that they were a play-in team at the start of the year. I changed that. You guys asked me. I said, look, I think they're going to be a top 6 seed. I definitely right then and there said, I don't know that they're going to be a top 4 seed. Now, instead of watching the top of the standings to see who you're competing with to be like the top 2 seeds, you're right. They got to look in the rearview mirror and be very careful about falling around that 6 seed.
Like, what do you think the range is? Because I think that the range is anywhere from 2nd to 8th.
I think that's very fair. I think, Oklahoma City, they are the gold standard in the West this year. They're getting Holmgren back. SGA is again up for MVP for a reason. He's playing his tail off. I think it's the war. I mean, the Thunder and then everybody else. I think that they could move as high as 2 if they keep playing the way they've played to this point in the season. And I definitely think they could fall all the way as low as 6, 7.
Yeah, I think that's the range. I mean, I would even go as far to 8 though, because like you have,
it's 8's in play.
I mean, Minnesota's 28 and 23. They're in 7th. Dallas is 8, 26 and 25. Who knows what's going to happen with them? Sacramento 25 and 25 and 9th. Phoenix 25 and 25 tied for 9th. And then Golden State's 25 and 25 tied for 9th. You could even go crazy and say 11th.
Yeah, it's
is the
scary
bottom end of
because
that range.
the only team in that bunch that I don't think improved and I think is just a bleep show is Phoenix. I think that Golden State now, with all their veterans, they can put something together and go on a little run here. I think the other teams in the mix, I think Minnesota's going to climb now. I think that, Ant had 50 the other night. I think that they're going to start putting it together a little bit to get healthy. I think the Rockets they have some work to do.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on this. Coward D is on the line. He has some thoughts on Ben Simmons. I wonder whose side Coward D is going to take. But a lot of texters in on this as well. It is a Thursday. Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? Lee Sterling is going to hand out your prop bet Super Bowl winners coming up at 3:45. We'll start talking a little Super Bowl too. We really haven't this week. But Andy Reid, Pat Mahomes, where do they stack up as the best quarterback head coach duos in the NFL, in the history of the NFL? Lots to get to. 713-780-ESPN. And the Astros signed a right fielder. 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joe. I'm at Jeremy Brandon. Bryant at Sacked by BMAC. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Chris from Sam Houston says that Zeller hustles. So there is that. I got a hustling big man now on the Rockets. See if he keeps his job. Somebody has to get cut to make room.
Well, Ricky on YouTube, and I'm
Sound
trying
like
to
he had something
verify
to
it,
say.
said Springer just got cut. I don't know.
Did he? Yeah, I saw that there were a rumor. I saw, Danielle Lerner, who is the new Jonathan Fagan. They look alike. Rockets are waving Jaden Springer. Zeller takes up Houston's 15th roster spot. So that's so much for the promise the Rockets saw in Jaden Springer.
Well, I mean, I can only go by what I'm told, and they looked at him when he was coming out of college, and they thought he had some talent. But I mean, they've got now a very full roster, so I understand it.
Yeah, we'll see who they cut whenever they sign Ben Simmons off of the
That's right.
the waivers after he's bought out. The buyout market, I mean. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Coward D, our dear friend, changed my life, Coward D did. He likes to take me to task. He's on the HRP listener line. Coward D, what is going on? What is up?
What's up, man? Man, Blankers, you know I'm usually on your side, bro, but man, I gotta disagree, man. I think Ben Simmons, that's an elite backup point guard.
Elite?
I mean, he's elite backup point guard, not an elite point guard, an elite backup. He's 6'10", he can stand in the dunker spot. He can't shoot the ball. Like, you got me there, but he can drive to the basket. He's 6'10", bro. He can guard the 1 through the 5. Don't forget he was a first-team All-NBA player. I mean, defensive player. So, I mean, that can help tremendously.
Hey, D, I have no problem agreeing to disagree, but think about when the last time it was that he was some of those things that you were talking about, and then think about the fact that, like I mentioned, he has real issues when it comes to being able to even pull the trigger on a shot, let alone knock down shots, and then how he fits in with the rest of this team. I have concerns because this team is a high volume jump shot kind of shooting team and finishing on the break.
I understand.
And they're bad at shooting. Like, he would fit right in.
There's more to playing point guard than just shooting threes or shooting the mid range. If he can drive to the basket, if he can initiate the offense, like he's a 6'10" point guard. Like that's what he does. Like, come on, man. Like that's very, very valuable as a backup point guard. I'll hang up and listen.
Appreciate the call. And like I said, I am fine with agreeing to disagree. And like Jeremy said, I would love to see it happen so we can see how it all plays out. Kind of like everybody that had said the Rockets a week or so ago are contenders. The big thing to me is I understand the size. That's a value. What? What?
I don't know why you went there.
Because people disagree with me and we go back and forth. I'm saying in the same vein as we disagree there, and I'll hold my ground. I appreciate D coming at me. That's fine. I'm going to stick to it and see how it plays out. I just don't believe that I think it's all past Ben Simmons by at this point, except for all the money. And I just don't know what he's got left. And I don't like the fit here. And that's my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, we've hit our impasse. Like, right. You stated your case, I've stated my case, and it's a fun conversation. And
now D hates
I really
me,
want to see it happen now, so we can have content.
Yeah,
I know. I do feel like since D changed my life, I've now changed his. A little tit for tat. We've changed each other's lives, and now he's starting to see things from my point of view, which is a great place to be for D. Chris from Sam Houston on Twitch. I think Ime would make Simmons cry in his first practice. He's probably right. Ime probably would make Ben Simmons cry, but it'd probably be in the best interest of Ben Simmons.
Yeah, if he could take it and then maybe use that to improve, that would be fantastic. That would be at least a half step in the right direction.
Ben Simmons is a def piece. Stop overthinking it, says a texter. Cody Zeller was a monster at IU in college, but NBA not so much. Usually is the case for college bigs that are stiff and can't move a whole lot. It's a shame that the Rockets didn't trade for Giannis. Could have had a starting five of Simmons, Green, Thompson, Giannis, and Şengün /yes. So he's being sarcastic there. Yeah. Another texter, Rockets are playing with house money. Keep working and getting better.
See, by the way, did you see who Milwaukee on a late move acquired? Kevin Porter Jr. Whew, good luck with that.
Yeah, I mean, he can give you 10 minutes off the bench. Like
It's never been about basketball talent. He's got talent. There's just a lot going on there, and I'm not sure that's going to be a fit.
Yeah, I mean, it's low risk though. Like if it doesn't work, they cut him.
Right.
You know, no big deal. You know what I mean?
Well, and you got to hope that unlike
But I
the
wouldn't
Rockets,
have him on my roster.
No, but you got to hope that with the Rockets, with the veterans that they have, like Dame and Giannis, that they can kind of do exactly that. Police it, reel him in, and they're going to be, in tune with it more than even the coaches. That if he's acting up or anything happens, bye, see you. That's it.
Yeah, Texter, I think unhappy that you brought in the contender point. Says the blank said Rockets won't win 50. We'll check back at the end of the season.
Do it.
So
That's great.
I think you're at war.
Yeah, I'm here
I
for
think
it.
you're
Let's
at war
go.
with Rocket fans.
All right, good.
Yeah, Rocket fans are unhappy with you. They've been unhappy with you all year. Soriano, what did I miss? What's all this talk about Ben Simmons? Yeah, if you hadn't heard, Brian Windhorst is mentioning that the Rockets could be a potential destination for Ben Simmons in the buyout market should he be bought out from the Nets. Which, I mean, it's going to take, one, him getting bought out. We'll see if that happens. And then secondly, he would have to choose the Rockets. So there's still a lot of doing before, it's done by any stretch of the imagination. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Astros made a move yesterday. They re-signed Ben Gamble. Good, bad, indifferent. 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I'm doing the show today from a random office in the city of Houston, nearby a place that I'm going tonight to do an event. And there's a receptionist here that keeps looking at me funny. I think I'm making her day a little tougher.
You're just so distracting because of your
I mean, I'm loud. I'm
baritone
not distracting.
pipes, and you're all gussied up with your gel and your shirt and everything. Come on.
I don't use gel.
You don't use gel at all?
No, I don't use gel. Just a little hairspray.
Oh, spray.
Well,
Okay. I was gonna say
a little more than a little, I guess. Yeah, but I mean, it's a little awkward because I feel like it's an office building. They're all being silent, and then here you go. It's a killer bees. ESPN. Yeah, it's kind of weird. So if you hear me whisper, it's because I think I'm making them mad.
Okay, I can go with it.
Just thought I would share that. Full transparency. Pull the curtain back a little bit.
Yep.
The Astros signed Ben Gamel. They re-signed Ben Gamel. Pretty team-friendly deal. $200,000 signing bonus. He gets a $1 million guarantee if he makes the roster coming out of spring training. So if he does, which I think he will, you're looking at a $1.2 million one-year deal. Affordable, very affordable. Keeps the Astros under the competitive balance tax. I think he helps. What do you think whenever you saw this news, Blinkers?
Happy. I'm good. I mean, I was a pretty big Ben Gamel supporter when they got him because of the fact that he actually was productive. I know that he broke into the league with Milwaukee. They had grandiose thoughts of him being a guy that was going to end up being a hell of a player for the Brewers. It never kind of developed. He bounced around Pittsburgh and other places. And when they signed him, I'm like, okay, well, we're going to kick the tires on anybody. So we'll see what he's got. But the fact that, he had like a 730-something OPS, and he had some home runs. He had a little pop. He could play outfield. He was a good defensive outfielder. Until he broke his leg, I was like, hey, he's actually showing that maybe he can resurrect his career here. So the fact that you bring him in, and it's really, again, kind of like at a different level, the Ben Simmons conversation, but it's very low risk, high reward. I like it.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I would have preferred Jason Hayward. Different offensive profiles, but their offensive production's the same-ish. Hayward younger, Hayward older. Hayward's a much better defensive player than Gamel is. Gamel's below average defensively. He's going to cost you runs when he's in the outfield. Now, he does have an above-average arm, which is cool because that means he can play right field, and you can get the noodle arm Chas McCormick away from right field, whether he's playing center or whether he's playing left field. So, I rather have had Hayward. I don't think Hayward's accepting the contract that Ben Gamel signed, though. The $200,000 with $1 million bonus. Jason Hayward's not rolling out of bed for that, in my opinion. Alex Verdugo, who's been another wish list guy for the Astros as well, also probably not signing that type of deal. Like, he's going to get at least $5-7 million, I think, Verdugo. Same thing with Hayward. Like, if Hayward signs with a team, I think it's going to cost you at least $5 million. So that might be why the Astros detoured away from Hayward and from Verdugo, is that you get Gamel at $1.2 million, and he does help your team. So I think that the contract was the biggest reason that it's Gamel, and his bat will play. Like, it's okay. It's an average bat, but an average bat with this offense and the outfield that you currently have is actually an upgrade.
Yeah, no, look, I like it. I think I totally agree with what you said. I think, Jason Hayward was contemplating retirement when the Astros traded for him. He really liked the clubhouse, the culture, fit in, actually contributed as well. But he's not settling for a contract that low at this stage in his career because he can still play, and he's got a better track record than Ben Gamel. The fact that you look at it and say, look, Verdugo has still been on my list as a guy that's still out there that I think is better than anybody that you have. And I'm with you. I think it's in the $7 million range. If you get it less than that, that'd be great. And I still would be willing to do that. I just, everything, we just have to see how everything plays out. And if they truly are still kind of holding out on what's going to happen with Bregman. The outfield still needs to be addressed. Whether Jim Crane is willing to do it or not is another thing that remains to be seen. I would hope that $7 million isn't breaking the bank and that they could actually do that for now if they want to try and reduce things later on before the season's over to try and get back under, so be it.
But how are you going to do that if you're a contender, though? Like, you can't be over and then get under if you're a contender.
It just depends on how the season goes, right? And if the season's
going
well, then you shouldn't worry about it.
Well, I mean, that's not what their thinking is, though.
Okay. Well, I mean, and again, a lot depends on how they play. On paper, they look like they're still a contender. If they get off to a bad start like they did last year, but they're not able to kind of do this remarkable, snap out of it, then you're looking at a different situation, and then you can cut salary wherever you want, and maybe Fromber's not going to sign, and you're not playing well enough, and you look at ways that you're going to do exactly that and move on and get some assets. But if they're a contender, I would think that they need better players for better production in their outfield. So it's going to be interesting to see how they handle it.
What do you think? What do you think the odds are that they're selling at the deadline?
I hope like 25%.
No, what do you think they are? Not what do you hope. What do you think they are?
25%.
Yeah, see, I'm lower than that, and then maybe that's why we have a difference of opinion there. I think that the Astros are the best team in the AL West, and maybe that's me being a homer and having my orange goggles on, as the Red Weasel once said. But I don't see a scenario where there's sellers at the deadline, although they were close to getting down that to that last year. But I think they're had tons of injuries at the beginning of last year. Their pitching staff was a train wreck at the beginning of last year. I think they're in much better shape going into this season than they were last year. A spot a year two as a manager. I really don't think that it's very likely that they're in that situation. I've wanted two outfielders the entire offseason, so I'm on board with that idea. But if I try to predict what the Astros are going to do, I think they're done. I think it's.
Oh, Jeremy, don't say
I think
that,
they're
man.
done. No, I just don't see them having another. This is already going to be a crowded outfield. Jordan's taking an outfield spot. You're probably carrying 5 outfielders. So Jordan's carrying one. Chaz is carrying a spot. Jake Myers is carrying a spot. Ben Gamble, if he makes the team, is carrying a spot. And then your fifth one's either Altuve or Dubon, one, or even DeZinzo could be in the mix because they're trying him out in left field too. Yeah. I don't think that they're signing another outfielder. I think the room's too crowded now, even though it's not a great outfield. I think that they already have their bodies there.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you're wrong. I really do. And I hope that whether it's the fact that they have to spend a little bit more or depending on how the Bregman situation shakes out, that they realize, look, they're still it's cringeworthy to think of that outfield right now as being a contending team's outfield in Major League Baseball. I can't see it, and I hope they see it, and I think they're smart enough to see it to where whether you get Bregman back or not, and especially if you don't get him back, there's a move or two to be made where you're not going to break the bank, but it could have a massive impact on this team. And sure, Bregman, if he comes back, then you're in complete go for it mode, and you're adding a way better bat that has the ability to offensively to really put you in elite company offensively. Defensively, it's square peg round hole, and we'll figure it out with Altuve and everybody else. But I still will take my chances. But if you want to be a contending team and you're going to start Chas McCormick and Jake Myers and whatever the hell you're going to do in left, along with Ben Gamble and Dubon and whoever else, I'm not. Then my odds may go up when the season starts.
I mean, the Astros use those in playoff games. They use that outfield in playoff games. Chaz and Jake have started a bunch of playoff games for the Astros. I don't. Chaz and left, Jake and center, Gamble and right. I mean, it's not good, but I still think you can win a high amount of games if you're good everywhere else and your pitching is good. I think Gamble solidifies it a bit. Now, he's probably a platoon right fielder. I don't think he's playing against lefties. I think Gamble's probably going to be a right fielder against right-handed pitching. And then I think against lefties, I think that's when you see Altuve play left. I think Altuve is going to play both positions.
I hope so.
That's my guess.
Yeah, I'm more comfortable, obviously, no matter how much his skills have deterred at second base. I really would rather see him at second base than in the outfield. I don't know how that's going to work out positively. Again, you hope it will.
Because you get an upgraded second. If you had to play Dubon and Altuve both in the same lineup, which might happen a lot this year. Maybe Mauricio Dubon's an everyday guy, or Mauricio Dubon's starting 140 games. If you had to have Dubon and Altuve in the same lineup, and you're Joe Espada, which I ran into Joe Espada last night. He was at J Bar M at the Kelvin Sampson show. Okay. I told him to bat Yordan Alvarez fourth, and I asked him what's wrong with his lineup. But if you had to play Dubon and Altuve in the same starting 9, which I think they're going to do this a lot, would you rather have Dubon at second, Altuve in left, or Altuve at second, Dubon in left?
One more time.
If you had to play Altuve and Dubon both in the same starting 9, which of them would you rather play left, and which one would you rather play second?
I'd rather have Dubon in left, and I'd rather have Altuve at second.
Yeah, that's where we disagree. I think you win more games with Dubon at second and Altuve in left field. Dubon's a better second baseman than he is a left fielder. I think he's a Gold Glove capable second baseman. And whenever you have the top of the rotation of Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown, who are ground ball guys, give me the better defender at second, especially if it's a huge upgrade like a Gold Glove winner in Mauricio Dubon. And I think Altuve can run around and catch fly balls. Now, Dubon's better in left field than Altuve, no doubt. But I think he's better at second base more than he's better in left field. And second base is more important.
Well, yeah, no, I understand. I'd rather take a guy that's played the outfield before that has, at least a decent arm that I can count on in the outfield than I would trying to get a guy that's never played outfield before to kind of like figure it out quickly and throw him out there and expect him to play decent, defense.
You want arm in left, or you want glove at second?
I mean, yeah, Dubon's probably a better glove at second, but I think, like you said, second isn't that serious of a position to where I still feel like either guy is going to be solid at second base.
Yeah, see, I guess we disagree on the importance of second, especially behind ground ball pitchers at the top of your staff. A couple of textures. Melton may contribute at some point. I hope so. I hope that he can contribute at some point. He didn't hit great once he got called up last year to the higher level. But he's a good athlete and probably capable of playing center, probably really good in right field defensively. He strikes out a lot, doesn't walk a ton, but does have some power. He is an intriguing prospect. It'd be fun if he could help you, because that means he's doing something right. Texter, I agree that the Astros are probably done with their picking up and adding. The sad part is I would have liked to seen them add an outfielder that is production of 75% of what Tucker gave us, and we don't have that. Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot of outfielders on the market that would give you that. Like Santander can, Teoscar can, but it never really felt like the Astros were in on any of those guys.
I agree. Yeah, those were the highest of high hopes that one of those two guys would be on their list and be a possibility. And when there was even a rumor that they were at least looking into it, that's why I was like, okay, wait a minute. If Santander is somebody that they think that they'd be open to spending the money on, I love it. But that kind of went away quickly. So, yeah, I don't think it's anything grounded. But again, Verdugo at $7 million, and if it comes down a little bit, so be it, wherever it lands. That's something that I don't understand why they wouldn't at least think that that's something they can do.
Well, it puts them above the competitive balance tax, and then if Framber Valdez leaves you in free agency next year, now you're getting a fourth rounder instead of a first. That would be their counterpoint.
Okay. Well,
so you're weighing which scenario you like the most. Which, I mean, you can make an argument that the Verdugo side's better. Those would be the pros and cons. That would be the decision that you're making. Texter, come on, man. Just about anybody can play left field in Houston.
They don't play all their games in Houston either.
Second base is more important than left field. You just got a little bit of ground. You got covering left field there at the new name of that stadium, the Dike. It's called the Dike. Yeah, playing left field in Minute Maid is easier than playing it at like Camden Yards. But look, like we sit here and we're trying to like put these lineups together. Maybe Espada does that though. Like maybe he only plays them in left field at home. In the bigger ballparks, he plays the better rangier guy. So I am intrigued to see how. I think that they're going to have like 140 unique lineups this year. I think that Espada is going to have to earn his paycheck. I think he's going to have to manage his tail off with these lineups and the way that the roster is constructed.
I think as much as you have fun with the what's wrong with Joe's lineup, this is a year to really watch it for that very point. It is going to be challenging, and he is going to be under a microscope, and especially if they're going to have this kind of situation in the outfield, it's going to be one to watch on a game-by-game basis. And then if any mistakes happen, it's going to be a predicament that he's going to have to explain, and that's going to be interesting to watch.
What about Cam Smith in the outfield? Says a texter. They're going to try him first at third, but if he's knocking down the door and you're not getting any production in the outfield, it wouldn't shock me if he plays some outfield for the Astros this year. And then another texture. I don't see Bregman. It's not only going to cost Crane a big contract, it's going to cost him a second straight year above the tax. Can't see it. It probably is unlikely. I get a little tired of the whole the pull the offer for Bregman take. Like everybody's like, oh, pull the offer for Bregman. Why? Like, why does it matter? Because Jim Crane's not going to repurpose that money. If Bregman were to wake up tomorrow and say, okay, I'm signing the deal, well, he'd be an Astro. I think the 156 for 6 is out there. But everybody like, oh, pull the offer. Why? Like, they're not spending the $26 million anyways. It's either Bregman takes it and they're above the competitive balance tax, or it's he doesn't, and this is the roster. So I'm not a whole pull the offer. Like, I would leave it out there. If he signs it, he signs it.
Yeah, no, I hope at this point, especially if I go and lean your direction that they're done, which I don't want to consider, but if they are otherwise, then I hope they get Bregman, and I hope that they take a run with this team. And I'm really good with it offensively. I'll be watching carefully to see how they figure it out defensively. I think their pitching staff has more than enough, and I'm good with what you said, that look, they're going to win the division and they might be able to do a whole hell of a lot more, as opposed to a team that is just going to get in the playoffs with an out and probably not go any further with an outfield that's not good.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. We'll kick around the Astros a little bit more later on in the show. But Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, he wants to give you some winners for the Super Bowl, some prop bets. Lee Sterling at Paramount Sports when we return. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined now by Lee Sterling of Paramount Sports. Lee, it's been a minute. How you doing? Great to hear from you again.
You too, guys. Yeah. Well, I'd like football season to continue through like April or May, because I'm on a 9-0 run right now in the NFL playoffs. So very sad for me to have this thing end.
You got a name for February then, Lee? Because, I mean, you've been hot and you named the months when you are. What do we got for February?
I don't You know what? We had Jackpot January. I don't think we came up with a name for February. So there's only one game really. So have to come up with something. Right.
Lee's in favor of the 18-game NFL season. I already know that he is. I can tell.
26 games.
Yeah, as many as we can possibly fit in. Why not? We don't care about player safety. We care about our entertainment. We care about and our betting at Paramount Sports.
Well, there is. Which league is going on this season and in the spring? Is it like is it the USFL?
Yeah.
Is that the one that's still alive?
I think it's called the UFL now. They merged.
Yeah,
the USFL
United
and the
Football
XFL
League.
merged. Yeah, Wade Phillips, go Cougs, coaching in that.
All right. So you
let's talk.
guys have a team, right?
Yeah,
we do.
I root for my friend. Yeah, we have the Roughnecks, but I also have I have a buddy who's on a coaching staff. I like to root for them.
I had a good friend when I played ball who played for the Gamblers. If you remember the name Ricky Sanders, played.
The wide receiver.
Yeah, played for them. Then the Redskins.
Yep.
We can't say that anymore, Lee. You might be kicked off the airwaves. You're not allowed to say that. But we'll look past that. We'll forgive you. We know that your heart was in a good place. Let's talk some of these prop bets coming up for the Super Bowl. I know that your daughter sings the anthem at times, and I love to pick your brain on the anthem. What are we thinking for this year's anthem, Lee?
Okay, something different now. John Baptiste is going to be singing the national anthem, and he's really a musical genius. He plays so many instruments. So we're only going to play it if you can find a prop where it goes from start to finish. He sings. If he anytime stops and plays a musical instrument, and they're wording it because if you look back, he's played it sometimes playing the guitar. He's sang some of it, played part of it on the piano. So if you can find a prop where from start to finish it's just his singing, we like the under. 2 minutes and 1 second to anywhere 2 minutes and 5 seconds. So he is so all over the board. He could literally start. He could do an interlude and then do an instrumental break somewhere in between. But if he does sing it, I think he's quick. My daughter and I have noticed he generally is in the 153 to 155 range. So we'll go under only if you can find him singing the entire national anthem.
Any other props you like, Lee? I know there's Gatorade and President Trump and all that kind of stuff.
I study those a whole lot. Got to stick with the tried and true ones. But player props,
oh yeah,
I think it all starts with Saquon Barkley. And also, obviously, if you're trying to figure out the game, they have his over-under rushing yards at 116.5 rushing yards. Now, I think Steve Spagnuolo is going to try to come up with a game plan to limit him. And the last rusher for more than 116 yards in a game was all the way back in 2003, Michael Pittman for the Bucks against the Oakland Raiders. So I have a feeling that the public's going to play the over. I think I'm going to go with the under there. In tune with that, I think that a lot of people also like Dallas Goedert a lot, over 52.5 receiving yards. I actually like Devonta Smith better. Here's why. 3 times he's played against Steve Spagnuolo defenses. He's caught passes 7 for 122, 7 for 100, and 6 for 99. Over-unders, 50.5 receiving yards. And also I like that over. And on top of that, the longest reception is 20.5 yards by Devonta Smith. They like to push the ball down the field with him. So he's one player I think you need to watch and probably play on. On the other side, Kansas City, I like them for most first downs. It's plus 105. You know, they just like to slowly matriculate the ball down the field. You've seen what they do. And then under 8.5 players catching a pass, minus 150. They kind of shorten the receiving corps, especially at tight end Noah Gray, who was more of a threat early in the season, not so much of late. So that hence has me playing the under. And then you want something that's combined with both teams. How about this? Shortest touchdown under 1.5 yards. You think it's kind of like a sucker play, but you know, anytime you interfere with a receiver and it's pass interference, bring the ball to the 1 yard line. What does Philly do? The tush push. It's almost unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the other side, Kansas City also likes, they'll run Travis Kelce across the formation. He stops at the center and he does the quarterback sneak. So I like the under 1.5 yards there on shortest touchdown, minus 170.
Lee,
That's fascinating.
Yeah, it is. I had my eye on some of the rushing props for the two quarterbacks. I think in the fourth quarter, it's like Mahomes is under like 5 or 6 yards. I'm like, that seems low. But it seems like overall of the two, Mahomes might be because of Hurts' health. I'm curious what you think about who might end up rushing more.
Well, I think that Hurts might have more yards here. Remember, Hurts was hurt for late in the season, also in the playoffs. So not 100%, even though he played in the playoffs. But, you know, he will be 100%. You can get him for minus 130 anytime touchdown. So that's something to look at. But Mahomes, you know, 5.5 yards. I mean, he gets that on one rush. If the game's close in the fourth quarter, you know he's going to do anything he can to get a first down. So I certainly don't want to bet against either of those two guys.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. Who do you have winning, Lee?
I favor Philly, believe it or not. I think they're the better team. The first game, go back and watch it. Couple things really stood out for me. One was the fumble by Hurts that was picked up for a touchdown when they were up 14-7 at midfield. If they score that drive, I think the game would have been over. So they obviously need to, you know, cut down on their turnovers and win the turnover battle, or at least be even. But I think they're the better team. And then also, they did not have a sack in that game. They brought the wrong cleats to the game. So their pass rushers, they led the league in sacks that game. I think after you played Patrick Mahomes a couple times, you get a little bit better idea. And with an extra week to prepare, I think they're going to be, I wouldn't say slow, but they're going to be more methodical in their pass rush and want to make him get rid of the ball and not be able to buy time. So they might be able to get a sack or two as opposed to 2 years ago when they were wearing the wrong cleats and never came close to a sack.
We're a little salty here in Houston, Lee, but you got any prop bets on how many times Mahomes is going to get the call that he doesn't deserve by the officials or baiting or roughing?
It is out of control. That's what has you scared. I mean, you know, getting the calls, Andy Reid, 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, best play caller we've seen. Mahomes, you know, getting the job done here. But I'm going to give you one, a long shot MVP. So I like Travis Kelce. I think there's obviously a lot of fatigue as far as for Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes. All 3 times they won the Super Bowl, they gave him the MVP. He's not throwing for as many yards as he has in past years. So let's say Travis Kelce catches 75 to 100 yards in receptions and maybe gets a 1-yard touchdown run or an inside shuffle pass touchdown. I think they're going to give it to Travis Kelce at plus 1,600. So, you know, he only has a couple more years left and never had a tight end, I believe, win the MVP. So I'm going to go with Travis Kelce plus 1,600. If that cashes, the next time you talk to me on Tuesday before the Super Bowl, for March Madness, my phone will probably, if that happens, will be forwarded to Bora Bora.
Lee, what else are we going to be doing in March?
You know, if they want to get the selection on the game, we're going to go with a 2-team 6-point parlay. Two-team 6-point teaser. If you want to get that, we've won 3 of the last 4 years in the Super Bowl. We have won 4 of the last 5 national college championship college football games. Another huge winning season. I mentioned 9-0 in the NFL playoffs this year. You want to get the selection plus our top 10 prop plays, just $97. Also a huge UFC card, pay-per-view from Australia. You want to get it all just one place, ParamountSports.com.
There you go. Thank you very much, Lee. Enjoy Super Sunday.
Thanks, Lee.
Okay. You too, guys. Take care.
Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, the one and only Lee Sterling. He's already getting some hate from the people, too, which is unbelievable.
Shocker.
Give me Lee over the text line. Not going to catch me betting against Barkley right now. Scare money don't make money. A texter. Scare money don't make money. Someone else said Kelce, an awful pick for MVP. Haters. All of you are haters. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. What is one off-season goal? Just one. Off-season goal you have for the Texans. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What is the one off-season goal you have for the Houston Texans? 713-780-ESPN. You get one. What would it be, Blankers?
I mean, as much as there's others that I would be focused on, it's got to be the offensive line. Figure it out. I don't know if it's that simple or not, but figure out the offensive line, because I just don't want to see a team derailed for a second straight year by an offensive line that, between the ability and continuity and everything that goes with it, that just can't give your quarterback the protection that they need. And that, yeah, they ran the ball fairly well when Mixon was healthy, but at the same time, that offensive line has to be priority number one.
Chalk. Everybody, the offensive line is definitely number one. Alex says fix the offensive line on the Twitch. H-Town Vader fixed the offensive line. XX Ron fixed the O-line. I mean, it's the number one. Survey says this is the number one answer. If I told you could only get one position on the offensive line, what would you say?
Well, that's a tough one.
Yeah.
It's between center and left guard for me. And you know, if you want to move Howard to left guard and you want to leave and move Fisher to, would be center. So I'll say center.
Okay. Is Juice Scruggs a starter for you?
Where? I don't think.
It's your decision. You're picking a center. So
yeah, I'm gonna pick a center that is either available in free agency or if they can try and pull some kind of a trade off. I don't even know, unless, because I don't think there's a Linderbaum type center in the draft. But I just need someone from the outside coming in that is a very capable center.
Yeah, so I'm asking, with the addition of that, is Juice starting somewhere else, or is he a backup for you?
Well, then I think that you would go Laramie, you would go Howard, you would go that center. Shaq's iffy, and then Fisher. So I guess Shaq's back and Fisher's on the right side.
Okay, yeah, I'd probably go Juice in that scenario at right guard. Yeah, Shaq Mason's not on my football team next year under that scenario. If I had one offense, because I mean, you look at NFL.com, they did their one-off season edition for every team, fixed the leaky offensive line. CBS had one free agent for every team. They picked Kevin Zeitler, I think is how you pronounced it, offensive guard. It's a little different than center, but on that offensive line, played for the Lions. So if you went one position, I think I'm with you at center. I think center would help a lot with C.J. Stroud. I think it would help a lot with the new gap scheme that the Houston Texans we think will be running under Nick Caley, their new offensive coordinator. So the only thing that I would change under, if I went one, is I'd probably have Juice at right guard. I would also have Fisher at right tackle, and I would have Titus at left guard. Sorry, Titus, but I'm paying you lots of money. You will do what I say. So I would go that scenario too, with the only exception being Juice at right guard. What about you, Brian?
Yeah, I'm a little different than what you guys had. I mean, I think we all obviously agree that we're talking interior offensive line, but we don't want Shaq Mason on this team. He's not a part of the Texans right guard, because I guess mostly because I like the options that you could maybe play at left guard and center a little bit more that are already here. And I also feel, even if the left guard is a little bit lesser, with them being next to Laramie Tunsil, you feel a little bit better there that the one side of the line is, not just a complete a group of misfits. So I'd rather have the stud at right guard if we're talking about finding one for the three interior positions, and then figuring out left guard and center with some of the guys you already have on staff, like Titus Howard and Juice and Jarrett Patterson.
So who would you start?
I would
guard and center.
Yeah, I would start left guard would be Titus Howard, and center I would go, and then right guard I'm bringing in, hopefully a free agent, or if you find one in the draft that's a stud. But that's where I want my big improvement.
King of Twitch, yeah, fix the offensive line. Battery Chuck, guard and free agency, draft a tackle. That'd be interesting if they drafted a tackle, especially considering the round, because you drafted a tackle last year in Fisher in the second, and you kind of have three starting capable tackles between Fisher, Howard, and Tunsil. A couple of more. Alex says if Howard doesn't like it at left guard, trade his behind to Cleveland. Yeah, that's my feeling towards players too. You don't want to play the position I need you to play for the best interest of our team. Well, you're going to find another team. So I like where Alex's mind is on that. Texter turned the Texans O-line into the Lions O-line. Hashtag make O-linemen great again.
Pipe dream
there.
Very much.
Yeah,
Good luck.
Just find Panay Sewell on off the scrap heap.
Yeah. Now, is it Zeitler or Zeitler? I don't know.
So I think it's.
I think it's Zeitler.
I don't.
Oh,
I
Joel
don't
and I said
know
opposites, so who
random
knows?
offensive lineman names.
It doesn't
I
matter what his
really
name
don't.
is.
It doesn't matter what his name is. If he makes the Texans better, that's all that matters. If he actually signs here. If he doesn't sign here, I couldn't care less about him. Brandon T to get Stingley a contract extension. That's probably going to happen, but it wouldn't be very high on my list.
It's not
in terms
advantageous
of,
for you.
No, especially from like a fan perspective. Like you want the very best for the team and the team getting better. Stingley is already under contract next year, so it's not like an extension puts him on the team. But I do think that's going to happen. And I've been reading that the Stingley contract is going to make him the richest corner in the NFL.
I can see that. I absolutely can see that. But again, I think that getting back to the first point, he ain't going anywhere, so you can do that at any time. The biggest priority in the offseason before you get to any of that stuff is the housekeeping on the stuff that was broken last year that you damn well better fix before you get into next year.
Yeah, I mean, I think some of it could be coaching too, though. Like, it wouldn't shock me if there's not as much turnover on that offensive line as we think. And instead, they just try to coach it up way better. Like, if they realize that this offensive line was coached up very, very poorly, and they all, come to a consensus that, yeah, that was really, really bad how that was coached up. We feel like our new coaching staff, although one of them's a holdover, and Popovich, new offensive line coach, if they're like, yeah, we can make these guys better, I could actually see them not turning it over a ton because they don't have the cap space that they did last year. Yeah, you can rework some deals. It seems like they need to be in on a couple of other free agents at key positions. So I could see them going that route. It would be scary, but I could see them going that route.
Yeah, boy. I just can't see it. I can't see it, but I hope that maybe it is fixable.
What's the minimum for you? Like, what do you think the minimum number of new offensive linemen starters there are?
Minimum's 1. I prefer 2.
Well, that's not a whole lot of turnover then. Like you said, you couldn't see that, and then you're predicting 1 or 2.
Well, because I still think you have some guys in house that are going to fix some of the problems, like moving Howard from tackle to guard and keeping him there. I think that can solve the left side next to Titus, and then you've got Fisher in house. He can play right tackle. So now you just replace guard and right guard and center, and those are the 2. And I think you've retooled the entire offensive line.
But that's agreeing with me. Like, that's agreeing with what I said. And you're like, no, you can't see it. Like,
I don't think changing 2 guys out of 5 is minimal. I mean,
I don't either.
That's 40%.
That's not high turnover.
40%?
I think it is.
I mean, okay, maybe the difference is 1 or 2, but he said 1 or 2.
Sure. Yeah, one I would agree with you would not be minimal, but 2, 40% of the line, I think that's significant.
Fair enough. If Stingley's going to get a top-end contract, then wouldn't they want to do it sooner before the number goes up? I think that's a good point. Like, yeah, if you're going to sign a guy long-term and you're going to do it, I think it is good to kind of not to first to market isn't the right phrase because other people have been in the corner market. But yeah, I mean, inflation is going to send the number up eventually.
Yeah, I think you get it done before the season. I just don't see it. I don't see it as advantageous to do it before free agency. Like, I have that conversation in May, June, even July, before camp. The only thing that would maybe scare me into doing it sooner, or putting any sort of rush on it, and I'd have to look this up to see if it's the case. But there's like Sauce Gardner, obviously same draft class. But if there's other corners that you're worried about getting to market first and setting a price higher than you're comfortable with.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, it's not a matter of at what point in the offseason. It's more of this offseason. Like, if you want to do it closer to camp, that makes sense from the total finances of your offseason plans. What about receiver? We have Nico, and that's it. I think receiver is going to be pretty important in the offseason. I think that they're going to sign a veteran and draft a guy like with a top 3-round pick.
I agree. And you and I were talking about it yesterday, and I'm fine with them using that first-round pick if the right guy is there, where they're picking in the first round for a wide receiver. But I think that they definitely need to explore a veteran and someone in the draft, and it's imperative because of what you're dealing with injuries and the fact that Diggs is no longer under contract, and Tank, you just hope for the best at a certain point. God knows when that he'll be back. So in the meantime, that has to be a priority.
Texter says Tunsil at left tackle, Howard at left guard, Patterson at center, Trey Smith, the one change at right guard, and then Blake Fisher at right tackle. They also need an elite tight end, find a way to draft Tyler Warren. I don't think that they're going to really bring in a tight end. Plus, I mean, you could trade up. Nick Caserio has been a willing-dealing son of a gun. You could trade this year's first and the next year first to move up to get Warren, I think. I think Warren's going to be in the teens somewhere, simply because of the financial. You don't save finances whenever you draft tight ends in the first round. I think that he'll slide outside of the top 10. I think if they really wanted him, they could get him. But I don't think that they're going to really want him. Like, you have Dalton Schultz that's going to have to be on this team because of his contract. You re-signed Brevin Jordan, and Kate Stover will be entering his second year. Like, I don't think that they're going to be major players with first-round tight ends.
No, I agree. Yeah, look, I'd love them to. There's a couple of tight ends. The kid the kid from Miami showed out really well
John
at the
Smith?
Senior Bowl.
Oh no! Oh, you're talking about my University
of Miami.
Okay.
Yeah, where like maybe not in the first round, but in the second or third, you might be able to see something like that if you needed him. But unless you're trying to move on, and like Jeremy's pointed out in the past, you can't it's not easy to do, and there's going to be remnants left if you try to get out from under Dalton Schultz. So I just don't think they're going to do anything with tight end.
Yeah, if you can trade Dalton Schultz for like a late round pick swap, cool, do it. I just don't think that market's going to be there. You need a smart center that knows the scheme, says a texter, the offensive scheme that we're going to start running, and he can call the block protection because he knows system, and we need someone that's got a little bit of a brain there. It's calling Jared Patterson, Drew Scruggs, and maybe even C.J. Stroud dumb. But I like where his mind's at. Like, yeah, hey, Nick Caley, is there a center out there that's attainable that you really like, that's on the same page with you, that can really make this offense better in terms of coverage scheme? I think it's a really good idea. I wouldn't know the players that exist that Caley knows like that, but I like where his mind is at.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree.
Get Mason Taylor, very high floor. Trade up for Will Campbell. Will Campbell might be a top 5 pick. That's going to be very difficult to do. Texture says wide receiver and offensive line. Yeah, I could see them. I don't love the idea of drafting an offensive line in the first round, but if you love somebody and they fall to you at 25, I wouldn't be mad at it.
I just need to be convinced it's Nick Caley's pick and not Nick Caserio's
That's what I was
pick.
going to say. Like, yeah, that's the biggest thing. As good as he's been at drafting, wide receivers and secondary, I don't want to see any more high picks going to offensive linemen.
Yeah, I would agree with that. A few other tweets on the offseason goal: get significant offensive line help in free agent, add another weapon for CJ, either in free agency or draft, revamp the linebacker core. I don't know if I dislike the linebacker core.
I don't have a problem with it.
Revamped. I've got 3.
You need Harris to be healthy.
Right.
Like, if you feel like Harris is healthy going into the offseason, well, you got Azeez, you got Harris, and To'o I thought was a lot better as a sophomore than I thought he was going to be. So I'm okay with what they have at linebackers. If you wanted to draft a guy in the 4th, that's different.
The biggest key is, like, we got to see Christian Harris. We can't have another year of Christian Harris. Otherwise, you're going to need linebacker depth and more help. But if those 3 guys are healthy to start the season, I'll take those 3 guys.
Mm-hmm. Add a solid, dependable lineman, add another receiver, add another defensive back for credible depth. I think they can use depth at corner, especially outside corner, because it was a pretty big drop-off whenever you went from Stingley Lassiter to pick your corner of the week. Whether it was Akuda, whether it was Ross for a game, there was a massive drop-off to that 3rd outside corner. Wide receiver, completely overhaul the offensive line, either sign Diggs or get Cooper Kupp, and then smart draft picks, says Matt. That would be great. Smart draft picks. I like the idea of that.
Like, even just from a depth perspective, running back and safety.
See, I wonder if they think that Dameon Pierce is a better RB2 this year than last year because of the scheme.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Now, I would like an upgrade at your 3rd down running back. Like, love Dari to death, but I would really like a 3rd down running back that's capable. And maybe you can draft that guy and he can eventually turn into more than a 3rd down running back. So I'm cool with that. I wouldn't do that in the first 2 rounds, 3 rounds probably. Mm-hmm. But if you wanted to get one in the 4th or 5th, cool. Safety. They have a lot of guys under contract that are back. Like, Bullock has emerged into a starting safety. I don't even count Jalen Petrie as a safety. He's a nickel guy. But Jimmy Ward is under contract too. So, do you just bring back Murray as depth? Like, I don't see them spending a whole lot on safety, whether it's a high draft pick or whether it's a lot of money. I think it would be more depth or mid to late round draft pick.
Yeah, I would like depth at both positions, and I would like to see them address it either with free agency and guys that maybe are veterans that teams are getting out from under that you don't have to pay a whole lot for, or like you were saying, I mean, in the middle rounds, if there are guys that can give you better depth than what you have, that have the chance to have some growth potential to turn into something better, then and again, I believe in their ability to from a safety perspective to kind of see talent in the defensive backfield to where I would love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, look, they drafted Lassiter in the second and Bullock in the third. It's not, I mean, you're not going to do that every single year, but if you just wanted to draft that depth,
That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Like they've proven that they're pretty good in that regard. And I trust D'Amico a lot there too. Like, yeah, I can turn a Kalen Bullock from a third rounder into a capable starter. Okay, we'll do that in the fourth round and make him a capable backup that can be an eventual starter.
And he did it in San Francisco too. It's not like it's just here that they've been able to do that. So I believe in that.
Like he can find depth in the third, fourth rounds with his defense. Like I think that's the way you go. And plus it's cost saving, right? Like if you don't have to spend money on free agents for those spots and you can draft them in the third or fourth, well, now you can use the financial resources offensively, which they have a major hole. Like they need a bunch of stuff, you know?
No, for sure. And I'm totally with you. Look, you take Fred Werner, you take the kid that was hurt all last year, but was phenomenal as a safety for the Niners, and put those right there with what D'Amico and company have been able to do here. I totally believe in their ability, like you said, third round or so, to find a safety and find a running back that's capable of just being like a third round back, a pass catching back that can give you a better weapon.
Brandon T, would you prefer linebacker 3 or Ibuka at wide receiver if they were there in the Texans draft?
I'm a Ibuka.
Yeah, it's easy wide receiver. I don't even think they necessarily need a linebacker 3. I'm happy with their top 3.
Yeah, same. That's 100 out of 100 Ibuka. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Super Bowl on Sunday. How much interest is there for this Super Bowl? But where do Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes stack up as the best quarterback head coach duos in NFL history? 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let the good times roll. Take the day off work and play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station at the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Occasional Invitational benefiting Kids Mills. This year's tournament will take place on Fat Tuesday, March 4th, 10:30 a.m. at Wildcat Golf Club. Each golfer will receive beverages from Carbach Brewing Company, lunch from Brown Bag Deli, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, and 18 holes of golf. Register now at ESPN975.com under the promotions tab and use code EARLYBIRD for a $97.50 registration for a limited time. How much interest do you have in the Super Bowl, Chiefs and Eagles on Sunday?
I mean, I'd love to say, at the same amount as in the past or more. I really don't. I mean, it's like, yeah, I'm curious because of the storylines with the Chiefs and the three-peat and, seeing what the Eagles can actually do. But from the matchup, and we've seen it prior to this too, that I'm just not, this is one of those years where I'm just not feeling it as much as I might otherwise be for the Super Bowl.
I think I'll be excited come Sunday.
Maybe.
Lots to do between now and then. And Sunday, we lounge around. We'll start cooking up some good food. I'll be in, the commercials, feel the buzz of the game. But this week, I have felt zero about this game. Right now, currently, as I sit here today in this beautiful office, I feel nothing about this game. And I'm sure I'll get there. I'm sure I'll get there Sunday. Sunday, I'll get excited because I got nothing to do Sunday. So I'll get excited Sunday, probably for the food. But right now, I feel nothing.
I'm with you. Like the other night, we started coaching again and practices started. And the discussion, and one of the parents was like, hey, you guys aren't going to practice on Sunday, right? Because I think we were scheduled to go from like 3 to 6. And I go, oh, that's right. Are we? And they were like, our head coach is like, no, we got to practice. It's important. I was like, oh, okay, I'll record the game. As opposed to like, no, wait, it's the Super Bowl. We can't do that. I'm like, I could record it.
That's kind of crazy.
They're changing it because the parents were gonna push back pretty hard. Some of the parents are hardcore football fans. But yeah, I just to your point, maybe as we get closer to the game, I'll be more dialed into it. But right now, I'm just like, my God, it's exhausting watching ESPN.
Brian's fired up about it. He's taking Monday and Tuesday off of next week because he's expecting to go so hard and ham for this game.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason why I'm taking it off. But I actually am. I wouldn't say, it's not a 10 out of 10 or even an 8, but I think I'm fairly excited about this game. I mean, I know it's sometimes kind of the oversaturation. We've seen the Chiefs so many times. We saw the Eagles 2 years ago. We saw this exact matchup 2 years ago. But when you look at the players involved with Hurts and Saquon and A.J. Brown, obviously Mahomes and Kelsey, they both have really good defense. You have one star coach who's going to be in the Hall of Fame one day. I'm pretty excited. Like the people on the field involved in the game with the players and the coaches are such a high level. It's hard not to be excited about the actual game itself once it kicks off. I do share maybe some of the tiredness of the ESPN storylines because it's just been pushed to death with the nature of these two teams.
How much ESPN do y'all watch?
I mean,
I just see the headlines when I'm looking up here on the TV and while I'm at work, but it's just.
I'm not sure I've watched ESPN outside of a game in 5 years.
It's like it's noise on in our house because I can't stand, like, my wife insists on like TVs being on for the dogs too when no one's home. So it's like a lot of the TVs are on ESPN because she'll put it on CNN and I'll go behind her and say, no, we're gonna leave it on ESPN. I can't stand listening to CNN. But in the morning,
oh, you're a CNN family.
My wife is for sure.
So do the dogs prefer Wolf Blitzer or Stephen A. Smith?
I think that they would prefer more Stephen A. Smith than Wolf Blitzer.
Interesting. It's interesting.
It's a little louder. It's a little bit more fluctuation in voice and tempo to where they can stay more engaged in it. And if you don't think that they watch TV, I can prove you that that's wrong.
Prove it to us.
There's been multiple times when there's a commercial with dogs on it, my dogs will heads pop up, eyes focused, little barking, some like noise making like they're ready to, like, when they see a dog in the park and then, they get ready to like go see what's going on. They watch TV.
Do you want that while you're gone though? Like if that got the dogs excited and worked up, I wouldn't want that while I'm not here.
I'm not saying every commercial. That's why on ESPN, I'm not worried about dogs being on the TV a majority of the time. Like, true story.
Well, then it's not entertaining to them.
It's noise. It's something going on. Like, true story, Les Alexander, because of the whole PETA thing and with his wife and everything, at one point he was dead serious on creating a channel that was going to be distributed across all platforms so that your dog, it would be strictly like entertainment for dogs when you're not home. And he was dead serious about it.
No, I know
I'm
people
gonna need
are.
to see this proof, though.
I
Yeah.
don't care what you need. I'm just telling you what
You
I know.
said you could
You said
provide
you
it.
could. You brought up that
I
you
can
could
prove that they
it.
watch it. Yeah, I can film it on my phone the next time and
Prove
have a
it.
commercial with dogs where they pop up and start barking if they see a dog on a commercial. That's
I want
easy.
to see it.
Yeah, we
Yeah, I wanna
eagerly
see it.
All right,
await.
I'll see if I can capture it.
Yeah, capture. I do want to see it. Battery Chuck, you're an ESPN radio station. You should be consuming ESPN 24/7.
No thanks.
I watch games on ESPN, obviously, but I don't think. Oh, I'll watch game day. I take that back. I do watch game day, whether it's the college basketball game day or college football game day. Other than that, I'm not sure I watched Sports Center in 10 years. Any of those talking head shows in the
I'll
morning?
watch
I don't think
McAfee and I'll watch, like you said, I'll watch Game Day, but that's about it. Usually about
I
it.
don't think I've never even seen McAfee.
It's on. McAfee's on while I'm prepping in the morning.
Yeah, not
I don't do
appointment
the Greenberg
television,
and the
but if
Stephen
it's
A.
on, I'll glance over.
And at night after the news, to fall asleep, I put Sports Center on.
You watch the news?
Yeah, kind of have to sometimes. Yeah. Again,
You're kind of emotionally invested.
kind of tied into that. Yep.
I'm not sure if I can't remember the last time I watched the news. My
Same.
wife will watch the Today Show in the morning, so I'll see like a little bit if I walk in the room or whatever. But I don't watch the news.
I wonder if that's a thing because I never watch the news, but my wife will watch it every single morning before work.
Yeah.
I don't
Well, I
get
mean-
it. Like I've never cared for it. And the same thing with my parents. My dad will never watch it. My mom watches it all the time.
But that's like for Lisa's
There's something there. I don't know why, but
for Lisa's job,
Of course
she
she
needs to
has
know,
to,
if
yeah.
something happens before she
Oh,
goes
yeah,
to
for
work
sure.
too. But at the same time, it's kind of like that's her pre-prep before she goes in. But at night, I mean, I want to know what's going on in the city. I want to know if there's something happening.
murder.
Well, chances are that's going to happen every night.
I
in
know
Houston.
that's what I'm saying. It's like you tune into the news. It's a murder. Which restaurant's trying to poison you? It's. I mean, not to throw everyone under the bus, but it
No
just feels like
spoilers,
it's repetitive.
B-Mac.
But like to your point about the Today Show, like in the morning, it's on because I want to know about traffic situations on the major
On the Today
thoroughfares
Show?
too. Huh?
On the Today Show, they
No, they do
Because they do
Oh,
local cut-ins. They do
okay,
local
okay.
cut-ins.
I was being a sarcastic jerk, is what I was doing.
That never happens.
Texture says they deleted the proof like they delete the text. That's a good recall, 3955. That might be my favorite text of the day. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Do your pets watch TV? A lot of people talking about their interest in Sunday Super Bowl. Where does your interest lie in the Super Bowl? Have you found that excitement yet? Or do you think it's coming on Sunday? And we'll kick around the greatest quarterback head coach duos in NFL history. Where do Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes stack up there? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Not as excited as I would like to be. Kansas City seems to have refs on their side anyways. Another text, one of my dogs absolutely watches TV, especially shows with animals on it. The other two couldn't care less. I'm getting tired of all the gambling numbers and lines. It's getting ridiculous, says Keith. The other texter says if you have enough bets on the game, it's always exciting. So two different perspectives there. You only get excited if the Texans are playing. That's not true. I get excited for big games. I was super excited for AFC Championship. I was very excited for Ravens Bills. It kind of feels like the season's over though. Like other than the one
it really
game.
does. There's just a massive lull, and maybe it's also the fact that I've never really liked that off week in between the conference championship games and then the Super Bowl. But this year, for sure, it just feels like it doesn't have the juice.
Yeah, I really don't like it either. I feel like it is necessary though, because like everybody gets there early and they do all that junk.
Not
And
only
the
that,
one
just from a football perspective, you want to let guys try and heal up a little bit so that they're at the best they can be.
Best product for your biggest game. Yeah, I think it is necessary. I wouldn't change that if I were a commissioner, but I'm with you from like an entertainment point of view. Like it does seem like the gap kind of makes me lose a little bit of intrigue. Going fishing, not until you've been to the 50th annual fishing show, February 12th through 16th at the George R. Brown Convention Center. Everything for the fishermen, all the new rods, reels, and lures, factory reps, guides from Alaska to South America, dozens of fully rigged boats and hundreds of kayaks, plus continuous clinics by expert fishermen cover salt and fresh water, and a kids clinic on Saturday and Sunday with giveaways as well. If you love to fish or just want to learn about fishing, don't miss the 50th annual fishing show. Check out HoustonFishingShow.com, HoustonFishingShow.com. Giving away a pair of tickets right now to caller number 3 at 713-780-3776. Caller 3, 713-780-3776. I'm more interested in the Puppy Bowl than the Super Bowl. Do you like you have a bunch of puppies. Do you like the Puppy Bowl?
No, I mean, that's not my thing. I don't even
Never
know.
watched it.
I haven't either. I was like, I don't even know where to watch it if I wanted to watch it. I bet that the other 3 people in my house would love to watch it if they knew how to find it, but I'm fine that they don't know how to find it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
If you're listening, it's on Animal Planet.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I've never watched Animal Planet.
And what happens? They just all scramble around?
It's just a little mock field, and they have a bunch of puppies running around. It's pretty basic.
Do you ever watch the Westminster Dog Show?
No, never watched it.
I've seen more of
Joel's
that than I've seen of the Puppy Bowl.
I have walked into a room where it is on and it is being focused on. Yes, my wife enjoys it. I should say this. She enjoys seeing the different breeds of dogs. She hates the fact that they are like forced to like not just live just a carefree life as a dog, that they've got to go through all this regimen.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like the ones that are like real pretty, like dogs aren't supposed to be that pretty.
Not
like
great.
they're preppy and stuff. Like dogs shouldn't be pretentious. Like,
All the excessive like brushing of the hair and all the other things. It's like, okay, that's a bit much.
Yeah, not a huge fan. A week before the Super Bowl should be the losers of the conference championships. Winner gets the 33rd pick of the draft. Good luck with that. They're not going to play that. No way. And then extra draft pick there. That's not fair. Not as excited as I would like to be. KC seems to have the refs on their side anyway. I don't believe in the whole conspiracy thing. All right. Mahomes and Reed, I think, are climbing the list of all-time greatest quarterback head coach duos. Who are the greatest head coach quarterback duos of all time? And where do Mahomes and Reed stack up for you?
I think, to me, until they're knocked off the top, it's got to be Belichick and Brady. Just the sheer numbers and the wins and the appearances, that they are number one, and that I can easily now, especially with another appearance this year with this run, and it's not over yet for either guy. I think that Mahomes and Reed probably surpass the Walsh Montana duo. So I think Reed and Mahomes are probably second. And again, now if they execute the three-peat, it's going to be what's more impressive to you, 3 in a row, which has never been done before, or the amount of Super Bowls that Belichick and Brady won that had never been done before. And then there's really a conversation. But I think until we start kind of getting those kind of things and they get closer in terms of the overall number of Super Bowls they've won, I think it's Brady and Belichick, and then it would be Mahomes and Reed.
Yeah. Belichick and Brady would still be number one for me, even with Kansas City winning on Sunday. They would have 4. Belichick and Brady have 5.
6.
They have at least 6. They have at least 6.
100%.
The internet says 5. Why is the internet
is
wrong here?
Yeah, they have
Maybe
6,
it's an
and
outdated
Brady
article.
has 7 total,
Brady has
right?
7
Yes.
with the one in Tampa Bay.
Correct.
But Belichick and Brady have 6.
Yep.
This article is wrong. My bad. Yeah, this is from the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Pro Football Hall of Fame has
Put 'em on
it has
Bad
all
Thing
their
Boulevard.
accolades.
Later
When was
today.
their last one? Was their last one in
2018 against the Rams.
Oh, okay. It looks like this article is from 2017.
There
So
you go.
so they weren't wrong. It's just an outdated article. So okay. Well, so do they jump to number 1?
Not
with
yet.
Not yet.
a-
Not yet.
Like, do they have to pass it, or can they match it? And then with their 3-peat, that's the tiebreaker.
See, I think they solidified 2 with the 3-peat, and then it's how the rest of their careers play out, and especially if they stay together. That,
well, of course.
But I'm saying I don't know how much longer Andy Reid's going to coach. We know he's going to coach next year, but I don't know how much longer he's going to even stay in the biz.
Sure, but what do they have to do to pass them?
I think they got to get close. I mean,
They got to get to 6,
6.
right?
To
Yeah.
me,
They gotta get
it's
to 6.
6. Well, to me, it's 6 and the 3-peat, because I think that if you tie them, but you have the 3-peat as the trump card, that would surpass them, in my opinion. But let's say they lose Sunday and then they win 3 more down the road, which kind of seems far fetched with Andy Reid.
Right.
I don't know if he coaches that long, but if they get to 6 without the 3-peat, what about then? Because I don't think that would pass them.
See, I think the 3-peat can be the trump card that takes them to into the conversation of surpassing, but I think they have to get closer to the 6, and then you have that kind of in your back pocket to say if they're at 5 but they have that, are they even, or is it a discussion? Yes, until they get to 5 with the 3-peat, then I don't think it's a discussion. I just think that Brady and Belichick are going to be number 1, and I don't see Andy Reid hanging around long enough to try and put 3 more under his belt.
Yeah, I mean, we're just kind of assuming, like, what would it take, though, to break it? Like, it would be difficult for him to stay around long enough. Forget that. But I think that they either A, have to pass them, or 2, tie them but have the 3-peat, because that's something that the Patriots have never done. What about all these other olds? Paul Brown and Otto Graham, they won 7 Super Bowl league
Those
championships.
are championships, not Super Bowls, right?
Pre-merger, I'm not
Yeah, that's like Lombardi and Bart Starr. As much as I love the Packers,
They won 7.
They did, but I mean, it was before. I just don't put them in the
I'm not
same
even
conversation.
factoring in pre-merger.
You guys are ageist.
There's really
Have no
only,
respect
I mean,
for the
obviously
you know me.
Everyone agrees Brady Belichick's number 1. I think the only real conversation, and I know Joel, you land on the Mahomes Reed side, but the conversation is Mahomes Reed or Walsh and Montana. I think I would, for right now until this game is played, still side with Walsh and Montana because
Really?
they've got 4. So
They got 3.
I thought they have 3.
They have 3.
Montana won 4 Super Bowls. Maybe
Right,
one
but
of
he
them was
didn't
without
win them.
Walsh.
He
but-
didn't. Yeah, he didn't win them all without
One with
Walsh.
Seifert,
He
right?
won with Seifert.
He
Yeah.
did? Seifert won 2? Because Seifert won 1 with
Yeah,
Steve
he won
Young.
with Steve
also.
Young.
Okay, I didn't realize Seifert had 2. All right, well then that changes the math a little bit, but I still think it's a conversation with the 2 of them because 3-3. But after that, I mean, there's no way you can have Reed and Mahomes lower than 3.
What about Chuck Noll and Terry Bradshaw? They won 4.
I guess, but look, this is maybe a little age bias, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's 100% age bias, and it's also a bias of style of play. Because
That's big.
I mean, you look. I know Bradshaw's a Hall of Famer, but
How
you
did
look
Noll
at
and
the numbers
Bradshaw
and-
play? What kind of personnel were they running?
I think a lot of 12 personnel. But you look at the numbers for Bradshaw. He had 14 seasons. He had 2 seasons over 3,000 yards. He only had 2 more passing touchdowns than interceptions for his career. I get it's a completely different era.
Yeah.
I mean, it's obviously 50 freaking years ago. But I would put Mahomes and Reed over. I mean, because in part because the Chiefs are having to beat more teams. I don't remember exactly how many teams were in the league at the time Bradshaw and Noel won 4, but it was less than 32.
Yeah, I don't like the comparing stats from eras though. Like totally different sport.
I get it.
Really.
No, I
It'd be
get
like
it's a bad
comparing the
bias,
Model
but I
T
can't-
with the Ford Mustang. Like the Model T was the best vehicle then. The Mustang might not be the best vehicle now, but you can't compare the two.
Sure, I get that's my own bias, but I still can't get past Mahomes and Reed had to beat more teams to get there. So
I'm not even going to worry about the teams. I just think that when you look at some of the stats that that were accomplished back then, and Franco Harris and Rocky Bleier and their defense, that was how the Steelers won championships. But if you just want to take it by titles, and we kind of do that in the NBA with like the greatest of all time discussions, and is it Kobe's 5 titles or LeBron's stats or MJ's full body of work? I think Noel and Bradshaw have to at least be in the conversation from Super Bowl wins.
I get that they are in the conversation, but there's fewer teams in the league when you play as far as just total teams you have to get through. 1 out of 32 versus 1 out of
I don't like the
26.
total teams though. Like maybe how many teams you got to beat in the playoffs.
I would add to that though. There's fewer teams you have to get through in the playoffs. There are fewer playoff teams back then, and the schedule was smaller, so you'd run the less risk of injury having to play 17 games versus what back then 12, 14.
Do you see what guys were doing to quarterbacks?
I was just going to say, you want to
now?
talk about a physical league back then.
You breathe on Pat Mahomes and you're penalized for that. Go look at these dudes hitting Terry Bradshaw and then get back to me with injury risk.
Well, and pass interference and all that. It was all physical. You could use your hands. You could bump. You could, shoulder. There was the physicality level. It's just like with the NBA with the whole hand checking and knock some guy on his rear end kind of thing that you can't do now. It's a different game. I get it. But from a standpoint of physicality and toughness and the potential to get injured, back then it was a tough as nails sport.
I'll go Reed Mahomes third. If we're eliminating the old pre-Super Bowl era with like Lombardi Starr and Paul Brown and Otto Graham, I'll go Patriots with Belichick Brady. I'll go Noel and Bradshaw 2. I'll go Reed Mahomes 3. But if they win Sunday, they jump to number 2. And then if they get, I guess, 2 more, that's what would make them pass Belichick and Brady for me.
I think they're right on the cusp. I actually think that they're there at number 2 because I expect that they'll be back knocking on the door again next year, depending on what happens. And it's all going to be dependent to me on how long Andy Reid wants to keep doing this, because as long as they're together, they're going to have a legit chance. So I have them right there. I think I have them at 2 right now.
Okay, so you have them ahead of Nolan and Bradshaw.
I do, yeah.
Man, and you were like the only one alive to watch those guys play.
There we go. I knew it was coming at some point.
It wasn't that long ago. It was 80. The last year was 83. Like, that wasn't that long ago. I almost saw them.
Steelers? No, their last Super Bowl was 80.
I'm talking about their years together.
Oh, okay.
Chuck Nolan and Terry Bradshaw's final year was together was in 83. They had 14 years together from 70 through 83. So, yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRNP listener line. Terry, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Terry?
Gentlemen, thank you for taking my call. Honored to speak to you here. This is such a great topic. I really love it. I've got a few comments here. Belichick and Brady, I think, should be number 1. And if you took a board and put on the left and put on the right, Kansas City and England and what New England, what they've done, in 18 years, Belichick and Brady averaged going to a Super Bowl every 3 years. They averaged going to a conference championship game every 2 years. I'm sorry, they averaged winning the Super Bowl every 3 years. They averaged going to it every 2 years. But what Reed and Mahomes have done, give me 3 or 4 more years before I can really make a comparison. But right now, it's amazing that they've gone to 7 conference championship games, 4 out of 5 Super Bowls we're talking about. If they can keep that pace up in the next 2 or 3 years, or certainly 3 or 4 years, I think they would pass them. As far as the Steelers, yeah, but man, I agree. It's a different time than what it is after the Super Bowl or after probably the 80s or 90s, once it's gotten to where all the longer seasons and stuff like that. But I got Kansas City second right now behind what New England's done, just for the sheer 18 years dominance versus 7.
There you go.
Yeah, I think good call, Terry. I think that it's all dependent upon how long Andy Reid wants to keep doing this, because I believe that they will compete with the Belichick Brady if they keep this run going.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Texter says he's 68 right now, Andy Reid, or he's 66 rather. Y'all don't think he can coach until 75?
I think health factors into it. I think
you're saying he's unhealthy.
I'm not. I'm just saying health is going to factor into it. I think that like his desire to want to keep doing it, which has already been a discussion that had to be confirmed, that he has agreed that he's coming back, and the owner Hunt said that he's definitely coming back for at least 1 more year. That kind of makes you worried about the fact that he might not want to do this for the long haul, no matter how great it is to have Patrick Mahomes. But yeah, if he wants to keep doing it and he's a lifer to that level, then there's no doubt that as long as he and Mahomes are together, they got a shot.
Do you think he'll coach until he's 75?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't either. Do you think he'll be alive at 75?
I hope so.
50-50.
Yeah,
Do you think he'll be alive at 75?
I don't see him doing this complete total body and health.
How old now?
Transformation.
66.
He loves his cheeseburgers
66.
and his nuggies, and
There's literally prop bets about what burger he's going to eat after the game. I don't. At 75 feels like a stretch.
yeah,
So
agree.
do you think he'll be alive at 75?
No.
I'm going to go yes because I like people and I root for humans.
I'm rooting
don't.
for
You're
him.
a
It's not that I'm
robot. You
not
don't care
rooting
about
for him, but if I had
people's
to bet on it, I'm going to bet he's not.
You're right. I don't care about feelings, but I like to make y'all look bad. Uncle Barney says the Steelers won despite Bradshaw, not because of Bradshaw. So Uncle Barney disagrees with me and agrees with you guys.
I don't think that's true. I mean,
Well,
he had,
take it up with Uncle Barney.
he had Swan and Stallworth and
Okay.
had some really talented skill position players,
As in,
but
they
he had
carried
to
him?
throw the ball that they went up and caught. I don't know that.
His touchdowns to interceptions over his career 212 to 210.
That's so different, though, than
It is.
versus
It's like
now.
Aikman. Aikman's stats, but he won as a team, and the Cowboys won. He's
As
in the
a
Hall
team,
of Fame.
yeah, his team
But
carried
he's in
him.
the Hall of Fame.
His team carried him.
He's
like
in the Hall of
comparing my
Fame.
40
Uncle Barney's
time
right.
now
I'm,
versus
I'm on team Uncle Barney.
Uncle Barney usually is right. He's the smartest man that I know. So yeah, I don't love that he disagrees with me here. Best head coach quarterback combos: Brady, Belichick, Marino, Shula. You can't put Marino, Shula up there.
No, he
Like,
can't
they
not
have
even be top
zero.
5, much less second.
The Killer Bees have as many Super Bowl championships as Dan Marino.
Right.
Montana Walsh and then Staubach Landry. Somebody said Jimmy Johnson, Aikman. They did win 2, but probably not enough. Maybe that
No.
cracks the top 10.
Maybe they can be 6, 7, 8 or somewhere around there, but they can't be top 5.
If Jimmy and Jerry don't have a falling out, maybe
It's a different
conversation.
conversation,
Yeah, I think you think that they would have had more than 3?
I
Because
kind
they
of
still won 3.
Yeah, I think
Cowboys did.
I think they might have had at least one more.
So you think that Johnson would have won one more had he just stayed there? So
At least, yeah.
I mean,
look,
he's the one that
personnel wise and coaching wise, I think he was extremely good at what he did, and I think that would give them the chance to do that. Yes.
I wouldn't go more than 1 though. I would give him 1, but that's it.
Okay. I mean,
Would you go
I
more
think
than
at
1?
least one. I think there's. I think they're flirting with it. I think they're in probably another conference championship game.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, like an alternate reality of how it would have all turned out. The tiebreaker should be how many titles won and how many years. I mean, if you do something that's never been done before in NFL history, I feel like that's a trump card.
it is, but I guess I would side, like, this is why the three-peat is so important. Like, because I agree with you guys. If they get the three-peat, that is the trump card if they tie. But if they don't get it, and let's say they win 3 more titles after this, then I would give it to the Patriots in the tiebreaker for how long it spans. And plus, you'd have a 2 out of 3 years in the early 2000s and 3 out of 5 years in the mid 2010s. So in that case, the length and the longevity of the dynasty, I would give that tiebreaker to the Patriots, assuming again if the Chiefs don't get the three-peat.
Texture says you're underestimating Ozempic. I don't know if we know that Ozempic keeps you alive longer. I don't know if we have the science to back that
I don't
up
think
yet.
we know enough one way or the other.
To die earlier.
Right, but it also could have side effects that cause you to die earlier too.
Yeah, and I don't think Andy Reid's going to take it.
I don't think we have the data pool yet.
No, we don't. That's what I was going to say. I think on the Today Show, like last week, I think they were doing side effects of Ozempic type products, and a side effect, which I would think is a negative, they actually said was a positive, that it helps. I think it was kidneys stay healthy or something. I was like, who knew that? Okay.
That stuff's over my head. I don't know anything about anything.
In between traffic reports.
I'll put Walsh and Montana over Mahomes just because Walsh and Montana really changed the game. You can make the case that Reid and Mahomes have changed the game too, though.
Look how the league is adjusted defensive wise. I mean, the whole 2 shell, everyone's playing zone and keeping 2 back is because of Mahomes and Reid.
Hey, look how the refs have changed too. I mean, it's been quite the contrast. Deflategate, Spygate, and the Tuck Rule is number 1 all time. Well, who you put number 1 all time, Texter? Yeah, it is number 1 all time. Deflategate, Spygate, and the Tuck Rule. Yes, they're all number 1.
Overrated.
That is super overrated.
It's so stupid. I don't
It
know why
is.
people care about this. I mean, it came out. I mean, there were several other quarterbacks that came out around that time. It's like, yeah, we like to mess with Aaron Rodgers was a part of that list. I think Drew Brees came out and mentioned it. It's so over. I can't.
I didn't see that.
I
That they
can't think
actually
of
admitted
anything
they
more
messed with the footballs.
I can't think of anything
The
more
ball boys did.
overblown than the ball's a little bit more deflated. Who
They
cares?
try to take the blame. They try to take the hit for Brady. It is easier to throw.
I think both. Yeah, it is easier to throw it. Both teams got to throw it. So
Yeah, exactly. The other
No, that's
quarterbacks
not
get-
true. No.
What?
They
They have their own
Teams
ball?
supply.
Oh, that's
yeah,
right.
They
That's
do.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, they
It's not
supply
like
their own
NBA
ball.
where there's a game ball. You're right.
That's why there's always that big drama, like especially in college football, when a team intercepts the other team's pass and they keep the ball.
That's right. Yeah.
And there's always like drama when it comes to that. No, they use their own balls. Pessimistic Chad, guys in the 70s and 80s had off-season jobs because they made no money. Plus, quarterbacks took a beating. The old guys deserved their due. Hated Bradshaw, by the way. Also, BMAC take about more teams is nonsense. Panthers, Jags, Texans, and Browns 2.0 have done nothing.
They played more games against more teams in more playoff rounds now.
The playoff rounds, I'll hear you with.
They played an
but
extra playoff
the
round.
The extra teams, it doesn't matter. It's not that you're beating
I mean,
every
there's
team in
four-
the league,
there's
but
four
the
more
extra
teams.
round, the extra round matters for sure. But the teams in the league, I think, don't. And you could also make the argument that less teams in the league makes the top teams even better. So like that would be the contrast.
I
there.
was gonna pull for BMAC's argument, the whole you're playing against electricians and plumbers that only played the game when they had the opportunity to make some extra coin.
Yeah, that's true. They
Is
did
that
it
from
as a
NFL
side
films?
hustle.
No, that's from the NBA when like Mad Dog or someone brings up like Bob Cousy and back in the day, and they're like, yeah, Chamberlain was playing against electricians and plumbers.
I hate that argument too, but it is funny. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I got a strange Instagram DM the other day. I want to run it by you guys. One, to see if it's real. Secondly, maybe to pay this guy a little respect. I don't know. It's awkward, and I want to share it with you guys next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Get ready for Eat, Drink, HTX, kicking off on February 15th, 2-week-long dining event to support Houston area restaurants and raise money for two great charities, the Houston Food Bank and Kids Mills. Every meal at participating restaurants creates a donation to the charities. Eat, Drink, HTX, a sister event to the popular Houston Restaurant Weeks with the same motto, dine out and do good. Get a sneak peek at the menus right now at eatdrinkhtx.com. Texter says he's more interested to see LeBron and Luka on Saturday than the Super Bowl this weekend. Yeah, I couldn't care less.
I actually told Brian, I think I like that. I am actually looking forward to seeing how they play together.
More
I'm
than
sure
the
that's
Super Bowl?
shocking to you. Right now, unless my feelings change, right now, yeah, I'm more interested to see how they play together than the Super Bowl at this point.
Wow. Okay. I'm on the give me Super Bowl over Luka and LeBron. I do like that trade they made today for that dude that can jump real high and block a lot of shots.
The kid
that's a good
from
gift for them.
Charlotte.
Yeah, I think it's a good gift for them.
Yeah, for
Although they
sure.
traded Connect 4 for
They
him.
did. Yep.
Whatever. That guy's just a guy. I got a weird DM on Instagram Monday at 5:28. It's from a gentleman by the name of Simi. Simi says on this DM, he goes, big fan, currently in prison, and your radio show helps pass the time. I'll be out soon and from the Houston area. Hopefully I can buy you a beer when I get out, and I enjoy your sports takes and wouldn't mind giving you mine and seeing your responses. But keep doing you. Thanks for helping me get through these tough times. 100 emoji, which, I mean, some people like dream of freedom. Some people dream of getting out. Others dream of listening to my takes. I said, appreciate that. How much longer you got? He said, if I don't get a halfway house, I get out December 16th. But if I get a halfway house, I'll be out hopefully before the summer. So do we think that this is real? First off,
let me just say, border on don't piss him off.
Yeah, he could be listening right now. Obviously, he enjoys your takes. So
no, he enjoys my
careful.
takes. Yeah, I mean, I'm the one that's getting him through this hard time and these tough times. It's what I do as an influencer. I make life easier for everybody. I'm not too worried though, because I mean, if he's getting out December 16th, like I don't think it's, I don't think he's in for anything too hard. Right?
No, well,
that,
I mean, you don't know how long he's been in.
Though, did he?
I mean, he looks kind of young though. Like I don't think he's a murderer.
Oh, you mean he's got pictures and identifies himself? That's so rare on social media and apps. It's crazy.
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
So
at least you can believe that that's his picture, right?
I mean, it looks like a criminal.
Oh my God. Okay.
I'm
All
just
right.
kidding.
Keep going.
Well, that'll certainly keep him on your side.
I was going to say, the door's opening now.
In his bio, it says home soon, and he has a lock emoji.
Do we know? I'm sorry if I missed this. Do we know when he went
the
in?
lock emoji? I didn't ask him when he went in.
Well,
no.
you said he's getting on December, so it wasn't something serious. But if we don't know when he went in,
Yeah, but he looks young. Like he looks like he's probably, I don't know, mid-20s, maybe.
okay,
So like 25 years old. Maybe some like petty theft. And I
or
don't think-
something drug related. Yeah, it probably wouldn't be anything violent if he's getting out that quickly.
I don't think it was anything violent because he looks pretty young. So like the most that he could have been in prison's like, I don't know, 5 years. What's the worst you can do and get out in 5 years?
I mean, I think some assaults.
Like I was to say, aggravated assault or.
Well, that's pretty rough.
I know. Yeah.
What?
So it doesn't. I don't think it scratches out violence completely.
Yeah. What's that? And I think that what's the like you're an accomplice to a crime, like you were the driver in like a shooting or something.
Yeah, but it depends on. I guess it depends on where you get or who's sentencing you. But that doesn't mean you necessarily get a lesser charge. Sometimes, like if you're going along for a bank robbery and someone dies, you can be charged exactly the same as the person.
Oh,
who pulled the
assault with a
trigger.
deadly. I think is assault
That's the
with
way
a
it's
deadly
supposed to be
weapon.
in
Like
Georgia.
you
That's
like
why Ray Lewis got out on that.
Yeah.
Assault with a deadly weapon. I think like if you browbeat someone with a gun or something like that, I think that's around 5 years.
It might be longer, but you usually if you behave, you get out in half the time of those charges. So yeah, you could have like a 10-year charge out in 5. That seems possible.
He has a picture from 5 years, 6 years ago.
Now these
where it says the prison that he's in.
These prisoners usually have I mean, you can look them up through federal databases, and a lot of
I'm
these
not gonna do
prisoners
all
will
that,
put themselves.
Brian.
Well, I know.
I don't
I'm just-
delete my text, and you expect me to look up prisoners in the federal database?
I'm just saying, if depending on what your next step in this process is for you, there are ways to look them up. There are also usually a lot of these prisoners will have stuff up to where you can give them money for the commissary as well. So they'll be up on some sort of like, I can't remember what it's called.
How
but
do
there
you
are
know so
basically
much about
social-
this?
Sorry.
How do you know so much about this?
I listen to a lot of, one podcast in particular, but I listen to a lot of true crime podcasts where some of the stuff will come up.
Sheesh. I mean, how long have you spent in prison?
0.
Yeah, but Simi here, he has a he's got a picture from April 19 from prison. So, I mean, he's been there for at least 6 years.
I
At
would
least
not
6
strike
years.
violence out that is a possibility.
B. Hannon says halfway house makes me think drugs, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm profiling.
maybe.
Could be.
If he's fed time, it's probably not violent. Most violent crimes get state pen. Might have crossed state lines during commission of crime.
Why don't you just throw it out there? Hey, appreciate you reaching out. What are you in for?
Yeah, I don't really know if that's appropriate. Is that appropriate to ask somebody
I don't
you
think
don't know
that's
that's in prison?
offensive. If you ask it like that, I don't think it's
If
offensive.
he wants to hang out and have a
Yeah.
beer with you, I don't think that's the crossing the line. You should
Yeah,
have
I
the
mean,
right
I like to
know
live
that.
life on the edge. I don't want to know
No, you
until we
don't.
meet. Yeah, I do. I do like to live life on the edge.
Okay, you can have this drink then?
Of course.
I don't believe
Of
you.
course. If he's buying, I'm there. I don't care
I
what
don't
he
believe
did.
you.
If
Pictures
he's
are didn't
buying,
happen.
I am there. Now, if I'm buying, then it's yes. I don't care that if he never committed a crime. It's not
I don't
the
think
being
one
the
free
criminal
drink
part.
is going to get you there.
It's not the criminal part here. It's the who's picking up the tab. That's what matters.
I mean, there's a lot that matters, but yeah, I think
Not for me.
the more you can
Joel,
like
would you
chop
have
it
this
up and
drink?
create a positive relationship with the dude, yeah, I don't think that's offensive. What are you in for?
Should I wish him well though? Like I kind of worried to like wish him well. Like, hey, I hope things are good. Like if he committed a violent crime, I don't want to wish him well.
Well, I don't think it hurts to wish them well to at least keep them on your good side.
Yeah, I
You
don't
wanna piss
think
them
that
off.
I'd get into if you wouldn't wish him well.
wouldn't.
If it was a violent crime, because that might set you up.
Yeah, I wouldn't publicly make it a point to not wish him well. I wouldn't go out of my way to do the opposite.
Interesting. XX says, J-Bone, I'll buy you a drink and I'm not an inmate. Yeah,
How do we
but I
know?
mean that's half the fun, I think, is the inmate part of it. Kind of keeps me on my toes. It's a drink that,
Drink with a little
it-
danger.
You wonder if it might be your last.
That's
you know?
appealing to you, huh?
It is. It's I wouldn't say appealing, but I would say intriguing for sure.
Well lit
do
place,
people-
very public.
Do people in jail get access to social media? This guy does, unless he's lying. Brian, I think that they do, though.
They do, yeah. I know it's got to be heavily regulated, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's crazy the amount of like social sites they're able to access. I don't think necessarily know if they're constantly on Facebook, but through what I listen to with these true crime podcasts, they go as far as to have like basically dating websites where you can contact these people, write them back and forth, and send them money. So I would not be surprised if they're able to access social media.
Yeah, I think that I saw a TikTok of prisoners playing basketball.
Yeah,
Like,
I think it's definitely possible.
put some money in his books. I wouldn't even know. Is that the database thing, Brian?
That would be the commissary, yeah.
Klopp says maybe he thinks Branham is pretty. It's a weird text there, Klops. What unit is he in? I don't know. I was an officer for 9+ years. I'm not sure.
You know which prison he's at?
I'm just going to let you know.
I know a picture. He has a picture of which prison he's at, but I don't think I should air it.
No, yeah, don't air it.
Just don't have him send other pics to you, and then you're going to be fine.
I'm not worried about that.
I'm just telling you from my wife's experiences with fans in prison, it can go off the deep end quickly.
I think who's sending your wife prison pictures probably a little different than the things they'd be sending to me.
Certainly the intentions.
You just don't know, Jeremy.
And then I could also press back. Like it's not going to do anything to me.
Do we at least know he's not in Huntsville?
Yeah, I believe he's not.
Okay. Well, if he's not in Huntsville, then maybe you're talking with the
Isn't there a prison?
non-violent
The prison? What's the prison on 99?
How did he find me?
In Fort Bend.
That I don't know. I mean,
did he
Huntsville's
find me?
the state pen.
It's right by Travis High School, I think.
I don't know.
Is that a state pin in the one in Fort Bend?
I have no idea. I've never driven by it.
Key from LA, most violent crimes you're doing 85%, and most non-violent crimes you're doing 50%.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Another texture. Yes, cell phones are inside state pins. They're going for $150 to $1,000 a phone. Dang.
Is that the one that Big Baby used to take his pics inside the pen?
Interesting. I don't know.
There were a lot of people question. He posted some pics evidently like social media, and the people were like more concerned with how the hell did you get a phone in there and get pictures in the pen?
Yeah. I think it's easy to do, actually.
Well, especially if you're someone like Big Baby, you're not in Gen Pop if you're Glenn Davis.
But anyway, Simi, yeah, thanks for listening to the show, even from prison. And I'm glad that I can bring joy and happiness and a smile to your face. I look forward to that beer. All right, 713.
Killer Bees big in the prisoner community. We should print T-shirts.
We're big. Branham, big in the prisoner community. 713-780-ESPN. Do you want the NFL to go to 18 games? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
This is a bop right here. I love this song. This might be my favorite song. Might be. I love Johnny Cash.
Yeah, he's good.
Grade the song, Blankers. I give it a 9.9.
Not bad. I'll give it a 7.5.
Sheesh. Don't
Feels
like Johnny Cash, huh?
disrespectful.
I don't care what it is. It's my feelings.
You don't like Johnny?
Feelings
huh?
are disrespectful.
Okay, they're not disrespectful. If it was disrespectful, I'd give them a 4 or 5.
What do you think about June Carter?
Not a fan of June Carter Cash. Sorry.
Really?
Yeah.
Man.
As a musician, no, sorry.
Wow. Okay. Texture, big in the prisons, emphasis on the killer for the killer bees. That's not bad.
I see what you did there.
Pretty good joke. Keith, my brother, is really close to going to jail. Keith, my brother is really close to going to jail. Second DUI in violation of parole. So that last segment was very helpful. Yeah, you can listen to us, Keith. Hope he doesn't go to prison.
Maybe
but if he
that's what makes
does, he
you
can
feel a
still listen
little better
to
if
us.
he goes to prison. You can still listen to the Killer
That's
Bees,
right.
Even,
We'll bring him
even
joy
when
and
you're
happiness.
inside the joint.
The prison on 99 in Harlem is called the Jester Prison. Is that the one you were talking about, Blankers? I worked there for 6 years.
Which
Thank
one?
you for your service. He said 99 in Harlem. I don't think that's the one you were talking about, though, was
Yeah,
it?
no, that's right. That's exactly right.
That one's called Jester Prison. That's probably the nickname of it.
Okay.
He said he worked there for 6 years. Appreciate your duty.
There you go. All right.
John Clay Wolf and Killer Bees, big in the prison game. John Clay Wolf gets the Tiger King to call in. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
Okay.
We should
Another
get Carol
reason to listen to
Baskin.
the Wolfpack 9 to 12 here on ESPN Radio.
If he's listening on radio, he can't be too far away with your weak signal strength. Probably in the county jail downtown. That's not very nice, Texter. And we also
That's a good one,
stream
though.
on twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5 on ESPN Houston on YouTube and ESPN 97.5 on Twitter.
Maybe they're
Yeah,
listening to the
it was
HD2
pretty good.
signal. Who knows?
In prison? They have
We don't
HD2
know.
in prison? I guess I find it weird that prisoners are running around with social media access. Yeah, but they're DMing me, Dexter. It's okay.
They're making good use of their time.
They're making great use of their time.
I love it.
They could be they could be earning a degree. They could be, reading the Bible. They could learn a second language. They could be exercising, taking care of themselves. They're listening to the Killer Bees. That's what they're doing.
That's right. That's a good thing. And evidently a lot of people watch Channel 2 News too. So we got that going for us.
Yeah, that's a little weirder, I think.
Oh, it's
Whenever
very
you-
weird. Yeah, believe me, some of the letters and things she told me about, not good.
I mean, DMing a 39-year-old ugly-looking man, much different than, a newscaster that's married to Joel Blank. It's creepy when you're doing that. To me, it's whatever. We're bros. We're cool. We're going to be lifelong friends. But, do it to her, that's like stalker material. You can't be doing that.
B. Hannon was talking about how the Blitz had a following in prison. And I texted AJ, and he's like, yeah, we did. We'd read the letters on air. I go, that's not surprising at all.
That's not a bad idea. Yeah, if you're in prison, you're listening to the Bees, get a hold of us, and we'll read everything you
Send
want.
all your letters to @PacMan Joel.
No, I'm good. Jeremy's got the connection already inside. Let him keep going.
As long as you like my TikToks and drive up impressions, I'm game. It's cool with me. Do you want the NFL to go to 18 games, Blinkers?
I absolutely do. Look, I think just from a selfish, personal opinion, I could do without as many preseason games. And if you can get to 18 games, and I've had this conversation with many a guy that played in the league, that it's from their standpoint. I understand from a player standpoint, that's more of a beating your body takes, and it's tougher and all those things. But just from my personal perspective and loving regular season NFL games, absolutely, I'll take 18.
Yeah, I don't see a bad answer here. I the extra week, what you do with the schedule, I don't know. Like, do you
have to
add
have
an
a
extra
second
bye
bye
week?
week, right?
Yeah, you can, which I'm okay with that. Like, whatever. I mean, you're getting now 20 weeks of games if you do that. Then, like, if you go to an 18th game and then you're adding an additional bye week for teams, it's a 20-week regular season, which sounds great. That sounds fantastic.
Yeah,
That
it's 5
sounds
months.
terrific. Yeah. What's wrong with this? I see nothing. Like, from the player standpoint, yeah, it's bad for player
Yep.
safety. No one cares about player safety. No one. We want big hits. We want more games. We want more weeks of NFL football.
I don't think
Yeah,
anyone's going
give
to
me
care
this.
about these two reasons I'm about to give. My only reasons against it would be one, like records. I mean, we're already kind of so far past that with the 17 game schedule. And you could argue, obviously, going back even further, that they had 14, 12, 10 further back you go in NFL history. So that would be one standpoint. The records mean less. The 1,000-yard season means less. The other part would just be, are you with an extra game, even with an extra bye week, if these guys are beat up more, are you getting the same quality of play if you're stretching out the season even further?
Well, one more week with an extra bye, I think it's fine.
It's just a concern. Like, I'm not saying it's something I would say would keep me away from doing it, but I guess it'd be something I'd look at when this happens. I'd look at it, see if the quality of play is the same as you get deeper into the season.
Do we get President's Day off? I don't remember. But
Banks do. I don't think we do.
if you get President's Day off and you move the Super Bowl back 1 week, now you get that Monday after the Super Bowl off.
True.
So, like, that's another aspect of, moving the NFL schedule back or adding a game or moving it back 1 week, whatever, is now that Monday becomes a holiday for everybody. Not that Roger Goodell's all that concerned about it, but it'd be a nice bonus for fans. Todd the Show, who's our resident contrarian, he says, absolutely not. Week 18 was already a nothing burger. Teams out of the playoffs won't even start their quarterbacks after week 15 of their 18 games. That's a bad take. They would be starting their quarterbacks after week 18 because you're playing for the bye. Divisions wouldn't be clinched yet. All of that. To say that they would be resting for the final 3 weeks of the season is ludicrous.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it and say, yeah, you can say that there's the exceptions if you get into the week 18 situation, but would you prefer that, or would you prefer a preseason game that absolutely means nothing for either team, that you're going to just see nothing but third or fourth stringers on, especially when you start talking about fantasy football and gambling and all the different things that people pay attention to? There's going to always be situations like that, but I think having an extra even the amount of games too in the season, but so you can do the scheduling a little easier. I don't see a whole lot of problem with it.
Yeah, I like that part of it too. Texture says an odd number of games is just diabolical. I agree with that. Like, I wish that they would have used the odd games a little differently, like maybe a neutral site game against a out of conference rival. But I hate the fact that in a league where we care about parity and teams making the playoffs and it's always going to be tight in the standings, that one team's getting an extra home game and another team's getting an extra road game. That never really added up to me. So I do like that you would go back to even numbers, and now you get 9 home games, 9 away games. I think that's better for everybody. With more games, how much do you think the pay for players will go up? Well, it wouldn't go up because they would just subtract the preseason game, and they would turn one of those preseason games into a regular season game. So instead of 17 plus 3, they would be playing 18 plus 2. So I don't think that the pay would go up. It would go up a little bit because you get 50% of the cap.
I mean, look, let's just be honest. That the minute that this gets into serious discussion, the Players Association, that's the first thing they're going for.
They got to get something back.
All the contracts
they're going to get something back if they give
adjusted.
the 18th game.
Well, yeah, you would. Yeah, but it would have to be the new CBA, like you mentioned, Brian. But I think the players are okay with that. Like they're talking about player safety now. I think it's a negotiation ploy. Like you're going to pay them more money and they have one less preseason game, one more regular season game. I think they'd be down for that. A texter says money is greater than player safety. Absolutely, it is. Pretty sure the players would be ecstatic to add one game for a whole extra week off. Yeah, that's the other element of it. I think so too. I think players would be okay with an extra regular season game if it meant an additional week too. Players will rest the last week, whether it was a 5-week season or 20-week season. That's the truth. Like they're always going to rest if you're clinched things. You have more teams doing what KC did the last week of the regular season just earlier. I mean, you only have one team getting buys though. Like you're still going to be playing for playoff positioning. I don't really think like the last week of the season. I think I agree with the other texter is the last week of the season. I think you're still going to see it like in week 20 or week 19, just like you see it in week 18 now. But I don't think you see it for multiple weeks.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just think there's so many more positives than negatives and pros versus cons in this discussion. I mean, we've just mentioned most of them, but if you're going to have, one extra home and road game, evening the amount of games that they play, it's way better than the preseason. Yet the only drawback is you're going to get pushback from the Players Association on what it does to the players' bodies and their recovery. And they're also going to get pushed back that they want more money. But the NFL prints money. That's not going to probably be a problem either, because no matter what they end up doing to, compensate the players, they're going to make it all back with the extra week of revenue from broadcasting.
Yeah, the TV contracts will go up too because you're adding an extra week of content for the NFL. Texter says, talking about the 18-game season for the NFL, why not just throw an extra half week in there and it runs for 20 weeks, play 18 games, and every team gets 2 weeks off during the season? I think you would probably have to add an extra bye week to get the Players Association to agree with it, and then the financial advantages of it as well. But yeah, I think you would have to go to 20.
Man, now 20 might be excessive, but
20
I mean,
weeks, not games. 20 weeks.
Oh, 20
18
weeks.
games
Yeah,
for
for
20
sure.
Weeks.
You know,
You get
that's
a
what I think
double
that
bye.
was part of this came up and was tabled, but when this came up the last time, it definitely was, to your point, 2 extra games, but an extra bye week as well. And that makes sense.
Texter says, I'm negotiating a Saturday Super Bowl in this deal. Viewership has to die off at a certain point on Sunday because of Monday, unless it's the Sunday ahead of President's Day, which you could do that if you move the NFL schedule back a week or add a game. Add 5 more roster spots for 18 games. You might have to see that too. You might have to see more roster spots added to a team. But if you do that, now you're adding players to the pool of money, which maybe you don't see the bump for the individual player. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's having to share a little bit more of the pie. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Bad Take Boulevard. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard this week? 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. Brandon T., he's claiming earlier, he said he didn't mean linebacker 3. He said he meant Luther Burden the third. Whenever he was asking LB3 or Igbuka. I don't believe you, Brandon T. I don't believe him at all. In fact, because I don't believe Brandon T., And because he asked us, linebacker 3 or Buka at number 25, Brandon T., you lead off Bad Take Boulevard this week.
You just made the list.
You
Timing
made the list,
impeccable.
Brandon T. What's that?
The timing impeccable. Right on time.
Yeah, it was good. It's really good. A texter earlier put me on Bad Take Boulevard for wanting Ben Simmons on this team. So, courtesy of the texter, Branham has made the list.
You just made the list. And then after he comes here, depending on how he plays, I could make the list.
Yeah, I would disagree with the texter. I think Ben Simmons would be an upgrade at point guard 2 behind Fred VanVleet. I hope he comes, though. It'd be fun. I was watching the Arizona at BYU basketball game on Tuesday night, and they showed Steve Kerr there. And Steve Kerr, he's I think they were playing the Jazz maybe the next night. And look, he went to Arizona, so of course he's going to be there. But when ESPN showed Steve Kerr, the graphic said Golden State Warrior general manager.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Like, how does that happen?
It's not like it's his first year.
Right.
He's been there for a decade plus at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, the challenge might be naming the Warriors GM now, but at the same time,
Yeah,
everybody's
not the same one from the championship team.
It's Mike Dunleavy Jr. It's not Bob Myers anymore.
Right.
Yeah. Because Bob Myers is on ESPN.
Yeah, that was rough. I saw Dunleavy in Vegas in November.
Oh, is that right? Was he scouting?
Yeah, he was at a basketball game. I hope he was scouting.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he's just stealing money, not doing his job. But no, yeah, that was a bad mistake. Steve
You
Kerr,
just made the list.
I don't know how ESPN could screw that up so bad. Brian lands on Bad Take Boulevard for acting like Jennifer Aniston is a bum the other day.
Well, see, that's the
Oh,
problem.
that's
You said the other
right.
day, and at the very start of this segment, as we do every week, you said the worst takes of the week. This was from 3 weeks ago.
It was a couple weeks ago.
Why is this on the Bad Take Boulevard this week? I feel this is the or what's the term, the limit of
Statute of
limitations. I think we're past.
You didn't learn that on any of your true crime podcasts?
Nah, I had that slipped my mind for a second, but statute of limitations is passed. This is 3 weeks ago.
No, I don't think the statute of limitations is 3 weeks when you call Jennifer Aniston a bum.
I mean, it's literally at the very top of the segment. You said the worst takes of the week.
That's a good counterpoint. Yeah, that's a good counterpoint. I agree. I would disagree on the statute of limitations for calling Jennifer Aniston a bum. Is 3. That's one that's going to last for about 12
Your
months.
jurisdiction is expired. You have no authority to put me on the list.
Full disclosure, I pulled up the Bad Takes Boulevard document today, and I realized that I hadn't gone to it in 3 weeks. So it was one that I put on there.
Been revealed.
Yeah, I mean, it is the truth, but it's still a bad take.
I stand by it.
Still an awful take. So Brian, you make the list.
I'm not gonna hit
the
button.
drop button.
I'm not hitting it.
Listen to the talent. Don't put your job on the on the line here. No,
I'm not hitting the button.
He's stubborn. The trade the other day. The Mavs and the Lakers made that trade, the blockbuster. The worst trade the Mavs made, though, was trading Quentin Grimes. The Luka trade, we'll see how that pans out. Trading Quentin Grimes was the bad trade.
Our beloved Cougs.
But Ashley, you ever heard of Ashley Nicole Moss?
Ashley Nicole Moss. No, I have not.
I haven't either. She was doing something on CBS Sports, and she was discussing the Anthony Davis, Luka Doncic trade. And she mentioned that the Mavs acquiring Anthony Davis could be the key to acquiring Jimmy Butler.
Absolutely. And I think that this is not the last move that the Mavericks will make either. I'd be interested if Anthony Davis is a piece that ultimately the Mavericks potentially use to try to get Jimmy Butler. They weren't going to send Luka to Miami in all intensive purposes. They were probably going to require a lot more than Miami was going to be willing to give up. But maybe a swap between Anthony Davis and Jimmy Butler is more feasible.
What?
That's one of the most bizarre takes I've ever heard.
Her name's Ashley Nicole Moss.
And
That's an all-timer.
what's her credibility? Where is that?
I don't know, Blank. I've never heard of her.
I love that her rationale was Luka was too much to send for Jimmy Butler, so instead they'll send what they got for Luka for Jimmy Butler.
Who does she think that Jimmy Butler is?
Oh man,
she's acting like Jimmy Butler's prime Michael Jordan.
Yeah, that's a terrible take.
Yeah, it is
funny, hilarious. I don't know what she did. She's CBS Sports. Yeah, she works CBS Sports. She was magna cum laude at Florida Atlantic University.
Oh boy,
check those credentials.
Well, I mean, it is FAU.
Yeah, Florida doesn't count.
It's Florida. So Ashley, you're on the list.
You
Rob
just made the
Fontenot.
list.
I like Rob. Rob does a good job. He's got an Astros podcast. He does an excellent podcast. Listen to it often. But he sent out a tweet February 2nd. What would that would have been Monday, I guess. He sent out a tweet on Monday.
Sunday.
Okay, it would have been Sunday. I was told by someone who claims to have the inside scoop that tomorrow the Blue Jays will announce the signing of Alex Bregman. That was Sunday.
Oops.
Is Alex Bregman have a team yet?
Nope.
No, sure doesn't.
Yeah, Rob, sorry to do it to you. I'm a fan of yours, but you have to make the list.
You just made the list.
We don't. Anybody can get it. I've gotten it. Blankers has gotten it. Brian's gotten it. All today, actually. My mom's gotten it. A blind guy's gotten it. Look, anybody can make the list. I hate to do it to you, Rob, but you made the list. He's podcast Astros. Good podcast, but he makes the list. The big lead with a massive reach today. The trade of Mark Williams to the Lakers, which again, I like him. He jumps high. He blocks a bunch of shots. The big lead on the headline, the Lakers moving for Mark Williams is just as important as the Luka trade. What? What? Mark Williams and Luka are the same? They're on the same level? It's equivalent in terms of the return? You're drunk, the big lead, and you made the list.
I mean, the
You
only
just
way
made the list.
The only way you could try and justify that is by saying, hey, in order to have a chance to go deep into the playoffs this year,
Yeah.
they still need a big man. But come on.
That's a fine opinion. Like, I understand that opinion, but like, it's just as important as Luka. That's some clickbait stuff there, the big lead.
Yeah, he's not
Come on
exactly
now.
a top 5 player in the league like Luka.
Can we stop with the clickbait stuff and like, all this stuff that people say for like engagement and clicks and all that? It's trash. It's bad.
Just
It's
throw the
bizarre.
crap out there to get clicks.
Marcus Jordan. Marcus Jordan got arrested for drug possession, and he played the "Do you know who my dad is" card.
Yeah, he did.
Absolutely. And I think that this is
That's all.
Thought we were making a right, and I turned onto the train tracks. Apparently, I'm trying.
But yeah, we're not getting back in the car right now. Okay. The reason why, So
give me a favor. Keep your hands out of your pocket.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah. Keep your hands out of your pocket. There's nothing in my pocket. That's all. I'm gonna pass you down and look at that. Put your hands out there, just go. Man, bro, I'm Marcus Jordan. I'm Michael Jordan's son. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just trying to get home, and I made a wrong turn. Okay, and clearly, we would just like to get our car off of the train track.
There you go.
And then he was busted for DUI and possession of cocaine, I believe.
Yeah, but he's Michael Jordan's son.
Yeah.
He's a little booger
Smart.
sugar.
Yeah, it's smart. Oh, boy.
No big deal. Cannot confirm or deny that's the prisoner that's DMing me on Instagram.
Do you know who my dad is card is one of the more pathetic things I can think of.
I think the "Do you know who my dad is" card is worse than "Do you know who I am" card.
100%.
Right? It's way
I was
worse.
going to say, because that's the first one that's always dropped. Is, do you know who I am? But now you're looking for daddy.
Yeah, if
that's
you've
a bad
earned the
card.
It's still a douchey move, but if you've
Yeah.
earned the credential, that's one thing. If your dad was the one that earned the credential, that's
And it's
bad.
not like you're like 21, 22 years old, even too, like to where you're just into adulthood. You're a full-blown adult, and you're going to say, do you know who my dad is?
He should have played do you know who my girlfriend is card. Drop the Larsa Pippen.
That's
Are they still
over,
together?
right? That's
Is
over,
it
though.
over?
He's moved
Oh, I
on to
didn't know.
other things.
Did he move on or did she move on?
I don't know.
They did an episode of Traitors together. That's all I really know about
Oh.
Marcus Jordan and was it Larsa? Larsa
Larsa
right?
Pippen. Yes, it is.
Larsa Pippen. That's a weird dynamic too, that you date the son of your ex-husband's teammate.
Yeah.
That's
for
like
sure.
some LeBron mama with Delonte West type of stuff.
Yeah, that messy. Yep.
Right? Like that's
So
pretty
it's
similar.
one way to keep the LeBron Jordan debate going.
Okay. All right.
Blankers, you made the list from a texter
Okay.
for giving Johnny.
You
Cash
just made the
7.
list. 7.5. Take it easy. It's not like I said he sucked.
It's very disrespectful.
Brian
Right.
now on Bad Take Boulevard for calling out Brian incorrectly. So I get it. For
You
the
just
second
made the
time.
list.
It was worth it though.
Yeah, we had a
It was a good attempt. It's a valiant
I'll
effort.
take it. I'll take the crime for the giggles. Brandon T, laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji. I put LB3. You read out linebacker 3. You should be on Bad Take Boulevard.
You just made the
That's
list.
fair. Third time that I've hit it today. It's a
might
new
be a
record
new
for me.
record.
Yeah, new career high. That's redundant. Kendrick Perkins for saying he was the real leader of the OKC teams. He said that? I didn't know.
Did he
said that.
really?
I didn't catch that.
We'll take the texter's word for it. So Kendrick Perkins, he lives in the area.
We had a Twitcher
You
that,
just made the list.
that said the Astros need pitching and should go out and sign Charlie Morton.
Oh, he's already signed.
Yeah, sure is.
Yeah, it's a problem. He's in
Rocket
Baltimore, right?
scientist.
You make the list.
Yeah.
You just made the list.
Dyken Park made the list along with the Corpus Christi Hooks rebrand. I don't really care about the name change. The Dyke, it's fine. It looks weird, but we'll get used to it.
It sounds weird, looks weird at the same time. It's money, right?
It's money. I actually like the Corpus Christi Hooks rebrand. I like their new logo.
I mean, I think we all snicker when it was like Minute Maid Park, the juice box, but we got
Yeah, it's
used to it. We'll be over it in a year.
Josh from Seabrook, the guy on Twitter who keeps suggesting that the Rockets should trade Jalen, Jay Sean, 2 first-round picks for Devin Booker and a third-round pick. He said there hasn't been a third-round pick in the NBA since 1989. I didn't realize he was doing that. I hadn't seen that. That
I
is
hadn't
bad.
either.
Third-round pick. And then the last one from a texter, he wants to nominate people who delete their text.
It's a bad person right
Yeah,
there.
that's just not a very intelligent person.
Yeah,
Wrong
new-
side of history, that
Yep.
texter.
New nickname for the Astros ballpark. How about the Icebox? Nah, I like the Dyke.
I got in trouble.
I definitely want to isolate that.
No, and I got in trouble for adding on to that about the size of the building that goes with it. So yeah, I'm not.
I mean, a
gonna say
dyke
it.
stands for a long wall. Or
No, I'm not
embankment.
going to say it again. But yeah, you know.
A dike stands for a long wall or embankment built to prevent flooding from the sea, just like the Astros are going to prevent runs from being scored in their ballpark.
Mhm.
I think it's a great name for a pitching first team.
Thank you, Miriam.
Oxford.
You're more of an Oxford guy. Of course.
I don't know. I just typed it in Google. All right, let's get to our car wrecks of the day. 713-780-3776. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Texter, do you trust texters to send links to click on them, Blinkers?
Do I trust? No.
Do you trust
no.
a texter's link?
No.
Soft.
Mm-mm.
Come on now.
You
I just did it.
You don't answer. You don't open those when we get the text. With
I literally just did it.
I mean, he does talk to prisoners.
Right. I get that part of it. Don't pull that on me, because over and over again, you always tell texters, don't send attachments. I won't open them.
But then I do.
Oh God, that's great.
Yeah, but he sent us the Kendrick Perkins thing. Kendrick Perkins says it doesn't mean your best player is your leader, which is true. He says when I was with the Thunder, it wasn't KD, it wasn't Russ, it wasn't James. I was the one leading. Kevin Durant quote tweeted it. I know this may be a reach, but this comment is by far the craziest bad word I've seen this week. See, our
Sounds like
listeners
Kevin
can send us good stuff.
put Perk on Bad Take Boulevard.
He did.
Yeah.
He might have been right. Might have been right. All right, what's on Bad Take Boulevard? Or car wreck of the day for you, Blinkers?
The one that it comes to mind, and I have LZ the other day. Lance said that he had someone, I guess a source, that told him that there was a time that they had to go to Yao's place and that it was all beer cans and pizza that Yao was consuming. Yao didn't drink.
Really?
Yeah. And he actually didn't like pizza all that much. He was a big wings connoisseur, didn't really like pizza.
Oh, boy. Calling out a Hall of Famer.
Question on Lance's sources.
Jeremy, as you have pointed, and my sources are really good on that one. And as you've pointed out,
is it Akeem?
No one is free from making the list, and there you go.
Yeah. I meant Lance Zierlein calling out the Hall of Famer Yao Ming.
Oh, right. Well, Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer, they can do that. They can do that.
That's right. It's like a community.
That's right.
I have three. First one is Ippy Mizuhara. You know who that is?
Yes, the interpreter for Shohei Ohtani.
He got 57 months today.
Maybe he'll have time to listen to Killer Bees now.
Yeah, that's what you do. So I'm going to nominate Ippy for whatever, all the stuff he was doing. The names of the dogs in the Puppy Bowl, car wrecks of the day. Brian found this and tagged us in them. This year's stars, D-Bone Samuel. These are like Blanker's jokes. Saquon Barkey. Bark Kent. And Paws Allen. Stars of this year's Puppy Bowl. And then the last one, Dennis Schroeder got a lot of hate for what he said about the deadline. He got shipped to Utah. I'm not sure he was wrong.
I know it.
He got 4 teams in 24 hours. I'd hate to hear his comparison now if the first trade was already bad enough.
He's going to add a wife or
24
two.
hours.
Is he getting bought out, though?
I probably.
Yeah, I don't know how he fits in Utah. They're still on this rebuild youth movement that may never end.
Oh, one way he doesn't fit.
He'll be a buyout.
For the Utah fans.
Well, that too, but yeah, he'll be a buyout.
I wouldn't mind Schroeder. I liked him.
Oh, and let me tell you, you want to talk about a guy
Another guy can't shoot
behind the scenes. He's not an awful shooter.
Simmons.
Yeah, he definitely is that.
That's a low bar.
But he was like the first big brother for the young guys on that Rockets team that they respected, that he was trying to help and get them to kind of.
Yep.
I would love to have Dennis Schroeder back on this team.
He was traded again to the Pistons. And the word is the Pistons are going to keep him. So not an option. My bad for bringing it up.
I had originally thought it was Miami, but you're saying it went Utah to Detroit?
He went Golden State to Miami to Utah to Detroit. Detroit's their most recent, and they're going to keep him, according to reports. So it looks like he won't be a buyout candidate, which is a good fit for him, and Detroit is. Brian, what you got?
I'm going to nominate Ashley Nicole Moss, who we had in the last segment, for trying to say that the Mavericks were going to trade Anthony Davis for Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, that was bad.
That's a take so bad it deserves 2 mentions in the show.
That was really bad. Texter says no Mike Vick dog pun name. I don't think Vic and dogs are really on the same page.
Yeah, no.
Texter says what? No Patrick Mahomes? Goodness.
It's not bad. I liked it. That was pretty good. I'll take it.
Y'all like that?
Yes. I like it for the effort of the pun.
No question.
You're making my head hurt.
Text them more.
No, please don't. Texter says Branham car wreck of the day for all the Bad Take Boulevard noms. Only got 3.
That's a lot.
I think it's a record.
That's a lot. That's got to be a record.
I think it's the record for the most Bad Take Boulevard noms in the same week.
You're the Dennis Schroeder of getting Bad Take Boulevard nominations.
Yeah, but I wouldn't consider it modern day slavery.
I would hope not. That'd be a bad look for you.
Josh from Seabrook, train wreck of the day. Marcus, do you know who my dad is? Jordan. That's pretty good.
I think Jordan's pretty good. Probably should win, huh?
It's definitely top 2. I don't know. Ashley Nicole Morris that was an all-timer.
It's Moss, but
whatever. She doesn't deserve to have her name right.
What was the one that you nominated? Oh, you nominated Lance. I can't vote for Lance because
that's fine.
I might get fired.
Yeah,
you pick on the John and Lance. Usually, you're jobless.
You're
jobless and moving up north in a week.
One for sure.
So, yeah. I'll go. I like Brian's. I'm good with Ashley Nicole Moss. You good with Ashley Nicole Moss?
Yeah, either one. That's fine.
She needs a win too. Let's face it. All right, Ashley Nicole Moss, you're the winner of Car Wreck of the Day. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Athletically Declined coming up at 7 right here on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.